The evening moon rose high into the indigo sky, peeling back the velvet cover of night to reveal a dazzling array of stars. The constellations twinkled like celestial spectators gazing down at the mortals below. But in a clearing by the woods, away from the city's lively commotion, where bright lights flashed like an 80s nightclub, pulsing with excitement, a different kind of spectacle was about to unfold. A massive, multicolored sign, lined with large, tinted bulbs, hung between two beams at the entrance of a makeshift carnival. Beneath it, people streamed past a small ticket booth, where bored attendants stamped tickets, barely paying attention to the eager guests arriving in droves. Families, groups of friends, and lovers on dates wandered the well-trodden carnival grounds, which hosted a variety of attractions throughout the year. The air thrummed with energy, music blared louder, speakers crackled with the eerie laughter of recorded clowns, and children ran about with sticky fingers, clutching sweets while thrill-seekers enjoyed the mechanical hum of the rides. Just beyond the vibrant chaos, near a cluster of trees casting elongated shadows beneath the moon's ethereal glow, space itself twisted and convulsed as though being sucked through an unseen vortex. One by one, figures in black robes emerged, the air around them popping loudly, though their arrival was drowned out by the carnival's festive noise. Within moments, 20 cloaked figures had taken their places in the shadows, their eyes scanning the bustling fairgrounds with predatory intent. "I can almost taste it," purred a woman with thick, glistening dark hair and heavily hooded eyes. "The joy, the delight, it's almost palpable." She extended her tongue as if she could taste the emotions in the air. Bellatrix Lestrange's companions turned to her, their masked faces betraying no expression, though many inwardly questioned just how much further into madness she could descend. Azkaban had twisted what was once an alluring beauty into something grotesque, the horrors of imprisonment leaving their indelible mark. Bellatrix shuddered, a giddy laugh escaping her lips, her shoulders twitching involuntarily as she spun toward a robed figure in the center of the group. His hood was drawn low over his bowed head, his posture slouched and weary. "Rivers," she crooned, hopping toward him like an excited schoolgirl.
"What's the plan tonight? Tell me. I am so looking forward to some fun."
She swayed her hips, her curls bouncing as she peered up at him expectantly. Rivers' Locke sighed inwardly as he looked at the deranged woman. How had it come to this? How had he ended up here? Flashback, Azkaban. Rivers had heard the rumors of Azkaban, the grim fortress, the inhuman dementors, but nothing had prepared him for the reality. Hollowed eyes and vacant expressions barely scratched the surface of the despair within those cursed walls. His cell was nothing more than a damp stone tomb. Moisture seeped from the surrounding sea, leaving the walls and floors perpetually slick and cold. There was never a dry place to rest, and the wails of prisoners, some mad, some dying, echoed through the darkness. And then, there was the laughter. That woman's laughter. Bellatrix's maniacal cackles had become an ever-present torment in his ears. The cold was unrelenting, scraping at his skin like the claws of some unseen beast. The blanket provided was a joke, sodden and worthless. The food, if it could be called that, was cold mush that did little but remind his teeth that they existed. Water was rationed, sloshed down their throats hastily by aurors who wanted nothing more than to flee the watchful gaze of the dementors.
No one spoke in Azkaban.
There was screaming, sobbing, laughter, but never conversation. For the longest time, Rivers had waited. Waited for someone, anyone, to offer a whisper of hope.
But no one did. Hope did not exist in Azkaban.
Then the walls of hell cracked open. Cold rain lashed his face for the first time in years, and Rivers had never tasted anything sweeter than the raindrops on his tongue. He had thought it a dream. But then he realized why Bellatrix had been laughing. Before he could fully grasp what was happening, he was airborne, whisked away by unseen magic. Through corridors he barely recognized, past prisoners who would never know freedom again. And just like that, he was outside. He was free. Rivers Locke. It took a moment for him to recognize the sound of his own name. No one had called him anything but prisoner for so long. He turned his gaunt face toward the voice. A thin, robed figure stood before him, his face obscured in the dim storm light. "It's nice to finally meet you properly," the man said, his voice calm yet unreadable. "Though I wish it were under better circumstances." Rivers stared at him blankly, unsure if his mind was playing tricks on him. "You're not looking too great," the man continued, glancing him over. Rivers scowled, or tried to. His body was too weak to muster much expression. His voice, unused for so long, emerged as little more than a hoarse groan. The man chuckled dryly. "Ah, so you do have some spirit left. That's good." He stepped closer, lowering his hood. Even in his weakened state, Rivers recognized the face from a half-torn, weathered wanted poster. You're Pettigrew. Peter Pettigrew. Peter Pettigrew offered a humorless smile. Glad you remember. We only corresponded once, but that single letter has led us here. You're the reason I.
Pettigrew raised a hand. Incorrect.
I merely provided information. Your decisions led you to Azkaban.
He gave a hollow chuckle. But let's not dwell on the past.
Let's talk about the future. And that was how Rivers Locke found himself among the Death Eaters.
Present, the carnival.
Snapping fingers pulled Rivers from his thoughts. Rivers?
Mr. Locke. Bellatrix cooed.
There are reports, Rivers said, his voice flat, of 2 Aurors at the carnival tonight.
Muggleborns.
Apparently on a date. Bellatrix giggled, twirling her wand through her curls.
Oh my.
Maybe we play with one, while the other watches. Rivers ignored her and continued, our goal is to draw their attention. All Azkaban 10 will enter without disguises. We want them to see us, contact the DMLE, and
have a party.
Bellatrix interrupted, her wand tip glowing with anticipation. We avoid magic unless necessary, Rivers emphasized. The longer we keep the Aurors here, the better. Situate yourselves near Muggles. They won't use magic recklessly. He turned to the others.
Wait for my signal. Augustus Rookwood smirked.
Just make sure your end goes smoothly, kid. Rivers exhaled.
Then let's begin.
20 Death Eaters fixed their sights on the carnival, poised to unleash the first spark in a chain of chaos to come. Aurors Edward Moss and Isabel Dean were relatively new additions to the Aurors office, having earned their positions through their all-around excellence at Hogwarts, a fundamental requirement for entering Auror training. They had passed the rigorous program with flying colors, earning their bronze shields and securing their places in the DMLE as junior Aurors. Trainees often thought their lives were rough, enduring grueling schedules from dawn till dusk. Yet, they had no idea that training was merely a greenhouse shielding them from the harsh reality of life as an Auror. True hardship began once they became junior Aurors: interrogations, dueling, stealth, deduction, forensics, and endless paperwork. Everything they had learned was pushed to its limits, their skills tempered by real-world challenges. As the saying went in the Aurors office, a rookie wasn't truly an Auror until they had been broken down and rebuilt by the job. Edward and Isabel, having passed in the same batch, entered the ranks together and endured their grueling initiation side by side. The relentless workload and shared suffering forged a strong bond between them, further solidified by the exclusivity of their intake. Only 4 junior Aurors had graduated from their training year. Long hours and grueling cases kept them together for weeks on end, and over time, their partnership deepened into something more. Which was how they found themselves at a traveling carnival on a long overdue date. It's too loud, Isabel grumbled, pulling a piece from her cotton candy. Maybe we should have gone somewhere quieter.
Edward sipped his soda, nodding.
Is it weird that I miss the office cubicles? Because I really miss them. Not weird at all, Isabel chuckled.
They're cozy. So cozy. We could leave.
I know a good restaurant nearby, and I can side-apparate you. Edward considered her offer, then shook his head. Let's at least see the show first. We already bought tickets. Isabel glanced at the stub in her hand. Spending money on themselves felt unusual. Junior Aurors earned well, but they worked so much that they rarely had time to spend their earnings. In their first year alone, work consumed their lives, leaving little room for hobbies, relaxation, or even dates like this one. She turned her gaze toward the main tent at the carnival's heart. Paths leading to it were lined with concession stands, the air filled with the scent of sweets and roasted food. Then her eyes landed on a nearby petting zoo.
Edward, let's go.
A sharp pain in her arm made her wince. She turned to see Edward gripping her tightly, his face unnaturally stiff.
What are you?
I have Rabaston Lestrange in my sight, Edward said under his breath. And Rodolphus Lestrange.
Don't look.
Isabel freed her arm from his grip, looping it through his instead, leaning in as though sharing a casual conversation. Where?
Between 2 stands, dressed in plain clothes.
I don't see any other Death Eaters. Isabel discreetly scanned her surroundings.
I see more.
Edward stiffened but kept his bottle near his lips.
Who?
Antonin Dolohov at my 2 o'clock, and further down the same line, Mulciber.
She swallowed.
That's 4 of the Azkaban 10. Edward exhaled slowly. If they're here, chances are the others aren't far.
We need backup.
You have your shield? Isabel nodded, reaching into her satchel and gripping her badge. The enchanted metal warmed in her palm as she sent an emergency signal.
What now?
Edward asked as they casually strolled forward, acting natural.
We observe.
If all 10 escapees are here, this could be a meeting, Isabel whispered. They're not wearing robes, they don't want to draw attention. Edward scanned the fairgrounds. What if this isn't a meeting? What if they're here to attack the carnival? Isabel's fingers clenched around her satchel.
We wait.
And hope help arrives soon. Neither of them noticed the hooded figure standing behind them, casually munching on popcorn.
Scene break, Aura headquarters.
James Potter sat at his desk, drowning in a week's worth of paperwork. He had brought blankets, prepared to burn through the night to finish his backlog. I should do this daily, he muttered, groaning as he stretched. After staring at the ceiling for half a minute, he dipped his quill back into the ink. Beep. His badge vibrated. James instinctively grabbed his wand, summoning the hot metal into his palm. His sharp eyes read the encoded message. 1553?
That's Dean's number.
James was on his feet in an instant. The junior aurors in the bullpen looked up, expecting another prank. They didn't realize their cubicles were about to be abandoned. James met Senior Aura Proudfoot in the hallway, both walking with urgency. You got the message too?
James asked. Proudfoot nodded.
Moss and Dean are on a date at a carnival. They spotted 4 Azkaban escapees. Bloody hell, James muttered as they reached Captain Robard's office. He knocked and entered without waiting for an answer. Inside, Robard sat with Captain Kingsley Shacklebolt.
What's going on? Robards frowned.
Emergency message from Dean, Proudfoot reported. Lestranges, Dalahav, and Mulciber spotted.
Robard's face hardened.
Shacklebolt, mobilize your team. I'll talk to Scrimgeour about deploying hit wizards. Shacklebolt nodded and left immediately. James, Proudfoot, brief your units. Get ready to move. Minutes later, the DMLE was mobilizing. Aurors were being called in from home, and Amelia Bones' fireplace flared as she was summoned back to the ministry. Scene break, Carnival Edge. Isabel turned at the sound of a rustling branch. Her hand twitched toward her wand, but she relaxed upon seeing James Potter step from the shadows, flanked by Captain Robards and a team of aurors.
Sir, you're here, she whispered. What's the situation? James asked.
The Death Eaters moved out of the carnival, she said, nodding toward Edward, who was crouched behind a bush. They're in a clearing, and it looks like a meeting.
All 10.
2 more joined, Travers and Berelier.
Robards nodded. Good work.
Fall back and let us handle this. From the trees, aurors emerged, their coats billowing like shadows. Isabel's eyes widened at the sheer number, just under 4 dozen aurors, all ready for battle. Sirius Black stepped forward. Sir, we're ready, but the hit wizards are delayed. Should we wait?
No, Robard said. We move now.
Set up anti-apparition wards.
Aurors moved to obey, but then. Oh dear cousin Da.
The unmistakable voice of Bellatrix Lestrange sent chills through the air. James looked down at the clearing, where 6 Death Eaters had become 10.
Bellatrix smirked.
Look at you, all grown up, Auror Black.
Wands were drawn. Magic crackled. The battle had begun.
Hey everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
Voldemort raised his wand and sent a jet of green light at Dumbledore, who turned and was gone in a whirling of his cloak. Next second, he had reappeared behind Voldemort and waved his wand toward the Fountain of Magical Brethren for the golden statue of the wizard in the fountain to sprung alive, leaping from its plinth, and landed on the floor with a crash between Dumbledore and Voldemort. The wizard statue planted a knee on the floor, cocking his arm, and brought down a golden fist atop Voldemort, who spread his arms like an orchestra conductor, and the incoming punch changed directions, crashing a few feet away. But neither Dumbledore nor his animated statue was done as the other palm came sweeping from the side. Voldemort jutted his wandless arm toward the palm. A barrier appeared in between Voldemort and the golden palm and brought the mighty statue's arm to stop. Voldemort's lipless mouth pulled back and bared his teeth towards Dumbledore and swung his wand. The wizard statue's arm turned to liquid, and the bulky golden glob sped towards Dumbledore, who flicked his wand, and the globs turned into cold tar blocks, falling down on the ground. Dumbledore made the next move, and the rest of the statues in Fountain of Magical Brethren came to life. Witch, woman, man, half-elf, goblins, centaur all jumped down from their pillars, stampeded towards Voldemort. Enough, said Voldemort, and with his yell, the statues crumbled down into pieces, and the force of the spell was felt across the atrium. You do not seek to kill me, Dumbledore, he growled. Stop playing games, or are you above such brutality? Is that it? We both know that there are other ways of destroying a man, Tom, Dumbledore said calmly, continuing to walk toward Voldemort as though he had not a fear in the world, as though nothing had happened to interrupt his stroll up the hall. Merely taking your life would not satisfy me, I admit. There is nothing worse than death, Dumbledore, snarled Voldemort. Dumbledore sighed. Indeed, your failure to understand that there are things much worse than death has always been your greatest weakness. Another jet of green light flew towards Dumbledore, but a silver shield blocked it, and Dumbledore continued to talk. Tom, whatever happens, today, you won't be getting your hands on that prophecy. You can't stop me, Dumbledore, said Voldemort. His dull black eyes turned a glowing scarlet red. He looked at the fallen statues and spoke. You've lost your touch. I can tell. How long has it been since you used magic to the fullest? How long has it been since you actually dove into the arts? Dumbledore didn't reply, causing a smile to appear on Voldemort's face. You have grown complacent, Dumbledore. I, on the other hand, spent 13 years living. There was steel in his as he spoke of his time as a spirit. I might have been away, but I spent all those years thinking, gaining from what I was given. What I was left with, I never wasted a moment. But you, on the other hand, played headmaster with kids. Dumbledore didn't look bothered. What Voldemort said might have been true. He indeed hadn't exerted him for a long time. There was never a need for him to do so, and he wasn't bothered by it. That doesn't change anything, as long as we're here. Dumbledore pointed at Atrium, and his blue eyes started to glow with a silver light. It doesn't matter whatever you or I did for the last 10 years. Voldemort had no retort. As long as both of them were in a closed space, it restricted what both of them could do. If they truly fought, as Voldemort wished for, the Ministry headquarters and the Whitehall above with various Muggle government bureaus and ministries would turn to rubble and dust in minutes. Dumbledore smiled at Voldemort's response, or the lack of it. It might be true that he lost out to the man in front of him in raw power, but that in no way meant that they were weak. In a restricted place like this, they were all but equal. Even if we weren't, I wouldn't lose, thought Dumbledore with pride tainting his thoughts. There was a reason why he was granted the title of Grand Sorcerer. He had 100 years of experience behind him. Dumbledore drew back his wand and waved it as though brandishing a whip. A long thin flame flew from the tip. It wrapped itself around Voldemort, who conjured a shield, but the fiery whip burned brighter and longer, enveloping the shield dome as well. He pulled on the fire whip, and it tightened around Voldemort's shield, strangling it as the dome contracted like a balloon when squeezed. It seemed Dumbledore had gained the upper hand for a moment, but then the fiery rope became a serpent, which relinquished its hold upon Voldemort at once and turned, hissing furiously, to face Dumbledore. Voldemort vanished, and the snake grew into a basilisk, rearing its head at the colossal height of 20 feet. The fire apparition roared and hissed fire out. Dumbledore's eyes widened when the flames turned a violet shade. A curse was weaved into the fire. But where's? Dumbledore's pulse skipped a beat as he felt a palpitation of magic behind him. Without turning back, Dumbledore pulled a translucent blue shield that instantly multiplied into 3 layers of barriers. The next instant, he felt a force attack from his back. At novel bin at. A grunt escaped him. Dumbledore turned and saw an orangish-yellow flame with a terrible curse that he was well familiar with: fiend fire. Tom, has your brain degraded with your appearance? Do you have any idea what you're doing? He said to Voldemort, who stood on the empty fountain of magical brethren's pedestal. Voldemort didn't reply. He didn't need to, and he knew that Dumbledore wasn't looking for one. Fiend fire might be a demanding spell to control and contain when cast, but under his experienced and masterful lead, it was as easy to manage as a lumos. You won't be leaving here alive, Dumbledore, said the Dark Lord. Dumbledore furrowed his brows as the fiend fire pushed against him. Where are they? He thought. Why haven't they arrived yet? Scene break. Near the carnival grounds, the Aurors and Death Eaters were exchanging spells in the woods. 4 dozen Aurors were being matched with 10 Death Eaters on the front and 5 others who were hidden in the woods, pushing the Aurors back with stealthy covers for the main fighting force. Potter, how's your little boy doing? My master has been dying to meet him, though if they meet, he's going to die. Bellatrix Lestrange called gleefully as she sidestepped one spell, blocked 2 others, and shot a Cruciatus back, and felt her smile touch her ears from the scream. James conjured dozens of steel swords and shot them towards the Death Eaters, but the blades vanished without a trace before they reached. Shit, a vein popped on James' temple, his eyes peering past Bellatrix and looking at Augustus Rookwood standing in the middle of the Death Eater encirclement. The unspeakable was being the main reason 4 dozen Aurors were having problems with 15 Death Eaters. Rookwood stood defended by the rest and was solely responsible for dispelling any dangerous spells that were pushed towards them, which he was unusually good at. How's he doing that? Asked James. It's related to his research field, Sirius said, having studied Augustus Rookwood. Unspeakables, at their core, were researchers who peered into the mysteries of magic, working to push Wizardkin's knowledge of magic to newer heights. Some studied emotions like love and hatred, while others studied the fabled field of time, and then there were those who dove into the concept of death itself. Rookwood's research of choice was on how to dismantle the internal magic in spells. From what little the Unspeakables gave me when Rookwood was still active, he was able to dismantle a wide range of transfigurations and many of the common use offensive spells, said Sirius, giving his best friend a grim look. James wrinkled his nose as he animated a squadron of golems and sent them barreling towards the Death Eaters. But inside, his thoughts were filled with what Rookwood could do in a duel. Almost everybody used common use spells while dueling, with creating their own flair by adding unusual spells. James gulped. Just by disabling common spells, Rookwood gained an edge on every person with a wand, Aurors were no exception. Get aside, said Shacklebolt and swung his wand in an elliptical motion. The sky above the clearing started to darken. Rookwood looked up and saw a flash of light on the surface clouds. His eyes narrowed before widening to the limit. Robustan, Rodolphus, he said. Incoming from the sky. Cover it. This wasn't something he would be able to dispel. The Lestrange brothers looked up at the sky and, without questions, raised barrier above the group just in time for a white flash followed by a loud crack. Bloody. Ugh. The Lestrange brothers groaned as the giant lightning bolt assaulted their joint shields. James and Sirius looked at Shacklebolt, who raised his wand again, and another bolt assaulted the Death Eaters. He stepped back from the front line and breathed a sigh. Don't look at me and barrage them while they're off balance, he yelled at the people who stared at him. The Captain Auror's words were immediately heeded, and the Auror forces started to concentrate their spells on the Lestrange brothers, and it worked as Rodolphus Lestrange got hit by a spell and screamed in pain. Brother, Robustan said in between shooting spells. He turned briefly to look at his prone brother. Get out of here, now. Rodolphus lifted his sleeve, all but tearing it to reveal his dark mark. With great difficulty, he pressed his wand against the skull, and with a flurry of flashing light, he was gone. Oh, no, said Bellatrix, pouting as she pounded the ground. Playtime is over. It's too soon? I want to play more? Well, there will always be the next time, she then smiled, but before we go, we will leave you with a gift. Bellatrix pointed to the distance with a sparkling grin on her face. None of the seniors or captains took their eyes off the battle, but Edwards did and saw a sight even though a first for him, horrified him to the core because of what it meant. Sirs. Shacklebolt, who was on downtime, turned and even his breath caught up. Above the carnival, in the sky, floated a green skull with a snake slithering out of its mouth. Curling around the skull it was eerie, it was chilling, and it was the Dark Lord's mark. A wall of earth raised around the Death Eaters, and before the Aurors could break it down, the Death Eaters were gone, portkeying away as they had planned. Go, go, to the circus, said Shacklebolt, running towards the carnival before operating to cover the distance. His and every Auror's hearts beat in their ribcages. Mordra's appearance in Muggle areas was always accompanied by blood. They only hoped they could make it in time. Scene break. Voldemort pumped more magic into the fiend fire, and instantly, one of 3 barriers shattered. Dumbledore turned away from Voldemort to face the violet fire vertebrate. It was still a threat even if it wasn't as dangerous as the fiend fire. As the saying went, fight curse with curse. Dumbledore brought his hand close, and a jet of water fountained out, rising in his waves, and in seconds, he had conjured enough water to fill multiple Olympic-sized swimming pools. The rising water then shimmered in dull light, turning cloudy. It had been cursed. The water formed a phoenix figure and clashed against Voldemort's fire basilisk. The 2 elemental giants battled for dominance. Dumbledore turned back to Voldemort the moment the second barrier broke, but as Dumbledore pushed more magic into his shield, fiend fire disappeared like kindling on a windy day. And before Dumbledore could react, a jet of green light flew at Dumbledore from Voldemort's wand at speed so quick that it didn't take a single second to cover the distance. A burst of fire bloomed in front of Dumbledore, and from it appeared Fawkes, the phoenix. The bird opened its beak wide and swallowed the jet of the green light whole. He burst into flame and fell small, wrinkled, and flightless to the floor. At the same moment, Dumbledore brandished his wand in one long, fluid movement. The water phoenix, which had been fighting the fire basilisk, grew angrier and sunk its talons into the fire, piqued the snake, and enveloped the fire monster within its wings, snuffing it out. Then it twisted its body in the air and flew towards Voldemort, covering him in a cocoon of molten glass. For a few seconds, Voldemort was visible only as a dark, rippling, faceless figure, shimmering and indistinct upon the plinth, clearly struggling to throw off the suffocating mass. Dumbledore watched as Voldemort struggled inside the water ball. His eyes went to the chick phoenix rolled on the floor in a pile of ash, helpless in the dangerous situation, and seeing that sight made a rare anger bubble inside him. Water blades formed inside the entrapment and ruthlessly zipped towards the center. He didn't want to kill Voldemort because he needed to know the locations and numbers of Horcruxes, but it didn't prevent him from taking away the limbs. They weren't necessary. The water sphere burst open, and Voldemort hovered in the air, making Dumbledore gasp. It was unaided flight, something thought to be impossible before. I am going to kill you, Dumbledore. Voldemort's legs and abdomen were bleeding, but everything was still in one piece. The rage in the scarlet eyes was something to be feared. Avada Kedavra. He didn't complete the spell as the falling water from the water sphere turned into ice spheres and shot towards Voldemort under Dumbledore's command. And it was that time when the atrium doors burst open, and a few high-ranking with their Auror guards arrived, people like Cornelius Fudge, Amelia Bones, Rufus Scrimgeour, and the Hit Wizard chief among the few others. Voldemort looked at Dumbledore, ignoring the insignificant others. His eyes were dripping with hatred as his body dripped blood. He wanted to blow the entire street above, but logic didn't allow him. He gave his wand a swing, sending statue pieces flying towards Dumbledore, and took the chance to escape by vanishing from the venue. He was there, shouted a scarlet-robed man with a ponytail, who was pointing at a pile of golden rubble on the other side of the hall. I saw him, Mr. Fudge, I swear, it was you-know-who, he just disapparated. I know, Williamson, I know, I saw him too, said Fudge, gibbering, who was wearing pajamas under his pinstriped cloak and was gasping as though he had just run miles. Merlin's beard here? In the Ministry of Magic. Great heavens above, it doesn't seem possible, my word, how can this be? Dumbledore, gasped Fudge, apparently beside himself with amazement. You hear? Stop, Cornelius, Dumbledore raised a tired hand up. I don't wish to talk or answer any questions. But a few minutes ago, you saw proof, with your own eyes, that I have been telling you the truth for a year. Lord Voldemort has returned, you have been chasing the wrong man for 12 months, and it is time you listened to sense. I don't well, blustered Fudge, looking around as though hoping somebody was going to tell him what to do. I'm going home, said Dumbledore bluntly before turning to Amelia. I'll be talking to you soon, Amelia. He picked up Fawkes and walked to where the golden wizard's head lay on the floor. He pointed his wand at it and muttered, Porches. The head glowed blue and trembled noisily against the wooden floor for a few seconds, then became still once more. Now see here, Dumbledore, said Fudge. You haven't got authorization for that portkaya? You can't do things like that right in front of the Minister of Magic, you? His voice faltered as Dumbledore surveyed him magisterially over his half-moon spectacles. Goodbye, Cornelius, said Dumbledore before activating portkaya activated, and he was whisked away, leaving behind the destroyed atrium from the unseen duel, which also became the venue for some bloody and unfortunate news. He who must not be named return. In a brief statement Friday night, Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge confirmed that he who must not be named has returned to this country and is active once more. It is with great regret that I must confirm that the wizard styling himself Lord Well, you know who I mean, is alive and among us again, said Fudge, looking tired and flustered as he addressed reporters. It is with almost equal regret that we report the mass revolt of the Dementors of Azkaban, who have shown themselves averse to continuing in the Ministry's employ. We believe that the Dementors are currently taking direction from Lord Thingy. We urge the magical population to remain vigilant. The Ministry is currently publishing guides to elementary home and personal defense that will be delivered free to all wizarding homes within the coming month. The minister's statement was met with dismay and alarm from the wizarding community, which as recently as last Wednesday was receiving ministry assurances that there was no truth whatsoever in these persistent rumors that you-know-who is operating amongst us once more. Details of the events that led to the ministry turnaround are still hazy, though it is believed that he who must not be named gained entry to the Ministry of Magic itself on Thursday evening, during a time when a select band of his follower, known as Death Eater, wreaked havoc at a Muggle gathering, thus keeping the DMLE forces away from the Ministry of Magic. Death Eaters raided a Muggle carnival circus, and in a horrid turn of events, 10 Muggles were spelled dead while dozens were left mortally injured. It took a large portion of Auror forces to contain the scene while the Ministry Oblivators and St. Mungo's healers remedied the situation. According to our sources, Minister Fudge will soon meet with the Muggle Prime Minister, leader, to inform him of the grave situation. Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, reinstated member of the International Confederation of Wizards, and reinstated Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, was unavailable for comment last night. He has insisted for a year that you-know-who was not dead, as was widely hoped and believed, but recruiting followers once more for a fresh attempt to seize power. Meanwhile, the boy who lived. Quinn closed his copy of Sunday Prophet onto the Ravenclaw house table and sighed as it slid across the tabletop. As the newspaper title suggested, it was Sunday, and it had been a couple days since the Ministry received the Dark Lord as its guest and had a short play date with Dumbledore. The same topic had become the mainstay in the newspapers and magazines since the Friday issue and was the only topic everyone seemed to talk about. Which is to be expected, he thought. Even Luna had cornered Harry in the corridor and had all but dragged him into taking an interview for Quibbler. It was a bit surprising for Quinn when she asked him to vacate the office so she could take the interview, which Harry wasn't opposed to providing. If there's going to be something about me out in the papers, it might as well be something I have actually said, had said the boy who lived. Quinn glanced at an indexing column on the front page. Exclusive interview with Harry Potter, page 9. Xenophilius Lovegood, after publishing the interview in the Quibbler, had sold it to every newspaper publishing house who contacted him. And it sold well enough to fund the expedition trip to Sweden the father-daughter pair had planned for the summer break. Quinn glanced up at the staff high table at Dumbledore, who looked as merry as ever, not a hint on him that he had just fought Voldemort. He wondered what it was like, but alas, he wasn't there, and neither did he want to be if it wasn't strictly necessary. I wonder if the prophecy is still at the Ministry or if he took it with him, he thought, or if Dumbledore broke it front of him. Does Voldemort know? In the originals, Voldemort had given up the pursuit of the prophecy after it broke, but if that wasn't the case, then Voldemort would still be motivated to seek the prophecy. Alas, Quinn sighed, he didn't know the current status of the prophecy situation, and it was most frustrating for him. The most he could do was go to the Ministry and see for himself if the prophecy orb still sat on the Hall of Prophecy's shelf. There was only one thing that was confirmed. The Second War had finally begun. Scene break. The castle seemed very quiet, even for a Sunday. Everybody was clearly out in the sunny grounds, enjoying the end of their exams and the prospect of the last few days of term unhampered by studying or homework. Quinn walked slowly along the deserted corridor, peering out of windows as he went. He could see people messing around in the air over the Quidditch pitch and a couple of students swimming in the lake, accompanied by the Kraken. The hot sun hit him with a blast as he walked across the lawns. He, too, had nothing to do at the end of the year, neither did he want to do anything. It was his annual downtime. Students lying around on the grass sunbathing, talking, reading the Sunday Prophet, and eating sweets looked up at him as he passed. Some called out to him or waved, thanking him for the notes, again an annual thing. Quinn nodded and smiled back as he passed by to find an empty patch of green. He laid down on the grass face up to enjoy the delightful heat. He closed his eyes to relax but squinted them open to see the sun glaring down at him. He raised his hand, waved to the side, and the rays of sun shifted around him, changing paths, dimming its glare just for him. Quinn placed his hands behind his back, crossed his legs, one top of another, and again closed his eyes with a smile, listening to the ruffle of the grass from the gentle breeze. Time passed, and just as Quinn was about to slip into a nap, he heard the crunching of grass coming closer to him step by step. His closed eyes felt a shadow over them. He cracked them open a bit, lazily looking at the cause of the shade to see red hair shining like ruby as the light bounced off them. He vocalized. You seem relaxed. Was said with the barest of a nod. It's rare to see you out here. Don't have anything to do today. Quinn shook his head lightly. It does seem to be a good day to nothing. Okay, that got old very quickly. Speak. Quinn opened his mouth open and sighed. You know when you don't open your mouth, and the lips get sealed they stuck to each other. Yeah, I just lost that. So, what are you doing? Asked Ivy, sitting beside him. As you said, I'm doing nothing. He closed his again. How about you? What are you doing here? Fred and George are passing there pranking wisdom, she did the air quotes, to Harry and Ron while Hermione is spending all her time in the library before we have to leave. Ah, I see, Quinn smiled. Today's the farewell party. Every year, after the end of the year examination, the 7th year would be treated with a send-off, 2 farewell parties, one in the Great Hall, which was being prepared as they spoke, where the 7th years would enjoy one final celebration with the professors, and another one, the unofficial farewell party that happened in all 4 common rooms with the 7th years partying with their juniors. Excited for the party? She asked. Quinn sighed. I don't like parties. Ivy hummed an, is that so, before asking, so did you complete that cursed vault, the architect's vault? Yes, I did, said Quinn, a delightful groove in his voice. Even after weeks, Quinn, from time to time, went down inside his briefcase and stared at his treasure hoard full of gold and jewels to bask in the golden sheen. Ivy's green shined as she perked up in her spot. Really? Then, it's time to fulfill your promise, she smiled widely. Promise? Ah, you mean that? He recalled that Ivy had somehow, technically, taken a promise out of him when she found him in the architect's vault. Yes, that. Let's go, Ivy sounded excited. She had been inside the secret area only once, but that time had caught her curiosity and interest completely. Quinn thought about it. He could argue that he only promised to tell Ivy about the vaults. There was never a mention of actually taking her into the vault. All right, he got up from the ground. Let's go. Both of them walked to the architect's vault with the Ivy in charge of guiding them to the location without being spotted with the help of the Marauder's map. Quinn's request/demand. It's beautiful, said Ivy, watching Quinn put the ring against the wall, which glowed up in a special shade of glowing teal. Come in, said Quinn. He had long gotten used to seeing the sight. After solving the first room from atop a silver disc, the staircase revealed itself, and the duo went down to the second room. What happened here? Ivy gasped at the sight of the altered second room. Quinn stepped onto the bridge that connected the entry to the exit. Ah, this wasn't here before, was it? I solved all the material blocks, and the room changed. It was an amazing sight, a bit scary because I was in here. What happened? Ivy hesitantly stepped onto the railing-less bridge and walked straight down the middle of blocks, keeping close to Quinn as she peered to the side, trying to avoid looking down, but her eyes seemed to like the idea of staring down the frightening height. I have gotten really good at transmutation, said Quinn. If you ever need something made, like a statue or something, come to me, and I'll craft a masterpiece. You can sell it a decade or 2 later at an exorbitant price. They reached the third room, and Ivy walked into Quinn, who suddenly stopped in his path. Ow, she rubbed her nose, glaring up at Quinn through teary eyes. Why did you stop? All right, listen to me carefully, Quinn said somberly. He pointed at the trapped room while staring unblinkingly at Ivy. We're going to travel in a straight path, and you're only going to step where I walk. Don't deviate from where I'm walking because if you do, something will try to take off parts of your body. And watch your step, the floor sinks. Oh, okay. Severe Quinn was scary Quinn. Quinn walked the straight part, stepping on tiles he knew wouldn't shoot projectiles at him. Why? Because he had taken out chunks from the attacks so that they wouldn't loop. Ivy stepped on her first tile and almost lost her balance when the tile sunk beneath and had to grab onto Quinn's shoulder to stabilize herself. Sorry about that. What's this room about? She asked, looking around, following Quinn, who walked slowly to be extra safe. The entire floor is one giant trap minefield. When the floor tile sinks, a trap triggers, and something dangerous attacks you. I found a way to disable them, so as long as you follow me, I'll only step on the disabled tiles. The majority of this floor is still active, said Quinn, making Ivy gulp silently. She had seen him duel, and if Quinn was cautious about something, she needed to be careful about it. Novel bin at. After a careful tread, both finally made it to the final room, and Quinn finally let up and smiled. Well, here we are at the end. What do you think? Ivy didn't reply as she took the sight in front of her with a stunned expression. Her eyes jumped from the gold statue in the center of the room to sculptures lining the walls to the paintings above on the dome ceiling. Quinn didn't interrupt her. The room was indeed a sight to behold. He had missed its charm the first time around because of the mental fatigue, but he had come to appreciate the artistry in his subsequent visits. And that's why he brought her here. I thought it would be a waste if only I got to see this, he said. I don't know if the architect did all this or if he commissioned artists, but I think that every individual piece here is a work of art. I don't want to take anything out of here, so I think it's nice that someone else sees it before the next challenger, who I don't know when they'll come along. If they do come along, they're going to be so disappointed. At least they would get to see this, thought Quinn. Come on, let me show you the reward, he said and walked to the statue's base to push the tile square down. Ivy watched in another wave of surprise as the sculptures came to life and began vacating a place in the wall to reveal the hidden room's entrance. There's nothing in here, said Ivy, standing in the empty room. Where's the reward? I already took it, said Quinn, grinning. It was a big treasure chest full of gold and jewels, which was true in the sense that he indeed took treasure chests, but it was like equating a bucket of water to a lake. Here, take a look at this. He reached into his pocket and took out a gold coin he kept as a memento. Wow, you really got gold, she said, looking at the strange galleon in her hand. Yes, wow, Quinn nodded, along with a few books that the architect wrote back in his day. Hermione would hound you if she knows that you got a book from 1,000 years in the past. I'm sure she'll come to your home if she knew where you lived. I know, so don't tell her. I won't, but let me have a look at them. All right. Ivy tried to give the coin back, but Quinn shook his head. You can keep that. It's a cool historical artifact, and well, even though it was minuscule, but you were a significant part of my vault experience. It really shocked me when you stumbled in, so yeah, keep the coin as a remembrance. Ivy looked at the coin, then at Quinn, and silently nodded when the realization stuck where they actually were and what the situation was. She clenched her hands. Maybe this was a good place. Only I know this place. After spending some time in the final room and Quinn promising to share the pictures he had taken of the paintings and sculptures, both headed out. Ivy stopped beside the teal portal entrance when they reached the first room. Quinn. Yeah, Quinn said, turning with a smile on his face. As he expected, it was more fun to tell someone alive about the vaults than to Friar. This was the last chance for her, she thought. After this, she would have to wait for an entire summer break to try again, and she wasn't in a place where they could meet throughout the break, but a certain Slytherin was in such a position. If she stopped, Ivy. She looked up, unsuccessfully tried to calm her beating heart, stepped forward. Actions were louder than words, and nothing would be louder than this right now. Quinn watched as Ivy stepped to him, stood on her toes, and before he could make sense of what was going on, her lips were on his, and for a moment, his brain shut down. When it came back online, his first thought was that her lips were soft, pillowy against his, and he could feel the gentle tickle of her breath beneath his nose. Ivy's heart soured when she didn't feel Quinn kiss her back, and even though she had expected it, she still felt the sinking feeling. But the next moment, her eyes fluttered open when she felt him reciprocate, alas it only for a brief magical moment as Quinn pulled himself back jerkily. What was that? He asked while taking a deep breath as he stepped away from Ivy. Ivy pursed her lips and clenched her fists as she spoke. It was what it was. No, that's not an answer. I know what it was, but why? Quinn asked with an incredulous look on his face. I like you. What? I like you, she repeated. The last few seconds had given her newfound courage. I'm with Daphne. Ivy shrugged. Quinn opened and closed his mouth a couple times before finally speaking. What did you think would happen? What we're expecting to accomplish by doing this? I don't know, she said, staring him square into the eyes, only that I had to do something before I regretted not doing anything. Quinn stared at her speechless, and after a spell of silence, he stepped aside. Ivy understood what he wanted and walked towards the teal exit, but before she turned and spoke, I'm serious about how I feel, and I'm not about to give up so easily, so remember that. After saying that, she exited the vault leaving him alone, stunned. Quinn pursed his lips, and he could still feel the kiss. He closed his eyes and scrunched his nose, and internally berated himself for losing control of the brief moment. Why did I kiss her? It was something he shouldn't have done, not when he was going out with Daphne. She can't know this happened. He looked around the dull room and decided that this incident was going to stay buried in this vault. Nothing happened, he said, assuring himself. Yes, nothing happened. Chirp chirp chirp. Quinn opened his eyes with the chirpings of birds flying into his ears. He laid on his side, staying still, watching the alarm clock tick its way to 6 o'clock. He raised his hand above the clock, and the moment, the second and minute hand ticked to 12, the clock rang, but even before the first complete ring, his magic silenced the alarm. Quinn pushed himself up, sat on his knees, and slid off his bed with the same thought he had every morning after waking up. Why did he set up an alarm if he woke up before it? He walked to the window and stared out the lawns of the West Manor glistening in their usual well-maintained lush green. Today was his first day back home after the school year ended, thus the first time he had slept in his home bed. My dorm bed is better, he thought. I should have brought it with me. I wonder if the elves would have tried to take it back. Maybe I'll try it next year. After changing into his workout clothes, Quinn went down to the property and completed his morning exercise routine, all the while wondering if he should pop by Eddie's house because it was sort of lonely doing his morning routine without him, but decided it against and finalized to send him a letter with only one sentence: exercise brothers for life. Love. He continued with his morning by taking a shower to wash away the sweat he had worked up and finally went down to the dining room to break the nighttime fast. Good morning, he said as he pulled out a chair to sit at the table. At novel bin at. George returned the greeting without looking up from his newspaper while Elliot took a moment to look up from his newspaper, greeting him with a bright smile. Ms. Rosie too greeted him while handing Quinn his own stack of preferred newspapers and magazines. A glass of milk flew into the dining room, sitting itself on the table in front of Quinn while serving utensils placed more food on his plate than the other three. He picked up the glass and smiled a thank you, Polly, after tasting the honey in the milk. Leah didn't come? Quinn asked as he dug into his food. She's in the country, isn't she? She is. She'll be here in the evening, said Ms. Rosie, mixing honey in her tea. Quinn hummed while tasting the eggs and the pepper sprinkled on them just for him. He wondered what he should do for today. It was his first day back home, so lazing around at the manor and spending time with Ms. Rosie was the option on the forefront, but then there was the other option of going to the non-magical world and see what was new. He weighed the options in his mind and decided that it would be better to stay at home for the first few days before venturing outside. Grandfather, how's Aegis doing? Aegis, or the complete name Aegis Warding Solutions, was the newly formed subsidiary of the West business. It was formed last year with Quinn's Book of Home/Building Protection Wards as its value proposition. The last time Quinn had heard of Aegis, it hadn't been doing so well, struggling against the market dominator Goblin Nation's wards, which had been the sole option for centuries. While Quinn had confidence in his wards, he understood Goblin Nation's grip on the warding industry and that Aegis had a good chance of failing like its predecessors. We are losing money, said George, bluntly, which didn't bring any surprise to Quinn's face. With the market scenario, it would take a while for Aegis to even break even, much less turn up a profit, and Quinn knew that what he was interested in was if there had been any positive indication about the company's future. There has been a weak yet steady stream of customers. Those who can't afford Goblin-made wards, attracted by our heavy discounts, they make the majority of our customer base. In the first year, Aegis had slashed its service prices to beyond the bone and were losing money on every warding, but that was the only way to gain a foothold in the market. Then there are those who have decided to supplement their pre-existing wards with ours, but those are few and far between, primarily warding enthusiasts checking out the new product. Anyone I might recognize? Asked Quinn. Indeed, there's one. Amelia Bones added our wards to her home when she was upgrading the protection at home, a smart move considering now that she's almost the minister. Fudge had been voted out of his office as such, elections for the next minister were close, and Amelia Bones was going to win without a shred of doubt. The elections were but a formality. Is that so? Muttered Quinn. That was good news, terrific even. Someone like the head of DMLE/soon-to-be minister using their company's service was all the endorsement needed to get into the high-end market. What about the thing I suggested before? Targeting parents of first-generation magicals, he asked. It has been half a success. Some people loved having wards around their houses, while others turned our people away the moment they heard what they were selling, slammed their doors. Quinn nodded with pursed lips. Not all first-generation magicals got along with their magical children. Many grew distant from their families because of the different world they lived in. Not being able to relate and talk about common topics put cracks in relationships, and the non-magical parents blamed magic for it. I hope at least the parents with younger children are taking well, he asked. They are indeed. They show interest, then it takes a lot of explaining on our part to make them understand what the wards do and how they work, said George. But, thanks to your scripts, manuals, and pamphlets, the process is much easier. Salesman, asked Quinn. For the non-magical side, all first-generation magicals. Excellent. Of course, warding in non-magical societies came with its own set of limitations. To gain approval from the ministries around the globe, where Aegis had been launched in the previous year, the company had to key in the countrywide detection ward nets that enabled the working of the trace placed on the focuses used by underaged children. Thus, for safety reasons, International Statute of Magical Secrecy, first-generation children still couldn't use magic in their homes. When the conversation ended, Elliot chimed in and asked, Young master, what do you plan on doing this summer? Will you travel again this year? I do have plans, some plans out of the country, but it'll be most a day or two's of work before I return home, said Quinn. Other than that, I'm planning to stay at home. Where do you plan to visit? Switzerland. I'm planning to take a trip to Basel, Switzerland. George looked up from his paper with a questioning glint in his eyes. Basel, may I ask the reason for the visit? Quinn glanced at the three adults and decided that this was as good a time as any. If all three of you are free now, I'd like to show all of you something. He looked at George. It's the reason for my visit to Switzerland. The three adults looked at each other before nodding. Polly, Quinn called, and the West family house elf popped into the room, standing beside Quinn's chair, looking up at him with her big, vivid eyes. Would you please bring my briefcase down from my room? It's on the floor in my closet. Thank you. Poppy popped away to return half a minute later with Quinn's trusty briefcase floating above her hand. Quinn thanked Polly and placed the briefcase on the floor. With a wave of his hand, the briefcase expanded to a large-sized trunk, big enough to take up 1/3 of a single-person bed. The large briefcase opened up, and instead of standard insides with regular objects, the briefcase had stairs descending inside. Whenever all of you're ready, said Quinn, and the rest of them weren't ready. Only after everyone had their breakfast did the four people step into Quinn's luggage. Now that I think of it, it's my first time stepping in here, Elliot said, following behind Quinn. Same for me as well, said Ms. Rosie, stepping down with one hand on the railing. This is my first time as well, added George, completing the trio of first-time visitors. Quinn, along with the group, walked through a series of corridors with rooms lining them. It would have been fine if it was only that, as it was what George, Elliot, and Ms. Rosie expected, but there were things that stood out to them. Along the way, they came upon a few abnormal doors. They saw a door with runes etched on every inch of the door panel and the frame. When passing by another door, they all felt a chilling cold assault their bodies. Another door on their path lightly rattled in its hinge constantly. They passed by another door, and unlike others which were brown, this one was an unnatural scarlet red color. Then there were two doors facing each other, both open wide, but they couldn't see anything inside other than pitch-black darkness. When asked about the bizarre doors, Quinn answered with, "Ongoing experiments." "We are here," Quinn said, standing in front of a regular door. He flicked up the light switch on the outside, opened the door, and motioned them to enter inside. George, Elliot, and Ms. Rosie entered the door, and their eyes narrowed at the contents inside. Laying in front of them were room-height mounds of gold coins, treasure chests, statues, open sacks of precious jewels and gems, and various things all made from gold only. Everything in the room was shrunk down, and that too aggressively. George picked up a coin from the mound, and it was only as large as a tiny thumbtack. He stared at the shrunken-down coin and then at the mounds. His mind did some rough calculations, and the result made him suck in a sharp breath. He turned to his grandson with blown-up eyes. "Quinn, where did you get all this gold?" This is a lot of gold." He looked at the sacks of jewels, and once again, his mind added value. It took them an extra beat, but Elliot and Ms. Rosie also came to stilling stop at the sheer enormous amount of wealth in gold and jewels. For any one of them, it was the first time seeing this much wealth in a place that was outside one of their numerous bank vaults. "I went on an adventure inside Hogwarts," said Quinn, smiling. "The end of that adventure as a giant hall full of gold treasures, all for me to claim." George narrowed his eyes at his grandson. "Do you mean one of those vaults that you told us about?" Quinn nodded. He had told George about the vaults in the aftermath of the Sin Vault and the other members in subsequent times. And while they were aware of the vault's existence, they weren't privy to the contents of the vaults, the challenges, the rewards, the dangers he faced, and his injuries. "So this is why you want to go to Basel," said Ms. Rosie. Quinn nodded. "There's no use for all of this gold to lay here gathering dust. It'd be better to put all this wealth into my vaults there, and reap an interest and funnel it into investments. I'd also like to start making some investment of my own." George instantly looked interested. "What do you have in mind?" "I have some targets in the magical community, but mostly, I'd be investing in the non-magical world. For that, I'd need some help. If you could connect me with someone who could handle the investments in the non-magical world, that'd be helpful." George sighed. He hoped that Quinn would make investments in the magical world, as that was more up his alley. But he nodded. "I'll arrange someone that'd be able to take you through the investments." Quinn smiled. He had a lot of money, and his wealth only grew with each passing day, but Quinn knew that to stay wealthy, it took effort and planning, and he had to remain wealthy so that he could spend the coming years of life researching magic. Even if he would never go hungry, with no clothes on his body, or without a roof over his head because of his body, but to pursue research, he would need capital, and these investments were going to fund those researches no matter how extensive they became. After they exited the briefcase, George asked, "What about the brothers you told me about? What was their name?" "Weasley twins, correct. What are their plans?" "They just graduated, grandfather. It'd take them some time to set up their joke shop, though their plans and preparations are solid enough that they'd be getting up and running soon." "Do you think they will be profitable?" Quinn nodded. "I'm 100% sure that they'd be profitable. After all, I not only planned their business but also helped them with their product. Combine that with their competence, no chance their business is going to fail." George placed his hand on Quinn's shoulder, looked him in the eye, and spoke while looking satisfied. "I am proud of you, son." "Thank you. So, I'm going to trust you and invest the same amount of the family money in the same areas that you do." Really? I'm planning to invest a lot of money, though." "No worries, I have a lot of it." A gentle breeze blew in a moorland with rolling hills with low-growing vegetation, with clouds flying low in the sky above, drifting carelessly with the wind that rustled the scrubby bushes and the carpet of purple and red flowers of heathers in bloom. In the depth of those lands, away from the grazing animals and the herding shepherds, stood Quinn alone without a sound other than the occasional song of a bird perched on a stunted tree. This spot had become a routine visiting spot for him in the 2 weeks Quinn had been visiting the location for the purposes of being alone, away from all peering eyes. "Let's give this one more try," he said, looking down at the floor. A soft breath of wind blew down, and the grass around Quinn's feet bent away from him. Quinn clenched his feet, and the wind beneath his feet grew stronger. The grass strands were now parallel to the ground they laid their roots in. "All right, time to puff it up." With a burst of magic, the forces of winds, bearing the power of thrust, took Quinn's feet off the grass. He stood still, his back ramrod straight with his feet joined together like a soldier standing at attention. Quinn kept his chin straight, but his eyes stared down below at the ground, slowly moving away from him. He remembered the first few days when even the initial task of taking his feet off the ground was a toilsome task that he failed for a countless number of times, countless for others. He exactly knew how many times he failed. "Okay, this is going good," he muttered, and that's when everything stopped being good. Quinn had mastered the part of lifting up from the ground, but what he hadn't got the maneuverability down, he couldn't turn or, in fact, move in any direction other than up. For the nth time, he tried to move, but immediately, the winds went out of control, and his ascending body was thrown into a frenzy. He sighed. He had screamed in shock a lot in the past 2 weeks, but now, he couldn't be bothered with it. A blue light covered his body, cutting his momentum, and guided his body gently onto the ground. With his body flat against the ground, Quinn stared above at the blue sky, his lips pressed into a white line. Ever since in the architect's vault's third room, where he had achieved flight in the state of rage, Quinn knew that he could achieve it again, and this time without anger fueling his magic. He sat up straight and thought back to the last 2 weeks of continuous failure of achieving flight through wind magic. According to Quinn's own personal classification, there were 2 ways to perform a task through magic. The first one was what he called the direct method, while the other one he termed the indirect method. To take an example, cutting an object through a severing charm was the direct method, while cutting via wind blade was the indirect method. The same went for flight. Quinn's method of flight was the indirect method through wind magic. I wonder if Voldemort's method is the direct method or if he's also an indirect method, he thought. The direct method to flight would be a spell/magic solely crafted for flight, and while Quinn knew from the lore that Voldemort had achieved flight, he didn't know if it was true flight. Whatever, not that he will tell me if I ask him. Quinn sat up from the ground, or, maybe he will if I ask nicely and well join him, he chuckled. Yeah right. Quinn shook his head and got up, stretched his arms, and once got to practice. The winds contorted under his influence, again picking up power to do his bidding. His body rose in the air like it did every time, and like every time, his control was thrown asunder. What am I missing? He sighed, and just for a change, instead of using a resto momentum, he conjured a bubble around himself with his body locked in the center, always staring up. The bubble bounced off the ground, springing across the moors freely, without a course of direction in mind. Don't tell me it's something so cliché as that, would it? Quinn popped the bubble and landed on his feet. No harm in trying, he said. Now, how did it go? The wind is free, the wind is boundless, the wind is without restraint. Yay, let's see if the jargon works. Quinn loosened the muscles in his body, changing his stiff posture to the one he was most relaxed. The winds blew, and Quinn furrowed his brows. Keeping his body loose felt conflicting from what he was doing. He stopped the ascent and kept his body hovering only a foot above the ground. Thomas Edison had once said, I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work. And the man's words did connect with Quinn. He was no stranger to failure. He probably failed more than any individual on a daily basis. But every failure gave Quinn some insight into what he was doing wrong. He thought back to what was shared in his myriads of failed attempts. How do I look at flying? He thought. It wasn't like a bird. No, that was a different principle. Plane's flight principle doesn't work either. Jetpack? Well, yes, I have been using thrust to gain altitude, but I have been doing more than a simple jetpack. Jetpack's flight method was the closest to his application, but a real-life jetpack was nowhere versatile enough to match its fictional counterparts, and he wanted that versatility. Is there a method to achieve that versatility? An idea struck him. It was an inspiration. A strange inspiration, an inspiration from a wrong time, a time he never thought he would draw inspiration from. The memory of his body leaping from the astronomy tower surfaced in his mind. He remembered the sight of Friar's panicked face and what he felt at that moment. There was dormant thought of trusting his magic, but there was another one, standing in the shadow of the first thought. Surrender myself to my magic. At that moment, it was just Quinn and his magic, and in some ways, he had surrendered the control he kept so tight. Let's try it, he thought with his intentions evident in his clear eyes. Quinn loosened his body completely, and instead of using his muscles to control his body, he used wind. His face, which had tucked down because removing strength in his neck, rose up with winds like a marionette puppet. The winds controlled his body. In Quinn's terminology, he was currently using the indirect method to control his body. Using his muscles was the direct method while using the wind was the indirect method. This is uncomfortable, he said, but we can work on that. But it was working. He could feel that he would be able to fly freely if he tried right now. Let's fly. A smile appeared, and the winds took charge. With a few grass strands below his being uprooted, Quinn flew. Not only did he ascend up, but he began turning in directions. He turned parallel to the ground, and with a thought, he launched himself forward like a flying superhero. Woohoo! He yelled as he twisted and turned in the sky. It was exhilarating and exciting. It was like flying in his animagus form, but a bit different in his animagus form. Flying had come naturally after a while without much effort, but this took an effort to keep flying. Yeah, this is uncomfortable, said Quinn, hovering in the air. His movements were choppy, and if he turned too quickly, his body would abruptly bend, and it hurt. Need to find a method to correct it. How did I do it in the vault? He closed his eyes, thought back to the vault, and began a simple 3-step thinking process: observe, reflect, and make. He thought back to what he did instinctively during his rage. He had already done this before, but now, he hoped to get additional insight with a breakthrough. In his memory, he felt the wind against his skin. It was similar to what he was doing now, but it was different. It's heavier, he thought and reflected upon his observation. It's like I was displacing the wind inside the sphere. In anger, he had formed a sphere of high-velocity spinning wind, but that wasn't feasible in his standard form. That sphere took too much magic and concentration to keep operational and was more of a result of Quinn's desire to be safe, with the wind sphere's primary feature being protection and the flight being a byproduct. His mind then took him to the Great Lake, specifically how he used water magic for swimming. He would cover himself in a teardrop of calm water and manipulate/push the surrounding water to move. Quinn wondered if he could apply that same method here in flight. Okay, this is enough for today, said Quinn before turning his sights to the horizon. Now it was time to test it. He turned himself invisible and went off. He flew above a distance above the tree, 80 feet above the ground, looking at the scenery as it zoomed past him, the hills, cows, buffaloes, sheep, their shepherds, rock mounds, among other things suitable in the moor. Quinn entered the countryside with houses and small communities and flew over people living their lives, leaving behind only a gust of wind on the ground. As Quinn increased his speed, he started to feel the wind resistance. He couldn't keep his eyes open, and when he tried, they immediately dried up, while the wind hitting his skin started to sting. Quinn decided to apply his swimming method and created a pocket of air around him to solve the problem, which cut the harsh winds with speed from hitting him. He grinned. With the problem solved, he sped up, flying faster than any helicopter and even faster than some fast-flying birds. That day, there were gossips around some places that people heard pitched yelling noises from the sky, zooming past them, but when they looked up, there was nothing there. Soon, the gossips from places distant from each other reached each other, and they realized that it wasn't their ears ringing. It was picked up by a morning show on the cable network and was categorized with a UFO teacher/extraterrestrial sighting. Quinn had achieved flight. Scene break. It was a day before Quinn would leave for his 2-day trip to Switzerland, and he had something to do before leaving for the trip. He looked at the snowy white building that towered over the other little shops in the Diagon Alley. He stood in front of the burnished bronze doors with a pair of goblins wearing uniforms of scarlet and gold. As he climbed the steps and entered Gringotts, the bank guards bowed in curtsy that he returned. He walked past the second set of silver doors, not giving the Gringotts warning any attention. He wasn't here to steal anything, so there wasn't necessary to pay head. Another pair of goblins bowed him through the silver doors. He entered the vast marble halls, and about 100 more goblins were sitting on high stools behind a long counter, scribbling in large ledgers, weighing coins in brass scales, examining precious stones through eyeglasses. There were too many doors to count leading off the hall, and yet more goblins were showing people in and out of these. He walked to a free teller and stood in front of the counter, waiting for the bank goblin to speak to him. Speak, said the teller goblin after 10 seconds of wait, looking at him with his beady and calculative eyes. Good morning, Quinn said with a smile. I'm here because I want to sell something of value today, and I'm hoping that Gringotts would be able to offer me a good deal of coin for it. The goblin teller, Rafuk, looked at the human before him. To their kind, it was difficult to make out humans from other humans if not for some standout feature or if they were someone famous. To Rafuk, who was trained in identifying humans because of their jobs, he determined that the human in front of him was a human child. Rafuk narrowed his eyes. He was skeptical if this Quinn would have anything of, as Quinn stated, of value. Adat novel bin adat. What do you want to sell? Asked Rafuk, in a no-nonsense voice. Quinn smiled and took out a purple palm-sized velvet box from his pockets and placed it on the goblin's counter. Quinn gestured for the goblin to go ahead and take a look at the box. The goblin picked up the box, but when he opened the box, it wasn't a ring as he expected. Instead, there was a gold coin sitting on the velvet cushion. This, uttered Rafuk, looking at the coin in his hand. Every Gringotts coin ever minted the bank was enchanted with a special magic for identification purposes. That spell was only cast by goblins who worked in the minting part of Gringotts, and humans had no knowledge about the spell, just that Gringotts was able to which coins were real. So when Rafuk looked at the coin in his hand, which sported a design he didn't recognize, he thought it was a fake, but that chain of thought was squashed when he felt the goblin magic cast on the coin. Rafuk looked up from the coin and asked, "What is this?" Quinn smiled. "I'm here to sell a Gringotts galleon from 1,000 years past." Rafuk sucked in a breath. 1,000-year-old coin? Gringotts held old coin designs in their archives, but he wasn't sure if they had a 1,000-year-old galleon in their collection. He looked down at the coin again, and now he looking at an important piece of goblin history, something that should belong with the goblins and not in the hands of a human. He had to buy this, no matter what the cost. But this was outside his authority, and the coin in question was too important. "If your claim is true, then Gringotts might think about buying this galleon," said Rafuk, playing it cool. "For that, I'll have to call in a goblin scholar who specializes in old coins and would be able to verify your claim." He stood up from his chair. "So if you don't mind, will you accompany me to a waiting room where we will further discuss this mind?" "I don't mind." "Wonderful," Rafuk smiled a toothy grin. "Please follow me, I'll lead you to the room." He could have called someone else to escort Quinn, but this was too big of a deal, and he couldn't risk losing recognition of bringing in such a valuable item back to the Goblin Nation. As such, Rafuk decided to stick with Quinn for the whole deal. "Lead the way," said Quinn, smiling. "Though I do have another request." "Yes, don't be shy, please do tell." "While waiting, if I could discuss matters with my vault manager, that'd be great." "That can be arranged. Tell me your manager's name, and I'll need the key to your vault." "My vault manager's name is Bloodpike." Quinn handed Rafuk his key, and the goblin nodded shortly after. "Everything seems to be in order. I'll have Bloodpike meet you as soon as possible." The goblin looked up at Quinn as they walked through the many gates. "My apologies, I haven't gotten your name yet. How shameful for me. My name is West. Quinn West." Rafuk stilled in shock as he turned to stare at his newly identified seller. The story of Wests was infamous in Gringotts. How over the years, little by little, the Wests had pulled out their money from their vaults and transferred it into another one overseas. In the history of the British Isles, where their bank had been the singular option with no alternatives, an account like West's pulling all of their money out had never happened. The only times an account left Gringotts was when they didn't have enough money to maintain their account and pay for Gringotts' services. Such was never the case for West's. It was as far as that. It was a black spot in their history. They were the humans' entire banking industry, and even if the humans never allowed them wands, they couldn't take the banking away from goblins. It irked the humans much, but there was nothing they could do about it. Ironclad contracts had been inked more than a millennium ago, and even without that, the humans couldn't deny their excellent services. West, you say? Yes, Quinn West. I see. Let's proceed to the meeting room. Rafuk looked at the exit he was going to take before he knew who Quinn was. It led to a lower-grade meeting room. That room was, of course, out of the question now. Even if Gringotts saw minimal business from Wests, they couldn't treat them like any other random person that walked in the bank. Moreover, this was an opportunity. Rafuk glanced at Quinn from the corner of his eyes. Walking beside him was a younger member of the West family, and young meant future. If he could somehow form a good relation with this child, that could see Gringotts get more business from Wests in the future, and as a bonus, he would get recognition and praise for making it happen. Time to hammer the gold into galleons, he thought, and chose another exit, this one leading to one of Gringotts' fancier meeting rooms that they used to entertain their high-profile clientele. If you'd wait in here, I'd be back in a bit with our appraiser and Bloodpike. Rafuk opened the door to the meeting room. Quinn smiled at the goblin as Rafuk closed the door behind him. He turned back, and instead of the typical meeting room, the room was more of a lounge setting. There was a gilded chandelier illuminating the room with a fully stocked bar, beautiful paintings on the walls, luxurious furniture. The entire room glimmered with posh in its every corner. He sat down on a very comfortable sofa and looked at the room. They sure are going all out, he said with a chuckle in his voice, and here I thought they would be upset with me. Well, I am bringing them a part of their history and culture. Quinn took out the velvet coin case with the old galleon. Instead of melting down the old, outdated galleon into a gold brick that would sit in a bank vault, selling it to the goblins for its historical value was much more beneficial. As he set down the case on the low table in front of him, the door to the meeting lounge opened. Quinn looked up at the door and asked with a slightly tilted head, "Who might you be?" The girl, no, the young woman, standing by the door wasn't the goblin he was expecting. "Good morning." The woman stepped forward with a cultivated grace. "My name is Thalis." "Hello, Thalis. My name is Quinn. It's nice to meet you, but I'm confused as to why you are here." Thalis smiled, revealing her perfect pearly white behind her rosy lips. "Tell her Rafuk told me to come here to keep you company while he goes fetch your vault manager." "How nice of him." Thalis smiled before pointing at the bar in the room. "Would you like to drink something? The bar is stocked with all kinds of beverages, even some goblin drinks if you'd like to try them. I recommend that you do give them a try. They're a different taste from what we have in our pubs and shelves." Quinn shook his head with a polite smile. "Thank you for the offer, but I'm not feeling to drink something right now, maybe some other time." Thalis nodded understandingly, walked over to the sofa set, and sat right next to Quinn, bringing over a pleasant scent of tastefully sprayed perfume with notes of citrus over a woody vanilla along with a floral tone that he couldn't make out. "So Quinn, tell me about yourself." Something about myself. I like magic. Would you like to see some?" "I would love to, but it wouldn't be wise to draw your wand in the goblin grounds. It goes against both Gringotts' rules and the treaty terms," said the Gringotts employee, her meticulously maintained brows furrowing. "It's all right," said Quinn, mischief flashing in his eyes. "I don't need my wand to perform this magic. I don't even need to cast a spell. It's a special sort of magic, completely safe, and not in violation of any treaty agreements." "If you say so," said Thalia, giving Quinn a silent look, doubtful if such magic existed. Quinn reached into his pockets and took out a pattern-engraved silver card case gifted to him by Marcus. "All I need are a deck of playing cards," Quinn grinned, swiping the case open to reveal a deck with crimson and gold backs. Thalis watched as the cards moved under the skillful movements of Quinn's digits. "Wow," she said with fascination, clapping lightly. "All right, I'm going to spring the cards from one hand to the other." He pressed the cards slightly, and they shot to his other hand. "I want you to stop me at a point in the middle, any point you desire, and I'll stop for you to pick the top card. Understood?" Thalis nodded. "Excellent, tell me to stop." He started the spring flourish. "Stop." Quinn stopped and presented the split deck in his lower hand. "Good, now take the card. Don't show it to me, but memorize its suit and all." "Done?" "Perfect, now place it back." "Yeah, just like that?" He shuffled the cards a bit before hiding the deck between his palms. "Now, do you think I know what your card is? Know that I'm not using any magic, and this deck is as standard as it gets." "No, you wouldn't know what my card is," she said, looking at Quinn with an amused smile. "Wouldn't be impressed if I pick out a card from the deck and it turns out to be the one you chose." "Very. And that's what I'm going to do." He removed the deck from his palm and began looking through it, and somewhere in the middle, a smile appeared on his face, and he discreetly pushed a card up with his pinky, making it stand out from the other cards, and pulled out a gasp from his audience. "I'm assuming this your card?" "Yes, this is my card." Thalis grabbed Quinn's hand along with the deck, pulling them close to her. "How did you do that?" You must have used some magic, there's no other way. She looked up from the cards and leaned closer. How did you do it? Quinn softly smiled. A magician never reveals his secret, miss. It's against our sacred code. Can you tell me, please? I won't tell anyone else, I promise. My apologies, but I can't. But, how about I interest you in another one? Thalis let go of Quinn's hand. Yes, please, her eyes shining like an excited child. All right, I will again ask of you to choose a card from the deck. Quinn spread the cards in a fan with the cards facing Thalis for her to choose, who picked a card and looked at it before putting the card back as per Quinn's instructions. Now, I'm going to spread and shuffle them all over the table, just to make sure that I wasn't cheating in any way. Quinn laid the deck over the table and thoroughly shuffled with his palms. How about just to be more thorough, you also give it a good shuffle. Thalis leaned ahead, her silver necklace dangling from her exposed neck and slightly low-cut top. Good, now, pay attention to my hands to ensure that I'm not using any trickery. She nodded, and her eyes remained trained on Quinn's hand that hovered the mat of cards. Quinn suddenly placed a finger on a card. I feel it, this is your card. I'm sure of it. He lightly flicked the card's edge to flip it over and reveal an ace of diamonds. No, that isn't my card. Thalis bounced in her spot, clapping her hands. Haha, you're wrong. Her voice died when she looked up from the cards to Quinn and saw a queen of hearts loosely hanging off an edge from Quinn's lips. Really? He grinned. A pity that I was wrong. Maybe, I'm not worthy of the beautiful craft of magic. How when that's not possible, said Thalis. It's magic, my dear, everything's possible, said Quinn, mysteriously before continuing. You have beautiful eyes, Thalis. Thalis found herself staring into the pair of stone-gray eyes, and even though they were an uncommon color, there was something else in there that she couldn't look away. The door to the lounge opened, and whatever it was broke as Thalis realized she was staring unknowingly. She turned to the door and saw 3 goblins. The third goblin made her eyes widen. She looked back at Quinn, who opened his card case for the cards to stack themselves neatly in a deck before packing themselves into the case. Mr. West, said one of the goblins, dressed in clothes better than Rafuk. My name is Bloodpike, I'm your vault manager. Nice to meet you, Bloodpike, said Quinn. I can't believe that in the 6 years my vault has been here, this is the first time we have met. Indeed, your transactions mostly come from order checks, said Bloodpike. I have only seen your signatures over hundreds of check leaves, but know you? Well, better late than never, said Quinn. As Quinn was talking with Bloodpike, Rafuk was communicating wordlessly with Thalis. He looked at her and silently asked a question, but Thalis shook her head with a silent sigh, making Rafuk frown. Mr. West, said Rafuk, let me introduce to you the appraiser, Bogrod. The appraiser nodded but didn't say anything. Quinn nodded back, but he had noticed Thalis' change in expression. He glanced at Rafuk, and he had to say that the teller was trying hard for this. Quinn had seen the peculiarities in the human Gringotts employee. She was too flirtatious, the subtle touches, how she had sat right beside him when everywhere else was wide empty. And when he had peeked into Thalis' mind, he knew that his guesses were correct. She was hired by Gringotts to flirt with clients to make them more impressionable and agreeable during the deals. Every act of her was to put the advantage to Gringotts' side. Even when she suggested a drink, she was trying to get him tipsy using the extremely high alcohol content in the goblin drinks. But all Thalis got from her probing was that Quinn liked magic. The 3 goblins sat opposite Quinn, with Thalis leaving the room. Quinn gave the coin case to Bogrod, who took out a loupe, special magnifying glass, and started to observe the coin with his other hand constantly fiddling with the coin. The ancient goblin spoke in an old voice. This is a genuine galleon. The spell is old, different from what we use today, but the magic is surely goblin brand and from Gringotts. He looked up at Quinn and nodded. This coin is indeed 1,000-year-old. That's great, said Quinn. How much do you want for this, child? Asked Bogrod. 50,000 galleons, said Quinn. Bogrod shook his head. Too much. Gringotts can give you 30,000 at most. I'll come down to 45, but not any lower. How about it? Bogrod refused his counter price. I can move up to 32, but not a canute more. Quinn went silent and stared at Bogrod. He was dressed in simple clothing, but they were clearly better than even Bloodpike's. The other 2 goblins hadn't spoken a word as Bogrod negotiated on his own. He was clearly someone very important and in a higher position in Gringotts. I won't go below 40, said Quinn. If I don't get my price here, I can always put the coin to auction, and I'm sure some goblins in the Goblin Nation would be very happy to take it off my hand. Bogrod's sharp eyes stared at Quinn. West's, he thought. Gringotts was one of the biggest banks in the magical world, with many countries where they had a monopoly over the banking sector just like they had in the British Isles, which was their home base, the first Gringotts to ever exist. So it was a disgrace on their reputation when that very branch had lost the biggest client they had, and that too without them knowing. Okay, he said, I agree on 40,000 galleons. He wanted to refuse and tell the child that he could try his luck in the auctions, but this was about their history, and the coin should righteously belong with Gringotts and not in some individual's showcase. Good, smiled Quinn, reached into his pockets, and took out 2 more coin cases. Would you like to buy a sickle and canute? I have them right here. The 3 goblins froze in their seats, staring at the 2 coin cases as Quinn opened them and showed an ancient sickle and canute sitting in the boxes. I want 40 more for each, a total of 80,000. No negotiation, take it or leave it, said Quinn. While the architect's vault was all gold and jewels, there were quite a few sickles and newts lying around. "We will take it," said Bogrod, sighing. "Excellent, 120,000 galleons, not bad for a day, not bad at all." "It was good doing business with Gringotts," said Quinn. "Thank you for returning this to us," said Bogrod. He wasn't bothered by the money that had exchanged hands for Gringotts, it was that much of a big deal, but getting the coins was a significant event. "It was my pleasure. I know the importance of historical artifacts, so I'm glad that these coins have made it back their way to Goblin Nation." Bogrod nodded, took the coins in his hands, and silently began observing them. It was the indication that his job was done here. From there, Bloodpike took over. "The galleons will be deposited to your vaults, Mr. West." "Ah, please don't do that," said Quinn. "I will be taking the galleons with me, and now that you have brought it up, I would like to talk about the reason for the meeting with you. My vault will be transitioning to be solely under my name." When his vault had been set up before his first year at Hogwarts, the vault was a joint account between Quinn and Ms. Rosie, because she handled that portion of finances, and she would deposit a set amount every month in Quinn's account as part of his allowance. But after getting the architect's wealth, Quinn had decided to stop taking an allowance from his family. Another step to his independence. He had an argument with his grandfather about his decision. Quinn didn't want the money while George wanted to continue the allowance. Quinn argued the case that he had his royalties and his newly gained wealth, as such, he didn't need an allowance. While George remained adamant that Quinn was still in school and it was his, George's, responsibility to support him till the day Quinn was ready, which according to George, was at least not before Quinn's apprenticeship with Alan D. Baddeley, and if Quinn was thinking right, George would continue to keep him on an allowance if he took more apprenticeships after the first one which Quinn had given thought to. After an hour of back and forth, the grandson-grandfather came to a mutual decision. Quinn wouldn't get a monthly allowance, just like Leah, who had also stopped taking an allowance when she graduated and got a job, but Quinn, like his sister, was going to gain a trust fund in his name, which would be regularly added with funds, and those regularly added funds would grow through investments handled by a team of West-employed fund managers. These trust funds were for the two siblings. So if one day they required emergency money, they could look there and take it out without needing to ask anyone, including George. Which, in essence, was still an allowance, but with extra steps. George West, much like his grandchildren, was prideful and stubborn. "The monthly deposits will be stopping from the month of September. Furthermore, I'm going to impose a 20,000 galleon limit on the vault, and every time the money in the vault exceeds, I'd like to be informed," said Quinn before taking out an envelope. "These are my instructions that I want to be applied on my vault when it changes ownership on the 1st of September. Bloodpike took the envelope and pocketed it. He was going to look at it later. He was a vault manager who handled high-level accounts. This account was nowhere near his usual level, but because it was a West account, it had been assigned to him, and he had taken it. He wondered if this account would ever do something for him, but looking from Quinn's spoken instructions, he was planning to restrict his wealth in Gringotts just like his family. "Understood," he said. "I'll make these changes accordingly." "Thank you," said Quinn and looked at Bogrod. There was another reason he had come here today, and initially, he was going to discuss the other matter with Bloodpike, but seeing that Bogrod was of a much higher authority, he was going to deal with him. "Mr. Bogrod," said Quinn, "I have another matter I would like to discuss with you." Bogrod looked up from the coins. "Yes? What is it?" he asked, feeling happy about his gains today. "I want to talk to you about this." Quinn handed the goblin a slip of paper. "It's only for your eyes." Bogrod took the slip and unfolded the slip, and there was a single word on it. "Leave us alone," said the old goblin, in a deeper voice for a goblin. Rafuk and Bloodpike stared at Bogrod, stupefied at the sudden order, but followed it nevertheless, leaving him with Quinn. "What would prompt you to bring this up?" asked Bogrod, his voice somber. He turned the slip and showed Quinn the word he had written. "Horcrux, what would prompt you to bring this up?" Quinn stared at the old goblin, who looked at him with beady eyes, a guarded posture, and the paper slip clenched tightly in his long nails. "So you're aware of the Horcrux," said Quinn. "That's a good indication." "No, it is not. Even the mention of this vile magic is an omen of misfortune and giving an invitation to ill fate," said Bogrod, baring his teeth. "Oh, come on, it's not that bad." Bogrod crushed the slip in his hand and pounded the fist on the table. "It is not that bad, boy. For you to talk about the vile magic like it is nothing serious can only mean that you don't know about it." "I do know about it, Mr. Bogrod," said Quinn, intertwining his finger over his thighs. "Horcrux, the magic through which a magical severs a part of their soul through the act of cold-blooded murder and hide that part of the soul in an object outside the body, thus tethering the main soul to the plane of living even if the mortal coil is destroyed, thus achieving immortality or at least a type of immortality." Bogrod looked at Quinn with stunned eyes. "So, Mr. Bogrod, I do know what a Horcrux is and why it's considered to be one of the vilest of magic in existence." Bogrod didn't move an inch of his muscle, his gaze intently observing the human child in front of him. What he had thought would be a glorious day of bringing a historical part of their culture was now turning into something else. He was sure that after years when he looked back to this day, this talk would come to his mind before the memory of obtaining a 1,000-year-old piece of their legacy. "I ask again, boy, why have you brought this up?" "Goblins, the race on this earth that holds paramount knowledge on curses and curse-breaking. Even if your race has solidified their place as those with gold, when in need of curse breaking, anyone with an iota of knowledge and sense would turn to goblins. If it was another time, Bogrod would puff his chest and turn his nose up. A Horcrux at its core is an enchanted object, Quinn continued, but omitted the part that a Horcrux could be a living being as well, meaning that with sufficient knowledge, it could be broken. So I ask of you, Goblin, does your kind have a way to break a Horcrux? Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem and Helga Hufflepuff's cup, two priceless artifacts created by the Hogwarts founders, and while their creator didn't interest Quinn, he was thoroughly interested in the fact that both the artifacts were rumored to have magical properties. He didn't know the nature of those magical properties, and wished to know. Alas, they were both tainted by Voldemort's soul, and before Quinn could even desire to study them, he needed to remove the soul fragments without destroying them. And that's why here he was asking a goblin he was meeting for the first time about a topic that attracted the feeling of wariness and unease. But it couldn't be helped. He had tried to find a method on his own, scoured both the Hogwarts library and room of requirements, but nowhere could he find a method that didn't involve the destruction of the soul's vessel. Bogrod didn't answer immediately, instead observed Quinn, searching where this question was coming from. Why did the human child want to know about the obscure magic? Where had he learned of its existence? Did he wish to create a Horcrux? I do not wish to create a Horcrux, Goblin, said Quinn, startling Bogrod. Don't look surprised, it's written all over your face. Moreover, I respect the sanctity of my soul to split it and keep it outside of my body. Just the thought of splitting his soul brought disgust up Quinn's throat. It was the only thing he had brought with him to this world, the sole possession that truly belonged to him. Adat novel bin adat. How do I believe you? Asked Bogrod. There's no need to believe me, said Quinn. If I was wished to create a Horcrux, then I wouldn't have asked you, a high-ranking goblin, while sitting on goblin soil, inside Gringotts, with multiple people aware of our meeting. No, I would have found a goblin who knew about Horcrux, met him in secret, and after gaining the information, killed him to ensure my secret forever remained a secret. Now, Mr. Bogrod, tell me, does the goblin kind knows a method to destroy a Horcrux? Bogrod and Quinn stared at each other at a length before the former sighed. No, we don't have a method to destroy a Horcrux. We have tried to look for a method, but we were never able to find how to rid an object of the soul. The godforsaken magic uses the ethereal soul to protect earthly objects. Quinn showed no change in expression, but internally he sighed with disappointment. I see, he said, it's unfortunate then. I hoped that I could have learned something new today, but it seems that won't be the case. Bogrod stared at Quinn with disbelief. This was why he asked for Horcrux, just so that he could learn something new? If he wanted to learn something new, then look for well-known, respectable magic. Why Horcrux? Quinn stood up from his place as he had nothing more to discuss or accomplish today. Thank you for answering my question, Mr. Bogrod. For your time and hospitality, I would like to extend my thanks towards you. He reached into his suit breast pocket and took out 3 more coin cases. Bogrod inhaled sharply at the sight of the coin cases. This is my gift to you. Quinn set down the 3 cases on the table and opened them to reveal an old galleon, sickle, and canute. It's up to you what you wish to do with these. You can turn them to Gringotts, or you can keep them for yourself. If you decide to turn them to Gringotts, justify it was as a sign of goodwill from a West, and if you decide to treat yourself, I will never speak of these coins ever again. Bogrod looked away from the coins up towards Quinn. He knew what that meant. Whatever was discussed between the two was not to be disclosed. The gift of coins was just something to ensure that silence. It was a pleasure meeting you, Bogrod, said Quinn, smiling. I hope that when another opportunity like this strikes our door, we will again be able to do some business. After all, there was something else that he wanted from the goblins, it just wasn't the right time to get it, but when the correct did come, he would come back and get it. Scene break. Have you packed your clothes? Yes, I have properly packed my clothes, and didn't you have Polly double-check? What's the use of asking me? Ms. Rosie narrowed her eyes. No matter if someone checked or not, in the end, it's your responsibility to check your work. Yes, ma'am, said Quinn. Do you have the gold secured? Quinn lifted his briefcase. All of it in here. What about the gold for your use? I have plenty in my pockets. She nodded, satisfied. Her Quinn had grown up now, so this much was enough. Elliot entered the hallway with the main door to the West Mansion. It seems you're ready, he said and raised a small lapel pin. I have the porte-clés ready. Quinn nodded before turning to Ms. Rosie and hugging her. I'll be back in a couple days. Hold down the fort for me. Ms. Rosie snorted as she hugged Quinn back. Good stuff, said Quinn, ending the hug. He turned to Elliot. Let's go. The two exited the mansion and began their walk towards the estate gates. This brings back memories, said Quinn. Whenever I leave the country, you always walk me out. Elliot chuckled. That seems to be the case. I hope that will remain the case. Sounds like a good tradition to me. So, anything special you wish to do in Switzerland? Quinn shook his head. No, I wish to return to as soon as my work done is there. I'm in the middle of a project, and leaving on vacation with the project in progress doesn't fit right with me. A project? Yes, I'm working on this year's QUASP. I'm almost finished, but there are a few kinks that I straighten and a few runes to fix. It's on a crucial stage, so I'll be returning to complete it. Oh my, may I know what is the product this time? Nope, Quinn smiled and wagged his finger. It's a surprise. You'll know when I show it on the day of the reveal. A little hint. What I'm going to present already exists, I'm just putting my twist on it. I have been slowly working on it for a few years, it was just the last year that the project picked up the pace. They reached the wrought gates, Quinn waved his hand, and the iron gates groaned open. This is it, said Elliot and stepped closer to Quinn to pin the lapel pin on Quinn's suit. You'll be received by one of our employees in charge of our vaults and money in Switzerland. He must be a high-ranking person in the business, said Quinn, thinking of a chief financial officer. She, said Elliot, the person you'll be meeting is a woman. Ah, is that so? My apologies for assuming their gender. What's their name? Helena Berenberg, said Elliot. Scene break. The rainbow colors drained, and the world returned to normality as the portcaia dropped Quinn in its intended position. He looked around his surroundings and saw himself in a room with grey, bricked walls, not having seen a single coat of paint in their lives. His eyes quirked seeing Miles lighting the closed room, making him happy his invention had truly become international. The sound of clearing of a throat caught his attention, and he turned to see a woman with dark brown hair dressed in posh embroidered wizarding with a brooch on her chest. She looked to be about in her mid-40s, which meant she was at least 80 years old, but that was the best guess Quinn could make. Beside her were two men, looking to be a bit younger than her, and similarly to her, were dressed in posh robes. Hello, Quinn walked towards them and asked the woman in the middle, are you Helena Berenberg? The woman nodded, I'm indeed Helena Berenberg, and you're Quinn West. That I am, said Quinn, grabbing Helena's offered hand and kissing it. Welcome to Switzerland, she said before pointing at her two associates. There are my second-in-commands here Gosler and Sealer. Quinn nodded to both the men and shook their hands. Where are we? Quinn asked, looking at the room. Why was the portcaia planned to arrive at this place? Helena smiled. This is actually one of the basement rooms our headquarters designated to be an arriving point for portkeys. As for the reason for its dark appearance is to make the sheer difference more impactful. What do you mean? He asked, tilting his head. It'd be better if you see it, said Helena, motioning to the room's exit with a set of stairs going up. And so they went up, and after going through a hallway, they entered the main building, and Quinn understood what Helena was talking about. Quinn had seen many buildings with stunning interior aesthetics, but the West headquarters in Switzerland was easily one of the most captivating buildings he had seen. High ceilings supported by columns that led up to crowned ceilings with golden designs beautifying every corner of the ceiling and even the walls which were lined with statues and sculptures, luxurious grand chandeliers stocked with Miles lighting up the beautiful lobby. Beneath his feet was a beautifully patterned marble flooring, and the entire lobby was lavishly furnished. But his eyes attracted to the thing of water in the middle of the room if it could even be called that. It was a large shimmering sphere of water, as clear as a diamond, floating over a pond built into the floor and inside that water sphere, swam glowing fishes. Quinn squinted his eyes at the water sphere. He noticed something peculiar with it. He moved closer to it and saw that the fishes weren't actually fishes, but just glowing colored water charmed to take the shape of fishes. He watched as a red fish and a blue fish to each other they met each other and turned into one bigger purple fish. The fishes on the rainbow spectrum would merge and split to turn into colorful fishes. Wow, he said before turning to Helena, you all really are finance people, aren't you? His words elicited a peal of laughter from Helena, Gosler, and Sealer. Basel, Switzerland, was where a large portion of West wealth that was spread around the globe. It had been a big stash which had been turned bigger when George transferred the Britain capital to Switzerland, giving it a substantial increase, which led to the construction of this headquarters that handled and managed a considerable amount of wealth. It was a monument solely built to showcase West's wealth. Helena's eyes caught someone, and she called the person, Alexia, please come here. Quinn turned to see a tall blonde young woman with hazel eyes dressed in a pleated blouse jacket over a white shirt above a long skirt, and topping the outfit was a shoulder cape. Helena put a hand on Alexia's shoulder as she introduced her. This is Alexia Piaget, and she'll be there for your every need during your stay here. Alexia gave a short bow and smiled pleasantly. Please feel free to tell me anything you want, and I'll arrange it for you. Quinn nodded but kept staring at Alexia. Have we met somewhere? He asked, because I'm sure I have seen you somewhere, but I can't put my finger on it. No, we haven't met, said Alexia, but there was a smile on her face. But there's a chance that you might have seen me. I'll give you a hint. Beauxbatons. Quinn's mind raced and immediately went to the Beauxbatons delegation that came to Hogwarts for the Triwizard tournament, but no, Alexia Piaget wasn't there. But then Quinn recalled that Alexia had said they hadn't met, and it clicked for Quinn as a memory surfaced in his mind. I remember now, he said, I have seen you in one of Leah's photo books. Yes, you studied in Beauxbatons with my sister, didn't you? Yes, your sister and I are friends, said Alexia. She talked a lot about you know. Our friend groups feel like we know you, or you when you were a child. Quinn groaned. What did she say? His sister had dotted excessively when he was little, and while that was nice and all, he could guess what she said to her friends. Well, to start with, there were a lot of stories. Quinn groaned more. Like not liking the photos from your past. Quinn, too, didn't enjoy discussing his childhood. Looking back at it now, him acting like a child was cringing to him now. There were a lot of cute photos on her nightstand, which would change every time she would come back from home, Alexia said, enjoying herself, and even Helena and the other two were having fun. That damn sister of mine, said Quinn, feeling deep embarrassment. He looked at Alexia. I hope you're a good friend of Leah and wouldn't mind divulging her school days stories. I'm going to need a lot of ammunition if I'm to make her feel as I'm doing right now. Alexia's smile grew broader. We would need a lot more time if you want to listen to all of them. Ms. Paget, I'm looking towards our time together. Quinn stared at the building in front of him. It was a building that he thought was completely opposite to Gringotts. The Goblin Bank was made from white stone showing its ancient majesty, while the building in front of him was a soul-sucking black without a fleck of dust marring its polished exterior. If Gringotts' exterior design reflected the architecture of the time it had been built, then the building in front of him was just a stocky black box. Gringotts had bronze gates, the building in front of him had glass doors. The only thing both had common was that their names were written in gold. Monolith. Monolith, huh, he said, the symbol of terror and reassurance at the same time. Helena, standing by his side, nodded. It's the bank's policy, don't steal from us, and we will keep your money safe and secured. Gringotts, back home, is roughly the same, though they are much more explicit about their threats, carved right on the front door. Quinn liked the Gringotts prose very much, but he also liked Monolith's subtle forewarning. It had his seal of approval. Tell me more about Monolith. Well, it's a classic private bank, said Helena as she, Quinn, and Alexia walked to the glass doors, and the two guards dressed in blue and silver opened the door for them. They serve affluent clients with an abundance of wealth, like your family, provide them with facilities like basic banking services, brokerage, limited tax advisory, concierge-type services, discretionary asset management, and the vast array of wealth management. They are infamous for their secrecy promises. Once money goes into Monolith, it's difficult for an outsider to get information about who holds what and how much. They promise that your financials are going to be kept under a tight seal. Of course, they won't help you break the law, bend around the law, sure, but not breaking the law. And because they only service high-asset clients, who have rock-solid financial stability, it ensures that Monolith won't go bankrupt, thus making it extremely safe for them to hold your assets. That's reassuring, said Quinn as he looked around the bank. The first thing his eyes went to were the little stone gremlins perched on the walls and ceiling around the huge room. He watched as one of the gremlins' eyes followed him like a security camera, making him wonder what they would do if he was an intruder. Alas, he didn't have the liberty to test out to pull out a black ski mask and shotgun. The lobby only had one greeting table, and the lobby somehow didn't look desolate despite the lack of any other furniture. Behind the long white patterned marble table sat three women in the prime of their beauty, dressed in identical attire. They walked to the middle woman, who looked up from her work and stood when she saw them approaching. Madame Berenberg, she said with a slight bow, we have been expecting. I hope you're having a pleasant day. I have been fine, thank you, and I hope you're the same. The woman who worked at Monolith as a front desk concierge nodded to Alexia before turning to Quinn, who she found was staring at her intently with a raised eyebrow. Is there something, Mr. West? She asked. Quinn looked away from her and towards the other two concierges who were engrossed in their work before looking at the woman again. You three are identical, he asked, triplets. The woman smiled softly with her painted pink lips. Yes, Mr. West, we are triplets. The other two of the trio looked up and nodded with identical smiles. Quinn had seen twins, Potter twins, Poddill twins, Weasley twins, and the Carrow twins. The latter two pairs were the classic identical twins who matched with their twins, but even they weren't a match for the triplets before him. He couldn't tell one apart from another. You know my name? Asked Quinn. Yes, we were informed that you'll be visiting today. Quinn looked at her lapel badge and saw a name tag that said Amaryl. He glanced at her sisters and learned their names, Cheryl and Daffodil. I have an appointment with Gare, said Helena. Mr. Gare is ready for you, said Amaryl. I'll guide you to him, please follow me. They walked into the inner part of the bank through an entrance in the inner wall of the lobby and entered a room with a dozen doorways. They stepped into the doorway with the number 4 in Roman numerals etched above. I have heard that the number 4 is known as the West Gate, as through there one can go to the part of the bank that handles the West Fortune, said Alexia, whispering into Quinn's ears. The West Fortune stored Monolith was big enough for the bank to assign an entire section for its care. They walked through a few corridors, passing by many doors, coming across a few people who would nod to Helena. She seemed to be extremely famous in the Switzerland finance industry. After the corridors exited, the interior changed into a classic Renaissance design, much different from the rest of the bank. They soon reached a pair of dark wood doors. A pale woman sat outside the door, to a side behind a desk. She wore thin-rimmed circular glass with messy brown curls flowing down her shoulders. Quinn's gaze lingered on the woman as he noticed something strange with her. She's lacking blood, he noted. He had long become adept with blood magic that, along with his expertise in healing magic, that he could intuitively tell a thing or two about blood at a glance, and this woman's appearance told him that she was at a loss of blood, though he couldn't tell the reason without casting magic. Ixquick, said Amaryl to the woman, who looked up at her with a semi-dazed that regained focus at seeing Amaryl. We are here for Mr. Gare's appointment with Master Quinn West and Madame Helena Berenberg. He's waiting for you, said Ixquick. Her voice held a whisper-like quality. She got up from her chair, slowly walked to the door, lightly rapped her knuckles before opening the door a crack and looking inside. Madame Berenberg is here. A deep voice sounded from inside. Send them in. Ixquick pushed one pane of the double doors open with her entire body. Please go in. She gestured them in. Helena and Quinn entered the similarly styled office, leaving Alexia outside. A wall covered with bookshelves, artwork framed on the others, a sitting area around a table in one part of the room, wooden cabinets fitted with glasses. and the most eye-catching part of the room were animal heads mounted on the upper walls: lion, tiger, wolf, elk, among other non-magical animals. But then there were the magical species, and that collection was impressive from every angle: an Egyptian sphinx, a Peruvian viper-toothed dragon, a South American fire drake, a white-feathered griffin, and the list went on. Sitting in the center of the office was a man in his prime, dressed in a simple black shirt and white pants, leaning into his chair behind a simple yet ornate four-legged desk. "Helena," greeted the man in his deep voice without standing up, "you look beautiful as ever. How about we go to dinner tonight? I know a lavish place where we can enjoy some great wine and food." "I'm flattered, Gare, but I would like to politely refuse. I am, as you know, married." "What has that got to do with anything?" said Gare apathetically, causing Helena to sigh. She had long gone used to it. Next, Gare turned his half-lidded eyes to Quinn. "So you're George's grandson? I can see the resemblance, though I think like your sister more." Quinn stared at the man intently. "So, you're the reason why the lady outside seems to be hypovolemic." The moment he had set his eyes on the man, he knew exactly why the secretary, Ixquick, outside had a lack of blood volume in her body. "Aren't you an observant one?" said Gare, his red eyes smiling. He raised his hand that rested on the armrest of his chair and rested his sickly pale face, much paler than Ixquick, on his palm. "What gave me away?" he said with a voice swimming in amusement. "You're clearly a vampire," said Quinn. "That I am," said Gare while gesturing for them to sit down. Quinn glanced at Helena, but she didn't seem to be surprised, meaning she knew about the man's face, and well, why wouldn't she? This man, Gare, wasn't really hiding his race. Quinn sat down opposite Gare, who still had a laid-back smile. Second point, Gare slightly raised his brows. "The lady outside, her name Ixquick. Mayan origin and its meaning blood woman." He matched eyes with Gare, who was now smiling. "I just hope I'm wrong about Ms. Ixquick's history and the origins of her name." "Oh, do tell," asked Gare, curious. "You're a vampire, and I guessing an old one." Old, yes, I suppose you can say that. Let's say that I started working for your family when your grandfather's grandfather was a young man." Quinn's eyes narrowed. That was older than he had first thought. "If you're that old, and she's named Ixquick, I just hope that it's not her real name, or at least the first one, and you gave it to her." "I did give that name to her," then Gare smiled, "when she was born." Quinn's lips thinned. His thoughts were correct. "She was raised to be your blood bag," said Quinn, half statement and half question. "MHMN. Though you don't need to worry about her, she's doing it on her own accord and is getting compensated handsomely." "Is she the only one?" "Right now, yes." "Which meant there were others before." "At novel been at." "Well, if this is her choice, then I suppose it's none of my business," Quinn said before formally introducing himself. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Gare. I'm Quinn West." "Ah, I haven't introduced myself, haven't I? My name is Idris Gare, and as you guessed, I'm a vampire, and I work as the head account manager for the West account in Monolith, and am also part owner of Monolith." "You're an interesting one, Quinn West." Quinn shrugged. "So, Mr. Gare, how did you come to work for my family?" he asked. "No need to call me Mr. Gare. Just Gare or Idris will do," said Gare, curiously observing Quinn. "As for your latter question, Monolith is a bank which allows various races to work for them. I started at the lowest, but by the time your grandfather's father took over, I was already working in the current position and have been working in the same position." Helen chimed in and provided a fact. "Gare's a rare manager in Monolith. Unlike the others, who work on multiple accounts, Gare only manages one section, and only focus on the West funds." "Your family has more than enough money, which is too much for me complete," said Gare. "I can't diversify even if I wanted to do because of the amount of work I go through with just your money stored here at the bank. I have no interest in taking any more accounts." "So, I heard that you're here to deposit a large amount of money?" asked Gare. Quinn nodded. "I have come into more gold, and I'd like to add it to my vault here." "We can do that," said Gare. "My team and I are the ones who manage your personal account here. I have to say, it's one of the fastest growing personal accounts I have seen in the recent time. Your vault is already ready. We just need to load it with some money, and we'd be ready to go fully operational." "So how much are you planning to put in?" "A lot of it," Quinn smiled. "Well," Gare stood up, "come on, let's go make a deposit." Quinn, Helena, Alexia walked with Gare and Ixquick as they traversed the complicated maze that was Monolith. "Fun fact about the bank," said Gare, "its first location was in a mountain, as literally in a mountain." "Ixquick, tell them about it." Ixquick, who walked along with Helena and Alexia, who were behind Quinn and Gare, spoke about the history of the bank, the founder, two dwarves Bromrag and Dummock. They craved the mountain to create the bank's first headquarters, and because the entire place was a single structure made from rock cutting, they named it Monolith. Gare half chuckled. Technically, it was something in Dwarven, but I, for my life, can't pronounce it, and so couldn't most of our clients, so they changed it to Monolith. "What happened to the place in the mountains?" asked Quinn. "Landslide," said Gare. "Damn, must be rocky." Gare laughed. "Yes, it must have been rocky, good one. So dwarves founded Monolith, huh? Then how did you become a part owner?" asked Quinn. "Well, I have been part of the bank for a long time, obviously one of its best people, and after working so long here and playing the right moves, the stars aligned, and they rewarded with me a minor ownership," said Gare before sighing. "Though I don't like the extra work they piled upon me. I swear they only gave me the swig of the blood so they could dump work on me. which told Quinn nothing, but from his impression of the vampire, he probably would have derailed a person or two's career, probably much more, to get to his position. Office politics, said Quinn, must be tough. You have no idea, kid. Quinn noticed that the corridors were slanting downward slightly for a while now. He was sure they had long left the surface and were underground. Soon, the walls turned into dungeonish with rough rock walls, only the floor remained smooth and flat. Soon, they reached an elevator with a shutter-type door and walls and floors, which had tiny holes through which one could see. A stocky dwarf with fizzled hair and pointy beard sat outside, slumped into a chair with feet hanging forward. When he saw the group approach, he stood up. "Arsak, how are you doing today?" asked Gare in German. "Master Gare, rare to see you in the mines," said the newly identified Arsak, replied in German but with a bulkish accent. "You know how it is, it's good down to the mines and sniff all that gold behind the doors," said Gare before taking out a key. "I would like to use the elevator." Arsak eyed the key and then the group, mainly Quinn, Helena, and Alexia, who weren't part of Monolith. "As you ask, Master Gare." Arsak pulled the shutter open, inviting the group inside. Inside, Arsak took out a ring hoop with dozens of keys and deftly detached a key from it. In front of him, beside the door, were yet again tens of keyholes without any indicators marking them. Arsak took the key and inserted it in one of the unmarked keyholes before looking at Gare, who inserted his key into the sole keyhole on his side of the door. With a nod to each other, they turned the keys, and an earthen yellow trail of magic cruised through the elevator's body. The elevator began moving down with a tiny tremor before stopping and speeding right horizontally and then in several different directions on both vertical and horizontal axes. Adat novel bin adat. Arsak, tell our guests here a little something about the elevator. The dwarf looked at the three non-monolithites and puffed his chest as he spoke. The elevator's special. To wake the baby, he caressed the wall. You need 2 key employee man 1, and other from elevator man like me. Without 2, the elevator not moving. He pointed at the unmarked keyholes. Employee man key go into one hole, but elevator man needs to choose right key and right hole to start the elevator, he said with pride before growing somber. Only elevator maker knows how elevator move, and no one else, so only right key and right hole take people to the right place. After a while, the elevator opened, and the group exited the elevator with Arsak sitting on another chair placed outside the elevator. Don't think less of dwarves, said Gare. They're highly intelligent, master of magical engineering and construction. But most of them prefer to stay with their own kind, and for that reason, they aren't well versed in human languages. If you heard them in Dwarven, you'd realize how smart they are. Quinn nodded in understanding, realizing why Arsak spoke in German. Basel was in the German-speaking part of Switzerland, after all. I never thought less of them, said Quinn, recalling an experience from his travels with his grandfather. I remember talking to a dwarf who was proficient in English, and he was one of the most well-spoken and smart people I had encountered. It's good that you understand, said Gare. The vampire had developed a soft spot of the dwarven kind in a bank that had a large dwarf population. We have arrived at your new vault. Ixquick stepped forward, took out her wand, and with a cast, the door split into numerous cubes that crawled to the sides, leaving a passage open to the vault. A gust of wind came rushing from behind, entering the vault, leaving them with a cold shiver. Shall we? Said Gare and stepped inside. I'll be waiting here. Please call for me if you desire my assistance, said Helena. Quinn nodded and entered the vault behind Gare. He felt a magic scan him as he stepped through the threshold. All yours, said Gare, pointing at the empty vault. Quinn observed the space. This is going to be barely enough. Oh, well, I'm sure you guys will figure it out. He set down this briefcase on the floor. The briefcase expanded to a larger size when Quinn flipped the top open. He looked at Gare. May I draw my wand? Be my guest. Quinn drew his fake wand and said, stand back. He made a light swing before stepping back himself. When nothing after a few breaths of time, Gare said, is there something? With a threatening rumble that shook the briefcase, a geyser of glimmering gold coins came bursting out, spraying in whatever direction Quinn pointed his fake wand to. This reminds me of where I piss in the toilet bowl, said Gare. Vampire can urinate. Of course, we can. I, at my base, still have human-like physiology. Is it true that vampires can heal by drinking blood? Gare glanced at Quinn for a brief second before returning to the gold shower. Yes, we can. Every vampire has the ability, but not all can do it. What do you mean? We feed on blood to sate the thirst for it. But the damned thirst never really subsides, so vampires who can't control the thirst just end up drinking the blood without using it for healing. It's common in young ones who don't have the experience, but there are a few old ones who give in to the thirst and never control it well. Those guys are usually put down because of their drinking sprees. Have you ever gone on one? Gare laughed in reply, a fake laugh that had been used so much that it had turned real. How much did you bring? Asked Gare, looking at the 5 gold mountains that reached the ceiling, with a 6th one in progress. I'm pretty sure we sent the exact amount, didn't you get it? I leave that sort of stuff to my people. I pay them for a reason. This room's just big enough. When I'm done, there'll be barely enough to walk around. How did you get this much money, kid? When I was your age, I would lose my mind if someone gave me a couple of galleons. I took it from a man who didn't need it anymore. Seriously. Don't worry, he's dead and short, he's short. Scene break. Outside the vault, Helena and Alexia peered inside at the gold coins spraying out with a sculpture coming out once in a while. That's a lot of money, Alexia said with fingers touching her parted lips, and all of that is Quinn's, and his alone. That seems to be the case, said Helena with surprise on her face. She knew about another account in Monolith that gained royalty amounts from various West products. Wow, that's a lot for someone Quinn's age, said Alexia, wondering what it would be like to have that much money. Yet that's not even the tip of the iceberg that is West's wealth, said Helena. Alexia nodded. She usually worked in the finance department and knew the amount of money processed through the thousands of transactions every day. Helena shook her head when she saw Alexia's nod. No, even the amount we handle here is the true extent of the West's wealth. It's just one part of it, a big part of their European business, but not the true view of wealth. Do you know there exists a class even among the uber-rich? Alexia uttered in confusion, a class in those people. I don't understand. Even I didn't understand it before I reached a certain point in my career, said Helena. But there are 3 classes of uber-rich: the lower class, the middle class, and the upper class. Alexia furrowed her brows. I don't understand. Aren't people or families with that much money just rich? They are rich, with more money they would need in their lifetimes. There isn't any doubt in that, but that doesn't mean that all of them are equal, said Helena. The lower class are the people who have their wealth tied into one business. For example, if all of West wealth was tied into Magifax, then they'd be of the lower class of uber-rich. Why is that lower class? Isn't Magifax huge? My mother said that it changed how things happened in her company. Yes, Magifax is revolutionary, but that makes West wealth limited to Magifax. If, for some reason, Magifax became obsolete because something better came along, or if the Magifax services deteriorated, then the worth of the business would crash, and that would reduce the wealth of the company. While Alexia couldn't see Magifax failing, she nodded at the hypothetical situation. Then how do you resolve that? She asked. You become a middle class of uber-rich, said Helena as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Madame Berenberg, don't look at me like that, let me explain, and it will make sense, said Helena chuckling. Middle class of uber-rich is when you don't put all your eggs in one basket. When a person's wealth doesn't come from one source, but from many different sources. Oh, I understand, said Alexia, her voice causing Helena to lean away a bit. West family is middle class, aren't they? They have so many businesses, so even if one of them fails, the rest of the business would still bring in the money, so they don't have to worry about losing all their wealth as it is distributed. Alexia recalled Magifax, MLE, Lunar Developer, which were just the latest, and there were so many more industries that West had been operating in for decades. Right on the bell, you're correct, said Helena. The middle-class uber-rich don't have to worry as their wealth is so widely distributed that even if they lose many of their business, they would be secured. The middle-class uber-rich have seemingly unlimited amounts of cash, they can have huge political influence if they choose to exercise their power, and their wealth continues to accumulate no matter how hard they try to give it away. Helena was sure that when it came to pure business, no one had a better positioning than West's, as they were not only diversified through industries, they were diversified through countries, which provided them a layer of diversification that was quite unparalleled in the magical communities. But you're wrong in one thing, Alexia, said Helena. Wests aren't a middle class, they are of the upper class of uber-rich. By now, Ixquick had scooted near the 2 ladies to listen to the interesting talk. The upper class are the true old money elite that has been wealthy for generations. They are royals or nobility or from a lineage of wealth that extends back to recorded history. They don't own companies, they own countries. They are Saudi royals, or Russian oligarchs, or European nobility, or American old money. These people don't use banks like Monolith or hire people like us who manage their wealth for them. Why? Because their wealth is much harder to quantify. You can work out business value quite easily, and there you have it, the worth of a lower class or upper class. But upper class don't hold wealth like this, Helena chuckled. Imagine having a nation's national treasury as their bank balance. They directly own state enterprises that aren't open for the general public to buy. They might own the very land the country was built on. Need some money to spend? Write a letter to the country's treasury department, and the nation will personally become your walking wallet. These families' wealth is also highly stable because they are so well diversified, and the only way to make them broke is to bring down an entire country. As for political influence, they either pull the strings from the shadows or are directly head of the state. Alexia seemed blown away. But why haven't I heard of such people? Because they try their hardest to stay hidden. People like these are backward or poor countries, and it wouldn't look good if you are spending money when your country is struggling with poverty, explained Helena. But have you heard of Abates of Italy? Leah's mother's family, said Alexia. Yes, they're a family that has been there before Italy was established. They might not have power in the Muggle part of the country, but when it comes to the magical part, there's nothing bigger than Abate in the country. They, like the Wests, run a few businesses, and even these businesses might be on a decline. That's just a front that the family runs to do something. Even if all those businesses went down, it wouldn't affect Abate's one it. Then the West, asked Ixquick, speaking for the first time. Helena looked at the silent girl. It was around the same time your boss started to work with the Wests when the then family's head started to invest in poorer countries. Under his rule, Wests essentially brought out magical parts of those countries and rose from your standard middle class to upper class. His next generation solidified the position. George West, who came after the solidification, chose to focus on actual business as those countries could be left alone to grow and only required guidance once in a while. His son, Adam West, ventured into the Muggle world, but that halted because of his untimely death. Leah West, the next in line, seems to focus on the magical world because of the recent influx of new innovative products. Though her younger brother, Helen, pointed to Quinn inside the vault, Quinn West seems to have asked for someone who'd help him invest his newly gained wealth into the Muggle world. It seems that Wests are going to gain another layer of diversification with this new generation. The three, who all worked for Wests, looked at the West inside, still spewing gold, witnessing a part of the lineage bigger than they seemed and only truly known to those with elite status or those in the right places. Quinn tapped his finger at the beautiful mahogany table. He was sat in a conference room inside the Switzerland West headquarters. He glanced up at the clock in front of him that showed 5 minutes to 11, 10 minutes remaining to his last meeting in Switzerland before he went back home. At novel bin at. They should be here by now, said Quinn. Helena looked up from her everyday paperwork. She might have been keeping Quinn company, but that didn't mean she wanted to take her regular duties back home with her. He will be here, it's just that the person has a reputation for being on time, and I mean, really on time. He won't be here a minute before it's time to arrive, she said. Is that so? Said Quinn and then closed his eyes to spend some time in his mind. The next time Quinn opened his eyes was at the sound of the door opening and a loud voice that came from the said door. I am here, lovely people, so let's make some gorgeous gold for everybody. Quinn looked at the loud man. Hair set with wax, a finely groomed beard, a natural tan skin, a tailored gray checkered suit on his body, and an expensive watch on his wrist. The man strolled into the room, pulled up a chair, and dropped himself down on it. He leaned back and spread his legs wide, and stared at Quinn, who sat in front of him. So, you're Quinn West, huh? Man, you're young, and with so much money those born with silver spoons have it so good and easy. It would be better if you don't. Helena tried to say something, but Quinn raised a hand. You are? Quinn asked. You don't know me, asked the man, blinking in surprise. Of course not. Should I know you? Though he noticed the American accent. The man's broad smile somehow stretched wider. I like you. I like you. I like you. The man leaned forward towards the table, set his elbows on it as his fingers tapped a quick beat. My name is Jerome Walker, but I'm more popularly known as the broker. It is a pleasure to meet you, he smiled. Well then, Mr. Walker, I heard that you can help me invest my money in the non-magical world. That I can. The man raised his hands and wiggled his fingers. I am the broker, the man who trades between the wizarding and the gnomage world. Anything you desire from the gnomage world, I'll get my hands on it no matter what the item, the broker will find it for you. And how did you get into this fascinating business, Mr. Walker? Asked Quinn. The broker leaned back into his chair and drummed his fingertips against each other. I was born to a wizard father and a gnomage mother, or at least that's what I was told, but who can tell in America? Quinn raised a brow at that. He knew about the laws in America where first-generation magicals were taken away from their family because of the witch hunt history of the country and raised by the ministry until they had completed their education. The same went for orphans. But this was Quinn's first time seeing someone like that. I wasn't that good with magic, the broker said with a satisfied smile. The worst at it really. Neither was I good at Quidditch, and because of my background, I couldn't make it into the ministry. It's tough to succeed without some backing there. So, after I graduated, I struggled for a while, jumping from job to job, before I decided that there wasn't much of a future in the wizarding world. So I decided to try my hand at the gnomage world, and well, all sort of stuff happened, and here I am. The man who everyone wants to be, but not all can become. It must have been tough, said Quinn, venturing into the non-magical world after living your entire life in the magical one. It wasn't that difficult, broker waved it off. People are people, they're the same everywhere. It took a year at most before I was a person brought up in the gnomage world, and I have to admit, it was much more fun than the wizarding world. Well, that side of the world has its own charm, said Quinn before deciding to get to the point. I am looking to invest a little of my wealth into the non-magical world, and from the word around, the broker's the best there is. You have heard correct. I'm the best in the business. I was the only one when I started. There have been many who have tried to walk the path I took, but they can't beat the original, and that's why they call me the broker. So tell me, what do you want to acquire, and I'll get it for you. The broker looked up at the kid in front of him. What could a boy his age want? A car, maybe a computer, or a game console, or whatever a bratty teen these days wanted. I want companies. The broker's hand stroking his beard stilled over his chin as he tilted his head. What did the kid say? Companies? Maybe he heard it wrong. Sorry, I didn't get that. Could you repeat what you said? I want to buy companies. Broker slowly leaned forward. Companies as in? Well, I have some in mind that I want to buy. Most of them have already gone public, so we're going to have to buy stocks, or if you approach the owners, who are looking to liquefy a part of their share, I don't mind buying from them directly. There are two that hasn't gone public, but one of them would soon, so I want to buy a lot during the IPO. Broker opened his mouth before closing it and repeated the process a couple of times before he finally uttered some words. You want to buy companies? You want to buy stock? As in the stock market? You actually know what stocks are? Of course, I know what stocks are, said Quinn, furrowing his brows. You can do it, right? Or do I need to find someone else? That pulled the broker back into the game. Of course, I can get it. That's not even a question. I can get anything. A few stocks isn't going to be difficult. A few calls in the correct places, and you can buy all the stock you want. That's good to hear, said Quinn, pulling a folder from his pockets and sliding it towards the broker. These are the companies I have chosen and the amount I want to be invested. As this my first investment, I'm going for the long haul, and it would be a very long while before I even think of liquefying them. Oh ho, a client who knows what they want, huh? My favorite sort of client. He pulled the folder to him. Let's see what you have in mind. He opened the folder and started reading. Oracle, Intel, IBM, Microsoft, Apple. Quinn nodded. He didn't know much about the stock market, but what he did have was the memories of his previous life. However, even in his previous life, Quinn wasn't much involved in the business world or even investment. It didn't help that the detailed memories of his previous life faded with every year. Those memories weren't accessible through his mindscape, and thus Quinn had to write a lot of his memories so he didn't lose them. However, he didn't live under a rock. He knew what was really big and what would do really well in the future. Yeah, so these companies, as you might see, are tech companies, said Quinn. I have full confidence that these companies will do very well in the future. There's Amazon, which I heard is going to go public very soon, so we're going to buy a lot during the IPO. Also, I would like you to keep an eye on Google. Quinn was also looking forward to the dot-com bubble crisis happening to invest more and solidify his position in the tech industry. And, if you flip it over, you would see that I have chosen a few more companies that aren't tech companies because I want to diversify a bit, said Quinn. Monster Beverage Corporation, a beverage company, Jack Henry & Associates, which is again a tech-based but in the financial sector. There's Cerner, also tech-based, but it's involved in healthcare, so I have listed it separately like I did the previous one. I have listed Best Buy, Ross Stores, which are both retail stores that I think are going to do well. Kansas City Southern is a railroad company that I researched a bit and was a last-minute entry. United Health Group, because the health industry is not going anywhere but up, so it's a no-brainer. Next, I would like to invest in Berkshire Hathaway. Finally, I want to cap it off with Nike because basketball is really huge right now, so I want to leverage that and ride that wave. And that's that. So what do you think? Would you be able to do it? The broker had his eyes trained on the sheets. He had heard what Quinn had said, but most of it wasn't registered as his attention was occupied by the numbers printed on the paper. What are these outrageous amounts? He glanced up at Quinn briefly. Why does he have to buy so much? Did he put in an extra zero or something? It wasn't like he hadn't traded in this amount. There were people who wanted him to buy antiques or artworks, and those things were ridiculously priced. But this was going to be in a little different ballpark, and he was going to put in some serious work to not let these investments in very prominent companies make big waves and attract unwanted attention. He would need to invest these amounts slowly over an extended period of time to hide them from the prying eyes. All right, said the broker, I will set up. Actually, I wanted to invest more, said Quinn, crossing his arms. Huh, what? I had to cut my investment in half because grandfather said that he wanted to match my investments, and I thought raising the amount more than that might make a serious change in the market, which I don't want. Match the amount. Helena jumped into the conversation. Yes, we would need a replication of what you're going to do for Quinn, but this would be tied to a fund which is connected to George West, and this goes without saying, but we would expect absolute secrecy from your part about this matter. Double the amount, said the broker, looking at the sheets while doing the calculation. That changed everything. Now, he was going to need to call in some serious favors and grease hens to keep it under the radar. I will make this happen, but this is going to cost you extra. This is going to take a lot of work to pull and a lot of my time. Not a problem, said Quinn. He gestured to Helena. Please contact Mrs. Burenberg here, and she'll pay for your services. Just remember to see that these requests are separate from each other, and thus, you need to bill them differently. Whatever floats your boat, said the broker before fully leaning into his chair, feeling mentally exhausted after the short meet. Why couldn't you have just asked for a car or a yacht or a plane? I could have the keys in your hands before the month ended. This is going to take at least a year, most probably more than that. Quinn shrugged. He currently had no need for a yacht or plane. He preferred to fly and swim on his own, or even a car with apparition under his belt. George and Leah walked in the corridors of West Manor. I'm a bit worried about him, said George. Why? What did he do now? Asked Leah, the 27-year-old, who looked to be in her early 20s. He's barely at home these days. He goes out in the morning to the gym of his. I'm already gone by the time he returns for breakfast. Then Rosie tells me that he goes out again soon after that, only to return in time for supper. Does he say where he goes? He names places, towns, cities, seaside ports. He has named almost every portion of the country. But that isn't much to go with. I'm sure he's just going to the Greengrass place. Leah grinned, looping her arm with her grandfather. At novel bin at. George hummed. So, any idea what he's going to show us today? She asked. George shook his head. Just that it's not something new. Or that what's he told Elliot. Then I hope it's something we already sell, sighed the person in charge of every subsidiary built for her brother's inventions. Opening a new company every year's bothersome work, not to mention looking for the correct people to lead those companies. There are so many people with their top bunks empty. You can always pass one of them to Elliot. No, that won't be necessary, said Leah in firm refusal. She was trying to build a reputation in the West businesses that didn't have anything to do with her family name. She was secure enough to delegate responsibility to her subordinates, but passing on the companies assigned to her, which involved her baby brother's inventions, wasn't something she was going to do anytime soon. Uncle Elliot oversees more than twice number companies than I do. He already makes it like I'm wet behind the ear. I don't want to make further fun of myself. Good, said George, satisfied. If you accepted, I would have been disappointed. He didn't oversee any of the companies, but when he was working under his own father, he oversaw thrice as many companies as Leah and expected her to reach that level someday. Oh, we're here. Leah removed her arm from George's as the door to the room where they were going to spend the upcoming time came into view. Let's see what he for us today. Leah opened the door with George peering from above her head. They stared at a door standing in the middle of the room, and from behind the door, Quinn's face peeked out with a white sketch marker clenched between his teeth. Quinn opened his mouth to speak, letting the maker fall, but it began to float up immediately after being let go. Excellent time, both of you. I just finished putting the last touches on the product today. Please gather around so that we can start this year's QASP. Now, what this might be, asked Leah, moving around the cerulean blue door standing in its frame. It's a door, said Quinn, puffing his chest as he crossed his arms. George brushed his hand against the door pane. This is not a good wood, neither is the craftsmanship. What is this made from? Common oak, said Quinn. As for the craftsmanship, it's made like that purposefully. What does it do? Asked Leah excitedly as she wrapped an arm around Quinn's shoulder. Well, you might actually recognize it without me telling you. Quinn took out a skeletal key hanging from a thin chain from his pocket, and the moment George saw the gold glint of the metal, his eyes widened. Is that an abate key? George asked, taking the key into his hand. No, said Quinn chuckling. While I would love to have a key that could access the abate network, I don't have it. He smiled at the key, though. This key in your hand does work something like abates. Leah looked at the door. You mean? Grandfather, would you like to do the honors? Said Quinn. George nodded. He took the key to the door and used it to open the door with a click. He grabbed the doorknob above the keyhole and twisted it for the door to open to a back alley street. It's really like the abate network, said George as he stepped out into the deserted street with Quinn and Leah following after him. Ah, so we are in North Yorkshire, said Quinn looking around. Leah frowned. Why do you say it like that? Even George noticed how Quinn worded his sentence. Well, this is a QASP, so I'm going for something that we can sell, said Quinn. Britain already has the FLU network, and while walking through a door would be much better jumping into a fireplace, I don't think if we can take FLU out of Britain well, maybe we can, but that's not what I made this for. Then what? Asked Leah. Quinn looked at George. Grandfather, do you know what a vanishing cabinet is? George's eyes widened with realization. He looked at the door, then at the desolate street, then back at Quinn, who smiled. It's the best time to sell something like this, said Quinn. What are we talking about here? Asked Leah. Vanishing cabinets are a pair of cabinets connected to each through the means of spatial magic that allow an object or person to enter one cabinet and exit through the other. They have been a popular household item to have during wars. They were especially favored here in Britain during the last war to escape using them when the Dark Lord and Death Eaters stuck. That doesn't make sense, said Leah, recalling one of her readings on the war. Didn't Death Eaters attack people in their homes? She looked at the door. If they had these, then why? Because vanishing cabinets weren't commonplace, said George with somber tenor. It requires considerable skill to craft a pair of working vanishing cabinets. Not anyone can make those. As such, only a select few were able to get their hands on them. Quinn added, moreover, vanishing cabinets weren't popular items outside wartime. They were much more common during Grindelwald's conquest that spanned more than 2 decades, but after in the time of peace, the market fell, and the craftsmen stopped making them, and with time, they became rare, and so did the people who could build them. When the Dark Lord struck, there were only a few people who could build them, and even those could only produce at a limited rate. Forget about training others. So only those with the gold and connections could get one built, and the rest were left without one. Peace was achieved again, but the vanishing cabinet went away with it as it did before. But as we know, the Dark Lord's recently ended his vacation and is back in the office, so it's the best time to sell, said Leah, repeating Quinn's words. Yes, said Quinn, grabbing the doorknob of the door. This takes inspiration from the abate network that it is indeed a network of doors. For the last week, I went around the country and built a limited network. How this works is that when a person opens a door, it connects to a random door on the network, which as you might have noticed, Quinn pointed around him, are in deserted places, all covered by anti-non-magical wards, which eliminates the vanishing cabinet's weakness. That is, if you find the cabinet outside the house, opens you up to an ambush, but with random doors, you don't have that problem. What if someone finds all the doors in the network? Asked Leah. Doesn't matter, said Quinn, if we add enough doors. It doesn't matter if you find them all if you don't have enough man to cover every one of them. He raised the key. It wouldn't take a key to exit the house, just a secret password, but if you want to go back home it will take the key held by the people who would be pre-connected to it and would require another secret password. You said something about the door being crafted the way it was, asked George. Ah yes, that was for a showcase that any door could be on the network. It could be anything, anywhere, and one wouldn't know unless they used the door. Similarly, it could be any door in the house, a bathroom door, bedroom door, or even a door to the basement. It could also be a secret door hidden in any random wall. The West exited the back alley and back to their house, closing the door behind them, after which Quinn showcased the randomized feature of the door, opening the door to a couple more places around the country that Quinn had visited via apparition and found the deserted places by flying while being invisible. I have a question, asked Leah. How does this interact with the wards? What is stopping a person from using these doors to bypass the wards and arrive inside a house? Good question, Quinn said, appreciating the question. These doors can be tied into the wards. You can set the doors so that no one can come into the house using one of the outside doors, so only outgoing would be available. In fact, it's the recommended setting. If you get out of your house during danger, then don't return to the house for a while, and go somewhere else. The idea is good, said George, walking around the door. He stopped and opened the door, and without a key, it was just a normal door. If we can construct a wide enough network, we would be able to turn it into something that would be very attractive to everyone. Yeah, about that there is one teeny problem with this, said Quinn. What is it? Asked Leah, snapping out of her thoughts that went to how to set up a business around the door network. Only I'm able to build these doors, said Quinn. The magic behind the connected doors came from 4 sources: spatial magic books, the vanishing cabinet technology, the abate network, and finally, from the entrance tunnel of the aquatic vault. He had started with studying spatial magic to solve the entrance tunnel in the Great Lake guarded by the Kraken, which would somehow switch going down to up. And after years of irregular research, Quinn was able to figure out how the entrance worked. During the progress of that research, Quinn came across the abate network, and after dealing with Dolian, Quinn had spent a portion of his remaining time in Italy studying the abate doors while he was alone with Axel Thorne. The vanishing cabinet technology was easy to get his hands by paying for the manuals, and while he never went to the vanishing cabinet in Hogwarts, he knew everything about them. The problem was that Quinn's approach was sophisticated because Quinn valued stability and the range of the door, which made it very difficult for a person to learn how to do it. It would require a magical with considerable skill to learn the method created by the sources, which is even individually challenging to learn, and to train someone in his technique would require money and a lot of time. I can make 10 a day, said Quinn. He could make more, but only 10 in the time he was willing to set aside for the venture. Which isn't bad, as in little more than 3 months, we can have 1,000 doors across the country, which I think are more than enough for the initial stage. After that, we can take orders from the customers, and I can continue to make 10 a day that would be installed inside the customer's home. If we started early, by the same time next year, we would have covered a lot of people all around Britain. George stayed silent for a while before saying, the fact that you have presented to us, it means that you require something from us, or you would have done it on your own. Quinn nodded. What do you require from us? Asked Leah. I don't want this to be connected to the Wests or even me, and want the manufacturer to be a mystery, and for that to happen, I would require the family's help. Quinn didn't want to involve his family in the war, but it would prevent multiple people from becoming victims of the upcoming raids if this was implemented. George held his hands behind his back, staring at the door for a good while. It is easy enough to do, he said. I can make it so that West wouldn't be connected to your doors. Even if someone tried to dig out the truth, they would only find themselves in a labyrinth. However, I have a condition. Please say so. If it's something I can do, I'll do it, said Quinn. George turned to his grandson and spoke in his serious business voice. You're to give me a promise that I can call in later. Quinn tilted his head. That's it. He was absolutely fine with that. I accept your condition, he said. Then the deal is made, George said. You make these doors, and I personally will make sure that a secret operation is ready for you to spread this product. In the future, a mysterious group would start to sell their escape services. The secretive group and their network of doors would infamously be known by a common name, the Labyrinth. It was a fine Sunday morning. Quinn sat on the breakfast table with a Quibbler issue in one hand that detailed the research trip that the Lovegood family had taken to the lovely country of Sweden, and a glass of apple juice in the other. Oh, this is a fun one, said Quinn, reading a column by Luna. Did you know that more than half of Sweden is covered in forest, which equates to around the same size area-wise to the entirety of Britain? That's a lot of forest. There was a light popping sound inches over the table, and a stack of letters fell onto an empty spot, courtesy of Polly. Elliot, who sat closest to the pile, reached over and picked it up. He looked at the name on every envelope and passed them on to their intended recipients seated around the table. Oh, it's a letter from Hogwarts, said Elliot, looking at the last letter from Elliot. Quinn, Ms. Rosie, and George all looked away from their reading material up at Elliot, who held a large square envelope. It must be your results, said George, for a sharp interest to appear in Ms. Rosie's eyes. Elliot passed the letter above to the table to Quinn. There's something hard inside here, said Quinn, as he pressed the letter with his fingers. He made a swiping line with a finger, and the top crease of the letter tore away as if cut open with a letter opener. Quinn titled the envelope for a badge to fall into his other palm. Oh, it's a headboy badge, said Quinn, holding the circular badge by the edges. Congratulations, young master, Elliot said with a proud smile. Ms. Rosie and George's congratulations followed. Thank you. You know what this means, right? Quinn showed them the badge. Any guesses? No? Okay, I'll tell you. This means I'm going to get my own suite with my own bedroom. I'm going to get my own bedroom. What happened? Asked George as Quinn trailed off. I will have to move out of the dorm, said Quinn, which means I won't be living with Eddie and Marcus. Ugh, now I'm not sure if I want to move out. He slept in the same room with his best friend for the majority of the year. In the 6 years Eddie, Marcus, and he had been roommates, Quinn had come to his room at home to be less his room than their dorm room in Hogwarts. "You can tell them that you won't be needing the headboy suite," said George, a former resident of said suite. No, I still want the headboy suite, but I also want to have a spot in the dorm. I fear that if I exit the dorm, they'll assign another roommate to Eddie and Marcus." Quinn held his chin in thought before shrugging. "I'll write a letter and see what happens. Now, let's see how I did this year." He pulled out the parchment inside and unfolded it. Hogwarts end of term results 6th year. Pass grades. Outstanding, O. Exceeds expectations, E. At novel bin at. Acceptable, A. Fail grades. Poor, P. Dreadful, D. Troll, T. Quinn West has achieved arithmancy O**. Astronomy O**. Ancient runes O**. Care of magical creatures O**. Charms O**. Defense against the dark arts O**. Herbology O**. History of magic O**. Potions O**. Transfiguration O**. Highest score in the year. Quinn read the last line on the parchment before once again over his grades. He nodded in satisfaction. "Another year with all big O's with stars on top," he said, announcing his grades to his family. Ms. Rosie all but snatched the result parchment when Quinn handed it over and squinted her eyes to look if he had left smudges on the parchment's dirty spots would need to be fixed before she added it to Quinn's academic folder of report cards. "Are you going to change any of your classes this year?" asked George. "You said that you have been wondering about dropping care and that for a couple years now." "True. I have been on the fence for that a couple years now, but there's only 1 year left, so I'll just take the class, and with Rebus Hagrid teaching care, something interesting is sure to pop here and there." Quinn stood up from his chair. "Now, if you'd excuse me, I have an appointment that I have to attend." "Ms. Rosie, I won't return until evening, so no need to prepare lunch for me." "Where are you going?" asked Ms. Rosie. "I was invited to see how my very first investment turned out," said Quinn smiling. Scene break. Quinn stepped out of a dark corner of Diagon Alley that he had just operated into and stepped into the main street. He looked up and sighed at how the sunny morning had turned overcast in the span of mere minutes. If there was one thing he didn't enjoy about his home was how much it rained. He looked away from the murky clouds and took in the market area. Diagon Alley had changed. The colorful, glittering window displays of spellbooks, potion ingredients, and cauldrons were lost to view, hidden behind the large Ministry of Magic posters that had been pasted over them. Most of these somber purple posters carried blown-up versions of the security advice on the Ministry pamphlets that had been sent out over the summer, but others bore moving black and white photographs of Death Eaters known to be on the loose. Bellatrix Lestrange was sneering from the front of the nearest apothecary. A few windows were boarded up, including those of Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, which Quinn had heard had been dragged off by Death Eaters, making him wonder what Death Eaters wanted from the ice cream vendor. On the other hand, several shabby-looking stalls had sprung up along the street. The nearest one, which had been erected outside Flourish and Blots, under a striped, stained awning, had a cardboard sign pinned to its front. "Amulets, effective against werewolves, dementors, and inferi." A seedy-looking little wizard was rattling armfuls of silver symbols on chains at passers-by. "One for you, lad," he called at Quinn as he passed by, leering at him up and down. Quinn raised his hand and revealed a sneakily transfigured copy of the seedy amulet vendor's product sitting in his palm. He pointed further down the street. "There's a lady there selling the same stuff, but much cheaper than here. You might want to fix your prices, slash them in half, mister, and maybe then someone will buy something." Of course, everything he said was complete hippogriff shit. Quinn either wanted the man to look at the supposed competition and leave his stall alone, which Quinn was sure, from a little wide area legitimacy, would be upturned by the similarly seedy neighborhood stalls. Even if the man didn't leave his cart, there was a chance he would take his word and slash his price by half and make a lesser profit from his fraudulent deals. Quinn didn't wait to see what the seedy man did. He was satisfied that he had been able to plant a seed of doubt in the man's mind. He passed by another shop and stopped to gaze at the closed olivanders. There were no signs of struggle, which was a positive sign. "I hope he took my advice," he thought, thinking about the wand maker, who loved his job a bit too much. "Well, I'll find about it when the school starts," he sighed. A fleeting kin on a couple of first years would reveal the status of the wand maker. He moved along the street, looking at the increasing number of wanted and warning posters on every single shop until he came across a fork in the road. "Whoa ho ho ho," said Quinn, stopping in his tracks. Set against the dull, poster-muffled shop fronts around them, the shop's windows in front of his eyes hit the eye like a firework display. Casual passers-by were looking back over their shoulders at the windows, and a few rather stunned-looking people had actually come to a halt, transfixed. The left-hand window was dazzlingly full of an assortment of goods that revolved, popped, flashed, bounced, and shrieked. Quinn's eyes began to water just looking at it. The right-hand window was covered with a gigantic poster, purple like those of the Ministry, but emblazoned with flashing yellow letters. "Why are you worrying about you-know-who? You should be worrying about you-know-POO. The constipation sensation that's gripping the nation?" Quinn burst into a chortle. "Oh boy, these two are going to be murdered in their beds," he said with a smile as he walked towards the shop, which he had brought last year so that he could rent it to the Weasleys. He entered the shop, and it was packed with customers. Quinn could not get near the shelves. He stared around, looking up at the boxes piled to the ceiling. Here were the skiving snack boxes that the twins had perfected during last year. Quinn noticed that the nosebleed nougat was most popular. With only one battered box left on the shelf, he had worked on those with the twins. There were bins full of trick wands, the cheapest merely turning into rubber chickens or pairs of briefs when waved, the most expensive beating the unwary user around the head and neck, and boxes of quills, which came in self-inking, spell-checking, and smart answer varieties. Quinn clasped his hands behind his back and stepped forwards. The crowd unknowingly parted, making a path straight to the front counter, where a gaggle of delighted 10-year-olds was watching a tiny little wooden man slowly ascending the steps to an actual set of gallows, both perched on a box that read, "Reusable hangman, spell it or he'll swing." He looked above the kids, and a large display near the counter caught his eyes. He read the information on the back of a box bearing a highly colored picture of a handsome youth and a swooning girl standing on the deck of a pirate ship. Daydream potion, 1 swig and you will enter a top quality, highly realistic, 30-minute daydream, easy to fit into the average school lesson and virtually undetectable. Side effects include vacant expression and minor drooling. Not for sale to under 16s. Oh my, isn't this a crafty little one? He reached into the display and picked out a clear vial with a pinkish-purple liquid inside. He effortlessly undid the anti-theft charm on the vial, uncorked it, and tipped a tablespoon's worth onto his tongue. So that's what they used, huh? That's nice. He smiled when he heard the voice of one of the brothers. No, kid, we don't have a telescope that tells you the answer, but we have one that would punch you in the eye if you use it. A smiling Fred stood in front of him, wearing a set of magenta robes that clashed magnificently with his flaming hair. Now, wouldn't you look at that, Mr. Bigshot business owner, said Quinn. Fred turned Quinn, and his eyes widened to see Quinn. Quinn, you're here? When did you arrive? He asked as he pushed his way to the counter. Just now, said Quinn and tossed the daydream vial to Fred. Switch the rookweed with possum ha, and that would fix the drooling. Also, get a better anti-theft spell, this one's embarrassingly easy to break. Fred blinked at the potion vial in his palm before looking at Quinn. Come on, leave something for others, would you? He sighed before perking back up. Come on, let me take you to George, and show you the thing we wrote to you about. Quinn followed Fred toward the shop's back, where he saw a stand of card and rope tricks. Oh, are these non-magical tricks? Asked Quinn, picking up a deck of cards. Let me guess, this one's a marked deck. Muggle magic tricks, said Fred happily, pointing them out. For freaks like Dad, you know, who love Muggle stuff and well, people like you. It's not a big earner, but we do fairly steady business, they're great novelties. Hey, I'm not a freak, said Quinn, I'm just your average card geek. Suddenly, a curtain was pushed to the side, and George peeked out. Oh, Quinn, you're here. Welcome, welcome, he shook Quinn's hand. Come in, come in. Let me show you the real money maker. They went into a darker, less crowded room. The packaging on the products lining these shelves was more subdued. We've just developed this more serious line, said Fred. Funny how it happened. You wouldn't believe how many people, even people who work at the ministry, can't do a decent shield charm, said George. Of course, they didn't have someone like you teaching them. That's right. Well, we thought shield hats were a bit of a laugh, you know, challenge your mate to jinx you while wearing it and watch his face when the jinx just bounces off. But the ministry bought 500 for all its support staff, and we're still getting massive orders. So we've expanded into a range of shield cloaks, shield gloves. I mean, they wouldn't help much against the unforgivable curses, but for minor hexes or jinxes. And then we thought we'd get into the whole area of defense against the dark arts because it's such a money spinner, continued George enthusiastically. This is cool. Look, instant darkness powder, we're importing it from Peru. Handy if you want to make a quick escape. And our decoy detonators are just walking off the shelves. Look, said Fred, pointing at several weird-looking black horn-type objects that were indeed attempting to scurry out of sight. You just drop one surreptitiously, and it'll run off and make a nice loud noise out of sight, giving you a diversion if you need one. Handy, said Quinn, satisfied with their business sense. Here, said Fred, catching a couple and throwing them to Fred. At this rate, you're going to become defense contracts first and joke shop later, said Quinn, pocketing the items. No, smiled George as he dusted a shield glove. These were fun to make, but as expected, the stuff that's outside was 100 times more fun to make. Fred nodded. The joke items might not make as much money as these things, but they're what we opened this shop for. Quinn raised his hands. Hey, I'm the silent W in the Triple W Coalition. You guys do whatever you want, and if you want some help, and I'm here to provide that. He looked at instant darkness powder and decoy detonators. You know, we can sort of combine those two, sort of well turn them into a flashbang. Flashbang. Instead of darkness, you use a strong and sudden burst of light that would momentarily blind a target, which would be launched in succession with a loud burst of sound, disrupting the hearing, causing pain, buzzing, and maybe even an inner ear imbalance. A young witch with short blonde hair poked her head around the curtain. Quinn saw that she, too, was wearing magenta staff robes. There's. She stopped when the curtain was pushed aside, and a couple more heads poked inside. There you are, said Ron Weasley. I have been looking all over for you, it's blimey crowded outside. The redhead, younger Weasley, then noticed that his brother had company. What are you doing here? To be fair, said Fred, and George finished. This is his building. Hello, Ronald, said Quinn turned to the spectacled boy beside him, Harry, the curly-haired girl peeking over Ron's shoulder, Hermione. Then he saw the freckled Weaslette pushing her to the front, Ginny, and finally his eye went to the girl with red hair and green eyes. Ivy. There's a customer out here looking for a joke cauldron, Mr. Weasley and... Mr. Weasley, said the store employee. Right you are, Verity, I'm coming, said George promptly. Quinn, you. Help yourself to anything you want, all right? No charge. He turned to his younger brother, you're going to pay double, Ron. Why? Fred followed after his brother and patted Ron's shoulder as the twin went out. We're a business, dear young brother. If we're going to make a profit, we would need to charge more, and who else to charge but family? He turned to the girls. Ladies, would you like to see our Wonder Witch product line? They're very potent and very popular. Ron followed after George to find if the family markup was a joke or serious. Harry tagged along with him. Hermione and Ginny followed after Fred to see the Wonder Witch products. However, I'll be there in a bit, said Ivy. Hermione looked between Quinn and Ivy. She nodded before leaving the two behind. Quinn, said Ivy. Ivy, Quinn greeted her back again. Quinn, Ivy. A silence fell in the room with only the two in it. This was the first time the two talked or even met after their last contact in the architect's vault. I got my results today, said Quinn, leaning against a display case in the middle of the room. Did you get your OWL results? Ivy nodded. We got them in the morning. How did you do? 9 outstandings and 2 exceeds expectations. Wow, congratulations on finally becoming a Newt student. That's one more OWL than I got, said Quinn. Where did you get double E subjects? History of magic and arithmancy, Ivy said with a sigh. Ah, now that I remember, you're better at practical than theory, aren't you? Said Quinn, causing Ivy to look at him with a glimmer in her eyes. Well, those 9 fat OS are going to pull up the arithmany double E, and history of magic isn't really considered if you aren't going in a historical research subject. Even then, no one's going to complain seeing it double E except for Professor Snape. He doesn't take anything less than outstanding for his Newt class. What about you? How did you do in your OWLs last year? She asked. I got 10 outstandings. Unlike you, I only took 10 subjects, no Muggle studies and divination for me. Hermione got 11 OS. Oh my, now that's an achievement worth bragging. If she only stuck with divination, she would have got the entire dozen. How did she do? Asked Ivy. Quinn's eye twitched. Here he avoided going to a certain topic area, and she just pulled the conversation dangerously close to it. I haven't met Daphne today, he said. A half smile of satisfaction appeared on Ivy's face. Quinn knew about her grades than Daphne's now. That was a small victory that she liked very much. Quinn saw the smile and could practically read her mind off the expression. Did this girl have no tact or subtlety? He internally sighed. This was Ivy Potter. She did things head on. He decided to change the subject. I heard your father was there at the carnival attack. How's he? I hope he didn't face any unfortunate mishaps. He's fine, thank you for asking. Thankfully, he didn't get injured, said Ivy, her voice losing its power as her gaze flitted around the room, looking anywhere but at him. I see. I'm glad that he's fine, said Quinn, berating himself for breaching an uncomfortable topic. How's the summer going for you? Having fun after owls? Ivy sighed. With Voldemort back, Mom's a little worried about letting us go out, you know, boy who lived and whatnot. True, so hold up at home, huh? How are your parents about wands at home? Not allowed, Ivy said with her lips pinched together. Now, that's truly unfortunate, said Quinn. I would have gone mad if I was not allowed magic while isolated in my home. After that, both moved out of the back room when they heard Lily call out from Ivy. They entered the front area of the store, which was still bustling with people, mostly children moving around to browse the stunning variety of products. Yes, Mom, said Ivy. Ivy, there you are, said Lily, heaving a sigh of relief. Where were you? I was looking for you. I was in the back room. You could have asked Harry, he would have told you. I couldn't reach your brother, it was too crowdy and loud, so I couldn't even call out to him, said Lily before her eye caught Quinn standing behind her daughter. Quinn, what a surprise, how are you, dear? Congratulations on the 10 crowned outstandings. Professor Flitwick was beside himself when he bragged about the results to us. Thank you, Professor, said Quinn with a polite smile. You got 10 crowns, said Ivy with her mouth slack. She had only got 1 crown for transfiguration. He's been getting crowns on all his subjects for the past 6 years, dear, Lily revealed, smiling at her daughter's expression. Another congratulations is in order, she continued, turning back to Quinn. There was more. Ivy's eyebrows all but trying to disappear into her hairline. It wasn't actually a question, but congratulations for becoming the head boy, said Lily smiling. It was a unanimous decision. All professor voted for you. Well, Mr. Forenza abstained from voting as he didn't feel like he knew any of the prefects well enough to vote. Ivy's surprise melted away. It really wasn't a question. But she did give an impressed nod to Quinn for the unanimous decision. Thank you, Professor. I'm honored with the trust that all of the faculty has shown towards me and will ensure to stand up to the standards, said Quinn with a short bow. Now, no need to be so formal, said Lily. Ivy. The three turned to see Hermione walking towards them with an older couple following behind her. Hermione raised a small pink pot to show it to Ivy. Look, what I found. Guaranteed 10-second pimple vanisher. Fred says that it works on everything from boils to blackheads. Ivy nodded, gently took the pot from Hermione's hand before saying, Quinn got 10 crowned OS. It took a moment for the brain of the smartest witch of her class to catch up, but when it did, her jaw dropped. T10 crowns. Dear me, that's a lot. Hermione got 3 crowns, said the woman behind Hermione. She had mid-length curly brown hair and big bright brown eyes. Seeing that Hermione was busy gaping at Quinn, Lily decided to do the introductions. Quinn, this is Dr. Mary Granger and Dr. Richard Granger, Hermione's parents. She then turned to the Granger parents. This is Quinn, a 7th year at Hogwarts, the school head boy, and the top student of his class. Good afternoon, Dr. and Dr. Granger. Hermione has told me about you, said Quinn. May I ask what she said? Asked Richard. That you're a dental surgeon while Dr. Mary is an orthodontist, said Quinn. So you're also a muggle-born, Quinn. Where do you live? Asked Mary. No, ma'am, I come from a household with a long history of magic, said Quinn. I would be what you call a pureblood. Then, Quinn smiled. The non-magical is part of the world, and I wish to take whatever this world has to offer me. Mary and Richard exchanged looks. It was the first time they had seen a pureblood who actually knew what a dentist meant, much less terms like dental surgeon and orthodontist being thrown out like they were the norm. Their only other experience were the Potters, Weasleys, and, unfortunately, the Malfoys. 2 out of the 3 had no idea what the non-magical world was actually like. That reminds me, said Quinn, taking out 2 cards from his pocket, handing them to the Granger parents. I don't know if you have been approached, but my family runs a modest warding business. The Potter mother-daughter quirked their brows at the word modest coming out Quinn's mouth. We offer a service to ward non-magical households and deliver a wide range of options that you can choose from. Richard looked down at the card and did a double take when he saw a phone number listed on the card. Your family business use telephones? He asked in disbelief. Yes, we do. You can call that number to have a company representative come to your house and explain to you about our services, and you can also use the same number for customer services. You can also Magi fax or all your requests, but we prefer Magi fax and calling. Mary and Richard stared at Quinn, who seemed an oddity to them. May I also get a card? Said Mama Potter, looking extremely interested in the warding service. Quinn was more than happy to provide one, but as his hand went back after handing the card, a shrill sound went off in his head. He sucked a shuddered breath as his hand slowly dropped below. Quinn, Ivy said when she saw Quinn's smile drop. Quinn immediately pulled himself together and faced everyone. It was lovely to meet all of you today, and I would love to continue to talk, but I have to, unfortunately, leave now. Without waiting for a response, Quinn pushed his way through the crowd out of the store, disregarding Ivy's calls from inside the store. He ran through the Diagon Alley, ignoring the seedy amulet seller, who shouted at him, and entered the same dark corner to which he had apparat into. He detached his special pockets from his clothes, and immediately after, all of his clothes came undone from their seams, falling down to the floor. Quinn kicked his shoes off and pulled his socks off, leaving him only in his underwear. He stuffed all of his removed clothing into the special pocket and took out a white triangle patch made from stiff cloth, the size of his fist. He slapped it on his chest, and a blue ripple went through the white patch as it expanded and stretched until Quinn's body was covered in spandex. Another blue surge and the spandex transformed into cargo trousers and a hooded military-style jacket over a skin-tight full-sleeved shirt that covered his head, hiding all of his hair, with black compression pants under the cargo pants. Quinn stretched his fingers, setting the tactical gloves, and tapped his tactical boots toe against the ground. He slapped his special pockets on the wall, which ate the pockets under Quinn's command. He tapped the triangle patch, and a front mask covered his face. Another tap and the white attire turned to black. Noir Transformative Gear V2 was operational. Invisible Vigilante had returned. And with a pop, he was gone. Scene break. Aegis Warding Solutions, the West subsidiary that handled the warding business. The wards used in Aegis products came from a comprehensive tome, an amalgamation of runes from multiple different runic languages. There wasn't a single warder hired by Aegis who had been completely able to figure out the wards that they inscribed, which was why they didn't know that every time they laid a warding scheme over a building, they left behind a backdoor that only one person knew existed. The person who created the Aegis warding system. So when the wards over Ossuary, the home of the Bones family, were activated into defense activity, the backdoor with a certain rune code was triggered, sending an alert. Quinn apparat on the grass and faced a mansion with a forest in the background. His eyes behind the mask frowned at the flickering dome over Ossuary. He could tell that the wards weren't broken through finding a weak point and exploiting it. No, the wards were brutally ripped apart with an aggressive force. He only knew 2 people in the country capable of doing this, and Quinn knew which one of them was responsible for this. Bellatrix Lestrange twirled her wand as she swayed to a hum she sang as she felt the wind caressing her face. She stared at the demolished door of the building through which her master had entered alone. He had said, no one was allowed to enter as he dealt with Amelia Bones. His other servants, all lower than her, everyone was lower than her, all thought their master was going to execute the about-to-be elected minister. But she knew that her beloved master would try to persuade Amelia Bones to join him and pledge her allegiance. She couldn't understand the reason behind her master's decision. Maybe it was because she was a pureblood. Whatever the reason, she knew that her master was always right. Lady Lestrange, should we go inside? Bellatrix didn't look back to face the Death Eater she didn't even know the name of. No need. Master is invincible. Her voice turned cold, and Master's orders are absolute. You're not even allowed to think about disobeying them. Why yes. Bellatrix hummed in approval at the fear in the voice. Not even his servants were allowed to not fear her master. She frowned when she felt the anti-apparition around they had set to not allow Bones escape flicker. Hey, what are you guys doing? The ward is becoming shaky, can't you guys even do one simple job right? She had asked her master to bring along people like Rodolphus, Robistan, and Augustus, who were competent and entirely loyal to him like her, but he refused, saying that he alone was enough and the nameless servants would be enough to cast the ward. Bellatrix frowned when the ward began flickering more than before, and there was still no answer. She finally turned to face them. A cruciatus or two were in order, maybe those would be enough to wake them up. You. The acidic words died in her mouth as she saw the 5 Death Eaters standing in the places they had been before, but all of them were encased in ice. What? Her words again died in her mouth as she felt something behind. Before her face could even show the change in expression, her magic reached her wand, and a shield manifested behind her. However, the very next second, she felt the shield break and felt a jolt. She looked down and saw a glowing red sword coming out of her midriff. Bellatrix slowly turned her head and saw a black mask and pitch-black eyes staring at her from behind the mask. She heard the figure in black click his tongue. Bellatrix again channeled magic into her wand, but before she could even do half a cast, her wand was stripped out of her hand, and almost simultaneously, another red flash hit her, and the world started to go black. The last thing she saw was the black figure running inside the house, leaving behind a strong gust of wind that almost knocked her back. Master. Scene break. Amelia Bones and Voldemort stared at each other. The Dark Lord stood in the middle of the room while the head of DMLE sat on the floor slumped against a wall. At novel bin at. Amelia Bones, join me, said Voldemort. You are pure of blood, so join the glorious cause, and you shall not only live past today, you'll gain endless glory as the Minister of Magic under my regime. I refuse, said Amelia instantly. You killed my brother. Edgar Bones, yes, I remember getting the news of his death, said Voldemort nonchalantly, and his wife died along with, didn't she? Leaving behind a young child. Only if they bowed to me, they would have lived to see their child grow. He looked around. Where's that child? Amelia didn't answer and continued to glare. However, inside, she thanked the fates that Susan had gone to visit her friend Hannah. Do you not care about her? Asked Voldemort. If you leave, she would truly be orphaned. She'll understand, Amelia spat. Voldemort looked outside the window and felt the collapsing ward. It looks like the Aurors are here. He looked back at Amelia. It's a pity. If you agreed, we would have made this world a better place. But, you have made your choice, so today, I'll kill you and dump your body in front of your Aurors. Let them see your lifeless body and despair before I wipe them out. Be grateful that you died by my noble hands. He raised his bone wand towards Amelia, who decided to glare at Voldemort to not give him the satisfaction of breaking her spirit. Avada. The wall to their left exploded into pieces, lifting up a cloud of dust and debris. Voldemort looked to his side and thought it was an Auror, and then he felt a large amount of magic being coagulated, a sign of being cast. 24 ice spears came whistling towards him. Voldemort lazily raised a shield. These ice spears weren't even a threat. But to his surprise, the ice spears poofed into black clouds before they even hit the shield and covered his vision with an opaque haze. He raised his magic to wipe away the haze but felt something cold. A corrosive spell solely cast to melt his body until nothing left assaulted his shield. This one was a bit of a threat. For a second, Voldemort was surprised that an Auror would cast such a vile and dark spell. He wouldn't have batted an eye if an Auror cast a killing curse at him to save their head. But this was something different, something that was cast to make him suffer. He was interested to see who this Auror was. He flicked his wand, and the dark curse fizzled away. With a look, Voldemort vanished the haze. And there stood the Auror he was expecting to see. Instead, he saw a man dressed in black kneeling by Amelia Bones' side. Their eyes met for a split second before the man in black and Amelia Bones were both gone with a negligible pop. Voldemort stayed still for a second. He walked to the window and saw what had happened to his Death Eaters. He saw Bellatrix bleeding out on the grass, but the others drew his attention. So that was the invisible vigilante. Interesting. The fabric of space twisted in black and red before it spewed out Quinn and Amelia Bones onto a moorland. Amelia collapsed onto the ground while Quinn got up from his kneel and looked around. Shit, he cursed inside. In the hurry of getting Amelia away from the Dark Lord, Quinn had apparat to the first place that came to his mind, which was the moorlands where he practices flying that he had been visiting for a while now. I'll have to find a new place now. He turned to his rescuee, who laid prone on the low-growing vegetation. Amelia's eyes met him, and the head of DMLE dragged her body away from him. Amelia Bones, said Quinn, his voice distorted, where is your niece? Speak. He had to go back for Susan, and if he knew which room she was in, it would streamline his entry and exit, decreasing the chances of contact and conflict with assailants. She isn't home, Amelia said, wincing. Quinn stopped his shoulders from sagging in relief and kept his posture constant. The thumps of hearts ringing in his ears began slowing down, and he felt the high come down. Why you are the invisible vigilante, she said, her mind running the scenes from a minute before. The ice spears, masked figure, the distorted voice all separately weren't identifying features, but all put together pointed to one individual. Are you injured? Asked Quinn instead. What were you doing at my home? Quinn peered at her, and he couldn't see a wand on her person. Obviously, Voldemort must have disarmed her. Do you have a way to contact the Auror's office or the Ministry? Who are you? Quinn held back the sigh. She wasn't answering his question. Who am I is no importance to you. Now, answer my questions. I'm the head of DMLE. It is my business more than anybody, said Amelia, her voice returning to her. The department has a bounty on your capture or identity. I do not care for silly bounties. I am not someone the ministry needs be waste their time to capture. There are much graver problems to be solved. Why have you done the mask then? She asked. Why do you change your voice? A moment of silence succeeded Amelia's question. Quinn trained his gaze at her. I wear my mask to hide who I am underneath. I wish for no one to know the person beneath the disguise to remain nameless and faceless. There is nothing to look beneath the mask, Amelia Bones. Do not waste your breath on trying to find out. I don't know the motivations behind your decisions or your action. However, you can't continue to do this. The more you do it, the more people would notice and inevitably try to emulate you by putting on masks and cloaks and going out on the streets. Which was neither lawful nor safe, and Quinn knew that, which was why he didn't go out every night and acted as a neighborhood vigilante. Quinn sighed and operated away, leaving Amelia stunned. She looked around seemingly endless not-so-green grasslands, and the sky above also didn't seem to be kind today as grey overcast the blue. She didn't even know where she was, much less how to get home or to the ministry. Amelia winced as she tried to sit up straight and placed a hand on her side. Bearing through the pain, she tried to stand up while thinking about how to get into contact when a pop interrupted her thought. Oof. Amelia watched as a young man dressed in the typical style of clothing that was preferred and developed in the Auror office and worn by the majority of the Auror force. "W.H. Watt," sputtered the young man as he pushed himself back away from his abductor. He had been patrolling his beat as usual when he heard an apparition pop behind him, and before he could stop his feet, his body froze up, and the next thing he knew, he was thrown down onto the ground. He took out his wand to defend himself while taking in his surroundings when he noticed the other person sitting on the grass a few steps away from him. "Madam Bones," he shouted in surprise before noticing the dirt, grime, and blood on her. "You're injured." The young Auror immediately stopped backing up and leaped in front of her, coming in between Amelia and Quinn with his wand pointing threateningly at the latter. "Madam Bones, what's your status? Do you need assistance? Is he the one who injured you?" The young Auror had positioned himself in a way that his non-wand was hidden from Quinn's vision. He reached into his overcoat pocket, and with his wand in hand, he focused his magic and sent out alerts of the highest level he had the authority to with Auror cipher, saying Amelia Bones danger again and again. "You have called for other Aurors." "Good," said Quinn. "I have, so it would be wise for you to surrender yourself right here and now, and maybe we will be able to discuss some leniency," said the young Auror. Quinn looked over the young Auror's shoulder towards Amelia. "Amelia Bones, you should strengthen your security detail. You are about to become the minister, and there are many people who are not happy with it, displeased enough to murder you to prevent you from taking the chair. You survived today, but the next time might not be as fortunate as today. Take my advice, and I hope you will be able to live long enough to make the country so that I do not have to don the mask ever again. Dark times are ahead, Amelia Bones, and this country will need someone like you taking the helm and steering it through it." Quinn raised his hand and shot a disarming spell towards the young Auror, who pulled up a shield, but the magic tore through it and sent the wand flying into Quinn's hand, who threw it a distance away. He didn't want to be spelled while operating. By the time Voldemort had met his eye, Quinn was already mid-apparition, thus, there was no need to pull up a shield for safety, much less stupidly attack the Dark Lord. But this Auror was cautious against him, and Quinn was sure the Auror would try to keep him or a part of his body here. He wasted no more time and operated away from the place. The young Auror pushed the ground beneath him and sprinted to his wand. He rearmed himself before running back to Amelia. "Madam Bones, allow me to perform some healing magic. Please tell me where you are injured. Do you think you're fit enough to side apparate?" "I'm fine, son. What is your name and designation?" "Auror. Junior Auror Philigen at your service, madam," said Philigen as he began administering first aid treatment. "Thank you, Auror Philigen. Have you sent for support?" "Yes, they'll be arriving soon enough." The Auror badges could be turned into tracking beacons in time of emergency. Right now, there was probably a platoon of Aurors flying towards them. "Madam Bones, who was that?" "The invisible vigilante." Philigen sucked in a breath. He was in Auror school as a trainee when the invisible vigilante had struck at the Quidditch World Cup finals, and they had discussed it in a class. The images they had been shown of the case were the first gruesome ones for his entire batch. "That son of a..." He stopped talking when dots suddenly appeared in the sky, flying in a formation he recognized. "The backup is here, madam." He raised his wand, shot a flare in the sky. The dots turned into people on brooms, who soon landed on the ground. 11 Aurors came running towards them, and in the lead was Sirius Black. "Boss, what happened to you today?" said Sirius. "We got the call from Philigen here and immediately sent someone to check the house, just to find it ravaged." "What the hell is going on?" "You know who came knocking," Amelia said, standing up after with tolerable pain. "What? Voldemort." Amelia nodded. "He wanted me to either join or die. I was about to die when the invisible vigilante suddenly barged and pulled me out here. Junior Auror Philigen was brought here so that he could alert the office. He's dissipated away before you guys could arrive." "Were you able to find out who he was?" asked Sirius. Amelia shook her head. "No, but we need to raise the bounty on his capture, double it, no triple it. And we need to set up a team to find him. I want to know he is, if he's a he or not, where I can find him. I want his search bumped up the priority status." Sirius blinked in surprise at the sudden order and the intensity. Why now? Did something happen? He knew, said Amelia. There wasn't a single word of chatter about the attack or even a peep anywhere that the Death Eaters were about to do something, and we have been actively looking for them since the carnival. His eyes turned sharp, but he knew that you-know-who was going to attack me, and he came barging in. He was there at Hogsmeade, then at the World Cup, and now this once I could take it as luck, twice maybe a coincidence, but 3 times? No, this was no coincidence. That man clearly has a way to know how and when the Death Eaters are going to move, so we need to locate him to find it out. Boss, if we go by your theory, wouldn't he have also known about the Azkaban breakout, the carnival, or the ministry? Asked Sirius. You have a point, but think about it, even if he has a way to find out the information, he's but one man, he might be limited in his approach, and we can learn his method. With our resources, we might truly be able to exploit it to its full extent. But what if there's nothing to be exploited? Asked Sirius. He wasn't the fan of the idea of mitigating resources to find the invisible vigilante just because of a theory that might not even be true. I read the report on the invisible vigilante that you wrote after the World Cup, said Amelia. In it, you wrote that it was a strong possibility that the invisible vigilante was someone who had lost family in the war, who is out for revenge, and you how those type of people can be. They are desperate, motivated, focused, and in this case, the man seems to be putting his all into it. Sirius pursed his lips. He had indeed written that. Boss, while I don't like the idea, but I see the point you're making. Make the call, and I'll brief the new team on my analysis of the invisible vigilante. Thank you, Black. Now, get me to St. Mungo's. I want to be fixed up before my niece sees me. Scene break. Quinn popped up in the alley where he had buried his Quinn belongings. He stamped on the ground in frustration. He waved his hand and charmed the dark corner alley's entrance to not to be disturbed. He slapped his chest, and the mask faded away. He had missed a crucial opportunity today. He put his hand on the wall, and the bricks spat out his pockets. Taking care of the Death Eaters was simple enough, ice and sound, and all were entombed in ice without a peep. Bellatrix Lestrange, however, would have been a bit difficult to take care of without making a ruckus. He probably would have needed to fight her for a good while if he hadn't ambushed her. He didn't have that liberty. Time was of the essence, and Amelia Bone's life was at stake. So he sneaked behind her back and used to Empyrean to create a sword for stabbing, and so he pushed the blade into her back, aiming for the heart. However, Bellatrix sprang up a shield in the last moment, which deflected the blade enough that it ended up in her abdomen. She survived. He wanted to give it another go, however, between her and Amelia Bones, he chose the latter. He did the last button on his shirt and sighed. For the first time in his life, he had felt that it was okay to be the judge of someone's life, that someone was, of course, Bellatrix Lestrange. At novel bin at. He had failed. And except for the anger from his failure, he didn't feel much of anything. Quinn looked down at the noir patch. It had gained another level of notoriety, and this time straight in the eyes of Voldemort. It was nerve-wracking, to say the least. Facing Voldemort he would have been more confident if he was alone, but with Amelia Bones nearby, he wasn't confident enough for a direct confrontation. Thus again, he took the stealthier option. I guess it fits the image. He went by the name Invisible Vigilante, after all. I'll have to be careful, he muttered to himself, and he thought it was time to put in action the next stage of his plan. Quinn sat in the lounge with a book in hand. He raised the glass of cold and smooth banana milkshake, put the straw to his lips, and took a refreshing sip. The printed words formed chains of understandings and thoughts in his mind as he read through paragraphs and flipped through the pages. He looked at the glass in his hand. He glanced back to the book for a second before going back to the glass. He clasped a touch harder, and the milkshake began to shake with tiny droplets bouncing on the surface. Quinn glanced back to the book and observed a diagram. His eyes returned to the glass, and the entire glass began thrumming against the inside of his palm with the straw jumping from rim to rim. So, something like that, huh? Quinn removed his hand from the glass and left it floating in the air. He rested his open palm on the armrest of the sofa, magic flowed, and the couch started to tremble in its legs. He could feel the vibrations spread through his body. Okay, this is sort of neat. He closed his hand, and a two-tine tuning fork manifested in his grip. He pushed magic through the conjured tuning fork, and the tines began shivering and producing a shrill melodious sound. Quinn ramped up the magic, and the tines' oscillations increased in intensity, creating a high-pitched sound. Pang! The tuning fork cracked and disappeared in his grip. Ah, it broke, he sighed. Vibrations are neat. At novel bin at. He grabbed the floating glass to sip sweet goodness and placed the closed book on his lap. Oscillation theory of harmonic magic, it said. It was one of his latest endeavors, the fabled vibration magic. It could make cutting sharper, break objects, among various other uses. Quinn had come to notice the presence of vibration in various magics he was using. The water sonar and earth sense both at some point were indirect applications of magic. Even the Viking Book of Winds had a portion of sharp winds that essentially used vibrations at the core for cutting. The severing spell itself was pure vibrational motion splitting the target. The sound itself was vibrations. The silencing wards dulled the vibration till there was no sound left. The voice modulation while he was dressed in noir transformative suit was a modification in vibration. He could even make the air molecules vibrate to emulate speech that didn't come from his voice box. And according to the book, vibrations had a whole rabbit hole worth of connections with magic, which Quinn was interested in exploring. He sucked in the last bit of his milkshake and lifted up the straw with his mouth. a little breath down the straw, and the long tube split in the middle. What are you doing, Quinn? You're going to make a mess. Quinn watched as George walked into the lounge. Nah, I won't, he said, and the straw joined back together. It floated out of his mouth and dropped into the glass on the table. Quinn watched as George sat in front of him. However, there was something different about him. George looked restless, and the last time Quinn had seen his grandfather look restless was when he had lost his magic. Grandfather, is something wrong? Asked Quinn. George took a deep breath as he looked at Quinn. He didn't reply immediately, which set up a worry inside Quinn. Grandfather, Leah. What happened to Leah? Asked Quinn, getting to his feet. A million thoughts passed through his mind, which started out with what might have happened to Leah, but soon the thought that someone had found his identity and had targeted Leah dominated his mind. She is bringing home her boyfriend, said George, gravely as serious as he had ever been. I'm going to key Hawat, said Quinn, the energy he had built up drained right away. Boyfriend? Did you say, boyfriend? Yes, boyfriend. Ah, that's nothing to be. Quinn started off relieved that his worst thoughts didn't come true, but then his mind caught up with George's words. Oh. Quinn sat down, and the grandson and grandfather pair sat in silence for a while. I didn't know she had a boyfriend, said Quinn, breaking the silence. George sighed. You know how she is about her relationships. She only tells when she thinks the relationship is going somewhere, and her standards for that are quite high. Quite, said Quinn, sighing. His sister was very personal about her love life, even with them her family, and he didn't mind. However, this was different. Leah hasn't brought any of her boyfriends home. This will be the first time. Yes, George said, gazing at the table in front of him, and that can only mean one thing. She must be really serious about this guy, said Quinn, similarly staring at the table in thought. Polly popped into the room to take away the empty milkshake glass. The glass flew into her hand, and she was about to leave but stopped when she saw her big master and little master staring at the table in silence and with the same expression on their faces. Do you know who this guy is? What does his background report say? Asked Quinn. The first step to fighting, winning, a war was to know the enemy. George shook his head. After your sister found that I did it with that Jason fellow, she got angry and didn't talk to me for months. I never kept tabs after that? Quinn clicked his tongue. So they were going to go blind. No, you can't think like that. Leah's going to bring the punk here at the home ground. We have the advantage. When is she bringing him? He asked. Tomorrow for brunch, said George. That isn't much time. Quinn stood up, but let him come. I will see what Leah sees in this. What's his name? Abraham Ostier. Scene break. The flue fireplace roared green, and out of the flames came Leah walking out into the West Mansion's flue fireplace room. She was excited for today. It was the first time she was bringing her boyfriend home, after all. There was a flash of green behind, and Leah turned with a smile to see her companion walk out of the fire. He walked out on the floor and immediately stumbled as a step. Leah, knowing there could be a chance of this happening, reached out her hands and stabilized him before he could fall. You really are bad with the flu, said Leah, smiling. Abraham nodded a thank you to Leah as he regained his balance. He pushed up his thin-framed wayfarer glasses and helplessly smiled. The flu doesn't agree with me, unfortunately. Leah looped an arm around her boyfriend's arm and tangled her fingers with his. There's a trick to it, you know. If you just let me teach it to you, you won't have to fall every time. Believe me when I say this, but I have tried every trick and tip in the book, but nothing has ever worked for me. The gods of flow have never favored me. They seem to hate me even. Ah, that's impossible. How could anyone hate someone as cute as you, said Leah, pressing a kiss onto Abraham's cheek, just at the edge of his lips. We are at your family home, Abraham said in a rushed whisper as he looked at the door, fearing someone would walk in the very moment. So, what? Said Leah with a mischievous grin on her face. She leaned closer to Abraham and whispered into his ear, you know we could stay here for the night. We could stay in my childhood bedroom and… Leah, Abraham said, feeling scandalous. You know how anxious I am. Please, can we not do this? If this is your way of helping, it's not helping. There's nothing to worry about. My family's going to love, I'm sure of it. Didn't you say that your grandfather is a strict man? What if he doesn't like me or approve of us? Yes, he's a strict man, but that doesn't mean he isn't going to like you. He's a stickler for manners and likes things to be done in a proper way, but other than that, he's just anyone else. If you stay true to yourself, he won't have any problem with you or us. Abraham peered at his girlfriend through his glasses as Leah reached out to fix his tie, which had shifted in the flow. His eyes widened. You're scared too, aren't you? No, of course not, she said. However, her hand freezing for a second gave it away. Oh my god, you're scared, Abraham said, now feeling more anxious than before. Of course, I'm nervous, said Leah. This is a big deal for me. This is the first time I have brought someone to see them. What? I am the first one. A feeling of giddy happiness bloomed in his heart, and he smiled when Leah silently nodded. Well, if you say that we're going to fine, then we're going to be fine. Leah looked up at Abraham and saw the giddy smile on her face. His smile gave her confidence, even though it wasn't a dependable smile, but it was one she liked. Of course, we would be fine. I said so already, didn't I? Said Leah with a bright smile which then turned into a teasing one. But, I am still feeling a bit nervous, so… She tiptoed and leaned forward. Abraham's eyes widened as he peeked at the door, but sighed and leaned in, but before their lips could meet. Little mistress. The pair broke off at the instant and looked at the room's door to see big elf eyes peeking from the corner of the door. Polly, said Leah clearing her through, would you inform everyone that we have arrived? The house elf nodded and popped away. Is there something else that I need to keep in mind? Asked Abraham as they walked to the lounge. I should be careful of my etiquettes, and Ms. Rosie would be fine. Elliot, you said, won't be here today, but if I should remain polite and ask him for some advice about my herb garden. Then there's your brother, he might tease us, and that I should talk to him about magic. Leah nodded, proud of him for remembering. Out of everyone today, I hope you'd be able to make friends with Quinn, she said. My baby brother doesn't let people close to him easily, so if he likes you, it would be a great deal to me. Abraham grasped her hand, and Leah smiled, but you know, he might be the one you might be able to impress the easiest. Why do you say that? Well, I'm his beloved sister, so, naturally, he'd like to know more about my boyfriend, so he will actively seek you out, which he doesn't usually do with new people. Plus, he's also dating someone, and that's the point of importance. What does your brother dating someone have to do with him liking me? The relationship is very new, and more importantly, it's his first relationship, a calculative glimmer shone in Leah's eyes. You can exploit that and profit by giving him advice about how to progress in his relationship. He'd listen to you who had much more experience than him carefully, and when his relationship, he'll remember that you helped him and give you credit. Voila, you'll be best mates in no time. He stared at her, wondering why she was talking as if this was a business strategy. But what if his relationship fails? At your brother's age, relationships change faster than you can brew a polyjuice potion. I'll have you know that my brother is very, very charming. The reason I'm so confident this is going to work is even if you give him mediocre advice, he'll just end up making it work, and you'll be reaping the benefits of his work. Also, didn't I say that my brother doesn't let people close to him easily? The fact that he started dating means something in his world, and I know that girlfriend of his, she's like my baby brother in that aspect. Finally, Quinn has my looks, so you know, he's the full package. Girls will brew amortentia just to have a tryst with him, said Leah with overflowing pride. The couple finally reached the lounge. How do I look? Asked Abraham. Leah observed him from up and down before nodding. You look perfect. Now, don't be nervous, you'll be amazing. Abraham took a deep breath, faced the lounge door, looked at Leah, and nodded. When they entered the room, there was only one person in the room, sitting on a sofa, facing away from them. Quinn, called Leah as they moved forward, and Abraham braced himself. Look who I have with me. Leah stopped speaking, and Abraham froze in his spot when they had walked near Quinn and had the entire him in their view. You're an idiot, said Leah, her hand going up to her face. Now, why would you say something so hurtful? Asked Quinn. He was the furthest from an idiot, so it was pretty hurtful to him. He walked to Abraham with a smile on his face and raised his right hand for a handshake while his left hand raised a shovel over his shoulder. So you're Abraham. My name is Quinn, and well, I'm looking forward to knowing more about you, said Quinn with a bright, friendly smile. Abraham shook hands with Quinn, but his eyes were fixed on the shovel, noticing the shiny edges of the spade blade that looked dangerously sharp. It's a pleasure to meet you, Quinn. Leah has told me a lot about him. I hope all good things, said Quinn, noticing the man's French accent. I can't say the same about you, though. Leah hasn't talked about you at all. Before tomorrow, I didn't even know you existed. Abraham, of course, already knew that. Leah had explained to him how she shared her love life with her family. He, however, wasn't expecting it to be brought up and thus was at a loss on how to respond. I see, he said. Quinn, said Leah, her words burning with anger. All right, I'll stop. Quinn wrapped an arm around her shoulder. He removed the shovel from his shoulder and dropped it, but the shovel disappeared before it hit the ground. I was just playing around, you know, breaking the ice with a little bit of comedy. That thing you said to him wasn't funny, Leah said, still looking angry. Quinn pursed his lips. I'm sorry. I was purposefully hurtful. But you know, I don't like this. He's going to take my big sister away from me. How am I supposed to feel about that? He said with the world's most pitiful puppy dog eyes. And they were super effective. Leah West, one of the most protective sisters on the planet, melted away at those words and the look. She immediately hugged Quinn and spoke placating words of comfort and love. What are you talking about? Who said I'm going anywhere? I'll always be here for my baby brother. I love you, Quinn, and nothing's going to change that. So if I come to your house to go out for a fun evening to the non-magical world, you'll come with me? Asked Quinn, channeling the younger brother energy. Why would I ever refuse that? You can come to me anytime, even if I'm in another country, and you come to me there, we'll go do whatever you want. Promise. Promise. Okay, I'm glad, said Quinn and hugged Leah, swaying a bit as he started at Abraham, who only had one thought that when he saw the smug smile that Quinn flashed him. Did she mean cunning instead of charming? Quinn and Leah ended the hug, with the latter feeling emotional about her brother's worries. Her brother didn't usually open up like this, so the moment now felt special to her, even causing her to tear up a bit. Quinn walked to Abraham and quite uncharacteristically hugged the man, and Leah might have noticed it, but she was busy with her flowing emotions. Listen, mate, I don't have anything against you. I don't even know you. But you're the first guy Leah has brought home, which is really special for her. So if you hurt her in any way, I won't need to make you regret it as Leah will do on her own, but I will come after you and make you wish you had committed genocide instead of hurting my sister. I will never hurt Leah. Quinn firmly patted Abraham on the back before ending the threatening hurt, but he frowned when he saw Abraham smiling. Why are you smiling? Being threatened by Quinn felt like validation to Abraham that Leah's family had accepted the existence of their relationship and so had to threaten him. And when he told Quinn about it, the younger brother quirked an eye and said, "You're a little weird, aren't you?" "Where are the others?" asked Leah after having a moment by herself. "Today was a sunny day, so they're sitting outside in the garden," said Quinn. He observed the nervous couple as they went to meet the elders and chuckled, "You don't have to be anxious, you already passed the most challenging part of the day. Now, leave it to me. I, with my heart of pure gold, shall help you lovebirds as the world's best Cupid. I'll have the award of the best couple in your hands by the end of the day." Leah brightly smiled with complete confidence in her brother while Abraham glanced at the sibling pair in worry. Was this going to be all right? Quinn came running out into the gardens. "Hide the shovel," he said hastily. George and Miss Rosie, who both were sitting on outdoor furniture under the warm sun, looked up at Quinn, who glanced back behind him in a hurry. "She got angry, didn't she?" said Miss Rosie, vanishing the shovel that sat beside George with a wave of her wand. "I told you she won't like it. I was being cute. How was I supposed to know she wouldn't like that?" Okay, they're here. Act normal," said Quinn. However, he was the only one who needed to heed his words. At novel bin at. Leah and Abraham walked into the garden with Leah staring at Quinn with narrowed eyes. Quinn flat out ignored the pointed look and decided to move things along. "Grandfather, Ms. Rosie, let me introduce Abraham Ostier," he said. "Abraham, this is our grandfather, George West, the head of the family, and the lovely lady here's Ms. Rosie, the one actually in charge here." Abraham stiffly stepped forward and introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Abraham Ostier, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. Leah has told me so much about both of you." George placed his teacup down and stood up. He walked to Abraham and faced the slightly shorter man. "Abraham Ostier, I have been wanting to meet you ever since Leah told me about you. I look forward to knowing much about you today," George said as he shook hands with Abraham. Abraham nodded before remembering what Leah had asked him to do and moved towards Ms. Rosie, who had stood up. He gently grasped her offered hand and kissed it in Ms. Rosie's preferred form of greeting. He felt breath return to him with Ms. Rosie nodded before silently sitting back down, which according to Leah, was a sign that he had passed the greeting phase. He sighed in relief and turned back with a smile to see Leah and Quinn arguing in not-so-quiet whispers about how it should have been they who did the introduction. "Children," said George, "come sit." The West siblings stopped arguing and took their seats. George sat in front of the couple while Quinn took his seat beside Ms. Rosie, seated on the double-seater to the side. "So Abraham, your accent, it's French, isn't it?" asked George. Abraham received the cup of tea from Ms. Rosie. "Yes, I was born and raised in France," he said. His accent, while not heavy, had a French flavor to it. "I thought so too," Quinn said, sipping on a caramel milkshake. "You said born and raised, does that mean you studied at Beauxbatons as well?" "Yes, I did." "How old are you again?" "I'm 26 this year." "So you were a year junior to Leah, huh? Did you two know each other back then?" "I knew him by face and name, but that was it," said Leah. "And as for Abraham, I knew of Leah well, everyone knew of Leah in the school, she was insanely famous. But we were never acquaintances, much less friends." "Then how did you two meet and get together?" asked Quinn, interested. "I met Abraham when I was in France. Lyon, wasn't it? I was having dinner when I spotted him in the same restaurant and asked him to join me, and we things started from there," said Leah smiling sweetly. "So, you live in Lyon in Abraham?" asked George. "No, I was working in Lyon back then," said Abraham. "I'm from Bordeaux." "Oh, what's your profession then?" Quinn asked while adding the findings into the new Abraham titled memory book. Abraham straightened, and a glimmer emerged in his eye. "I'm a chef, trained in French cuisine." Quinn, the self-proclaimed foodie, leaned forward. "Tell me more." "Well, I have been interested in cooking since I was very young. My mother, is a fantastic cook, and I used to help her out in the kitchen when I was but a child. Then when I would like to say 14, I took a summer job as a kitchen porter at a restaurant that used ingredients that didn't go well with magic. I was hired to peel, cut, and do the prep work on them by hand. I must have done a good job back then because the legumier, vegetable chef, told me that I could return the next year and they would pay me more." There was a nostalgic smile on Abraham as he recollected the memories. "I did return the following summer because the money they promised was good, but after the first day, the same chef asked me if I would like to learn from her. I had nothing better to do, so I agreed. I would learn in the morning when the restaurant wasn't open and would work in the evening before the dinner service. The summer ended, but the apprenticeship didn't. My teacher told me that I could return the next year. At that time, I wasn't sure if I wanted, so I told her I would think about it. But then I started to cook in the dorms when I was hungry late at night. Then my roommates started to ask me to cook, and before I knew it, I was being paid to cook for my dorm floor." Abraham shrugged with a lopsided smile. "It felt good, so I decided to go back the next summer, and the summer after that. By the time I graduated, I had decided that I was going to be a chef. I went to the same restaurant and took a formal apprenticeship under the chef de cuisine. I learned and worked there for 2 years before moving on. Then I went around the country, working under different chefs and learning everything they had to offer, and when I turned 24, I was made the head chef of a new restaurant from a patron who had come to like my cooking. Wow, I want to do something like that, said Quinn. You want to be a chef? Asked Abraham. Why, you can come work for me if you want. Huh, no, I don't want to be a chef, Quinn waved his hand. I want to go around the world and learn magic. He crossed his arms with a faraway look. Yeah, that would be the dream, learning the different cultures to make something of my own. Books were an excellent source of knowledge, but there were other things, little intricacies and nuggets of wisdom, which could only be found where the magic was being actively used by a community. Ah, that's right, thought Abraham. Leah said that Quinn loved magic. Where is this restaurant of yours? Asked Quinn. I would like to visit. Ah, I actually left that job, said Abraham, scratching the back of his head. Then. Before Abraham could answer, Leah took the initiative. Abraham starts his own restaurant the next month, she said proudly. Oh, a chef and a restaurateur, now that's more like it. So where's the new restaurant? I will visit there, said Quinn. It's in Manhattan, New York, said Abraham, surprising everybody. You got a permit to open a magical shop in Manhattan? Asked George. His eyes went to his granddaughter with a question in them. Leah matched his eyes but didn't deny it. Manhattan was the magical hub of the United States. Woolworth Building, a building in Manhattan, housed the headquarters of Magical Congress of the United States of America, GUSA, and because of the secretive and controlling nature of the Magical Congress, not anyone could just open a magical business in the area. If it was a century or two in the past, it would have required a thorough vetting process to get a permit, and even then, a single mistake would result in the termination of the permit and the closing of the business. But today, the area was so high profile and full of important people that it required connections in high places to do anything in Manhattan. The fact that Abraham was allowed to open the shop in such a high-profile area and Leah not denying it could mean only one thing. She was the one who pulled the strings. Leah heard a sound in her ear that came out of everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Do you own the restaurant building in Manhattan? Blink once for yes. She recognized the voice and turned to see that Quinn was talking with Abraham about the logistics required to run a restaurant, but she knew it was him. Leah blinked once. The voice spoke again, with Quinn still talking with Abraham. Sell the building to me. Leah frowned and mouthed, why? Because it's clear that you helped your boyfriend with his restaurant, and from the looks of it, grandfather isn't happy about it. He is probably, no scratch that he is thinking less of Abraham right now. If I know grandfather, he's is thinking that Abraham manipulated you into helping him. So if you sell the building to me, then that would placate his displeasure, as that would take the control out of your hand and into mine. It would separate business from personal, which I'm sure would help when you explain your decision to him later. It's quite elementary, don't you think? How about it? Leah pursed her lips in thought for a while before reluctantly nodding. Now that's what are we talking about, said the voice projected with the help of sound and vibration magic. Also, I'm not paying a single canute above the market price. Scene break. Leah closed the door behind her and sighed when the stopper clicked into place. So, how did it go? She looked up and saw Quinn leaning against the wall in front of their grandfather's study. He was upset, Leah said, as you said he would be. Well, that was to be expected, said Quinn as the sibling pair walked away from the study. You know, he's being protective, right? In our position, the biggest doubt while in a relationship is if our partner is with us because of our money. Someone as young as Abraham opening a restaurant screams him taking advantage of you. But, I did it on my own, she said. Abraham doesn't know I own the building. I used one of our lawyers for lease negotiations. He even went to the permit office and applied for the license and doesn't know that I pushed it along the line to get approved. Quinn patted Leah's back in comfort. What's done can't be changed, so we need to move along and remedy the situation. Did you tell grandfather about me buying the building? Yes, I did. Thank you for that suggestion. It helped, said Leah. She peered at Quinn and noticed her brother's relaxed features. You don't seem to be upset about my choices. Even Ms. Rosie was a bit disappointed. Quinn glanced at his sister before shrugging. You care for him, I can see that much. And he's at a crucial point of his career, so I can see why you helped him out. To be honest, I was tempted to use legilimency to see what his intentions were, Quinn said, and Leah's eyes narrowed dangerously, but I didn't do it. I believe in your choice of partner. Even if you made a mistake in judging a person's character, I know you won't let anyone bully or manipulate even if you have feelings for them. And for Quinn, between him and Leah she was the more dependable one. Leah stopped and suddenly pulled Quinn into a hug. When did my baby brother grow up so much? Don't grow up and stay my cute baby brother, please. She buried her face into his shoulder. You even grew taller than me before I knew it. Her hug tightened. Thank you, Quinn. Quinn hugged her back. It's okay, don't mention it. You're my dear sister, after all, he said. Quinn knew how much Leah cared for him. Ever since he had come into this world, she had sent him a letter twice every week while she was away, and that had continued throughout the years to this day, and he knew how busy Leah had been during the years when she had just started working, but not once had the letter stopped. But you know the problem isn't over, right? Said Quinn. What do you mean? She said, not letting Quinn go from her hug. You'll have to tell Abraham that you were behind the setup of his restaurant, or he will find one day, and that won't be good for your relationship, he said. Hypocrite. Tell him the very next chance you get. Hypocrite. Come clean and be honest with him. Hypocrite. But, what if he gets angry? You'd have to take that risk, Leah. Even though I have only the guy for a few hours, I say that he will understand. Leah stayed silent for a good while before nodding into Quinn's shoulder. Okay, now, let's go get some ice cream, said Quinn, ending the hug. That's a great idea, said Leah giggling. The best one you had today, much better than the shovel. Don't disrespect the shovel. It holds power you can't even fathom, said Quinn, snorting. Should we go get Abraham? Where is he staying? He's probably already sleeping. He said that today was stressful for him. He's staying at a hotel. He could have stayed the night here. Why did you set him up in a hotel? I said the same thing to him, and Ms. Rosie had even set up a room for us in advance, but he refused. Us? As in you two in the same room? You. Oh, grow up, will you? Decide on one thing, woman. Do you want me to grow up or not? The day ended with the West siblings chattering away. Quinn stepped out of the fireplace with green flames parting to let him through. He patted his clothes once, and all dust spots from the flue vanished. Quinny has come. He glanced down at the familiar voice, and there stood a house elf with big glistening brown eyes and floppy ears with a small bronze earring on the helix of each ear. I hope I didn't keep everyone waiting, said Quinn. Quinny always on time, said Gretzy, the house elf of the Greengrass household. Mistress Daffy waiting for you in the lounge. Let me take you. Thank you, Gretzy, said Quinn to the cleanly dressed house elf dressed in a cottage white toga, a practice that the Greengrass family had adopted from seeing Polly dressed in her uniform togas. They had even called Polly to hammer down the view into Gretzy, who refused to wear anything other than her makeshift clothing made from pillow covers which had become ragged after years of repeated cleaning. As they walked through the halls of the Greengrass mansion, Quinn asked, Is Astoria home? Mistress Tori is home, doing homework. Could you please tell her to come and meet me when she's done? I will tell. Gretzy dropped Quinn off at the lounge. Quinn entered the room, and as promised, Daphne sat on a sofa with her feet folded to her side. She held a book in her hands that Quinn recognized. It was a healing manual focused on lungs. Advanced material that wasn't in the Hogwarts curriculum and only taught during healing apprenticeships. She must have heard him walk in as she closed her book and set it down onto the small side table before looking up at him. You're finally here, she said. I got tired waiting. I'm on time, milady, said Quinn as he sat down beside her. So, how are you doing today? Daphne scooted near him and leaned against Quinn as she replied, There's nothing much to do at home, so I just end up reading books these days. She sighed. Even Tracy is out traveling with her parents. I'm bored. What about the garden you were tending to? Did you already do that? No, I haven't started that. It's too hot outside. Then, do you want me to help you? Quinn took out a lightly tinted circular vial. I even brought a potion alchemic that will help the growth of the plants that you told me about. Daphne took the vial off Quinn's palm and eyed the sloshing liquid, which she squinted her eyes to make out its green color behind the tint. I guess we can do that, but let's wait for a while, she said and rested her head on Quinn's shoulder. Whenever you want, I'm free all day today, said Quinn, glancing down at Daphne, looking at her blue eyes and golden hair. Are your parents home today, or is it just you and Astoria? Just me and Astoria, said Daphne. She looked up at him and noticed that he was looking at her. She gazed back at him and saw that his gaze was shifting to a particular part of her face. She lifted her head to give him permission and closed her eyes as Quinn dipped his inclined face towards her. She thought his lips were warm and soft as she parted her lips in response to his ticklish licks, letting his tongue slip inside. When they parted, Daphne was left feeling warm and fuzzy and in a fleeting daze. Milk and honey, you had tea recently, he said, commenting. She voiced softly. She felt Quinn's finger on her chin as it lifted her face up for another round, and her heart was more than happy to oblige. Oops. The two parted with haste at the unexpected sound and looked at the door where Astoria stood with a hand on her mouth and mischief in her eyes. It looks like I have disturbed you two. I'm sorry for intruding upon your dalliance. Daphne reddened at her sister's snicker and amusement-filled eyes and glared at her with irritation. What do you want? She asked. I want nothing, sister mine, said Astoria, still giggling. It's your boyfriend that wanted me to meet him and called for me. Daphne looked up at Quinn, a question in her icy blue eyes. She and Quinn only met twice a week in the summer break, and she didn't appreciate it when that time was interrupted. Quinn nodded. I did ask Gretzy to tell Astoria that I wanted to meet her. And why's that? I have something of importance to ask of her. Astoria, if you would, inviting the younger Greengrass to sit with them. So, what do you want to talk about? Asked Astoria. Well, as you know, the next coming year will be my last at Hogwarts, Quinn said, and there are some matters that need to be taken care of before I leave. Quinn reached into his pocket and placed a black and gold card on the table between him and Astoria. Astoria reached over and picked up the card, and familiarity flashed in her eyes. Why are you giving me the aid card? She asked. I have an offer for you. It's up to you if you choose to accept it, though I would like it if you would, said Quinn and then pointed at the card in Astoria's hand. Astoria, would you look to become the proprietor of aid after me? Astoria gasped as she froze in her spot, her widened eyes dipping down to the card in her hand. Even Daphne sat up straight beside Quinn and stared at him with a questioning look of surprise in her eyes. What do you mean? Asked Astoria. Quinn rested his hands in his lap. Aid is something I built in my second year, and it has been 5 years since that fateful day. It has grown from something that used to handle little problems into something that organized the biggest Hogwarts Quidditch tournament ever held. There was a proud glimmer in Quinn's eyes as he spoke about aid, And now that I am soon to leave Hogwarts, I don't wish for Aid to leave with me. So I've come to a decision to pass on Aid to another, and that another is you, Astoria. Me? Asked Astoria, her breath hitching. Yes, you, said Quinn. After thinking about who could succeed me to continue Aid, you were the candidate that I deem the best. What about Luna? Isn't she part of Aid? Shouldn't she be the one to succeed you? True, Luna is part of Aid, and she always will be as much part of Aid as I am. But she's not fit to succeed Aid as the main proprietor. She's more like a stray cat that would come when her heart desires, said Quinn with a shake of his head and a chuckle. Do you know, when I invited her to join Aid, she asked me to pay her in cookies. That was an interesting day indeed. I'm sure if I go ask Luna to succeed Aid, she would agree, but if I tell her that she doesn't have to and I have another option in mind, she'd decline, and tell me to choose them. She will only accept when there's no other option. When it came to skill, Quinn knew Luna, who he had taught for years, to be better suited for the task than Astoria, which was an important factor considering that a lot of Aid's requests were magic requests from students who weren't able to cast the required spells themselves, or simply didn't want to take on the hassle of doing so. Okay, that sort of does make sense, said Astoria as she had become friends with the eccentric Ravenclaw through Quinn. However, the question still remained. But why me? She asked. Well, as you must realize, that the proprietor of Aid is a unique position in Hogwarts. I personally started it, which makes it a student venture, and as such, it isn't controlled by the faculty save for the fact that the permission to use the classroom that is being used as the office lays in the hands of Professor Flitwick. But I'm sure as long as Aid keeps true to its purpose, which is to help the students, he won't take away the permission. But I digress. Coming back to the position of the proprietor. Astoria, people don't realize it, but the proprietor of Aid holds more power than any other student position in Hogwarts, more than the prefects or even the head boy and head girl, and I'm both a prefect and head boy, so take my word for it. How do you mean? Asked Astoria, confused. She looked at her sister, but even Daphne was clueless as her. A satisfied smile surfaced on Quinn's face as he pulled back his shoulders and raised his chin high. Do you know why I started Aid? He asked. To help the students, said Astoria, repeating the official Aid motto. Actually, that's incorrect. Sure, helping people is an integral part of Aid and the main reason for its success. But the reason for Aid's inception was to solely benefit me, said Quinn, pointing both thumbs towards him. Astoria quirked her brow. How does Aid help you? She asked, but then the thought flashed behind her eyes. Ah, you mean the money, don't you? You charge the students for their services, which goes into your pocket? You mean that, right? No, that's not it. Quinn laughed as he waved his hand. Aid barely breaks even every year. For 5 years, I haven't pocketed a single canute out of Aid, but I have funneled revenue into the workshop, so maybe I have attained monetary gains from it, but no, money wasn't the reason I started Aid. Then what's the reason? That was her only guess. The reason Aid was started was to gain favors, or as I like to lovingly call them, debts, said Quinn. Favors? Debts? Said Astoria, tilting her head. A question to you and even you, Daphne, why do you think for 5 years, I have been offering massive discounts on the Aid subject notes? It would have been logical to give them on the very first year, maybe even the second, but not every year. Would either of you care to venture a guess? He asked. Both sisters dipped their chins in thought before looking at each other to see that the other didn't have an idea. We have no idea, said Daphne, who had never actually availed the offered discount and had paid. She frowned, wondering why she refused it in the first place. Maybe, you two of you aren't the right audience for this question, said Quinn, recalling his relationship with the two sisters. Astoria hasn't ever come to buy my notes, which I presume is because you used Daphne's. Astoria nodded. She used the notes that Daphne had kept and not thrown away. And I stopped offering Daphne the discount after the first time because she was a friend, said Quinn. You stopped offering me the discount because I was your friend, voiced Daphne, feeling confused about her words. Quinn nodded. I'm not sure if you remember, but the only time I offered you the discount, I spoke the conditions I offer to everyone. I will provide you with a discount and help you out, and you can, in turn, help me out when I need it later. In simple terms, I scratch your back and you scratch mine. But if we look at it from a different angle, everyone who availed the discount owes me a favor. Not only that, I offer the same conditions while taking any request that comes through my doors. Quinn crossed his legs, rested his interlinked hands on his knee, raised his chin, and smirked. 95% of the people who have ever stepped through the doors owe me a favor, be it first years or 7th, Quidditch jocks or top-scoring nerds, the delinquents or the prefects, purebloods, half-bloods, or the muggleborns, the likes of Potters, Bones, Longbottom, not all, owe me debts. It was slow, but the realization started to set in Astoria and Daphne's minds. They knew the power of favors. Their father had demonstrated it a countless number of times. It was why the children of many lower-grade members of the Grey faction and even the Dark and Light faction would treat them, the daughters of the leader of the Grey faction, with respect and politeness. All of them wanted favors from their father. But it doesn't end there, said Quinn, chuckling. Do you know the best part about it? Most of them don't even see it as debts. They unwilling owe me because I'm helping them. They are grateful, and will very willingly and happily return the help, of course. There are sometimes they don't like it when I ask them of difficult tasks, but they oblige nevertheless. Daphne stared at her boyfriend, watching him tell Astoria about his various exploits. This was a new side of him that she hadn't seen before. Sure, he had always been playful and mischievous, but this side was different. Him talking about how he had control over the Hogwarts students, she wanted to hear more about it. In short, aid was created because I wanted to build myself a network of connections and debts that I could call upon anytime, no matter which house, social circle, or social ladder I have contacts that I can use. And as it stands, that initiative has seen extraordinary success, Quinn said, finishing. Again, why me? Astoria was impressed, but she still wanted to know the answer to her question. Look at me, getting so distracted. My apologies, said Quinn. My vision of the proprietor of aid is someone who has excellent communication skills and understands the power that comes with the position. He raised his hand and bluntly pointed at Astoria. You are the person who checks both the boxes. Your pure blood background makes other pure bloods comfortable. However, you are outgoing, well-liked with a positive reputation, good-looking, smart, have ample emotional quotient. All these things allow you to be approached by the half-bloods and muggleborns. And you, a green grass, realize exactly how to exploit the asset named aid. At novel bin at. Quinn didn't pretend that things like appearance didn't matter. A person with good looks would have a better impression on people, which was essential for aid. It was all about people and how they perceived things, especially teens. You really think I will be able to take over aid? Asked Astoria. Aid was a big deal in Hogwarts, everyone knew about it, and the reason it was such was because of Quinn West. He had a reputation for having a solution to every problem imaginable. Quinn West was nigh untouchable in Hogwarts, the top of the pyramid, and Astoria wasn't sure if she could stand up to that standard. Astoria, one thing you should know about me is that I am very sentimental about the things I get attached to, said Quinn, staring straight at Astoria. If I thought you, or anyone else, wasn't suitable for the job, I would have shut down aid rather than passing it on to an unworthy person. I'm offering this job to you because I think you're suitable. That felt good to hear, Astoria thought. However, she still had doubts, which Quinn answered without her needing to voice them. And it's not like I'll be throwing you into the middle of everything without help. If you chose to accept, I'd teach you the ins and outs of aid before passing it on to you. You'd work beside me for a while before I completely retire, said Quinn, offering training. And you'll have Luna with you, who you can rely on until you get the hang of things. You can take time to decide and tell me. I'll do it, Astoria said immediately. Quinn paused and stared at Astoria before asking, Are you sure? I suggest that you take some time to decide. It's not a small commitment. No need, said Astoria, looking at the aid card with bright eyes. I want to do this. Quinn glanced at Daphne, who shrugged helplessly. Her sister was always the impulsive type. All right then, welcome to aid, Astoria Greengrass, said Quinn with a smile. Astoria beamed a bright grin before getting up suddenly. She cleared her throat. Thank you, Quinn, for this opportunity, and I promise I'll not let you down. Now I'll take my leave, and she smiled teasingly, leave you both to whatever you were doing. Astoria. Daphne shouted in irritation as her sister giggled and ran out of the room. Daphne spat a sigh before looking at Quinn, who was staring at her with a different kind of smile. She felt red climb her cheeks as Quinn pulled her close. The array of contorted lights and scenery flashed past Quinn's eyes. His feet landed on the solid ground after operating through the fabric of space. He stretched his extremities, relieving himself of the usual feeling of being stuffed through a narrow tube. Quinn raised his face hidden behind the noir mask to glance upon the majesty of the blazing summer sun. He blinked as his eyes adjusted to the new light. He stood in a country lane bordered by high, tangled hedgerows, beneath a summer sky as bright and blue as a forget-me-not. Some 10 feet in front of him walked a little girl with pigtails, skipping down the dusty road with a thing of flowers in hand. The girl passed by Quinn, seemingly oblivious to his masked and hooded presence under the anti-muggle charm covering him. Quinn walked forward with deft steps on the path he had surveyed multiple times before during the initial scouting of his target destination. He stopped and stared at the wooden signpost that stuck out of the brambles on the left-hand side of the road. The wooden sign had 2 arms. The one pointing in the direction the little girl had walked toward read, Great Hanglitten, 5 miles. The other arm, which pointed to the front, said, Little Hanglitten, 1 mile. He walked the short path with grass on either side with nothing to see but the hedgerows, the vast blue sky overhead, and his own light footsteps. Then the lane curved to the left and fell away, sloping steeply down a hillside so that he had a sudden unexpected view of a whole valley laid out in front of him. Quinn could see a village, undoubtedly Little Hanglitten, nestled between 2 steep hills, its church and graveyard clearly visible. Across the valley, set on the opposite hillside, was a once handsome manor house surrounded by a wide expanse of eerie weed-covered lawn. Quinn looked down the downward sloping hill with a steep angle and considered if he should trot down but decided against it. He stepped forward, and the winds came sweeping in beneath Quinn's feet, lifting him a foot above the ground as he glided down the slope. If he continued down to the base, he would have reached Little Hanglitten. However, the village wasn't his final destination. He rounded right on a curve and entered upon a narrow dirt track bordered by higher and wilder hedgerows than those he had left behind. The path was crooked, rocky, and potholed, sloping downhill like the last one, and at the end of it was a patch of dark trees a little below him. The track soon opened up at the copse, and Quinn cut the gliding winds and came to a halt on the ground. Despite the cloudless sky, the old trees ahead cast deep, dark, cool shadows, and despite having scouted the area before, it took a few seconds before he could discern the building half hidden amongst the tangle of trunks. It was a strange location to choose for a house, or else an odd decision to leave the trees growing nearby, blocking all light and the view of the valley below. It was clear from the moss growing on the walls and the broken-off tiles on the roof, which left the rafters exposed, that the place was inhabited. Nettles grew all around it, their tips reaching the windows, which were tiny and thick with grime. So this is it. Quinn stared at the old cottage, the Gaunt shack. The ancestral home of the Gaunt family, located in the woods just outside the village of Little Hangleton. It was a shabby little shack that once housed Marvolo Gaunt, his wife, their son Morfin, and daughter Maripi. The father and the son being the other two Parseltongue residing in Britain other than Voldemort and Harry Potter. Quinn walked to the decrepit door of the cottage and stared at the rotten door, which had bent out of its frame and only stood ajar because of its odd position. He waved a hand, and the door separated from its joint and flew to the side as Quinn stepped inside. The house seemed to contain 3 tiny rooms. 2 doors led off the main room, which served as kitchen and living room combined. A broken and filthy armchair sat beside a choked and dusty fireplace. The ceiling was thick with cobwebs, the floor beneath his boots coated in grime. The only light came from broken and boarded windows that received the sunlight filtering from the trees outside. The floorboards under his feet creaked as he walked around the house, looking around. He stood in the middle of the cottage, and a light blue aura spread out from him in a dome shape, phasing through the broken furniture, pillars, walls, doors to cover the entire house. He got no response from the scan, so he tried it again. A red dome scanned the Gaunt shack, then a green one, followed by a variety of detection charms looking for magical enchantments. Ping. The voice came from the bedroom where a bed split down the middle lay broken on the floor. Quinn waved his hand, and the bed shrunk down to a matchbox, leaving the part of the room empty. He stared at the floorboards that were as patchy and grimy as any other piece of the floor in the cottage, but there was something magical in them. The wooden boards creaked as rusted nails holding down them popped out, and the planks held down by the age-old glue came out apart easily. There was a patch of the earth beneath them, but Quinn wasn't fooled. He dug the mud out with magic and finally laid his eyes upon the motive of him coming here. A golden box sat there buried in the foundation of the house. Quinn bent his forearm up, and the box rose up. It was heavy. Quinn suspected it was genuine gold. If it was, then it would be fitting the nature of its owner and creator. Quinn blew on it, and the mud and dust were stripped away, bringing out the gleaming and inviting sheen of the gold box. The box was set down on the floor, and Quinn kneeled beside it, his eyes and magic observing the enchantments keeping the box locked. He had to admit, they were powerful, despite the very long period of lack of care. Now, let's break them up. Quinn's magic began its work and worked to dismantle the enchantments that made the box into a black box capable of surviving being blasted in the sky and dropping down the high altitude down to the ground in free fall. Magic from various cultures, commented Quinn, his eyes looking at the box, a complicated and excited eyes. The amalgamation of different cultures of magic worked together to create something that even Quinn found tricky to solve, and yet it was the proof of concept that he wanted to accomplish. Click. The box unlocked after an hour of effort. Quinn took a deep breath and raised his gloved finger to lift up the lid, and sucked in a cold breath at the solitary ring that sat inside. It was a gold ring etched with detailed designs and looked as if it had been just polished, gleaming like the rays of the sun itself. Marvolo Gaunt's ring. On the top of the ring, fixed underneath the 4 gold fangs, was a black gemstone. Quinn's eyes remained fixed on the gemstone, on the design that was inscribed onto it, a line with a circle drawn from the top enclosed inside a triangle. The signature of the Deathly Hallows. And the gemstone. Resurrection stone, said Quinn, sighing a cold breath in the midsummer. A/N, read carefully. He thought it was beautiful, enchanting, and something that would look great on his finger, where it belonged. Thud. Humph, he smirked. His mental shields had effortlessly thwarted the mental curse. Quinn looked down at his hand and saw the gaunt ring in his right with his left hand's fingers outstretched, obviously so that he could put on the ring. A cold sweat trickled down his temple beneath his mask, and his nape felt cold. He had just nearly put the cursed ring on. The ring. Gaunt's ring. A terrible curse was cast upon it. A curse that would wither away the one who would put it on, leading to a swift and quick death to get them away from the ring. However, there was one more, another curse that made the ring more deadly than it was. It enticed those who gazed upon it to slip it on so that it could lead them to their death. Won't you look at that? The mighty Quinn West trembling in front of a measly magical ring. At novel bin at. Quinn looked up from the ring and saw himself. Him squatting in front of Quinn, matching eye levels. He looked exactly the same as Quinn, the only difference was that he was dressed in a suit while Quinn was dressed in the noir transformative suit. It has been a while, hasn't it? Quinn said, smirking. The last time we met was in Lupin's class, and the boggart took the form of yours truly, he said, touching up his tie with a confident smirk. Ch79. Quinn's eyes went to the Quinn's hand and saw a wand acacia wood, 14 inches, rigid. Oh, you noticed this beaut, said Quinn, holding the wand in both hands. Of course, you'd notice it, it's the wand that chose you and the one you have been betraying for the past 6 years. I don't know what your problem is, but I quite like it, he smirked. I'm power incarnate with it in my hand. Quinn stared at him. Why would you, my worst fear, be here to convince me to put on the ring? I would never do a thing you say. He laughed loudly. It was wild, rambunctious, and louder than Quinn had ever laughed in his life. Me, your fear, he said between laughs. Man, you can crack a joke or two from time to time. Quinn leaned forward, put his face close to Quinn, and stared at him with his glowing purple eyes. I'm not your fear, Quinn. I am you. I'm you when your worthless ego is eliminated, and the golden ID is given time to shine. I'm your greed, pride, gluttony, sloth, envy, wrath, and lust. Speaking of lust, you bagged Daphne, good job there. She's a total hottie. But why are you wasting time by just tasting her when you can eat her up? I can imagine it. She'll taste heavenly, Sin Quinn cackled. Just ask her. She'll agree you have noticed it, right? She never disagrees with you, always supportive like a good pure blood wife, such a good girl. I'm sure she won't refuse if you bring in the spicy redhead into the mix, said Sin Quinn, licking his lips. A menage trio just thinking about sends a shiver down my spine. Shut up. Sin Quinn grinned and raised his hands in surrender. He looked down at the ring and spoke, but you have to agree with me when I say that they deserve some closure, don't they? What the hell are you talking about? Asked Quinn. Come on, you know what I'm talking about, silly, I am you, after all, said Sin Quinn, placing a hand on his cheek and looked at Quinn as if he was a child. Grandfather lost his young son before time, he was so young. And Leah lost both her parents at the tender of 10, leaving her to care for her younger brother of 1. Don't you think they deserve to meet Adam and Arya West one last time to get some closure in their eyes after they both only have each other in the name of family? After all, we took their precious grandson and brother away from them, he said. Quinn looked at his alter ego, but instead of red rage, there was a look of stunned surprise on his face. Why do you make such a face? He asked, looking at the guilty look on Sin Quinn's face. Sin Quinn looked down at the ring with a twisted wry smile. Why are you being silly again? Didn't I tell you? I am you. I'm the essence of your deepest and truest feelings, just like the worthless you. Even I feel guilty about taking the child's life and taking over. Quinn died from falling from his window. Quinn bit back heatedly, clenching his empty trembling hand. Not according to our memory, he didn't, said Sin Quinn. The bout of accidental magic made him bounce off the ground, and then we took over. Sin Quinn sighed again and shook his head. It doesn't matter what happened, you know, he stared at Quinn. As long as you believe that you killed Quinn, logic has no place in this argument. Quinn had no rebuke to that. It made sense. Sin Quinn was his everything multiplied and let out without a moral filter. Humans were inherently illogical beings, who ran on their emotions rather than logic, and if he believed certain things, then that was it. So, how about it, buddy, said Sin Quinn, putting his hand on Quinn's shoulder. How about we put on the ring and let our beloved family meet their loved ones? Maybe we can even try calling for the real Quinn and find the truth. If we didn't cannibalize his soul, then he would appear, and that would grant us some peace, don't you think? Why yes. Yes, we should do that, said Quinn. Leah, grandfather, Uncle Elliot, and Ms. Rosie would be high PPYW. We can call the real Quinn. I can even call grandmother Anne and let grandfather meet her. He would be so happy. Sin Quinn nodded with a smile, a patent Quinn-controlled smile. Quinn patted his chest once, and the mask disappeared, leaving behind an unamused expression on Quinn's face as he stuck out his tongue. Did you thought I would say that you fucking third-grade fake of a replica? Quinn said, rendering Sin Quinn stunned. Come on, man, what kind of shitty curse is that? Hey Dark Lord, is this the best you can do with a soul attack? Hey, are you listening? What? Asked Sin Quinn. Quinn stood up from his kneel and took out a spherical glass container with a cloudy tint. Are you really supposed to me? I was convinced that the soul attack got everything until you started to spout the bullshit about using the resurrection stone. Because I would never suggest, no matter how delirious I was. Why would I willingly take on a life-ending curse which will kill me when I have a surefire method to destroy the curse, said Quinn, taking out a small vial with the same cloudy tint. If I wanted to use the resurrection stone after I destroyed the wretched object it's attached to. He poured the deep purple, almost black liquid from the vial into the sphere container. What are you doing? Asked Sin Quinn, looking between Quinn's face and his hands. What's that? You don't know? Asked Quinn. The curse must really depend upon the mental aspect that I blocked. And here I thought that the soul-splitting maniac would have better knowledge of the soul. But I'll give you the credit where it's deserved. You sure got a lot of memories that were connected deeply to my emotions despite the mental failure. Quinn swiveled the liquid in the sphere container. This my fake me is basilisk venom. He smirked at Sin Quinn, whose eyes widened to the limit. You guessed right, it's from the same basilisk that you found in the Chamber of Secrets when you were in school. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Sin Quinn's face darkened at the mention of the name. You might not know because it wasn't in the book, but basilisk venom can destroy a Horcrux, said Quinn, continuously enjoying the ugly expression on his face. I actually told the same thing to the diary. You man, you have the best expressions, but both the basilisk and Horcrux were created by Herpo the Foul. Quite ironic, don't you think? The man who created a magic of immortality also created the things that could destroy it. A horrified expression and stark white expression of fear appeared on Sin Quinn's face as he raised his hand to reach out to Quinn, but his hands passed through Quinn. Quinn held the ring between his index finger and thumb, showed it to Sin Quinn, grinned, and dropped the ring inside the sphere. Bloop. No, yelled Sin Quinn. A violent sizzling sounded inside the glass sphere, with a black haze filling the inside of the sphere. Quinn looked up at his likeliness started to melt and burn while letting out painful screams in his own voice. Sin Quinn, about to perish, looked at Quinn, who spoke some parting words. I wish I could say that you got close to enticing me, but I would be lying. Sorry, Horcrux, but my wand is more tempting than you. As Quinn's words ended, so did the life of Voldemort's gaunt ring Horcrux. Oh, shit. Quinn hurriedly straightened his hands as the activated basilisk venom, which just had a violent reaction with the Horcrux, ate through the specially made glass, Quinn's invention, which could hold basilisk venom for a couple of months. Quinn goggled at the bubbling basilisk venom that ate through the wood and seeped into the ground below. His eyes went back to the sphere as he removed his hand from it and let it float. He transfigured a hole back open and let the blackened ring fly out of it. A blob of water covered it, and it sizzled immediately because of the residual venom, which spent itself by eating away at the water, leaving the ring safe for Quinn to grab. Quinn grabbed the ring with his gloved hands. He grabbed the ring hoop with one and pulled out the gemstone with his other. He stared at the gemstone, which, unlike the charred ring, looked untouched. The basilisk venom hadn't harmed it. Resurrection stone, maybe because it's a soul artifact. The Horcrux couldn't attach itself to the stone and only stayed on the ring, said Quinn, but it was only speculation from his side. Soul artifact. Circus, a long-running restaurant in Vertic Alley of the Magical Market District of London, was a restaurant with 9 levels divided into 3 segments. The underground segment with 3 levels catered to the shady members of the society who didn't wish to be seen and demanded privacy. The base segment with above-ground 3 levels that served any and everyone who wanted to drink and dine at the established. And finally, the upper segment with the top 3 levels that hosted the wealthy and influential with an assortment of services. Michael was a front desk host situated on the first floor of the upper segment. He had been working at Circus for 15 years. He had started as a server on the base segment and had worked his way to his current position, and wanted to continue on his rise through the ranks to one day become a floor manager, preferably in the upper segment. The elevator in front of Michael's desk, which only served the upper segment, dinged. Michael looked up from his work and got up to serve the guest as the elevator door opened. To his surprise, there was only one person along with the elevator operator. However, the single person wasn't the reason for his surprise, but the person's appearance. The person placed a sack of coin onto the operator's hands and stepped out of the elevator. The boy, who Michael thought couldn't be any older than 18 or 19, walked to the front desk. "Good morning," said the boy. "I would like to use one of your private rooms." Michael's 15 experience wasn't for naught. He had picked up the tricks of his craft from years of observing the people who came to Circus. He had caught the relaxed demeanor of the boy. The boy in front of him might have looked young, but Michael looked past that and observed the blue suit with red checker grids. It looked simple enough, but his trained eyes could see the quality of the fabric and the craftsmanship of the stitching. The boy was definitely some who could afford to be at the upper segment of Circus. "Of course, sir," said Michael. "We offer an array of private rooms. Which one would you like to use today?" He hadn't seen the boy here before, so he went through the entire selection. "I don't require anything extensive, just somewhere my companions and I can sit, have a discussion and enjoy our meal in privacy," said the boy. Looked down at the list on the table. "It'll be arranged, sir. How many guests would be joining you?" "2 people. Michael rang a bell behind his counter and summoned a bellman. He handed a key to the bellman and said, "Escort our guest to room 1-07. "Ah, I just remembered. I would like a room on the topmost floor," said the boy. Michael and the bellman stared at the boy, and Michael started to have doubts if the boy truly knew about Circus. "Dear sir, the 3rd floor is exclusively reserved for our most esteemed guests. I regret to tell you this, but only with that special access can use the topmost floors." "You mean this one?" When Michael stopped talking, the boy took out a solid silver card with the classic Circus tower etched in the middle with a border all etched in gold. "Yes, that exact one," said Michael, receiving the very exclusive and very rare membership card, and it was real. "Ahem, my apologies." He handed the card back. "Please follow the bellman, and he will show you to your room. But before that, sir, I would like to know your and your guests' names so that we could escort them to your room when they arrive." "My name is Quinn West, and my guests will be Nott and Zabanai." The boy with stone-gray eyes looked at Michael as he said, "I can expect privacy from Circus about our meeting, correct?" "Of course, sir, please be rest assured," said Michael. In one sentence, he had received some big names. West and Nott, both of those names were esteemed patrons who had access to the top floor, while the infamous Madame Zabanai was a regular guest. After a while, the elevator once again dinged open, and 2 people stepped out. "Good morning, how can Circus serve you today?" said Michael, looking at the 2 teenagers. "We are meeting someone today," said the blonde teen. "Mr. West has been waiting for you, Mr. Nott," said Michael, recognizing Theodore Nott Jr. from earlier visits and turning to bow to the other teen. "It has been a while since you have graced our doors, Mr. Zabanai." Blaise Zabanai held back a sigh. His mother had dragged him here more than enough times. He had suffered through numerous kiddie parties full of his mother's social circle without someone of his age to talk to. Because of those gatherings, Circus had indeed become a circus where he was the main attraction for the ladies to bother. "Mr. West is waiting for you on the 3rd floor, said Michael as the bellman arrived. The 2 Slytherins looked at each other simultaneously. Neither of them had been to the 3rd floor before, even Theodore, whose father was one of the exclusive patrons. They took the elevator again and reached the 3rd floor. It was completely different from the 1st floor, which was already posh enough, but the 3rd floor was above and beyond. It was also deafeningly silent as they walked through the marble floor that reflected as well as any mirror, passing by a few identical heavy, elegant doors, all private rooms, specially created for a very exclusive clientele, who Circus would provide with anything he would request. They reached another identical door, and the bellman pressed a bell before speaking. "Dear guest, your companions have arrived. Come in," came a voice that was distorted because of the room's magic to protect privacy. The bellman opened the door, bowed to Theodore and Blaze, and left right after entering. "Not, Zabanai," said Quinn looking at the two Slytherin. "How nice to meet both of you after such a long time, please sit down." The two sat down nervously, looking at Quinn, who raised a cup to take a sip. Both of them had discussed with each other before calling a meeting with Quinn, who had called them both to circus. The times had changed ever since Voldemort had shown himself in the ministry, and their parents had begun moving in response to the event. They had Quinn's promise of help and were worried that things were moving faster than they had expected, and thus this meeting was called. "Both of you look anxious," said Quinn. He looked at Blaze. "I get why he looks like he has been losing sleep, but what about you? Your mother doesn't move in the circles with the Dark Lord and his cosplay party." "What? Cosplay? Ah, it means dressing up in costumes." Blaze rubbed his forehead and leaned back into the sofa. "Ever since the news of you-know-who's return, she has caught a worry. She has been thinking about moving to Italy, and I can tell because she told me that she missed Italy and then spent hours telling me great things about the country. Then, after a few days, she tried to sneak in a talk about the school there. And the worst part, Mother has been recently seeing a man from Italy. At this rate, she's going to pull me out of Hogwarts and take me with her." Blaze didn't want to leave Hogwarts. He had spent the last 5 years in the school and its dorms, living there for most of the year. All of his friends were there, with who he had spent more time than his own mother since joining. Just the thought of leaving Hogwarts to go to another school set a weight in the pit of his stomach. "Oh, that's indeed a cause of worry," said Quinn before leaning forward and looking at Blaze with serious eyes. "Just one question though, the man she has been seeing, by any chance, is he surnamed Abate?" Blaze blinked in confusion at the sudden question. "No, his surname is something else." "Why do you ask?" "Nothing serious, just a personal curiosity." Quinn pulled back and waved the question off. The Abates would have been a bite bigger than to be chewed, even for the famed temptress. "She's not going to pull you out this year, right?" asked Quinn. "No, but at this rate, she might just do it the next year," said Blaze shaking his head with a sigh. "Then, you don't actually have a problem," said Quinn shrugging. "You'll be of age the next year, an adult magical, and will have the legal authority to attend any school you want, and if you don't have the money, you can always take a loan from me. I'll lend you the school fees and then some for living costs. If you want something other than that, you can show me how it's important, and I'll dispense more money. The only downside is that you'll have to pay more when you finally start working." Quinn gazed at Blaze, who seemed to sink into thought about his proposal. Even if there was a simple situation to separate from his mother, the decision was tough, from one day living his normal life to the next where he had to depend on someone who wasn't his family. Quinn wouldn't blame Blaze if he decided to follow his mother's wishes. "What about you?" Quinn turned to Nott. "What has your father been doing these days?" "Having fun alone at home with his family, I hope." "Only if," said Theodore, spitting out a heavy sigh. "He has been meeting with the Dark Lord more and more these days. I secretly listen to my parents when they talk about Father's Death Eater meetings." "So you're worried that Nott SNR going to take you to the Dark Lord so that he can brand you as a junior Death Eater?" asked Quinn. "A legitimate worry." "It has already started," said Theodore with a worn-down look. "One day, I heard that Father has been going to ceremonies to add new people into Death Eaters, and there have been these ceremonies every week." He covered his face with his hands. "And I don't know why, but Father suddenly had the idea to have me branded with Dark Mark as soon as possible. I was lucky that Mother forbade it, that Father had to back away, but I know it won't be like this the next year. He will try again when I turn of age, and I'm not sure if Mother will be able to stop him at that time. I might become a Death Eater while I'm studying at Hogwarts." Quinn probably knew why Nott SNR had the sudden thought of turning his minor son into a Death Eater. He had gotten intimidated by his peer, who went by the name Malfoy. Seeing the other Death Eater offering his son to become a Death Eater prompted Nott SNR to possibly offer JNR to do the same. Quinn silently sighed as that brought up one of the pieces of information he was missing. He hadn't seen the shadow of anyone named Malfoy in the entire summer break. As such, he had no idea if Draco was branded with the Dark Mark. He hadn't dared to go near the Malfoy mansion in fear of being spotted by the Dark Lord or his Death Eater, especially after the Amelia Bones incident. "Zabanai doesn't want to leave Hogwarts, but it seems like you leaving Hogwarts might be the only option," said Quinn softly. Theodore's face reappeared from behind his hands as he stared at Quinn incredulously. "What do you mean?" he asked, but the fear of knowing what exactly Quinn meant built up in his chest. "Next year, if you go home, your father will try to make you a Death Eater, and if you refuse, I'm not sure if you will survive." Both Theodore and Blaze felt cold shivers go down the spine. "I do not know your father, but either he will kill you himself for being a blood traitor, and if he doesn't do that, the Dark Lord will do it himself. Let's say your father doesn't kill you, he might just drag you to the Dark Lord and brand you. If you choose to stay, I'm sorry to say this, but not, your chances are looking bleak." Theodore went deathly pale. His fears had been spoken in words. He was either going to die or become a Death Eater. A drowning and shocking thought dominated his mind. "I'm trapped." "But if you go away," said Quinn, "if you disappear, you can escape death and the fate of becoming a Death Eater." Quinn stared deeply at Nott. "I can do that for you. I can make you disappear like a star in the bright morning sky." Theodore took a slow, lengthy breath as he leaned back into his seat. He knew what Quinn's offer entailed. It meant that he would have to uproot his life and move to another place. And if he took the last war in mind, he might have to move away for a decade, or maybe even more if the Dark Lord wasn't brought down. Is there no other way? Asked Theodore. He wasn't excited about the possible relocation. He didn't want to leave his life. Was he so helpless that to escape and change his entire life was the only option? There's an option that doesn't require you to leave, said Quinn, and it instantly poured stars of hope into Theodore's eyes as he looked at Quinn intently. You can defect, said Quinn. What? Asked Theodore. You can reach out to the minister, or the Grey faction, or the Light faction and tell them that your father is looking to make you a Death Eater and ask them to rescue from that, said Quinn, proposing the alternative idea. The ministry won't move if you can't provide them with proof, but next year when you turn of age, you'll have great chances of getting their protection. As for the Grey and Light faction, they won't help you out in public, but they'll support you from the shadows. You, like Zabanai, can choose to go to Hogwarts, and when you're out of Hogwarts in the summer break, the three groups might help you out. Theodore's status as a Death Eater's son, who wants to be rescued, was a great political hook that all the political factions would love to exploit. It would not only look good, but Theodore was a potential source of information, something he himself didn't know about. That. I don't, said Theodore, hesitating. It's a suggestion, not, Quinn said, looking at the troubled boy. You're, unfortunately, not in a favorable situation. Both of my suggestions have their merits and demerits. It's up to you what you want to take or you don't take either and come up with a solution of your own. I don't have anything of my own, said Theodore. It was why he was here talking about his problems. But you are desperate, and believe me, desperation is a strong motivator. So don't give up hope yet. Think about it, and if you aren't successful, my option is open, and the second one is worth giving a try. Quinn treated the two stressed Slytherin to a hearty meal before leaving Circus. He turned to face the two outside the restaurant. Think about what you want to do, but don't let it dominate your lives, he said. Both of you have my help as a safety net, so while you can't ignore the problem, there's no need to treat it like the world's end. Now, gentlemen, I'll take my leave. Reach home safely. Quinn took out his fake wand, and after a lazy wave goodbye, the space twisted, and with a pop, he was gone. Oh, that's right, said Blaise. He turned 17, didn't he? He's of age, lucky. Scene break. Dumbledore operated onto a path with long, wild hedgerows on both sides. He glanced around with his wand out to see if someone required a quick memory charm. Fortunately, there was no one in the vicinity. He walked down the crooked, rocky, and potholed path, sloping downhill with a nervous rhythm in his step. He reached the shabby shack hidden amongst the tangle of trunks. It was the Gaunt Shack in Little Hangleton, the place Dumbledore knew as the hiding place of Tom Marvolo Riddle, or as he was better known as Lord Voldemort's vile immortality-providing Horcrux. The place that he had found out through Bob Ogden's memories of when he had arrived at the place to meet the residents Marvolo Gaunt and his children, Morphin and Merope, for ministry business about Morphin Gaunt breaking the wizarding secrecy laws by torturing the muggles down in the village. He arrived at the crooked door of the shack and was about to detach the stuck door when he stopped to observe the door. He wondered why the door looked different than what he had seen from away in his previous visit. He dove into his memories, and contrary to his observation, the door looked the same as the one in his memories. Just to be sure, he cast detection spells on the door, and there wasn't any magic cast on the doors, so he detached the door and walked inside the shack. Again, there was something off in the shack. Dumbledore hadn't been inside the shack, but something felt off to him. Maybe it was something about how the cobwebs looked or how the grime below his feet felt, but he couldn't put his finger on it. He set off detection charms through the shack and detected magical enchantments, just like his previous scouting attempts, and yet again, his intuition was proven wrong. Maybe it's something Tom added to turn people away, Dumbledore muttered to himself. His detection charms told him to head towards the bedroom where he saw the broken bed, and this time, he ignored the strange feeling and shrunk the bed to access the floor underneath. He frowned. There was something wrong with the floorboards. But this time, he chalked it up to the presence of the source of magical enchantments underneath. He pulled them out, dug the ground, and uncovered the golden box. There it was, the container of a Horcrux. It was going to be the second Horcrux that he was going to come across. The first one, the diary, sat in his office with a big hole stabbed through it. He lifted the box with magic, and to his utter surprise, the lid of the golden box rattled. It rattled. No, that can't be, thought Dumbledore. Tom wouldn't be so careless. A spark of unease was lit inside him as he set the golden box down, performed detection charms to ensure there was no trap. There wasn't, and now even that didn't bode well in Dumbledore's heart. He opened the door, and everything suddenly made sense. A charred, burnt, damaged black ring sat inside the box along with a slip of parchment stuck on the inside of the lid. It read in printed black letters, "Here lie the remains of Dark Lord Voldemort's destroyed Horcrux." Everything suddenly made sense. Why everything, since the door felt strange while he couldn't tell the origin of discomfort, but his mind could instinctively detect those that he consciously couldn't. Someone had gotten here before him and had destroyed the Horcrux. Someone else had the knowledge about Voldemort's Horcrux other than him. The question that screamed in the silence was, who? Who was the individual who knew about Voldemort's secret to immortality? Dumbledore kneeled on the floor and took the ring into his hand. The damaged ring still held value. He had seen it in the Morphin Gaunt's memories of his meeting with a young Tom Riddle. In those memories, there was a black gemstone stone studded on the ring and it had the mark of the Deathly Hallows. He stared at his wand, the Elder Wand, one of the 3 Death Hallows, and the last one being in the hands of the Potter children, the invisibility cloak. Dumbledore frowned at the cracked and broken charred gemstone on the top of the ring. He squinted his eyes, and he could see the mark of Deathly Hallows with a crack splitting the mark. Was I wrong? Dumbledore muttered. Was the ring a counterfeit? It wasn't a reaching thought, as Morphin Gaunt didn't have a job, and he might have sold the ring and replaced it with a fake for sustenance. But that meant that Dumbledore had no idea where the 3rd Deathly Hallow was. Dumbledore threw the thought behind his mind and focused on the Horcrux problem. He could tell that the parchment wasn't old, at least not old as the war. He was sure that the parchment wasn't older than a couple years, which meant someone had destroyed the Horcrux in a span of a couple of years from the current day. Dumbledore frowned. It bothered him that there was an unknown element out there with Horcruxes. Dumbledore didn't like it. Quinn operated on to the King's Cross station, platform 9 3/4 like he usually did on the 1st of September every year. But unlike every year, when his entry didn't go unnoticed. Instead, 2 grim-faced, bearded men in dark suits stood at a distance of a few steps, staring at him without speaking. Quinn quirked a brow at the 2 men. Aurors? No, you guys are hit wizards, he said. That's a nice eye you got, kid, said the hit wizard with the more glorious beard. How did you know that we are hit wizards and not aurors? Hit wizards and aurors worked closely under the DMLE, and because of the nature of their duties, both subdepartments worked closely, and thus the cultures of both were quite similar, dressing sense and the general vibe. I can tell, said Quinn, smiling at the 2. You guys feel sharper, if that makes sense. Plus, you guys have a more disciplined bearing than aurors. The 2 hit wizards puffed their chests in pride. Most people held aurors in higher regard than hit wizards because of their presence in the community, but only hit wizards knew that while it was tougher to become an auror than a hit wizard, it was more challenging to stay on the force as a hit wizard, as they were required to maintain a level of dueling and magic skill to be considered effective. That strict regime had rendered hit wizards much more disciplined than their auror counterparts. You operate here, said the hit wizard with a less glorious beard, but still glorious enough. Do you have a license? Quinn took out his apparition license, which also worked as his age proof, and presented it to the hit wizard, who waved a wand at it before nodding. It's legitimate, he said, handing the card back. You're good to go. Have fun at school, and stay safe. Thank you for your hard work, both of you. I hope to see you around, said Quinn, waving them goodbye. After Quinn left, the hit wizard with the more glorious beard asked his less glorious bearded companion, what did he mean by see you around? Probably he meant by seeing us at patrolling Hogsmeade. Ah, that makes sense. Quinn walked through the crowd of students and their protective parents, trying to ensure that their children made it onto the Hogwarts Express. The Death Eater threat was fresh in the minds of the public. Quinn took out his headboy badge, placed it on the lapel of his maroon suit that he wore over a black shirt and tie, and held his briefcase over his shoulder. He looked behind to watch the King's Cross on 1st of September for the last time. Quinn walked through the train with excited students crowding the corridors. Oh ho, headboy, said one person, patting Quinn on the shoulder. I knew they would make you the headboy. Congratulations, mate. Thank you, said Quinn with a polite smile, and then repeated the entire thing to the troop of students that stopped him to wish congratulations. Thank you. Quinn reached the expanded prefects compartment and entered to see a lot of prefects had already arrived, and half of them were dressed in their Hogwarts robes. Even without looking at their faces, Quinn could tell that they were new 5th-year prefects. Good morning, my dear prefects, said Quinn as he closed the door behind him while noticing how all eyes went to his badge. I'm really looking forward to working with all of you this year, so let's make it a fun one. Quinn took a spot in the compartment after the congratulations and took out his pocket watch to check the time. There's still some time before the departure. We are going to start the first meeting when the train leaves the station, but until then, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Every year, it was a tradition in the prefects' circle of Hogwarts that the headboy and headgirl would give an addressal of sorts to the rest of the prefects to set the tone for the next year, what to expect, and give a chance for the new prefects to introduce themselves. An eager hand went up immediately. Yes, Ms. Harper, asked Quinn, pulling out his mental profile to the brunette 5th-year Slytherin. Ambitious, studious, well-spoken, last checked she was dating a fellow Slytherin, and most importantly, she hadn't used aid services in her 4 years at Hogwarts. You know of me, said Harper in surprise before she placed her question. Doesn't matter. Are you aware if Professor Dumbledore is going to continue teaching this year? Excellent question, said Quinn smiling. From what I have been made aware of, Professor Dumbledore is going back to his full-time headmaster duties and thus, unfortunately, will not be resuming his teaching duties. And unfortunate it was, as Harper and the rest of the prefects looked disappointed at the news. Dumbledore was an excellent teacher after all. So, who's the new professor? Harper asked. Quinn had at start doubted if there was going to be a new professor in Hogwarts because Dumbledore had picked up teaching, but after his correspondence with his Hogwarts insider, the ever-lovely matron Poppy Pomfrey, Quinn had found that Dumbledore had stepped down, and according to Poppy, the faculty had been made aware of the new professor, which meant Quinn knew of the new professor, though he already knew who it was going to be. The new professor is going to be. The door to the compartment opened, and stood at the threshold were 6th-year Gryffindor prefects. Good morning, Harry, Hermione, said Quinn to the two pair the Golden Squad. How are both of you doing this lovely day? "Hello, Quinn," said Hermione, entering the compartment with her trunk, which suddenly floated above to the overhead luggage rack, and with Harry's luggage, who hurriedly closed the door, separating him from the people, mostly first years, stared shamelessly. Some kids even pressed their faces against the windows of their compartments to get a look at him. Harry's fame had seen a spike during the summer break after the ministry incident, and it didn't look like he enjoyed the sensation of standing in a very bright spotlight as he darkened the windows of the compartment's door. At novel been at. Working hard, Harry, said Quinn, grinning, making the boy who lived groan. Congratulations, Quinn, said Hermione, noticing the headboy badge, but I guess it isn't much of a surprise. Thank you, Hermione. I, too, won't be surprised if you are named the head girl the next year, said Quinn. Oh, you jest. Hermione waved it off with embarrassment, though it was clear from her expression that she liked it. Quinn, thank you for the Aegis card, Quinn. My parents really appreciated it, especially after the person came home to explain everything in detail, she said. Quinn had given the Granger parents a contact card to Aegis to ward their house when he had met them during his visit to the Weasley Wizard Wheezes. Did they choose to ward the house? Asked Quinn. They did, said Hermione, and Quinn could see that she was both glad and relieved of her parents' decision. And thank God the person was a Muggle-born. It was one of the reasons they went ahead with the wards. It's the same for all living in the non-magical society, said Quinn with a grin and thumbs up. Making people comfortable is the first part of making a successful sale. Speaking of, Harry chimed in, where did you disappear to that day? Ivy said that you disappeared in a hurry. I remembered something I had forgotten, and well, it had to be taken care of urgently, said Quinn, putting on an embarrassed smile. He couldn't tell them that the reason he had run out of the shop was that the illegal bug in Amelia Bones' house had alerted him of an invasion, which turned out to be headed by the Dark Lord by himself. You took care of the thing that you remembered. Yes, it was tough, and I barely got in time, but I got it done. He had to freeze multiple Death Eaters, stab Bellatrix Lestrange, and rescue Amelia with Voldemort staring at him. And after that, he finished with a comparatively lighter serving of abducting an Auror and then disarming him in front of the then head of DMLE. Quinn was brought out of his thought by Harper. Quinn, about the new professor, she asked. My apologies, Ms. Harper, Quinn said, genuinely sorry for forgetting about the previous conversation. Yes, the new professor. The compartment's door opened again, and it was the pair of 6th-tier Slytherin prefects who had come to the prefects' compartment. It has been a while, Malfoy, Parkinson, said Quinn, greeting the newcomers with the same smile he had given to Harry and Hermione. Would you like help with your luggage? Draco and Pansy looked at Quinn, at his badge, then back up to his face. No, thank you, said Draco, pulling out his wand to levitate their trunks to the racks. A heavy tension descended in the compartment as only 2 spots remained to sit. One of them was near the windows while the other was in the middle. The former was away from Harry, while the latter was right in front of him. The question was, where would Draco sit? Draco walked to the spot in the middle of the room, sat down, and stared at Potter with a smirk on his face. As one would expect, Harry didn't appreciate that look and a snarl appeared on his face. Is there something funny, Malfoy? Asked Harry heatedly. Everyone in the compartment became silent, all listening to what was about to happen between the two. Even Quinn stayed quiet to see what was going to happen. Malfoy scoffed derisively. I just wonder how long you're going to live, Potter. Now that the Dark Lord is back. I don't think you're going to make it to the next year. He leaned forward and whispered with a nasty grin on his face, he's coming for you, Potter. Harry laughed once before launching himself at Draco, grabbing his collar and slamming him into the wall behind. Draco replied with a kick to the stomach. Harry stumbled back, but it wasn't enough to stop him as he launched at Draco again and, this time, landed a punch squarely on Draco's face. It was at this moment that the compartment full of prefects sprung into action and pulled the two enemies apart while both tried to reach each other. He's going to come after everyone you love, Potter. Fuck you, Malfoy. Enough, said Quinn. He had seen enough to see where the situation stood, and with a wave of his fake wand, steel chains appeared out of the walls behind Harry and Draco and wrapped around them like vices of hell and pulled the two boys back, slamming into the wall. The rest of the people backed away when Quinn stood up and walked to the two bound ones. Listen, I don't really care what both of you think about each other, and I'm also fine with your regular Gryffindor-Slytherin fights, but if I see this thing come up and be the reason behind why two of your friend groups fight, I'll personally be responsible for your detentions, and believe me, he looked at both of them with stale eyes, you won't like me after those detentions. Do you understand? The two didn't reply but did look away and bowed their heads. Quinn stared at them for a moment before the chains disappeared. He turned to Harry and said, I don't want you inciting people against the children of accused Death Eaters. If I see you doing that, I would be very disappointed in you. You'd be turning into the same thing that has been plaguing you for years. He turned to Draco and said, if I see provocative comments like the one now, then I will be seeing your actions as they are now, Malfoy. If they create problems in Hogwarts, I'll bury you and your friends and make your life very difficult in Hogwarts. Quinn stared at Draco, who looked up to see a stone look in Quinn's eyes, until the moment Quinn removed his eyes, Draco wasn't able to look away. Draco watched as Quinn, and maybe it was his imagination, but Draco saw a look of disappointment flashing in Quinn's eyes. Subconsciously his hands went to his forearm for a brief moment before he realized what he was doing and removed it instantly. Now, Ms. Harper, where were we? Ah, yes, the new professor, said Quinn, facing the new Slytherin professor. So, the new professor. The compartment door once again opened yet another time. This is ridiculous, said Harper, an irritated expression on her face. A breathless third-year girl stepped inside, and she looked to be shaking in her boots with all prefects, head boy and head girl looking at her. I'm supposed to deliver these to Quinn West, Harry Potter, and Draco Malfoy, she said, faltering as her eyes met Harry's, and she turned scarlet. She was holding out 3 scrolls of parchment tied with violet ribbon. Quinn, Harry, and Draco took the scroll addressed to each of them, and the girl stumbled back out of the compartment. What is it? Hermione asked as Harry unrolled his. An invitation, said Harry. Quinn read his invitation with indifferent eyes. After the head boy and head girl addressal, Quinn assigned the prefects with their patrolling time slots and adjourned the meeting after taking questions from the new prefects. Are you two coming? Quinn asked Draco and Harry. Harry and Draco stood up silently, which Quinn took as their agreement. He opened the door to the compartment and smiled at the lunch trolley lady who was just starting from the very front of the train where the prefect's compartment was located. Would you like something off the cart, dear? Asked the trolley lady with her dimpled smile. Quinn peered at the snack cart filled with all sorts of sweets. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, Drubal's best blowing gum, chocolate frogs, pumpkin pasties, cauldron cakes, licorice wands, among many assortments of sweets. Quinn wondered if he should buy something with his pockets filled with an ample amount of chocolate. Then he saw something on the cart that put a smile on his face. 1 Weasley's candy in a can, he said, forking a sickle in return for the assortments of candies that caused different joke-like effects upon eating them. He thanked the cart lady and stepped aside from the door so that she could reach all the other people inside the prefect's compartment. He looked at Draco and Harry and asked as he pocketed the can, do you guys want to buy something? It's my treat. Draco turned his nose up while Harry politely shook his head. Chocolate. Quinn took out chocolate balls, which yet again were refused by both. Suit yourselves, now let's go see what Slughorn has to eat, I'm starving. And thus began the long walk to compartment C. The corridors, which were packed with people on the lookout for the lunch trolley, were impossible to negotiate, even for a head boy and 2 prefects, all of them well known personally. Every now and then, students would hurtle out of their compartments to get a better look at Harry and congratulate Quinn. Hi, Quinn, said Cho Chang as she stood at the threshold of her compartment. Congratulations for getting the shiniest badge in Hogwarts. Hello to you as well, Chang. It indeed is shiny, said Quinn chuckling. So, I saw Diggory at the station, I suppose he was here to see you away, he smirked. It seems you two are going strong, Tell me, did your parents come to send you off, or it was just Mr. Loving Boyfriend? Cho blushed to her neck at Quinn's teasing words. Oh ho, so it was just Diggory, I see, said Quinn grinning. His eyes then went inside the compartment and saw Marietta Edgecombe sitting in her seat, stiff. She turned her face away the moment Quinn looked at her. Edgecombe, said Quinn, smiling, I hope you're doing well. Marietta cranked her head towards Quinn with a cramped smile and nodded. She didn't speak. Quinn's smile turned wider, and he could see Marietta twitch. Marietta had been low-key after Quinn had threatened her to keep quiet about but she turned frightened after Umbridge had been sacked and Quinn was in the center of the entire incident. Let's catch up later, Chang, said Quinn when he noticed that his 2 companions were getting restless waiting for him. Quinn, along with Harry and Draco, pushed on. When they reached compartment C, they saw at once that they were not Slughorn's only invitees, although judging by the enthusiasm of Slughorn's welcome, Harry Potter was the most warmly anticipated. Harry Potter, boy, said Slughorn, jumping up at the sight of Harry Potter entering his compartment. Slughorn seemed so excited that his great velvet-covered belly seemed to fill all the remaining space in the compartment. His shiny bald head and great silvery mustache gleamed as brightly in the sunlight as the golden buttons on his waistcoat. Good to see you, and you must be Draco Malfoy? I saw you a long time ago when you were a wee bit child. You remind me a lot of your father. He turned his eyes around behind Draco and Harry and stretched his fat neck to peek outside. My boys, I was told that Quinn West was along with you, but I do not see him. Did he not receive my invitation? Draco and Harry finally, after their brawl, looked at each other, wondering who should take the lead. It was Harry who decided to speak to the large professor. He's here, sir, Harry said and pointed behind into the compartment. Slughorn turned, and he saw the crowd of invitees chatting among themselves. But then Slughorn's eyes caught a black-haired person decked in a maroon suit standing out from the rest of the group. He was standing over the appetizers table, looking at the options with his fingers tweaking before they went for the plate and picked up a sausage roll with a toothpick in it. Quinn West, Slughorn walked towards Quinn, who looked up from the appetizers with the sausage rolls on his lips. Slughorn stared at Quinn, his mind going through the thoughts about Quinn. He knew of the Wests, he knew that they were significant, seclusive, and more importantly, ridiculously wealthy, though it puzzled him why they weren't well known. He had only come to know about the family when he saw Millicent Bagnold, the then minister, and an impressive cohort of high-ranking ministry employees walking with someone, and when Slughorn had asked about who the person was, he had received the name, George West. Slughorn decided to use his Slug Club connections to find more about George West, and to his surprise, it took him contacting Lucius Malfoy to find more about George West. Even then, Lucius had been reluctant to talk about George West or the Wests in general, and all he had got was that they were extremely wealthy. But Slughorn knew that there was much more to it. He tried to find out more on his own, looked for other West, however, except for the one time he had seen George West, Slughorn never met another West, or even heard of them. That was until last year when he saw the name Quinn West in the corner of a newspaper. So when Dumbledore came to him with Harry Potter in tow, Slughorn already had an additional incentive to return to Hogwarts as a professor. "Ah, Professor Slughorn," Quinn said with a light smile. "It's a pleasure to meet you, and I thank you for the lunch invitation. Putting that aside, I, as the head boy of the student body, would like to welcome you back to the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Slughorn laughed wholeheartedly as he wildly shook Quinn's hand. "I can see why they chose you as the head boy. You do seem to suit the role. I have heard a lot about you, West top of your year, with praises on the lips of every professor I have talked to. I look forward to teaching you this year. And I'm sure the students, especially the Slytherins, would be excited to learn from someone who was once their head of house. For I, for one, can't wait to attend your lessons." Slughorn once again laughed joyously and slapped Quinn on his shoulder repeatedly. When Slughorn was done making small talk with Quinn, he turned to the other guest, and it was then the compartment's door opened, and 3 people entered. Quinn's breath was taken away when he saw the people at the door. Suddenly for Quinn, there was no one but them and himself. He vanished the toothpick in his hand and moved towards them with vivid emotion in his eyes. They looked like they were going to speak something, but Quinn enveloped them in a warm, loving hug, wanting to convey the multitude of emotions through this one gesture. Quinn even felt himself tear a little as he hugged tighter. "The fuck's wrong with you?" said Eddie, staring at Quinn with a weirded out look. He tried to push Quinn away, but the Muay Thai and boy magic practitioners didn't budge. Marcus, the gentle one of the Ravenclaw trio, accepted the hug and hugged back, subconsciously patting Quinn's back. "Not that we don't appreciate the hug, Quinn, but may we know why the sudden hug?" Quinn took a deep breath before ending the hug and looked at his 2 best friends with joyous eyes. "For 6 long years, I have ridden this train on 1st of September, and today makes it the 7th, and my last. For the past 5 years, I have tried to find both of you on this train, but some cursed power, something vile, has stopped our union." He placed his hands on their shoulder. "But today it seems the curse has been broken, and our friendship has triumphed over the hardships and finally have brought us together." "Mate," said Eddie, "that's nice and all, but look around, will ya?" Quinn turned to come face to face with his gorgeous but also frowning girlfriend. "Daphne," said Quinn, walking close to her, "even though it has only been a few days, I have missed you." Daphne continued to furrow her brows as she looked at her smiling boyfriend. She had wanted to meet Quinn as soon as she boarded the train but knew that he would be busy with the prefect business. She waited patiently with Tracy in a compartment they had occupied for their group. Then came Marcus, soon followed by Luna, and they all started to share their summer stories. But that was until Eddie arrived, and unlike her and Quinn, Tracy and Eddie weren't so reserved when it came to public display of affection. Daphne and Marcus couldn't sit awkwardly as the couple, who had not met in close to a month, went at each other, trying to make up for the missed time. The unabashed couple didn't even notice that Luna was staring at them with her curious eyes. The invitation from Horace Slughorn came just at the right time as Daphne wasn't sure she could take it anymore. Marcus, Eddie, and her had been invited. She had heard of Slughorn from her father, who had told her about the Slug Club. Even though she wasn't interested in joining the Slug Club, she knew Quinn would be there, so she thought accepting the invitation wouldn't be so bad. When she finally arrived, as she expected, Quinn was there, but he walked past her and hugged Marcus and Eddie while speaking strange words about curses, friendship, and hardships. Daphne sighed. She knew of his occasional penchant for theatrics, and she couldn't be mad at him for long. "I would appreciate if you wouldn't ignore me next time," she said, looking up at him. "How could I ever ignore you?" said Quinn. He leaned forward and whispered as he lightly kissed her cheek, "You're the most breathtaking one in every room." Daphne's cheeks flushed and pushed Quinn away, though her hands held no power. "Not in front of everyone." Quinn grinned, enjoying seeing the blushing Daphne. It was a rare sight that he had only found after the two had started dating. He wanted to see more. Ahem. Quinn and Daphne turned to see Ivy Potter standing waiting to pass by. They moved away, giving her space to pass by between them. But Ivy didn't move and said, "You left so abruptly the last time, didn't even say a proper goodbye." Daphne's eyes narrowed. She looked sharply at Quinn for an answer. "I met her during my visit at the Weasley's store," said Quinn, keeping his exterior normal, even though inside he was groaning, for he knew why Ivy was doing it. "There, I had to leave suddenly because of some business that had come up." "I see," said Daphne, and her expression went back to her usual Daphne-esque expression, even though she was bothered that Quinn had met with Ivy and she didn't know about it. At a call from Slughorn, everyone sat down around the table. Quinn kept his eyes to his left, where Daphne sat beside him, trying to ignore his right where Ivy sat. "Now, do you know everyone?" Slughorn asked Harry, whom the professor had made sit beside him. "Blaise Zabinai is in your year, of course." Blaise and Harry exchanged a nod to each other. It was the most a Gryffindor and Slytherin would give each other, and those two had reached the level after working with each other in for months. "This is Cormac McLaggen, perhaps you've come across each other?" "No." McLaggen, a large, wiry-haired youth, raised a hand and Harry and Neville nodded back at him. "And this is Marcus Belby, I don't know whether—" "Oh, you do? Excellent. Even if a group of people in DA might not have talked to each other, there was not a single DA member who didn't have a talk with Marcus about secrecy and rules outside the room of requirements. And you must know Carmichael. You two have been playing against each other at the battlefield of Quidditch. Eddie and Harry just bluntly stared at each other. All both were willing to do was acknowledge each other's existence as human-shaped living organisms. And here we have West. But I'm sure as a prefect, you must know the head boy. Slughorn finished. Quinn nodded politely to Harry, and there was yet again a wave of congratulations for Quinn becoming the head boy. Well now, this is most pleasant, said Slughorn cozily. A chance to get to know you all a little better. Here, take a napkin. I've packed my own lunch. The trolley, as I remember it, is heavy on licorice wands, and a poor old man's digestive system isn't quite up to such things. Pheasant, Belby? Marcus tarted and accepted what looked like half a cold pheasant. I was just telling young Marcus here that I had the pleasure of teaching his uncle Damocles, Slughorn told everyone, now passing around a basket of rolls. Outstanding wizard, outstanding, and his order of Merlin most well-deserved. Do you see much of your uncle, Marcus? Marcus waited till he had transferred some of the pheasant onto his plate before answering. Not much of him, no. Well, of course, I dare say he's busy, said Slughorn, looking questioningly at Belby. I doubt he invented the wolfsbane potion without considerable hard work. I'm sure he did his share of hard work, said Marcus placing a bread roll onto his plate. I haven't seen my uncle in years. My dad and uncle don't get along that much. At novel bin at. I see, said Slughorn with a smile drained of its previous warmth. Now, you, Cormac, said Slughorn, I happen to know you see a lot of your uncle Tiberius because he has a rather splendid picture of the two of you hunting nogtails in, I think, Norfolk. Oh, yeah, that was fun, that was, said McLagan. We went with Bertie Higgs and Rufus Scrimgeour. This was before he became the head of DMLE, obviously. Ah, you know Bertie and Rufus too, beamed Slughorn, now offering around a small tray of pies. Speaking of that, he turned to Susan Bones. Dear, how's your aunt doing? I heard about the attack on her house. She must have been devastated. How the times have become. The Minster's house been attacked. This would have never happened before. He meandered off into a long-winded reminiscence about the wide array of topics about things that made Slughorn seem important and well-connected, which in truth, he was, but the bragging was getting a bit too much for everyone. The afternoon wore on with more anecdotes about illustrious wizards Slughorn had taught, all of whom had been delighted to join what the Slug Club. The Slug Club was an out-of-hours dining and social club made up of Horace Slughorn's most well-liked and sometimes famous students at Hogwarts. Along the course of the school year, Slughorn would hold various club get-togethers, often dinners with fine food. Slughorn would lead the conversation in order to get to know the members better and encourage them to associate with one another. For the grander parties, he would invite famous former members to impress. Slughorn's aim was to cultivate talent and give his favorites a nudge toward fame and fortune, hoping to reap the benefits of his connection to them once they became the high flyers he expected them to be. Finally, the train emerged from yet another long misty stretch into a red sunset, and Slughorn looked around, blinking in the twilight. Good gracious, it's getting dark already. I didn't notice that they'd lit the lamps. You'd better go and change into your robes, all of you. McLagan, you must drop by and borrow that book on Nogtails. Harry, Blaze, any time you're passing. The same goes for you, Ivy, he said, flashing a smile. I have many stories about your mother that I think you'd be interested in. Eddie, you as well, have to sit with me sometime. I'll tell you about Gweenig Jones. She was my student, and I think you might know her from the Holy Head Harpies. He turned to Quinn. Quinn, let's have some tea when you drop by during headboy duties. Daphne, dear, did you know I was sort of a matchmaker for your parents? I'm glad that's over, muttered Marcus after they exited compartment C. Strange man, isn't he? I'm not going back if he invites me the next time, said Quinn, bluntly. Why? I thought it was fun, said Eddie, stretching his arms above his head. Though it was a bit long. I wonder how's Tracy faring with Luna. The Slug Club can be a good place, no doubt, said Quinn to Eddie, but for everyone here, it doesn't do much good. Maybe for Marcus, but he was rejected. What do you mean? Why was Marcus rejected? Eddie said, frowning. The Slug Club is about creating connections, started Quinn. Slughorn has constructed a long history of inviting influential students into his club and has created a network of now influential people in high places. What he does is allow students to use those connections and gives those students a chance at having first-rate careers ahead of them. Helping others become famous gained Slughorn his influence, such as being able to recommend the next junior member of the Goblin Liaison Office, and various benefits, such as free tickets to any Holy Head Harpies match or a box of his favorite exotic fruit. Daphne and I have connections that exceed Slughorn's. The same goes for Malfoy. Potters have their unique position. Their father is an exalted Auror and a member of Wisengamot, so they also won't gain much from Slughorn. Zabinai and McLagan will definitely benefit from Slughorn, so it's good for them. He put his arm around Eddie's shoulder. You are the most popular amateur prospect in all of British Isles, so as long as you don't screw up, you pretty much don't need Slughorn's help. He might have been able to provide you with a good agent, but with your popularity, good ones would flock around you, begging you to join them. Eddie puffed his chest. He knew he was pure awesome, but hearing it did feel good. Now, Marcus, if he knew his paradigm-changing uncle better, Slughorn would have flocked around him as much as did everyone else, but because Marcus didn't, he didn't talk to him after he revealed his family status, said Quinn. Slughorn isn't interested in students who won't give him returns. He doesn't think Marcus has anything to offer, so he just cut him. That's how Slug Club works. Marcus bowed his head. Did that mean he didn't have any personal value? Slughorn is a fool to not consider Marcus, said Quinn, making Marcus raise his head. Ask anyone in DA, and they will tell you who's the real boss. He looked at Marcus, and I take it back, you don't need Slughorn, you have connections much greater than his. Marcus said, what? Quinn, I don't know my uncle. Who's talking about uncle? Said Quinn and then pointed at himself. You have me as your connection. You literally can't have a better connection than me. Whatever Slughorn can provide, I can do better. Marcus looked at Quinn, who was now mimicking Eddie in his I am pure awesome expression. Marcus smiled. Quinn was right. He did have better connections than Slughorn, much, much better. Next time we go to Hogsmeade. It's my treat, said Marcus. Seriously? Nice, said Quinn and Eddie. The Great Hall, with its 4 long house tables and its staff table set at the top of the room, was decorated as usual with floating candles that made the plates below glitter and glow. The students of Hogwarts filled the room with their voices and words, bringing the life and energy back into the castle that it had been devoid of for the past 2 months. At the staff table, the professors sat looking over the students with smiles on their faces. Dumbledore got to his feet with his twinkly eyes and bearded smile. He raised his hand, and the talk and laughter echoing around the hall died away almost instantly. The very best of evenings to you, he said, smiling broadly, his arms opened wide as though to embrace the whole room. Now to our new students, welcome, to our old students, welcome back. Another year full of magical education awaits you. The sordid first years stared at their new headmaster with attentive ears, as if every word from Dumbledore was the truth of magic. Their pre-sorting ceremony jitters had vanished, and now decked in their house colors, they took everything from the color of the charmed ceiling to the scratched scribbles on the table with curious eyes. And Mr. Filch, our caretaker, has asked me to say that there is a blanket ban on any joke items bought at the shop called Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Quinn took out his Weasley's candy in a can, passed the candies to his fellow Ravenclaws, and shared a smile with those who understood the jokes while winking at the first-year Ravenclaws who gazed upon with eyes as the head boy violated the rules in front of them. Those wishing to play for their house Quidditch teams should give their names to their heads of house as usual. Dumbledore's words made the Ravenclaws interested in playing Quidditch for the house turn to Eddie, who they knew was the new captain, as Flitwick had personally come by to congratulate him on getting the position and had handed Eddie the captain pin. We are pleased to welcome a new member of staff this year. Professor Slughorn. Slughorn stood up, his bald head gleaming in the candlelight, his big waistcoated belly casting the table below into shadow. Is a former colleague of mine who has agreed to resume his old post of potions master. Potions. Potions. The word echoed all over the hall as people wondered whether they had heard right. Professor Snape, meanwhile, said Dumbledore, raising his voice so that it carried over all the muttering, will be taking over the position of defense against the dark arts teacher. I knew it, said Eddie, pumped his fist, and loud enough that many eyes were attracted to him. He did not care, he was staring at Quinn and Marcus. I said last year that the bat will get his greasy hands on the Dada post. Huh? I was right. Snape, who was sitting on Dumbledore's right, did not stand up at the mention of his name. He merely raised a hand in lazy acknowledgement of the applause from the Slytherin table, yet those who looked closely were sure that they detected a look of triumph on his ever-scowling face. Wanna bet that he would be gone by the end of the year? Eddie grinned at Marcus, who sat in front of him. Only if you bet him to stay, and I get to choose that he leaves, said Marcus. Everyone knows the job's jinxed. No one's lasted more than a year. At novel bin at. Eddie clicked his tongue. He didn't want to take on a bet in which he couldn't win. Dumbledore cleared his throat. Eddie and Marcus weren't the only ones who had been talking. The whole hall had erupted in a buzz of conversation at the news that Snape had finally achieved his heart's desire. Seemingly oblivious to the sensational nature of the news he had just imparted, Dumbledore said nothing more about staff appointments but waited a few seconds to ensure that the silence was absolute before continuing. Now, as everybody in this hall knows, Lord Voldemort and his followers are once more at large and gaining in strength. The silence seemed to tauten and strain as Dumbledore spoke. At the Slytherin table, Malfoy was not looking at Dumbledore but making his fork hover in midair with his wand, as though he found the headmaster's words unworthy of his attention. I cannot emphasize strongly enough how dangerous the present situation is and how much care each of us at Hogwarts must take to ensure that we remain safe. The castle's magical fortifications have been strengthened over the summer, we are protected in new and more powerful ways, but we must still guard scrupulously against carelessness on the part of any student or member of staff. I urge you, therefore, to abide by any security restrictions that your teachers might impose upon you, however irksome you might find them. In particular, the rule that you are not to be out of bed after hours. Dumbledore paused for a second and pointedly stared at Quinn, sitting at the Ravenclaw, who didn't meet the headmaster's eyes. I implore all of you, should you notice anything strange or suspicious within or outside the castle, to report it to a member of staff immediately. I trust you to conduct yourselves, always, with the utmost regard for your own and others' safety. Dumbledore's blue eyes swept over the students before he smiled once more. But now, your beds await, as warm and comfortable as you could possibly wish, and I know that your top priority is to be well rested for your lessons tomorrow. Let us therefore say good night. Pip pip. With the usual deafening scraping noise, the benches were moved back, and the hundreds of students began to file out of the great hall toward their dormitories. Quinn instructed his fifth-year Ravenclaw prefects to fulfill their prefect's duty of shepherding the first years and then joined Eddie, Marcus, and Luna. So, no more late-night visits, Headboy West, said Eddie grinning with one hand around Quinn's shoulder. Or would the legend of the living ghost who wanders Hogwarts halls continue for another year? No, I won't be wandering the halls after curfews. I'm the headboy now, it doesn't suit the position. Want some? Said Quinn took out the Weasleys' candy in a can. And it was fine when you were only a prefect, asked Marcus. Why look at the past when the future is so bright, said Quinn. Also, hypothetically speaking, even if I do go out after the curfew, no one would ever know. We sleep in the same room, doofus, said Eddie. Quinn raised his hand, and hanging off his middle finger was a ring hoop with a solitary key in it. Gentlemen, feast your eyes on the key to the infamous headboy's suite. The private living quarters, only available to the one who hold the title of headboy, which is the great me. He patted Marcus and Eddie's shoulder. Sorry boys, but the era of us three has come to an end. Marcus and Eddie stared at the key in Quinn's hand with equal parts shock and surprise. They had not considered that with Quinn's headboy position came the part where he had to move out of the Ravenclaw dorms. Damn it. I should have aimed for headboy as well, said Eddie, snatching the key from Quinn. Are you sure there's only room for one? I mean, how much space do two people take? I am not one to brag, but I don't take much space, so how about it? Hey, don't leave me out, said Marcus. I too want to live in my own suite. Quinn smiled as his shoulders relaxed. 3 of them had been roommates for 6 years. Their dorm room was a place filled with memories for all 3 of them. It represented a lot in all 3 of their lives. In the past 6 years, they had spent more time in that dorm room than they had spent at their own houses. To hear that there was going to be some change to that dorm room was a significant change. He was sure that Marcus and Eddie were bothered by him moving out, but seeing them making jokes did put him at ease. I'm still going to meet you in the morning for the workout, Quinn said to Eddie and then turned to Marcus, and I'm going to be there at breakfast. I'm still going to attend classes with you. Hell, I probably will spend time in the common room. It just won't be there at night. Shut it? I don't want to talk about it, said Eddie. And, you know, I'm going to be free after Christmas. Don't tell this to anyone yet, but I won't be doing aid after Christmas. What? Now that blew both of their minds. Aid was synonymous with Quinn. Aid was part of Quinn, and it also went the other way around. Just the thought of Quinn not doing aid in that office seemed strange and unnatural. So, you're going to close aid? Asked Marcus. Quinn shook his head. No, aid isn't closing. I'm going to pass it on to another person, my successor. Who? That's a secret. Everyone will know when I announce it, which is going to be soon, most probably the day after tomorrow. Is it Luna? No, it's not Luna. Does she know who it is? Asked Marcus, but then narrowed his eyes at Quinn. You haven't told her yet, have you? Quinn shook his head. He hadn't gotten the chance to talk about it with Luna. He was going to talk to her tomorrow. He just hoped that she would take it as he thought she would take. Damn, that's one start to a year, muttered Eddie. Snape's left behind potion to teach Dada. You're moving out of the dorms. And now aid is going to be run without you by someone else. He made a face as if he ate something strange. It just doesn't feel right. Any other surprises you want to share with us? Asked Marcus, his thoughts the same as Eddie. Not yet, I don't think so, said Quinn, putting on a mysterious smile. Oh, don't do that. Marcus groaned. That smile just makes me curious. What can I say, fellas? I'm a mysterious fellow, said Quinn. What else is there? Asked Eddie. You're going to stop being a commentator. Oh, not all. Why would I do that? Who's going to praise you if I leave? In Ravenclaw, only Luna is interested in being the commentator, and you know her, she would talk about everything but Quidditch. So, if I leave, someone from the other 3 houses will take over, and believe me, those guys don't like you. The amount of dislike that Gryffindor, Slytherin, and Hufflepuff felt for Eddie was unprecedented. Harry Potter had been sneaking snitches under the other team's noses for 5 years, and in Quidditch circles, the Seeker wasn't liked at all, except Gryffindor. They would boo at him when Harry would come out. But Harry had nothing on Eddie. It has taken just 1 season of Hogwarts Quidditch Cup for Eddie to become the villain of Hogwarts Quidditch. Eddie smiled an evil smirk. Let them come, their petty jealousy will be music to my ears as I tear havoc through their defenses. Do you want me to push that image? Asked Quinn. Because I think I can turn the dislike to hate. Oh ho. Eddie put his hands on his chin. That doesn't sound bad. Marcus stared at his 2 best friends as they put their heads together to formulate how to make Eddie more hated. Sometimes he wondered if he was the only sane one between them. Quinn might have been moving out, but it seemed nothing was going to change for the 3 amigos. Scene break. Quinn entered the headboy suite for the first time after doing his headboy duties of the day. It was guarded by a portrait of the first headboy of Hogwarts, and behind it was a locked door which Quinn had the key of. He roamed his new quarters and took the lay of the land. The suite was bigger than his dorm room, however. Unlike the dorm room, he was going to live alone here. There was a dedicated living room area, a spacious bedroom, a walk-in closet, there was an in-floor bathtub in the bathroom, and all the space any student would need. After breaking in the bathtub, Quinn sat on his new bed in his night clothes. He slipped his hand into his shirt and pulled out a thin silver chain around his neck. Hanging from that chain was a pendant piece in the shape of a triangle with a circle inside which had a line going through it, the deathly hallow symbol. Quinn wrapped his fist around the pendant piece, and when he opened it, the black resurrection stone sat in his palm. It was the thing from the legends and the urban story tale that could summon souls of the dead back to the mortal plane. Now, let's see what you can teach me about the soul, said Quinn with a deep, thriving curiosity and desire to learn hiding behind his eyes. It was time to take the first step towards completing the Trinity. The 2nd of September, the second day back at school for Hogwarts students, and the first day they would attend classes. It was an exciting day for everyone, but for Quinn, it was earmarked in his calendars for him to set up the aid office for business after the day classes. Quinn stood in front of the glass wall that partitioned the classroom into the office space and workshop. He picked up a canvas frame with a still painting fit inside it, held it against the wall, and the frame stuck to it as if it was glued to it. With that final painting, the office was done being set up. Now, I only need to take care of the workshop, and I'll be done for the day, he said with a smile. He looked at the rectangular door in the glass wall. He hadn't installed the special reinforced door yet. I would need to teach Astoria to use that, he said to himself as he picked up his briefcase off the floor, which held the entire inventory for the workshop. Quinn was about to walk into the workshop area when the door chime rang, and he looked over to see Luna enter the office with an assortment of flowers in her hands. Done with your classes? Asked Quinn. There's only astronomy at midnight. Luna walked to one of the wall-side cabinets with an empty flower pot. She took out a tiny flask that she had made herself and poured water stored in its expanded canteen into the pot. Conjured water through spells would eventually vanish and thus wasn't suitable for drinking or flowers. Quinn gazed at Luna setting the flowers into the pot, then at the empty workshop, and then at his briefcase. He pursed his lips before deciding that it was the right thing to get it done as soon as possible. He set the briefcase inside the workshop by the door and walked back into the office. Luna, said Quinn as he sat down on his bar stool. When the blonde looked at him, he motioned her to sit down in front of the table. I would like to talk to you about something. Luna took out her wand and waved it over the flowers. The flowers bloomed into vibrancy as the color of the petals gained a beautiful contrast, and the leaves looked as if they had been collecting dew overnight. Only after she was satisfied with her work on the flowers did she take a seat opposite Quinn. Luna, as you know, this will be my last year at Hogwarts, said Quinn. She nodded. Quinn's a big boy now. Quinn chuckled. Yes, that's one way to phrase it. Well, because it's my last year at Hogwarts, it entered my mind that I need to address some things before I graduate. He tried to keep his expression bright, and one of the things that needed to be discussed was aid. Luna, I'll be leaving aid after Christmas. Luna's hands that had started to braid a few strands of her hair into braids froze in their work. She stared at Quinn, her eyes that usually held a dreamy gaze, now looked at Quinn with a stunned attention. Christmas, but that's so close. Hogwarts school year started late in the year, leaving only a few months to Christmas 3 to be precise. The sudden revelation brought Luna out of her thoughts filled with whimsy, and now she was paying 100% of her attention to Quinn. Can't you stay till the end? Why do we have to leave so early? I think it's the right time, Quinn said, keeping his expression and tone comforting. I finish my time at aid before Christmas, go home for break, and then return after the new year to enjoy the rest of my year. Also, Luna, there's no we in this. I'm leaving aid, and in no way means that aid will be closing. Why does that matter? You'll be gone, said Luna, with a rare frown on her face. The grumpy tone with the clear notes of anger made Quinn scrunch his face ever so slightly. He was afraid that she wouldn't like his decision at all. It was no secret that Luna didn't have many friends outside of Quinn, Eddie, and Marcus. Her time in aid was just so that she could spend time with Quinn, even a lot of it was spent in silence. Quinn leaving aid meant that she would lose that time. You won't be at aid alone, you know, said Quinn, trying to get to the good part as soon as possible. Astoria will be taking my place. That caught her attention. Luna thought she would be managing aid alone. But according to Quinn, Astoria was taking his place, which meant Astoria becomes the proprietor and not me, she asked. The few friends that Luna had outside the Ravenclaw circle came from the D group. But even before that, Luna had been well acquainted with Daphne, Tracy, and Astoria as Quinn and co hung out with the Slytherin girls. Astoria found Luna interesting and, being the extrovert she was, tried to make friends with eccentric Ravenclaw. Luna was a bit cautious at first, but the persistent ball of sunshine didn't stop until she was friends with Luna. Yes, you don't have to do all the boring work, said Quinn chuckling, reading between the words. You'll have to do more work than now because Astoria's new and well she's not me. Luna went silent and started to stare at the table with a thoughtful gaze. Quinn stared at his longtime partner with an expecting gaze. Okay, you can go after Christmas, said Luna. It's your loss, I'll have fun with Astoria. Quinn grinned. It would indeed be his loss. Scene break. Astoria stood waiting on the 5th floor, just outside the grand staircase. She leaned against the wall, looking at her shoes that slowly inched forward as she let her weight skid her foot forward at a snail's pace. I'm here. Sorry for the wait. She looked up to see Quinn walking out of the grand staircase. What's this? Said Quinn, and Astoria spotted the teasing smirk on his face. Are you nervous? Astoria pushed herself off the wall and bumped his shoulder into Quinn for his teasing. She was indeed nervous. They were about to go meet Flitwick to inform him that Aid was changing ownership, and more importantly, ask his permission to move forward. What if he doesn't like me? Asked Astoria. He might want Aid to remain in the Ravenclaw house. Quinn laughed at that. Oh, dear. That's not how things work between Aid and Professor Flitwick. True, we need his permission as Aid is his responsibility, and yes, he's the head of Ravenclaw house, but Aid is not a Ravenclaw legacy. I have never portrayed it to be a Ravenclaw exclusive, and Professor Flitwick has never seen it such. He knows what Aid means to me and what I put in to make it work. Aid is my legacy, and I get to choose who succeeds me. And I have decided that it would be a student-run operation with the faculty having no power over it. Aid will never turn into something like the prefect group controlled by the faculty. They started to walk together to Flitwick's office, not the faculty room, but the head of Ravenclaw house office. How did you even get Professor Flitwick to agree to this? Asked Astoria. If it was Professor Snape, he would have never agreed to start anything remotely like Aid, or maybe he would. It would depend on who was asking. Honestly, I didn't do anything special, said Quinn, shrugging. I sent a letter listing out what I wanted to accomplish with Aid and how I was going to accomplish it. My only demands were that I required a classroom to operate and nothing else, and in this humongous castle, Professor Flitwick didn't have any reservations to lend a room to his best student. After that, Quinn's track record and popularity had carried Aid into becoming a mainstay in Hogwarts. He hadn't fielded a single complaint from Flitwick since the inception of Aid. The insistent ones from Umbridge didn't count. They finally reached Flitwick's office, guarded by a man with a bent nose dressed in a funny set of robes. When they called to him, the man looked up from his perpetually unfinished stone statue and pointed his chisel at them. What do they want? We are here to see Professor Flitwick, said Quinn. He's expecting us. The chisel-bearing man squinted his eye at Quinn's headboy badge before disappearing from his portrait. When he returned, the door opened, and the two of them went inside. Mr. West, I wasn't expecting you today, said Flitwick behind his desk, but then he saw Astoria beside him. Ms. Greengrass, you're here as well. I hope it's not because of some trouble. It's too early in the year for that. He motioned them to sit as his hand flourished his wand to conjure two chairs. So, what brings you here today? He asked. Quinn and Astoria exchanged a glance before Quinn started. Professor, I have decided to retire from Aid, and Ms. Greengrass here is going to succeed me as my successor. Flitwick squeaked at the sudden news. He stood on his chair and leaned forward onto the table. Mr. West, this is such big news. I mean, when? How? He glanced at Astoria. I would like to get some details. Astoria starts next week and will work under me to learn till Christmas, which is when I retire, said Quinn. The reason why we are here is that you're the one who gave me the permission to start Aid, and because I'm leaving, the accountability falls onto Astoria's head. So we want to know if you'd be alright endorsing her moving forward. The relationship of trust that Quinn and Flitwick had built was strong, and that was the reason that Flitwick hadn't interfered with or even supervised Aid in any form for all 5 years. But that wasn't the case between him and Astoria. Quinn wanted to know if the status quo would remain the same. He didn't want any faculty interference with Aid. Flitwick looked at both Quinn and Astoria for a long hard moment. The two students stayed still under the watching gaze of the half-goblins. Mr. West, do you think Ms. Greengrass will be suitable in charge of Aid? Can I trust her to maintain the same integrity and standards that you have built, and I have come to expect? Asked Flitwick. It wasn't Quinn who answered the question. Sir, I personally assure that Aid will remain at the reputation it has built, said Astoria. Even without Quinn, I'm confident that I will be able to operate Aid at an elevated level. That room won't turn into anything apart from what it was given for. Aid's motive is to help Hogwarts students, and it will stay that. The students will continue to come to the office because I'll be effective in solving their problems. I'm a Slytherin, Professor Flitwick, and ambition is one of our traits. Forget about maintaining the reputation, I'll raise it to something greater. Quinn, who sat beside her, smiled. He made no moves of his own and let Astoria take charge. Flitwick stared at Astoria, and this time didn't give a glance to Quinn. His goblin eyes remained fixed on her face as if trying to look past her confident words to find a hidden falsity. It was only when Astoria didn't falter under his gaze that Flitwick, who had been standing on his chair, sat back down. If that's the case, I have no reservations towards the changing of ownership, as you have put it. When the new year arrives, Ms. Greengrass will be in charge of Aid. Astoria's expression set in her most dignified and confident evaporated into one of bubbly joy. She turned to Quinn, and he gave her an approving nod on her performance. Astoria Greengrass was set to take over Aid. Scene break. The next day, during breakfast, the Hogwarts gathered in the Great Hall to start their day with a hearty meal before proceeding to a new day of classes. Among the sound of clattering cutleries and talking students, Flitwick turned to McGonagall, who nodded. The charms professor stood up on his chair and put his wand on his throat. Ahem, if everyone would give me your attention for a minute. Flitwick's voice traveled throughout the Great Hall, making all students and ghosts look towards the staff table. Flitwick peered over the entire Hogwarts student body before speaking. There's an exciting announcement to be made, which I'm sure all of you wouldn't want to miss, so please listen with your ears peeled. The head boy will be taking it forward from here. All eyes went to Quinn, who climbed the steps to the staff table to gain a little altitude. He faced everyone and could feel the hundreds of pairs of eyes on him. He tapped his throat with his fake wand and began his announcement. Before I start, I would like to make it clear that this announcement isn't made in my position as the head boy, but in my position as the proprietor of Aid. As Quinn said that people got more interested. Those who had been in Hogwarts for a few years hadn't seen Quinn speak to make this sort of announcement. This was new, and they were interested in what Quinn had to say, expecting to hear about some big event that Quinn would set up this year. As you all know, this is my last year at Hogwarts, said Quinn, and I'll be leaving at the end of this year, so the question arises, what will happen to Aid when I leave? It has been decided that Aid won't be closing after I leave. Instead, I'll be passing it on to another person, who will become the second proprietor of Aid. A lot of eyes went to Luna and found her sporting a large headpiece that resembled a patch of long grass. Quinn looked at everyone. It was time this was an Aid announcement, and it would be incomplete without some theatrics. If you'd all lift up your plates, you'll find something very interesting stuck to the bottom. Instantly, everyone looked at their plates. It looked normal to them. They lifted them to see what Quinn was talking about. Those who had food on their plates slipped their hands underneath the plate to feel around for the surprise, while others flipped theirs over. It was an Aid card. The words Aid were written on it, but it was a card different from the usual cards they had all become accustomed to seeing. Gone was the black background, replaced by a deep, luxurious shade of magenta velvet, and written on it with striking silver words, the successor's name. Somewhere on the Gryffindor table, a certain girl with bushy brown hair screamed behind her fist as she took out her wand to conjure a box and a pair of gloves that she put on to carefully transfer the card into the box. I present you, all heard Quinn's voice again, and they were surprised to see the person whose name was on the card standing beside Quinn, Astoria Greengrass of Aid. Astoria raised her wand above her head, and the many house banners hung in the Great Hall all turned to velvet color with the letters A-I-D written in silver words. I hope all of you would visit, said Astoria with a composed smile. We have answers to all your problems. Quinn turned to the staff table and the professors while sporting a grin. He pointed at Astoria before giving her a thumbs up and mouthed the words, "She's good." The ceiling of the Great Hall was serenely blue and streaked with frail, wispy clouds, just like the squares of sky visible through the high mullionied windows. While they tucked into their meat pies and eggs and bacon, Quinn, Marcus, and Eddie conversed about the Aid announcement that had just happened. So, Astoria got a detention, said Eddie while looking at a book of Quidditch schemes and plays, and that too with Snape. As much as I loved Astoria's little stunt, said Quinn, swallowing his bite of the fried egg, she should have done her preparation and got the permission to change the banners. I mean, Astoria should have known that she would get detention. The Weasley twins got one every time they did a prank in the Great Hall. Quinn had to bring Astoria to at least a level that she would be able to operate Aid without a hitch, and doing it in 3 months was a challenge. Like a baby wouldn't touch a burning flame a second time, Quinn had to make sure that Astoria would learn her lessons after a single mistake, and the best way to do that was to make her experience the punishments/consequences. He was well aware that Astoria would get in trouble with her banner stunt, but he didn't tell her so that moving forwards, she would do her due diligence and always cover every addressable point that could give her problems. How did you do the card trick? Asked Marcus, digging into his rashers of bacon. There was a card beneath every plate. I'm sure you didn't transfigure cards beneath every time someone sat down at the tables. That was quite easy, actually, said Quinn. I passed the cards to the house elves down in the kitchen and asked them to attach the cards to the bottoms of every plate they sent to the Great Hall. As there was no fixed seating on the house-long tables, the house elves would send a plate in front of every student, no matter where they sat. After they had eaten, they remained in their places, awaiting Professor McGonagall's descent from the staff table. The distribution of class schedules for Newt classes was more complicated than the ones from year 1st to 5th, for Professor McGonagall needed first to confirm that everybody in the 6th year had achieved the necessary OWL grades to continue with their chosen Newts, while the 7th years were required to prove that they at least had an acceptable, the lowest pass grade, in their chosen Newt subjects to continue studying them this year. Mr. West, said McGonagall, please ask the prefects to guide the students into lines so that I can confirm their eligibility. 7th years come first and then the 6th. Of course, Professor. Eddie and Marcus were immediately cleared to continue with their chosen subjects, as neither has scored below and exceed expectations, in any of their subjects. McGonagall didn't even flip to Quinn's report card to check if he cleared his subjects. There were barely any Ravenclaw 7th year students that didn't pass in their subjects. Even in the 6th year, Ravenclaws got the subjects they wanted, though everyone had their own strengths and weaknesses. Next came Gryffindors, and the first one in the 6th year students was Neville Longbottom, who took a little longer to sort out. His round face was anxious as McGonagall looked down his application, then consulted his OWL results. Herbology? Fine, she said. Professor Sprout will be delighted to see you back with an outstanding OWL. And you qualify for defense against the dark arts with outstanding. But the problem is transfiguration. I'm sorry, Longbottom, but an acceptable really isn't good enough to continue to the Newt level. I just don't think you'd be able to cope with the coursework. Even after a year's worth of Neville's motivation and a new wand resonance could only take him so far. Neville had to catch up with multiple years of practice that he missed because of a non-compatible wand. And while he had done an impressive job, he could only do so much. Moreover, Do was primarily focused on defense against dark arts, and Neville's motivation led him to focus more on those, leaving transfiguration, a subject Neville disliked, to be left on the back seat. Neville hung his head. McGonagall peered at him through her triangular spectacles. Why do you want to continue with transfiguration, anyway? I've never had the impression that you particularly enjoyed it, she asked. Neville looked miserable and muttered something about my grandmother wants. You have to grow a backbone, young man. It's your life, not hers. If you don't step up, then she will never let go. Please have confidence in yourself, Mr. Longbottom, you're a fine individual, and you have to understand that there's no need to compare yourself with your father. Neville turned very pink and blinked confusedly. McGonagall had never paid him a compliment before. I'm sorry, Longbottom, but I cannot let you into my newt class. I see that you have an exceeds expectations in charms, however why not try for a newt in charms? My grandmother thinks charms is a soft option, said Neville in a low mumble. Humph, snorted Professor McGonagall. Should I send Professor Flitwick, the dueling champion, to your house, and maybe they will have a pleasant talk about charms being a weak subject. Take charms, Mr. Longbottom, and I shall drop Augusta a line reminding her that just because she failed her charms the subject is not necessarily worthless. She smiled slightly at the look of delighted incredulity on Neville's face. McGonagall tapped a blank schedule with the tip of her wand and handed it, now carrying details of his new classes, to Neville. Quinn winked and gave thumbs up to Neville, who passed by him with a positive glimmer in his eyes. Slowly but surely, Neville Longbottom was gaining the confidence he never had. McGonagall turned next to Parvati Patil, whose first question was whether Firenze, the handsome centaur, was still teaching divination. He and Professor Trelawney are dividing classes between them this year, said McGonagall, a hint of disapproval in her voice. It was common knowledge that she despised the subject of divination. The 6th year is being taken by Professor Trelawney. Quinn made a wildly displeased hearing that the centaur was staying as Parvati walked away looking crestfallen. The next ones in the line were the Golden Trio. The first in line was Hermione, who, like Quinn, didn't need to have her scores checked as McGonagall remembered her grades. So, Potter, double Potter, said Professor McGonagall, consulting her notes as she turned to Harry and Ivy, who stood behind her brother. Charms, defense against the dark arts, herbology, transfiguration, potions, all fine. I must say, I was pleased with your transfiguration mark, Mr. Potter, very pleased. Are you going to go down the same path as your father and become an Auror? Harry nodded. If it was a couple years back, he would have spoken about becoming a professional Quidditch player, but right now, he was serious about becoming an Auror and helping his father, who had been facing dangerous situations with rising Death Eater activity. As for Ms. Potter, are you still on your path to becoming a curse breaker? Asked McGonagall, passing Ivy her schedule after confirming her scores. Your ancient runes, arithmancy, and charm scores were high even in the outstanding category. You will do well in the curse and ward space. Now that was something Quinn didn't know about Ivy. Cursebreaker, it was a generalization for the people who wanted to work with complex wards and spells. They studied runic languages to understand wards and inscribe runes to build their own wards. They even learned how to deconstruct spells, reverse engineer them, create new spells, as not all spells were general knowledge, and say to undo a curse or spell, one needed the counter curse, which could be gained through vigorous research on the cast curse or spell. And it was one of the most sought-after magical jobs in the magical society, and thus one of the few jobs with stringent requirements with high scores in ancient runes, arithmancy, charms, transfiguration, astronomy, and a strong base in magic history and theory. Yes, Professor, I haven't changed my decision, said Ivy. Even though it was one of the more dangerous jobs, she wanted to pursue it. She turned to Quinn, who stood by McGonagall's side, and asked, "What about you, Quinn? What do you want to do after Hogwarts?" Eyes turned to the head boy. There were several DA members within earshot, and all looked back to their time in the room of requirements to remember if Quinn had ever talked about what he wanted to do. I plan to travel the world after Hogwarts, said Quinn. He already had a job as an inventor, which paid him well enough for a lifetime in royalties. He wasn't looking for a conventional job. I have an apprenticeship lined up that I will undergo when I'm ready, but apart from that, I don't have any short-term plans on what I want to be. Traveling the world to gain a wider outlook is an excellent plan, said McGonagall, glancing back at Quinn. You see places different from home and learn to appreciate all the wonderful and beautiful that the world has to offer. Quinn nodded with a smile. He was here, after all, to see what this world had to offer him. Ivy twirled a strand of her hair as she muttered to herself, traveling the world, that sounds nice. Ron was the next in line, and he cleared the 5 core subjects: transfiguration, charms, defense against the dark, potions, and herbology. Maybe it was because Hermione, but Ron had barely passed the requirements. However, the Weasley hadn't taken any other subjects than the 5, nothing more. Next came the Slytherins. The first in line was Draco. He stood in front of McGonagall with an uninterested gaze. He didn't care about school, grades, subject, not after he had gained a very special branding on his forearm. He wasn't even planning to return to Hogwarts for his last year as he saw it. Hogwarts didn't matter. Mr. Malfoy, you qualify to sit in newt classes for all the subjects you gained owls in, said McGonagall. He had 9 outstandings and 1 exceed expectations. Will you be attending all your classes? At Novel bin at. Draco glanced at the empty schedule and was about to ask that his subjects were cut down to the core 5, but his eyes caught Quinn standing behind McGonagall. Quinn was staring at him with fixed eyes. Draco couldn't tell the meaning behind the gaze, but it made him conscious. He looked away, unable to face the gaze that felt like it was judging him, looking down at him disappointed with him. Draco clenched his fist tight and looked at the still empty schedule. He looked at McGonagall and spoke, knock out astronomy, care, and history. I am taking the rest. Off you go, said McGonagall, handing Draco his filled schedule. As he turned away, Draco glanced at Quinn, who was no longer looking at him, and then at his schedule with complicated eyes. Next is Daphne Greengrass, Quinn said as he watched Daphne walk out of the Slytherin line and step in front of McGonagall. Ms. Greengrass, your year only have a handful of students who are aiming for healers and I don't know how many will make graduate with enough requirements for healers, said McGonagall with a sigh as she looked up at Daphne. I hope you haven't changed your mind about it. My goal to become a healer is set, Professor. I'm not going to change it ever, said Daphne. She glanced at Quinn. He was the reason why she could study and learn without the looming pressure of hurrying things. Without Quinn, Astoria's illness would continue to bubble inside her body. Good, McGonagall said, sighing in relief. It was one of her responsibilities to make sure that students who were aiming for high-requirement careers didn't get scared away from them. She had been having problems with Aurors for a very long time since Snape had started teaching. Aurors only selected the very best, and they, on their end, weren't having any problems as those who scored well in Snape's tough class were elites, but McGonagall had a problem as the number of applicants had been declining over the years. She turned to Quinn. Mr. West, you have been learning from Poppy, why don't you try being a healer? She glanced at Daphne and said knowingly, you can give Ms. Greengrass some much-needed company. Daphne had a faint shading of red on her cheeks. She didn't believe that the serious as a warden McGonagall would imply what she was implying. It also made her aware that the professor knew her and Quinn's relationship. I won't lie, Professor, that's an attractive perspective, said Quinn, gazing at Daphne, and maybe if the flow takes it, I'll go with what you suggest. There were a few oohs and ahs from the girls in earshot, which made Quinn smile and made Daphne's blush grow deeper. Now, Ms. Davis, McGonagall said to the smiling brunette, the sunshine of Slytherin, you have chosen to go into your family's herbology and apothecary business. She looked at Tracy's grades, and you have chosen the appropriate subjects for that though you have chosen to eliminate care of magical creatures won't that be detrimental? It's okay, my father's going to teach me about care on his own, said Tracy politely. She, like so many, didn't want to say that they didn't want to attend because Hagrid was going to teach the subject, and after taking the subject for a couple of years of attending the class, they knew it was going to be crazy and not in a good way. After everyone was done and everyone had left, McGonagall stood up from her chair and faced Quinn. Mr. West, will you be joining your family business in the future? She asked. No, I won't be involved in my family business actively. That's not for me, Professor. I'm more interested in magic, said Quinn. And that's why you want to travel. Yes, I'm going to learn magic all around the world. Then Quinn paused before continuing, and then I'm going to solve problems. Yeah, I'm going to use magic to solve problems. In Hogwarts, the people attending a specific lesson were decided upon the number of people attending the subject. For core subjects like charms, potions, herbology, transfiguration, defense against the dark arts, care of magical creature, and history of magic, astronomy, where a lot of students attended, the classes were divided into groups of 2 Hogwarts houses. But, for the subjects like ancient runes, arithmancy, divination, which weren't chosen by every student, those classes were merged into one class where all house students would learn together. This model was adjusted on the Newt level, 6th and 7th year students. Newt students had the absolute choice of only taking the subjects they needed or liked. If a subject had many students attending, they would be divided into 2 batches, but if that's not the case, there was only 1 batch. Even in the Newt years, defense against the dark arts still had enough people attending for 2 batches. It was a subject popular enough that even the prospect of Snape didn't put a dent into the number of students. The 7th year Ravenclaw and Gryffindor waited outside the classroom in a queue, waiting for it to open so that they could enter. The classroom door opened as they chattered away, and Snape stepped into the corridor, his sallow face framed as ever by 2 curtains of greasy back hair. Silence fell over the queue immediately. Inside, he said. The classroom had changed from the last year. Snape had imposed his personality upon the room already. It was gloomier than usual, as curtains had been drawn over the windows, and was lit by candlelight. New pictures adorned the walls, many of them showing people who appeared to be in pain, sporting grisly injuries or strangely contorted body parts. Nobody spoke as they settled down, looking around at the shadowy, gruesome pictures. I have not asked you to take out your books, said Snape, closing the door and moving to face the class from behind his desk. A majority of Ravenclaws hastily dropped their copy of Confronting the Faceless back into her bag and stowed the entire bags away. I wish to speak to you, and I want your fullest attention. His black eyes roved over their upturned faces. You have had 5 teachers in this subject so far, I believe. 6 if we add the headmaster. Naturally, these teachers will all have had their own methods and priorities. Given this confusion, I am surprised, so many of you scraped an owl in this subject. I am further surprised that so many of you were able to get a grade above acceptable in your 6th year, which was much more advanced than your owl course. This year is your final, and believe me when I say that this will be the toughest of them all. If you got to the 7th year by scrapping together an acceptable, then be ready for a rude awakening. Snape set off around the edge of the room, speaking now in a lower voice. The class craned their necks to keep him in view. The dark arts, said Snape, are many, varied, ever-changing, and eternal. Fighting them is like fighting a many-headed monster, which, each time a neck is severed, sprouts a head even fiercer and cleverer than before. You are fighting that which is unfixed, mutating, indestructible. Quinn stared at Snape. There were those who despised the dark arts, then there were those who respected the category of magic as a dangerous enemy. But Quinn was sure that when Snape spoke of it, the man had a loving caress in his voice. Your defenses, said Snape, a little louder, must therefore be as flexible and inventive as the arts you seek to undo. These pictures, he indicated a few of them as he swept past, give a fair representation of what happens to those who suffer. For instance, the Cruciatus curse. He waved a hand toward a witch who was clearly shrieking in agony. Feel the Dementor's kiss a wizard lying huddled and blank-eyed, slumped against a wall, or provoke the aggression of the Inferius, a bloody mass upon the ground. Has an Inferius been seen, then? Asked a Gryffindor in a high-pitched voice. Is it definite? Is he using them? The Dark Lord has used Inferi in the past, said Snape, which means you would be well advised to assume he might use them again. Now, he set off again around the other side of the classroom toward his desk, and again, they watched him as he walked, his dark robes billowing behind him. You are, I believe, complete novices in the use of non-verbal spells. What is the advantage of a non-verbal spell? A few hands went up. Snape took his time looking around at everybody, giving time for late entries. He even glanced at Quinn, who hadn't raised his hand, before saying curtly, Mr. Codler, please tell. Your adversary has no warning about what kind of magic you're about to perform, which gives you a split-second advantage. A Ravenclaw answer copied almost word for word from the standard book of spells, said Snape dismissively. Some Gryffindors sniggered, but correct in essentials. Yes, those who progress to using magic without shouting incantations gain an element of surprise in their spellcasting. Not all wizards can do this, of course. It is a question of concentration and mind power, which some. His gaze lingered maliciously upon the Gryffindors who had sniggered lack. The Gryffindors went deadly silent as the Ravenclaws straightened in vindication, only to be brought down by Snape the very next second. Bookish knowledge will not work one bit without practical experience, said Snape with a grave eye. You will now divide, Snape went on, into pairs. One partner will attempt to jinx the other without speaking. The other will attempt to repel the jinx in equal silence. Carry on. Although Snape did not know it, Quinn had taught at least one-third of the class, everyone who had been a member of the DA, how to perform a shield charm the previous year. However, except for a couple, none of them had ever cast the charm without speaking. A reasonable amount of cheating ensued. Many people were merely whispering the incantation instead of saying it aloud. Snape among them as they practiced, looking just as much like an overgrown bat as ever, lingering to watch a pair perform the task and see them fail as they couldn't cheat under his dull gaze. He arrived at Eddie and Quinn's pair as the two exchanged spells in total silence. Eddie Carmichael, the eternal challenger, had scoured the books for dueling advantage against Quinn, and he had earlier in his string of losses had found about non-verbal casting, so the task was nothing unusual for him, second nature even. He sent a potent hex at Quinn, who repelled it down to the ground. Snape observed closer and saw how Eddie would slightly change the aim of the hex every time, but Quinn would repel it down to the same spot on the floor. He gazed at the two Ravenclaws who had made a game of his task, and while their feat would have earned them 20 points each for Ravenclaw from any reasonable professor, but which Snape ignored and walked away. A couple steps away, Snape turned towards and whipped out his wand so fast that Eddie and Quinn reacted instinctively. 2 shield charms manifested just in time to stop 2 banishing charms. Eddie skidded on his feet while Quinn's front foot stepped back to become his back foot. By the time the whole class turned and looked, the exchange was over, and Snape had put his wand back into his robes. Snape walked away to stalk another pair. Oh, come on, that was at least worth 5 Snape points, said Eddie, throwing up his hands. Scene break. Unlike the defense against the dark arts, only a dozen people had been able to take up potions in the 6th year. 4 Slytherins, 2 Hufflepuffs, 2 Gryffindor, and 4 Ravenclaws, out of which 2 of them were Quinn and Marcus. Eddie had chosen to forego potions as it held no importance to his future goals. The low number was conventional as potions had the highest jump after the 5th year and had the steepest learning curve. Moreover, the baby population had taken a hit during the war and only boomed after Voldemort's defeat, so the class size had been small for a decade. And Snape, acting like a guard, had just served to drive the numbers lower. The dozen people stood out on the dungeon floor of Hogwarts, waiting for the class to start. The dungeon door opened, and Slughorn's belly preceded him out of the door. As they filed into the room, his great walrus mustache curved above his beaming mouth, and he greeted Quinn with particular enthusiasm. The dungeon was, most unusually, already full of vapors and odd smells. The students sniffed interestedly as they passed large, bubbling cauldrons. Quinn leaned near Marcus and whispered, "My workshop has an amazing ward system that would eliminate all spells at a single command of mine." Marcus glanced at him and put on a "that's cool" face while inwardly finding cute how Quinn has proud comparing his workshop to a potions classroom. The 4 Slytherins took a workstation together, as did the 4 Ravenclaws, leaving the Hufflepuff and Gryffindor to share one together. Now then, said Slughorn, whose massive outline was quivering through the many shimmering vapors. Scales out, everyone, and potion kits, and don't forget your copies of Advanced Potion Making. Now then, said Slughorn, returning to the front of the class and inflating his already bulging chest so that the buttons on his waistcoat threatened to burst off, I've prepared a few potions for you to have a look at, just out of interest, you know. These are the kind of things you ought to be able to do after completing your newts. You ought to have heard of them, even if you haven't made them yet. Does anyone tell me what this one is? He indicated the cauldron nearest the Slytherin table. Others raised them slightly in their seats and saw what looked like plain water boiling away inside it. Quinn looked around, and there were no hands raised, which meant he was clear to answer the question he only answered when no one had the answer. He raised his hand. Slughorn pointed at him. It's Veritaserum, a colorless, odorless potion that forces the drinker to tell the truth, said Quinn, having brewed and used the potion on certain natural legilimens. Very good, said Slughorn happily. It is Veritaserum, a truth potion so powerful that 3 drops would have you spilling your innermost secrets for this entire class to hear. Now, the use of this potion is controlled by stringent ministry guidelines, so don't go brewing it on your own for your personal use. If someone finds out, you go straight to Azkaban. Now, he continued, pointing at the cauldron nearest the Ravenclaw table, this one here is pretty well known. Featured in a few ministry leaflets lately too. Who can tell me which is this one? At novel bin at. Once again, Quinn looked around and saw that no one had recognized the slow bubbling, mud-like substance in the second cauldron, so he raised his hand. This sort of thing happened a lot when the class studied a new topic, and that was when Quinn did his portion of class participation. It's the polyjuice potion. Excellent. Now, this one here. Slughorn pointed at the third and last cauldron that bubbled with a lime green potion, glowing in fluorescent light. It looked ominous, almost eerie, yet there was a strange vigor as if the potion wanted to burst out of the cauldron like a raging flood. Essence of insanity, said Quinn, his eyes reflecting the green. It is indeed. It seems almost foolish to ask, said Slughorn, who was looking mightily impressed, but I assume you know what it does. A dose from the potion can cause the drinker to act irrationally for a month. They might act like insane people or their inhibitions lower to the point where they don't hold back any desires. Quinn then whispered in a voice not audible to anyone but him, complete annihilation of the ego, leaving ID in charge. Quite right. You recognized it, I suppose, by its distinctive glowing shade of green. And the steam rising in characteristic puffs, said Quinn plainly. Fabulous, Quinn. Take 30 well-earned points for Ravenclaw, said Slughorn genially. As expected from the best in the year. And now, said Slughorn, it is time for us to start work. Today we are going to work with. Quinn, is something wrong? Asked Marcus, looking at Quinn, who seemed subdued after answering the questions. It's nothing. I just don't like essence of insanity, said Quinn. I have read about what can do to a person, and well, let's just say they aren't pleasant. He couldn't say that the potion reminded him of a hell he had personally experienced. Slughorn's assignment was the Extimulo potion, which was a magic restoring potion after the core was depleted. It was an emergency potion that left severe side effects if taken repeatedly or in a wrong dose, but it would make a person feel like they were drowning with magic when used correctly. Everyone started to brew the potions. There was a scraping as everyone drew their cauldrons toward them and some loud clunks as people began adding weights to their scales, but nobody spoke. The concentration within the room was almost tangible. Those here were serious about studying potions. Everyone kept glancing around at what the rest of the class was doing. This was both an advantage and a disadvantage of potions, that it was hard to keep your work private. But Quinn kept to himself, brewing his potion at his own pace, without paying attention to what the others were doing. Within minutes, the whole place was full of bluish steam. Everyone was either attending to their cauldrons or had their heads buried in their books. Slughorn glanced at everyone, satisfied with this batch of students. Even though they were rough around the edges, he could see the potential and drive. His eyes went to Quinn, and he noticed something different from others. While everyone was fussing over their potions, Quinn was cleaning his workstation while keeping an eye on his potion. It was a simple sign of a disciplined and practiced potioneer. And time's up, called Slughorn. Stop stirring, please. Slughorn moved slowly among the tables, peering into cauldrons. He made no comment but occasionally gave the potions a stir or a sniff. At last, he reached the table where the Ravenclaws were sitting. He gave an approving nod to Marcus Brew. Then he Quinn's, and a look of incredulous delight spread over his face. The clear best, he cried to the dungeon. Excellent, Quinn. Good lord, now that's one potent brew, Quinn. That will make a person feeling like a traveler in a desert see the paradise. Quinn bowed with a polite smile. Unlike Harry Potter, he didn't need a Half-Blood Prince's potion book. He was the damn book. And the Half-Blood Prince, that person didn't have anything on him. In a brew-off, he would crush Half-Blood Prince, who was suffering from 8th grade syndrome. Switching up from the Ravenclaw dormitories to the headboy suite was definitely a step up. Every morning Quinn would open his eyes on a king-sized bed that he got to use all by himself, which was great even though he still used the same amount of space as he did on his dorm's small double bed. He was on the 4th floor, meaning that he needed to climb one less flight of stairs to get to his room. However, that also meant that now his office and room were no longer on the same floor and that the room of requirement was a floor higher than before. He didn't need to vacate the bathroom in a set amount of time for his roommate's use, though after bathing in a shared bathroom for years had made Quinn uncomfortable to take any more time than he was used to. In his new living quarters, he had all the space he needed, which didn't matter as Quinn had his briefcase. The headboy suite provided a personal space for Quinn's use alone where he could relax without worrying about Luna and Astoria coming into the aide office, Eddie and Marcus coming into the dorm room, a DA member trying to illegally access the room of requirement, or the ever-present concern of someone messing up with his briefcase while he was inside. But that also meant that Quinn couldn't walk down to the Great Hall for breakfast with his friends. The Slytherin head girl wasn't much of a talker. Switching up from the Ravenclaw dormitories to the headboy suite was somewhat of a step up maybe. Like every day, Quinn walked out of the headboy suite and gave a good morning to the first headboy of Hogwarts portrait. He jogged across the halls in his workout clothes as he enjoyed the morning air. On the grand staircase, he played the game of predicting the directions and destinations of every moving staircase that he could get his eyes on. The entrance hall outside the Great Hall was empty like every early morning, with only a couple of ghosts that would exchange morning greetings with Quinn every day. Like clockwork, Quinn's stride lengthened, and his legs started to gain speed as he exited the castle into the grounds outside. The sprint would continue until he reached a specific greensward on the castle grounds. Quinn looked around and saw that his partner hadn't arrived yet, so he started to warm up on his own while thinking about whether he could cause an isolated artificial earthquake using vibrations and how that would hold up compared to earth magic. Mornin'. Quinn was doing slow push UPS on his knuckles when he heard Eddie's voice from the back. He turned his head and caught half of Eddie on his peripherals. "Good morning," said Quinn. He got up and dusted his hands off the grass as he turned. However, his hands stopped mid-dusting when he completely faced Eddie. "Tracy," he said, bewildered. Standing in front of him was Tracy Davis dressed in non-magical workout clothes. Quinn squinted his eyes at the clothes. He recognized them. These clothes. They were one of the many sets that he gifted Eddie. "Eddie asked me to wear them. He said that you said they're made for exercising," Tracy asked as she turned around. "Do I look strange in them? I feel a little strange wearing them." Quinn turned his eyes to Eddie, looking at Tracy from the side. He turned his eyes to Quinn and said, "A little resizing charm, and they were custom made to fit her." And the way Eddie was looking at Tracy showed that he was pleased about his work. "So, Tracy, what made you wake up so early in the morning just to come down here?" asked Quinn. "Eddie was telling me about his day, and he said that both of you train here every day," said the girlfriend as she hugged her boyfriend's arm. "I wanted to see what both of you exactly do every morning." "Ah, I see," said Quinn, eyeing his best mate. "Well, we basically just train. Eddie works on his physicals so he can fly on the broom better." "Flying a broom takes physical training? Isn't it just sitting and controlling the broom?" asked Tracy, tilting her head. "Oh no, there's much more to the art of competitive flying than just sitting on a broom," said Quinn, feeling his trainer side come up. "Quidditch players are some of the fittest athletes in the world and adhere to unique physical and mental preparation strategies. There is a lot of misconception regarding a Quidditch player's physical exertion, so I don't blame you for knowing. After all, they are just sitting on a broom and letting magic do the rest, but believe me, there's a lot more." To provide some context, a Quidditch player's equipment weighs a lot. They're padded all over their bodies to protect themselves against the hits from a bludger, and because of rules, the weight can't be reduced through magic. Unlike when someone casually flies a broom, Quidditch players regularly rise up to speeds during games that get difficult to follow with the naked eye and require omnioculars to enjoy the game. All the twists, turns, air maneuvers, and sudden braking puts an immense force on the riders. To combat this, players require the highest degree of robustness, stability, and lower body strength. At the professional level, the games can get intense enough that it's not strange for players to lose a couple pounds through the game, which can be dangerous for health if not trained for. Quidditch, even compared to the non-magical sports, was up there on the physical training requirements scale. It involved intense endurance training to enable through games run on a system with no time limit on the play. The sport demanded strength training, lower body training, upper body training, posture and stability training, and the strengthening of the neck to take the brunt of the force felt during flying. And you're no stranger to the physicality of the sport. Bludgers are always crashing into the players. Players are crashing into players. There are intentional head-on collisions. Crashes into the pitch below or the stands around the stadium are common sights. Quinn touched the back of his neck as he turned his neck. Which is why every Quidditch player needs to be on the top of their physical training game to play effectively. You remember Victor Crumb, right? Tracy's brow furrowed for a split second before her eyes showed the light of recognition. The Durmstrang champion, Victor Crumb. Yes, him. He's a Quidditch player, and more importantly, he plays as a seeker. Quinn could see the confusion in Tracy's eyes. Seekers need to be agile and light to fly faster than other position players as the snitch moves at high speeds with sharp angles. Now, the archetypical seeker physique would be Harry Potter's physique, lean and lightweight. But Victor Crumb? That guy had big muscles. At the pro levels, even the so-called lightweight seeker needs to train their body to even stand a chance to play. There had been cases of Quidditch players fracturing their necks and spines from high-speed collisions. So every player on every team made sure to train themselves to not get injured. Even if injuries could be healed without lingering damage, no club wanted a player who would get injured mid-game and be out for the rest of the game, and maybe even the next game. It was a competitive sport, and players worked for their livelihood. Tracy turned to Eddie with a watery gaze and clung to him. "It's not as bad as he makes it sounds," said Eddie, in a placating manner. "I have been training regularly a few years now. I don't even feel the hits from other guys these days. They're like light bumps to me, and even that's on a bad day." Eddie gave Quinn a glaring side eye. Quinn shrugged with his brows. She was the one who asked well, not really, but what he was to do. It came out. It took a while to calm down Tracy's worries before they could start their workout. And while Quinn went on his workout as usual, Eddie played around with Tracy, acting like a trainer to the new girl at the gym. Why did you bring her here? Quinn asked Eddie as they watched Tracy lying on the ground, covering her eyes, starfish mode, with her chest heaving up and down. Didn't she say? She wanted to see what we did in the mornings, said Eddie, sipping from his water bottle. If she asks, you refuse, said Quinn, snatching the bottle. That's obvious. Eddie placed his hands on his sides, and why would I do that? I got to see my girlfriend first things in the morning, in workout clothes which I must say, she looks stunning in, and she's so cute when trying to do exercises she isn't used to. There was another expression on Eddie's face that made Quinn's face scrunch up ever so slightly. He knew his friend enjoyed getting all handsy with Tracy while trying to teach her. What if she decides to come every day? Asked Quinn. I don't know if you noticed or not, but you essentially relaxed all the time today. If Tracy comes every day, you won't be doing anything in the morning. And I don't think you have time this year to regularly cover up later in the day. You have to prepare for newts, you're the captain, so you have to prepare the lead the practices, formulate the playbook, then there are tryouts coming and that responsibility also falls upon you. This year is crucial for you, Eddie. Scouts will be coming to every game you play in, and if your performance suffers this year, your stock price will fall. If you end up signing with a lower club, you will be stuck with them for the duration of your contract and that's going to delay your career position. You know how the leagues work. Just like English football, soccer, the Quidditch professional scene was also divided into different leagues. Major Quidditch playing country had a league that had divisions and worked on the parity and relegation system, which meant that the winner of a lower division would be promoted to a higher division while the loser of a higher division would be demoted down to a lower division. Only the clubs in the highest division were allowed to play for the championship cup. Then there were interleague tournaments that featured national champions, and runner-ups for some countries, to play in an international league tournament. Eddie's current stock as a prospect was sky high because of Quinn's Quidditch tournament and his performance in the last year's Hogwarts Cup. If Eddie wanted to sign with a professional club, he would have started playing while in school like Victor Crumb, but it was the Carmichael family's decision that Eddie wouldn't start playing before graduation, and even the negotiations for signing would only start after his graduations. If Eddie was selected by a club in the highest division of the English League, then even if he didn't play right away, he would get training and resources to improve himself and begin his professional journey at a higher starting point. If he started in a struggling club, Eddie would need to play out his contract with the struggling club as England was one of the countries where player transfer/trade wasn't popular. This year for you is probably more important for you than any other student in Hogwarts, finished Quinn with serious insistence in his words. One of the most important things on his docket for this year was to make sure that Eddie didn't slack in his training. The Ravenclaw chaser and now captain, was already outplaying his Hogwarts peers last year and seemed to be in a different league. It was human tendency to slack when complacent, and Quinn feared that Eddie would decrease his training with his current competition. And Quinn was going to make sure that those fears didn't become a reality. As unfortunate as it seemed, Tracy's presence in the morning training sessions was highly detrimental to Eddie. You worry too much, said Eddie sighing. She's not going to come here every day. Are you sure? Asked Quinn, feeling hopeful. He preferred not coming between the couple. Davis family technically are a farming family. They are one of the largest agricultural landowners in the country for their herbology business. From what Daphne has told me, Tracy's used to waking up early in the morning. A typical farm girl, she might not mind getting up early in the morning and coming to the grounds with us. I am sure she won't come. I mean, look at her. Eddie pointed at Tracy, who was still panting on the grass. She's got really poor stamina. No way she would be willing to go through this every day without some serious motivation. It wasn't that Tracy had zero stamina. No student in Hogwarts had zero stamina. They, on a regular, walked through long hallways and climbed long and confusing staircases. It was just that Quinn had skewed Eddie's perception of what was considered a light workout, and poor Tracy was the victim. Quinn gazed at Tracy, who didn't look like she would get up anytime soon. Maybe, you're right. I'm right. At novel bin at. Eddie wrapped an arm over Quinn's shoulder. Thank you, Quinn, for worrying so much. It means a lot that you care so much. I probably wouldn't be here in my current position if you didn't pull me out of my bed in the morning all those years ago. He chuckled. I probably would have already left Quidditch and would have been looking for another way to get a girlfriend. Quinn chuckled. He sometimes forgot about Eddie's primary motivation. Everything turned out well, didn't it? You did get a girlfriend. A beautiful one at that. Not more beautiful than mine. No way, mine's much more pretty. Keep dreaming, buddy. You're convincing no one. Quinn then softly touched Eddie's chest with his fist and said, and you know the most important reason I'm doing this, right? Most important reason? What's that? Asked Eddie, confused. Quinn raised both his hand in front of his left pack and made a heart shape with them. Exercise brothers for life. I won't let a hussy break our beautiful bond. This time it was Eddie's turn to scrunch up his face. The residents of the small township, Rosenstein, were peaceful people. The community only held 24 families, and it was a place where everyone knew everyone. If there was a fight in a household, and the heated discussions leaked out the four walls of their home, then the entire village would know every word exchanged the next day. All would meet in the township church on Sunday mornings, and then the people would file into the soul pub after the sermons with the church priest along with them. It was that sort of place. Simple people living simple lives. However, that didn't mean that Rosenstein was a dull and uninteresting place. To the eyes who could see beyond the veils that hid the things outside the norm, there were plenty of things of interest in Rosenstein. For one, there were a large number of empty houses in the town. That itself wouldn't be strange. Rosenstein was far from the city, thus, it wasn't a place that one would consider prime real estate. No, the thing that seemed strange was that all the houses looked ready to move in from the outside. The bushes always seemed to be in shape, the lawns freshly mowed, and not a single sign of abandon on the properties. The residents assumed that the owners, whoever they were, had hired someone to maintain the properties, though it was strange that no one from the township was hired. Maybe someone from outside came into doing the maintenance. They sure hadn't seen them. The village goon, Bobby Burton, had once bragged in the pub that he would go inside one of the houses and spend the night as a dare between his good friends, who all believed that the house was haunted. The entire friend group saw Bobby jump the walls that fenced the house boundary and run inside with a flashlight beaming light over his grinning face. The next day, "Wha are you talking about?" Bobby put down his pint glass to look at his friends. "I went into no house yesterday." "What are spiffin', Bobby boy?" said one of his friends. "We all saw you climb the walls and run into the house." He looked at the others, who nodded. "See? We even saw you open. Wait." Bobby glanced at his friends and burst into laughs. "If you clowns were trying to stitch me up, then at least have your plan straight." "I went into the house?" "Yeah, right," he finished with a scoff. The friends exchanged dark looks. "We saw him, right?" asked one of them. "I did. I think," said another, frowning. "He ruffled his hair. Maybe we had too much to drink. Or maybe the house is really haunted," said a third one. He gulped with a fearful look. It didn't look like Bobby was lying, and if he was indeed telling the truth, there was only one possible explanation. The house was haunted, as they had joked about. As Bobby and his friends talked, another person was sitting beside him with a fedora over his head and an overcoat on his body. He raised his wand, and a beer mug behind the counter flew up towards the tap in the wall. The tap twisted, and golden beer came sloshing out, falling into the mug with white foam topping it off. The filled mug flew over the bartender's head and landed in front of the man. The man took a gulp of his self-served beer with his ear listening on the boys' conversation. They had stopped talking about foolish Bobby and his more foolish attempt to squat in the empty house and had moved over to haunted houses. He took another gulp before picking up his wand from the bar counter and waving it towards the group of boys. One by one, their eyes went dull, blank, and far-looking, and they stopped talking. The man observed them for half a minute before lowering his wand, and the moment he did, the boys started talking again. However, now they were talking about the butcher's daughter. The man stood up from his bar stool as he took a big gulp to finish the beer and slammed the mug on the counter with a throaty sigh of satisfaction. The bartender picked up his rag and started wiping the counter when he found an empty beer mug sitting in front of him. "Did I pour this one?" he wondered as he picked up the mug, but he couldn't remember pouring one. He chuckled. Maybe it was the ghost from the haunted house the useless boys group talked about. The fedora-clad man walked through the village, gazing at the calm village. He liked places like these. They were much easier to work in. He rarely faced any problems like he did in the big cities. Plus, it was so much more easier to work alone rather than in groups. He walked into the same house Bobby had trespassed yesterday. There was a tingling feeling as he stepped past the property gates. He knocked on the double doors with a bowl-shaped door knocker. The door opened, and a woman dressed in wizarding robes appeared from within. "Mrs. Weston," said the man, placing his removed fedora on his chest, "the matter has been cleared up. The Muggle boy and his friends won't be talking or even thinking about your house anymore." The town of Rosenstein was a mixed village that housed both Muggle and wizarding kind. There were two types of mixed villages. The first type were the ones where the wizarding families lived among their Muggle counterparts without completely hiding and pretended to be part of the Muggle society, usually occupied by families of Muggleborns or half-bloods. Then there were mixed villages like Rosenstein, where the wizarding families preferred to live in complete obscurity. The houses that were believed by the Muggles to be empty were homes to the wizarding families who lived under the guise of wards and charms that kept them hidden from those who weren't supposed to know. They traveled through the fleur and at most went out to their gardens, which too were obscured. "Thank you, Mr. White," said Mrs. Weston, bowing to the Ministry Obliviator. "Would you like to come in for some tea, Mr. White? My husband and I would be delighted to host you." "I appreciate the offer, Mrs. Weston, but I'd like to decline," said White, putting his fedora back. "Please don't hesitate to contact the Obliviator department if someone else decides to barge into your house." White tipped his hat to the lady and walked out of the house. There was no rule barring him from having some tea, and Mrs. Weston was beautiful enough for him to thoroughly enjoy her presence, even if her husband was present. However, her husband, Randolph Weston, was the problem. He couldn't offend the head of the Fleur Network Authority, so it was wise for White to stay clear of the big man. White withdrew his wand, and the 3DS of apparition surfaced in his mind. What do we have here? An Obliviator? What a coincidence. White turned towards the deep voice and saw a group of men dressed in black robes over identical dark uniforms. He found the uniform familiar, but before his mind could find why, it directed his attention to the man's face. White's heart started to bang in his chest cavity as his throat went dry, and his eyes started to shake ever so slightly. "A Augustus Rookwood," There were few ministry employees who didn't recognize the ex-unspeakable and the now-on-the-run Death Eater. All ministry employees had been given repeated seminars on alerting the Auror's office the moment they spotted any of the known Death Eaters. Every ministry employee had Death Eater faces memorized by heart. "Ah, so you know me, that makes it easier," said Rookwood with a placid smile. "We are here to pay Randolph Weston a visit. Seeing that you're here with anti-muggle charms covering your body," the ex-unspeakable's knowledgeable eyes roamed White's body, "would you be so kind as to lead us to the Weston household?" White gripped his wand tighter in his hand. His head throbbed as his face started to feel hot. What was he supposed to do here? He couldn't escape. There were half a dozen Death Eaters in front of him. He couldn't call for Aurors, and he was alone. His thoughts ended there as he felt a jolt on his body, and everything went dark. Rookwood's eyes followed the collapsing body before looking up at the source of the stunning charm. The man was matchstick think, pale as a vampire and eyes dead like those of a fish. "Why are you wasting time with an oblivator?" asked Rivers Locke in his flat voice as he lowered his wand. "I know Weston's home and, so do you?" Rookwood shrugged, took out his wand, and pointed it at the fallen man. Avada Kedavra, a green zap flashed out of his wand. Rookwood pocketed his wand and turned to the Death Eaters behind him. "Bring him along, we will dump him at the Westons." There was nigh a change in the group's expression as a Death Eater from the group levitated the soulless body and brought it along as they moved towards their destination. When they reached the destination, Rookwood frowned at the house. His gaze looked into the air around the entire property. He turned to Rivers. "Didn't you say that the Westons didn't have a protection ward?" he asked, his eyes expecting an answer. "They don't," said Rivers. "I had sent people a couple days back when no one was at home for scouting. The report clearly said no wards." Rookwood raised his wand, and a cloud of soft blue dust shimmered out of the ex-unspeakable's wand. The blue dust, which was flowing freely in the wind, suddenly came to stop midair and rested against an invisible wall. "Then answer me, what is this?" Rookwood pointed his wand at the blue dust illuminating an invisible wall. "Why is there a ward around the property?" Rivers gazed at Rookwood's magic silently before answering. "The wards might have set up in the time between the scouting report and today." "Thank you for stating the obvious," said Rookwood in his gruff voice. He sighed deeply and closed his eyes for a moment before speaking. "Very well. I will disarm the wards and then continue as usual." "Will you be able to do it without alerting the Westons?" asked Rivers plainly. "Unlike you, who was a lowly clerk, I was an unspeakable," said Rookwood and narrowed his eyes when Rivers showed no response. "I have studied goblin wards, I'll be able to disarm them without notifying the insiders." Rookwood began chanting magic, and his wand sent out soft spotting orbs of light drifted towards the wards, but the moment they touched the wards, they turned into a vile yellow color. What? Something unexpected to Rookwood happened as the invisible ward turned an angry red, and a dome appeared over the Westons' property. "What did you do, Rookwood?" asked Rivers as he caught a shift of a window curtain from the first floor of the house. They had been seen. At novel bin at. Rookwood's eyes remained fixed on the red ward as he studied the flow of the magic and the sudden unexpected change that had occurred. "These wards, they aren't goblin wards I know of," said Rookwood. "We are aborting the mission," said Rivers. Rookwood removed his eyes from the ward. His gaze bore holes into Rivers as he warned, "That's not for you to decide, Rivers. You're stepping your bound." Pops sounded around the Death Eaters, and when they turned away from the home to look, they were greeted by the sight of a team of Aurors surrounding them. "Drop your wands," said the Auror in the lead. "Death Eater, I repeat, drop your wand." Rookwood brandished his wand towards the Aurors and was about to launch magic when he heard a sound. He turned to see the vanishing visage of Rivers Locke as he touched a ring on his hand. Just before disappearing, Rivers glanced at Rookwood with his dead eyes as if not a bit bothered by his actions. A growl escaped Rookwood's throat. The Inner Circle Death Eaters were all provided with a portkaya that keyed to a safe location in case they needed to escape in time of peril. Even though their master had been hindered by Dumbledore in at the Ministry, the Carnival mission had been successful. Pleased by Rivers' performance, their master had provided him with a portkaya, which Rivers had just used. Rookwood's eyes went to his raised wand hand and at the ring identical to Rivers on his thumb. He eyed the Death Eaters before him and then closed in Aurors. Rivers was right in his decision, he thought, and pointed his wand at the land between him and the Death Eaters and let out an exploding spell which sent out flying bodies and earthen rubble towards the Auror, who weren't expecting the sudden change. Rookwood touched the ring on his hand and muttered, "Walpurgis Nasht." By the time dust settled and Aurors dealt with the flung Death Eaters, they found that the Azkaban escapees Rivers Locke and Augustus Rookwood had disappeared. The day the Dark Lord Voldemort had attacked Ossuary, the house to the Bones family, to kill the now Minister Amelia Susan Bones, the company Aegis Warding Solutions, whose wards the Dark Lord had brutally ripped apart, reached out to the DMLE. Aegis put together a proposal for collaboration between Aegis and DMLE. They proposed that if an Aegis ward over property was triggered and the owners didn't cast a simple spell in case of a false alarm, then Aurors would arrive at the scene. Amelia Bones, who was still the head of DMLE at that time, approved the testing of the collaboration as her last command before her promotion to the minister's chair. To test if the system worked, certain members of the ministry's upper hierarchy were approached, and among those, a number willingly volunteered to have Aegis wards around their homes. Randolph Weston, the head of Flu Network Authority, just so happened to be one of those volunteering test candidates. When asked by Amelia Bones, who came up with the idea, which she thought was brilliant, The Aegis representative answered that it came from a person higher up in the organization, someone who had a part in creating the Aegis warding scheme. The calm surface of the Great Lake was a sight to behold. When entirely still, it would reflect the mountains that landlocked it, and from the other side, it would reflect the glorious Hogwarts castle. The Great Lake was an integral part of Hogwarts. So much so that the Great Lake was legally a part of Hogwarts, and long ago, it was named as an aquatic life habitat, housing multiple species living in their unique balance. There weren't many things that would disturb the mirror known as the Great Lake, but there was a being living inside the waters that would occasionally turn the mirror back into a lake. The being was a significant reason why the Great Lake was termed an aquatic life habitat. A tiny bubble surfaced on the surface of the lake, sending ripples when it popped, which, when compared to the size of the lake, were minuscule. However, the very next moment, a shadow appeared beneath the surface of the lake. The dark shadow grew until it couldn't anymore and a large squid-like tentacle broke through the surface and rose towards the sky. The tip wiggled in the air for a moment before the moments became sharp and the tentacle dove back into the water like an arrow shot from a bow. Inside the lake, Quinn raised a hand over his hand, and the water bubbled violently. The tentacle above speared towards him, but Quinn's eyes followed the 8 others swishing in the water. As the incoming tentacle got into range, the bubbling water burst into an aquatic explosion and sent it flying like a limp noodle. He grinned. His eyes smiled as he gazed into the yellow orbs without sclera of his opponent. They seemed to say, "Come on, you can do better." In response, half a dozen more tentacles broke out of the lake bed and joined the 8 of their kind. The kraken's eyes shone with an excited vigor as it swished its appendages, sending dense waves of underwater waves towards Quinn. Quinn swiped his hand into an arc, and the incoming wave fizzled out into bubbles, but those bubbles were parted and crushed as another wave followed, this one bigger and faster than before. Quinn raised his hand towards the waves, and once again, it fizzled away, but the next second he felt a jolt as another wave came crashing, then another, again, and again, and again. Multiple underwater waves assaulted with all their aquatic brawn. I just had to have such thoughts, thought Quinn, clicking his tongue as the water around him started to thrum. The gill flaps on his neck and chest spread open to let out carbon dioxide-rich air bubbles. The waves had started to pile up at a point between Quinn and Kraken, and with every swish of Kraken's tentacles, the balance began to shift as the violent water inches towards Quinn. But then thin water streaks like those left behind by bullets when shot underwater manifested around the pile-up point. The Kraken stopped its swishing movements, its eye observing the streaks with caution as they appeared everywhere, left, right, above, behind. Hundreds of the tiny streaks appeared, all pointing towards the pile-up. And then it happened. As if the water streaks were ropes attached to the water, hundreds of directing pulling force all pulled at the water in the pile-up, and even the great water waves couldn't stick together, and a grand ripple surged in all directions, violently bubbling the water in its wake. The Kraken's yellow eyes squinted at the bubbled mess, trying to look past at his tiny human opponent, though there was no need as the tiny human came shooting out the bubbles. Quinn's entire vision filled with the Kraken and its looming tentacles. However, instead of cowering under the terrifying visage, Quinn grinned, and his hands, which were pulled back, seeming to hold a massive weight, snapped forward. Kraken's tentacles about to zoom in upon Quinn froze. Its eyes rose up to look ahead and found a ginormous wall of water rushing forward. The Kraken looked down and saw through his special eyes the special aura surrounding the tiny human, the aura only possessed by those loved by the water. The Kraken's entire set of tentacles rose from the lakebed to face the water. It was the Might Kraken after all. A bulge of water rose on the lake's surface and rushed to the shore at a blazing speed. The bulge disappeared at the shore, and Quinn, dressed only in swimming trunks, broke through the surface to step out on the land, water shedding around him. He breathed out of his mouth, and a plume of white escaped his mouth in the chilly air of mid-November. A chilly dip and an intense physical and magical workout was just the thing he needed to kickstart his evening. While his thrice-a-week Muay Thai practice sessions inside the room of requirements got him ample exercise, they lacked the blood-pumping and exhilaration factor of fighting against the Kraken, the event he reserved for only a couple times a year. He shook his arms, and every drop of water on his body shot towards the ground. No need for a towel. Quinn turned back to where his clothes were, only to pause in the spot as he stared in front of him. He had an audience. "Golden Squad," Quinn said to the Potter twins, Hermione and Ron, sitting under a tree near the shore. "What are you all doing outside in this much cold? Go inside the castle, or you'll catch a cold. If that happens, you'll have to listen to Madame Pomfrey's lecture." Quinn walked to the earthen dome a few steps from him and bent down to touch it for the earth to crumble to reveal a sling bag. The dirt on the bag jumped away from the fabric as Quinn picked it up to take out his clothes. "We should be saying that to you, mate," said Ron, looking between the chilly waters and Quinn. "What are you doing going swimming in this weather?" The two girls in the group eyed Quinn, who was only dressed in swimming trunks, leaving the rest of his body at full display for their eyes to gaze, feast, upon. They knew that Quinn worked out in the mornings before breakfast, and a couple years ago, they had chanced upon Quinn and Eddie during said workouts. But at that age, they didn't think of much of it. But now, at the sweet age of 16 and 17, both girls' eyes could tell that all those years of early mornings had paid dividends. They tried to pull their eyes away but were helpless that their eyes didn't respond to their wishes. Quinn shrugged as he retrieved his fake wand and conjured a changing curtain to change out of his swimming shorts in some privacy. From inside, he spoke, "I like the cold water, it feels good against the skin, refreshing if I may say." Ivy and Hermione looked away from the changing curtain, but they could still hear the rustling of clothes. And while Hermione kept her gaze away, Ivy peeked at the curtain and felt disappointed at the opacity of the thin layer between them. The conjured curtain vanished to reveal Quinn dressed in his Hogwarts robes with the headboy pin shining on his lapel. "So, brings you here today?" Quinn asked. Looking at the place, maybe it was time to change his shoreside spot to avoid encounters like this. He turned to face the group and raised his brow at the varying expressions on the faces. Ivy was staring at him intently with a strange glint in her eyes. Hermione had her face turned with redness on her cheeks, which he thought was a winter blush. Harry's eyes were going between him and Hermione, with a displeased expression. And he could tell that Ron was eyeing his headboy badge. "We wanted to get out of the castle," said Hermione, finally looking at Quinn. "No one is out here these days, and well, a warming charm does the trick against the cold." In the cold, the only time Hogwarts students went outside was to visit the herbology greenhouses, or when it was snowing and people were in the mood of playing with snow. Other than that, the only ones who regularly went out were Quidditch players for practice, flying in the biting cold. "Ah, now that I remember," Quinn looked at Ivy, "didn't you get a vial of luck potion Felix Felicis, from Professor Slughorn? Congratulations, that potion is a headache and a half to brew, plus a couple ingredients can get difficult to procure." Daphne had been mighty miffed when Slughorn had chosen Ivy's potion to be the best out of her, Hermione, and Ivy. "It was to be expected," said Harry. "She's brewing potions with Mum since she was little. She would even get angry if Mum brewed something without her," said the twin brother snickering. "I didn't get angry," said the twin sister snappily. "So you say, but didn't you refuse to eat dinner once because Mum started brewing the potion without telling you?" "Shut up." Quinn watched the twins bickering with a smile, and after enjoying the two siblings airing their embarrassing laundry in retaliation, Quinn spoke. "Half-blood prince." The four looked at Quinn, and he studied their faces. They showed no sign of recognition. "What? Half-blood prince, what is that?" asked Hermione. Quinn sighed a white cloud. The cold white mist didn't dissipate like usual, instead, it grew bigger in size, and the color deepened. The suspended cloud expanded, contracted, spun, and in a couple of seconds, it had taken the shape of a bird, a raven. The cloud bird flapped its wings and flew into the sky under the gaze of 5 sets of eyes. "How did you do that?" asked Hermione, her words quick and brimming with curiosity. "Drop by the office, and I'll tell you," said Quinn chuckling. He took out his pocket watch and flicked it open. "Now, lovely people, if you'd excuse me, I'd take my leave. I have my successor to train." Quinn walked away from the Golden Squad. However, he only had taken a few steps when he recalled the time in the Great Hall when he had stood beside McGonagall as she checked the students' results and assigned timetables. He turned and looked at the redhead puffing out white breaths and pointing her wand at them. He recalled her career goal and sighed. Quinn opened his mouth and mouthed out some words before turning away and walking away. Not waiting to see Ivy turn to him, look at him with a startled and surprised look. "Look for Half-Blood Price's book in the potion classroom's cupboard." Ivy repeated the words whispered into her ears. Scene break. The night's moon hung shining in the sky. In the empty Hogwarts halls, Quinn walked unseen by all, under the guise of invisibility. He arrived at the head of a certain corridor of the 6th floor of Hogwarts and took a deep breath before walking into the corridor. His steps, silenced with magic, didn't make noise, but if they did, they would be as heavy as hammers banging onto anvils. Quinn stopped in front of a magical portrait of a man with a neat beard and mustache dressed in night clothes, sleeping in his frame. Quinn stared at the sleeping man for a few seconds before speaking up. "Wake up." The man in the portrait didn't open his eyes, so Quinn said again, this time with magic in his voice, "Vinditus Viridian, wake up." Vinditus Viridian, Potiwunner, author, and headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in the early 18th century. The man who wrote the book that transcended generations, curses and counter-curses, bewitch your friend and befuddle your enemies with revenges. The man in the portrait finally opened his eyes and looked at Quinn standing in front of him. "What do you want?" he asked, grumbling. "Adversus Timorum," said Quinn, speaking the password to the portrait at novel bin at. "Come back tomorrow," said Portrait Vinditus, and was about to close his eyes when Quinn spoke up again, his voice this time firmer. "Adversus Timorum." "Why do you kids are so annoying?" said Portrait Vinditus as the portrait swung open on its hinges. Quinn ignored the man and stepped inside the room, but his steps came to a halt just after stepping through the threshold. He stared at the rows and columns of shelves from one end to another. The shelves were filled with black binders with standard gold letters in gold on the binder spines. Room of Rewards. He hadn't stepped into this room since his 3rd year and had avoided walking anywhere near the corridor leading to it for the years since then. Things hadn't gone well the last time he had entered the room after all. He slowly walked in a straight line and reached the center of the room. He looked down at his feet, and there it was, a shield seal of Hogwarts H in the middle with a lion, badger, eagle, and snake with school's motto on a wreath. Draco dormiens nunquam titilandus. He knelt on the floor and touched the seal with his hand. Quinn didn't do anything and simply stared at the seal for a moment. Thoughts passed through his mind, the memories flashing by. Quinn shook his head no, he had decided to face it, he was ready for it. Quinn's other hand went to his neck and pulled out the chain with the Hallows pendant piece hanging from it. He had prepared for it. Aperio. Latin for open, reveal, uncover, and in this case unseal. A slight rumble shook the floor beneath Quinn's feet as the letters on the seal turned into a familiar cipher of the past. When the rumbling stopped, The seal had disappeared, leaving behind a hole in the floor. It was a dark hole. It was the path to the sin vault. Under the seal, the antechamber of sin would be revealed. Quinn stared down the pitch dark opening the entrance to the sin vault. The greatest tragedy of the life was under the room called the Room of Rewards. He didn't know if it was ironic or not his magic reserves had received a boost, but at what cost. He had lived under the influence of a curse for months and lost control of everything for what were the excruciatingly hard months of his life. He placed his hands on the floor and let his feet dangle in the narrow tunnel. He wasn't one to be scared of the dark, especially not after Tohem's delight, but something about this particular darkness settled a weight in the base of his heart. Fortune favors the bold. I should have asked the Felix Felicis from Ivy. Quinn pushed himself off the floor and let himself drop into the tunnel. He breathed out, and a gust of wind flew in an updraft, pushing Quinn's already flying hair straight up. There was a second and half of the wind-resisted fall before the tunnel opened up to the antechamber, and Quinn came to a hovering stop in midair. The dim light from the Room of Rewards shone upon him, casting a halo of light around where he flew, while the rest of the antechamber remained drowned in darkness. The snap of fingers reverberated in the room as 24 white sparks lit up in the room, bright like magnesium set on fire before turning into orbs of soft lights illuminating the room. Like the 7 sins, the antechamber had 7 shapes, making it heptagonal in form with polished smooth walls, floor, and ceiling, lending it an out-of-the-ordinary feel, eliciting a frown of deep discomfort from him. It was bare as the last time he had seen, without any visual clue of the horrors that it held. At novel bin at. Quinn gently flew to one of the walls, and as he did the last time, he touched one of the walls with both of his hands and closed his hands while his magic flooded into the walls, floor, and ceiling. His brows furrowed, and his facial muscles twitched, and a snarl tugged on the corner of his mouth. Even after 5 years, he couldn't sense iota magic in the antechamber. He, who had undone Dark Lord's Voldemort protection's charms that guarded his precious as life Horcrux, couldn't sense any magic even when he knew there was a magic hidden in here waiting to reveal its predatory nature. He slammed his rage-fueled body magic-infused fist on the wall, and not a single speck of dust got displaced. It only further angered as he knew it was because of magic, which he once again couldn't detect. Quinn turned back to look at the center of the antechamber. He stared at the slick floor and knew the moment he stepped on it, the pandemonium would start. Whatever it was, he didn't even know what it was, for he had been rendered unconscious before knowing what had happened. He was grossly unaware of what had happened, with no way to find out without triggering the events again. The chain around his neck and the pendant piece against his chest felt cold. The cold felt reassuring when the rest of his body burned in slight heat. Winds blew Quinn to the center of the room with his eyes fixed on the floor below. The more he waited and dawdled in his thought, the more he felt he was not reading. I'm ready, the words flowed out of his mouth. I'm going to win this time. The supply to wind magic was cut, and Quinn's feet to the ground. His senses turned up to 11 as his magic flowed to every inch of the room, flooding the Hogwarts classroom-sized room into a magically charged environment. His magical bid paid off as Quinn felt a foreign magic manifest into the room, and it instantly zoned in on him. Quinn flexed his magical muscles and turned his magic to combat the attack that came barreling towards him from all the sides. The continuous assault of magic was like a beast trying to sink its claws into him. They were the heaviest hands of magic he had felt launched upon himself. And they didn't seem to stop. What? Quinn, who was staring ahead, suddenly stiffened as the smooth walls in front of him took on a liquid sheen and rippled before runes emerged on it. He hastily turned to look at the other walls, and complex runes had overtaken the previously glossy walls. He squinted his eyes at the runes on the walls, and his heart dropped just at the first few observation that caught his eyes. In a glance, he had caught 7 interconnected layers of runes, pointing to the complexity of the magic, but that was just the first strike of the hammer as Quinn noticed upward of 7 different runic languages flashing in multicolored light. The Aegis wards were Quinn's most complex runic invention, and he only used 3 different runic languages as he couldn't achieve harmony and synchronicity for more than that. The last hammer strike out of the various symbols, alphabets, and hieroglyphics, he could only recognize 3 sets, 2 types of Futhark and an ancient strain of proto-hieroglyphical Egyptian. The latter he only had seen rough records of and knew the translations were lost with time. He couldn't even tell which languages the other runes stemmed from. The magical imbalance and chaos snuffed out Quinn's light orbs, and the room was dominated by 7 different lights: violet, green, orange, blue, yellow, pink, and red. What's going to happen? Quinn's eyes bounced from rune to rune, glowing brighter and brighter as he fought off the other magic in the room. A sudden yet eerie silence fell upon the antechamber as the other magic vanished without a trace, and in its place, a heavy, viscous, suffocating weight started to leak out from the runes. Quinn's heart palpitated out of rhythm as his base instincts, the core of his being, shouted at him to run. Body magic jolted throughout his body as wind magic ran rampant as he shot towards the only exit/entrance. However, only a magic-aided wide step after the magics from the rune struck. Beams of 7 different colors shot towards their intended target at laser speeds, screaming as the room grew brighter. Gah! The beams hit Quinn, and he stumbled onto the ground, kneeling. He could feel the shearing hot and cold magic break through his skin and drill its ways through being. No. Quinn's squeezed shut eyes snapped open and defiant purple glared, not willing to submit. His magic roared and the reserves built through the years that had long passed the level of obscene for a human to hold were put to work. Quinn knew that he didn't have the magical focus or experience to fully utilize his reserves, and he doubted that he would be able to reach the levels desired anytime soon. It would take at least a few couple more decades to reach a point where he would have complete control of his magic. He didn't like pumping 11 units of magic into a spell that could only correctly utilize 10 units of magic. If he wanted to utilize 11 units of magic, he would find another magic that could do so. But there was no spell that could utilize the hundred of thousands of units of magic inside Quinn, so he had no choice but to push magic past the efficient limit. Quinn's entire body glowed in 7 different colors as brighter streaks covered his body. The magics from the beams had long broken through the physical barrier of the body and had reached the residence of the ethereal soul. The bright soul floated in a pure white place, but suddenly streaks of 7 different colors invaded the pristine whiteness and raced towards the bright soul in the center. The streaks bared their sharp spear-like edge and stabbed towards the soul. However, the soul wasn't helpless. It was one of the rare souls who had dared to wander into the realm of soul magic, a magic part of the Trinity. A shield appeared around the soul that the streaks stabbed into. Screeches pierced throughout the pristine white space. They tried to drill a hole into the shield, but it stood solid like an unshakable mountain. The streaks switched their gears in a split second, and the streaks stopped drilling instead. 7 colored veins sprouted on the surface of the shield and stuck to it like a parasite. Immediately after, the entire pure white space was covered into blotches and streaks of 7 different colors. However, the soul was safe. Quinn heaved with both his knees on the floor. The beams had stopped. His mouth was chalk dry, and he gulped, which felt like he was swallowing a ball of bile. His shirt was thoroughly drenched, and his head felt like it was on fire. His heart was beating so fast that it hurt, and his fingers shook like a starved addict. Ugh. Shit, shit, shit. I'm in control. I'm in control. I'm in control. He could feel it, the curse, he could feel it. It was inside of him. If for 1 second he stopped the very rudimentary shield around his soul that was keeping the curse on the bay. I should just let the curse take over, it felt so good the last time. Quinn's eyes widened when he heard his voice, lazy and uncaring, echo inside his mind. He could tell what it was. He had thought about the sin curse for long through the year, so he knew that this was his sloth speaking. It would only do good, it'll feel good, and the power boost it would give would be so nice. Quinn shook his head at the thoughts of greed. I recovered from the focus loss once, I can do it once again, I know the formula. I am me, after all. Pride reared its ugly violet head. Whatever, I am hungry. I used too much magic, I should go to the kitchen? He felt his body growl under gluttony. Ugh, this is such a pain. I should take Daphne to room of requirements, yeah? He clenched his hands to keep the tremor under control. He looked around the antechamber to see if there was anything. I mean, who made this? Why can't I detect any magic? Maybe I will get the answer if I let the curse take over? He could feel the envy rise up his throat. Why won't the voices in my head shut up? The last time was so less annoying? He bit the inside of his mouth and taut his neck to calm his wrath. Quinn got up from the floor, stretched his back straight, and felt the dull ache that spread through his body. He took slow steps towards the tunnel. He turned his tired eyes towards the ceiling and peered through the hole. He didn't want to move. He just wanted to go to sleep on the spot and just get away for a while. Everything was going to start all over again, and this time he was conscious instead of being blissfully unaware of the grave situation he was in. This time, he wasn't going to enjoy the Cloud 9 feeling for months. Only if I struggle against the curse? Quinn blankly stared at the dim light coming from the tunnel. This is going to be a problem. The winter spread its cold blanket over the country. While Hogwarts students preferred to stay indoors to beat the cold, there was one day they couldn't miss going out on. That day was the Saturday of a Hogsmeade weekend. No matter if it snowed, rained, or hailed, the teenagers of Hogwarts would descend into the all-magical village of Hogsmeade. Marcus stepped off the grand staircase, running, and slowed down to power walk to get the huff in his breath in control. He arrived at the entrance hall next to the Great Hall and was greeted with a wind chill coming through the open gates that broke goosebumps under his thick, warm, padded clothes. He looked around the hall, sorting through the flux out people entering the entrance hall from the Great Hall and others exiting the castle through the gates. He found who he was looking for a distance away from the gates, standing at a corner, staring at the walls. Sorry, I'm late, said Marcus, rubbing his arms with his hands. Quinn glanced away from the wall and quirked a brow. He waved his hand, and Marcus felt a warmth spread through his body, loosening his tense body. Everyone needs to get into the habit of using warmth charms liberally, said Quinn. Is it fun to shiver in the cold? Marcus removed the glove off his hand and touched Quinn's cheek with the back of his hand. You're colder than me, he said, pulling his hand back. I'm used to the cold, my insulated friend, said Quinn, pulling his overcoat wide open. Like hell I would need something as weak as a warmth charm? What are you looking at? Marcus asked, putting the glove back on and turning his eyes to the wall covered with framed portraits. Talking to a portrait, huh? Find anyone interesting? I was just looking at something interesting that I found a couple years back, said Quinn. He pointed at the portrait hanging just above their heads. It's the only non-magical portrait in Hogwarts. Marcus craned his neck at an angle and looked at the portrait in question. It was the photorealistic painting of a man in his late years with a flowing white beard, long white hair, dressed in a dark maroon burgundy gown-styled robe, and sat atop on his head was a round cap that had a black veil flowing from the top and flowing down to shoulders and to the entire body, at least what was visible in the portrait. Isn't he just? Headmaster Dumbledore, said Marcus. Quinn laughed, nodding in agreement. Yeah, they both have the long white beard and hair looking going. But no, that's not Dumbledore. This fine gentleman is Merlin Willt. Who? Merlin. Marcus' eyes blew open at Quinn's words, and he said, Merlin? Wow. Merlin was a legendary British wizard who lived during the Middle Ages. It was during his lifetime that magic had entered its golden age, and he had spearheaded the rise and growth of human magic. He was part of the legendary King Arthur's court, and without doubt, the most famous wizard of all time. He only had one peer at his age, the Dark Lady Morgana, King Arthur's half-sister, but even she couldn't gain the upper hand on him. Did you know, said Quinn, that before Merlin was the famous sorcerer of King's Court, he was a student right here at Hogwarts? Seriously? I didn't know that, said Marcus. He was one of the first Slytherins, studied right from Salazar Slytherin himself, said Quinn. It's said that his wand was made from English oak, though it can't be proven as Merlin's grave was never found. However, the theory could be credible as Merlin was good at charms. Why do you think he didn't make a magical portrait? Asked Marcus. Quinn shrugged. Who knows what went through the mind of someone like Merlin? Maybe he did paint himself a magical portrait, but he didn't put one in Hogwarts. Maybe it's out there somewhere in the ancient remains of Camelot, still intact, waiting to be activated, or maybe activated. It could be even in some rich person's collection. Who knows if it exists? The possibilities are endless. Marcus glanced at his best mate and saw the intent look on Quinn's face as he gazed at Merlin's portrait. He nudged Quinn with his shoulder. I look forward to the day when I hear someone use Quinn's beard in place of Merlin's beard. A smile appeared on Quinn's face. Now, that's a thought, isn't it? He said. Though I don't know if I will grow a beard, I don't think I'm the beard type of guy, you know. Merlin, now that's an appropriate stepping stone for someone like me? Quinn exhaled before his lips pressed into a thin white line. He shook his head, put on a smile, and threw his arm over Marcus' shoulder. Come on, let's get going. Time waits for no man, except those who have mastered the mysterious magic of time, which we're not. If you're not going to grow a beard, then what do you think people would refer to? Asked Marcus as they walked towards the gates. Quinn's glorious suits, because I would be only seen in suits. Quinn nodded with satisfaction. Now, that's a nice thing for everyone to say. Glorious suits, you say, isn't that a little long? I don't think that's going to work, said Marcus. Do you know what Eddie would say? Asked Quinn, grinning. Marcus sighed with a smile, sag balls or something like that. Right on the money, Quinn grinned. So that would make it. Quinn sag. Don't complete that sentence. The two friends made their way through the snow-covered paths and roads to Hogsmeade Village, with Quinn working as a snow sweeper while doing the scenery a favor by making snow and ice sculptures along the way. Snowmen, swans, goblins, house elves, dwarves, you name it, and Quinn had created it. Do you know there's a world ice sculpture competition? I wonder if I could win the competition and become the youngest champion or something, said Quinn, fondling his chin. I think a scaled-down model of Hogwarts would do the trick, don't you think? Quinn turned to Marcus when he got no reply and saw Marcus staring at the ground ahead as they walked, seemingly lost in thought. At novel bin at. Marcus, called Quinn and poked him. Marcus jolted and hastily looked at Quinn. Would you repeat that? I didn't catch that. Quinn studied his friend and saw that Marcus had once again wandered off to his own world. You're worried, aren't you? He asked. Marcus shrugged as he kicked some snow to the side. He stuffed his hands into his pockets and raised his shoulders to push the coat collars to cover more of his face. There's no need to be worried, said Quinn. You'll be fine. I taught you everything I knew that would help you, and I seriously don't think you're going to need anything else. Just be yourself, and you'll be just fine. What if I end up making a fool of myself? Asked Marcus. I'm not like Eddie, who's just phenomenal at Quidditch. Even Luna is really passionate about becoming a magi-zoologist. Daphne is set on becoming a healer. Tracy knows she wants to return to her family business. Astoria is doing aid. And there's no need to talk about you. And here I thought he had gotten over it, thought Quinn. It had been a while since he had seen Marcus doubt himself. Marcus had cruised through with high confidence built by high competence and working on an objective the entire last year. While everyone had gone through magical growth in their time with Marcus had gone through additional character growth. Oh, Marcus, you know you have got it all wrong, Quinn said, waving his hand once for meters of the path in front of them to clear, making some of the people who walked in front of them jump. Half of the people in the group mentioned are brats from rich families. He pointed at himself. Look at me, I'm a complete brat, a lovable one, but still a brat. Daphne didn't arrive at her decision to become a healer because it interested her. No, she's becoming a healer because of another reason. Sure, she finds the subject matter interesting, but her motivation is not loving the field of healing. Tracy doesn't have a bottom-of-the-heart passion towards her family business. She's doing it because it's the best option for her. Aid is a short-term thing for Astoria. That girl has no idea what she wants to do in the future. She might bounce around from thing to thing after Hogwarts without a worry because of her parents. If I wasn't a magic maniac, I would have simply followed Tracy's example and went into my family business, and who knows, things might have not worked out, and I might have ended up becoming a wastrel. My point is that half of us don't have the same worry as you because we aren't thinking about the problem. In a way, you're better than all of us because you're actually giving it serious thought. You want to know what you want to become in the future, not because of some fear, or because it's easy, or because it's all you have. Quinn cocked his hand and slapped Marcus tight on the back, sending the latter stumbling a few steps. What was that? Marcus asked with wide eyes and a hand on his back. In the name of my saga balls, said Quinn confidently. Marcus, you're 17, get over it. You have the rest of your life in front of you to figure it out right now. Just do whatever feels like fun, and the thing will find you before you find it. Marcus blinked. The slap on his back sizzled, but it wasn't bad. He straightened his back and took a deep breath of the cold air. You better hire me if I don't end up failing to get a job, said Marcus. Deal? But be ready because I'm going to dump all the annoying on you while I chill in the back, said Quinn, grinning. But he knew it wasn't going to come to that. His friend had much less trust in himself than he should have. Both of them reached the one shop in Hogsmeade that Quinn knew well. The door chime rang when Quinn entered the door. The place smelt like ink, paint, and paper. Bob, Quinn said to the man sitting behind the counter, looking as if life had been sucked out of him. The manager of Scrivenshaft's quill shop looked up. For a moment, Bob's blurry eyes stared at Quinn before they sharpened in half panic and half hurry, and he stood up straight. Q Quinn, you're here, said Bob, looking as if he was about to cry. Quinn chuckled as he walked to the counter. You were asked for the shop's books, weren't you? And then questioned on them. Bob nodded pitifully. It's okay, you'll be fine, said Quinn, patting Bob's back. Grow a spine, will you? Pathetic. Now, you sit back and relax, said Quinn, leave it to me. He turned to Marcus, who was fixing his clothes. Let's go. Quinn and Marcus climbed to the store's second floor and arrived at a single corridor in front of the furthest door. Ready? Asked Quinn. Marcus nodded. Quinn opened the door, and a smile appeared as he watched the man in front of him flipping through account books. George looked up from the table, and a hint of a smile made its way to his face. You're here, he said, and then his eyes went behind Quinn. You must be Marcus Belby. Marcus stiffly nodded. Yes, sir, it's finally nice to meet you. Quinn has told me a lot about you. And he similarly had told me about you and the boy named Eddie Carmichael, said George. He glanced at Quinn. Is the Luna girl here? I would like to meet her as well. Maybe some other day, said Quinn. Today, it's just Marcus. I see, that's fine. I would like to know more about you, Marcus, said George and gestured to the chair opposite to him. Quinn placed his hand on Marcus' shoulder and whispered to him, all right, now it's all up to you. I have buttered you up in his eyes, so answer anything he asked, and ask him all the questions you want. You can keep him here as long as you want, so ask him what he can give you. Then he gently pushed him forward. You're not staying? Marcus asked in a rushed whisper. No way, mate. It's Hogsmeade weekend, and I have a girlfriend, said Quinn, winking as he walked backward and closed the door behind him, leaving Marcus and George behind. Marcus turned to George and found the older gentleman who looked much like Quinn staring at him. He walked to the table and sat down on the chair. So, Marcus, said George, Quinn says you'd like to work for our family. Marcus clenched his hands in nervousness, but then Quinn's words flashed through his brain, and he loosened his grip. He stayed silent for a moment before sitting straight up and looking George in the eye. No, sir, that's not the case. George's hand, which was flipping through the account book, stopped. He studied Marcus for a moment and then closed the book and pushed it to the side. Is that so? And why's that, Marcus? Outside Scrivenshaft, Quinn looked up towards the second floor. Marcus didn't know what he wanted to do, which meant he wasn't averse to trying things out, so he set up a meeting with a man who owned a lot of things in a lot of areas. And Quinn knew that while Marcus didn't see it, he knew that Marcus had an aptitude for leading. I wonder if Marcus would end up becoming to Leo what Uncle Elliot is to grandfather, Quinn muttered, revealing how much of a high opinion he had of Marcus to compare him to Elliot, who he thought was the best man he had ever met. I would like to keep Marcus to myself. I wonder how this would turn out. After dropping Marcus at Scrivenshaft, Quinn continued on with his day at Hogsmeade. The walk outside in the Hogsmeade streets wasn't enjoyable, with the cold winds leaving the exposed parts of the skin raw and numb, and though it didn't bother Quinn, he could see scarves covering half of the people's faces. The streets were full of students bent double against the bitter wind, and the shops and stores were boarded up with many more students escaping the weather. Quinn took out his pocket watch and studied its clicking hands. There was still time until he and Daphne were to meet. He looked around, wondering what he should do before finally coming to the decision to visit Honeydukes to place a bulk order of Choco Balls, the franchise product of the brand Chocolate West. He had gone through the initial batch he had brought from home quite quickly. No one told him that being a well-liked head boy who would give out chocolates after reprimanding people would be so hefty on the pocket. I feel like the little gluttons are messing with me just to get chocolate. Maybe it's my fault is my giving out chocolate after making a mistake reinforcing that sort of behavior. No, that can't be it, right? Quinn thought about the first to third years as he walked out of Honeydukes after waiting in a long line of people buying some stuff to justify staying inside the story. The high street outside was not very busy, nobody was lingering to chat, just hurrying toward their destinations. Though he did see a group of Gryffindors walking a distance from him, the Golden Group in the back with Katie Bell and her friend Leanne in the front. Seeing them made a memory surface in his mind. Quinn's jaw set in place as he followed after them. He didn't know if it would be the same as in his memories, but if it was, then he couldn't ignore it. As they were making their way to their destination through the frozen slush, which seemed to be Hogwarts, his eyes were fixed on the Katie-Leanne pair, and his apprehension only seemed to grow when he saw them bicker with each other. It's nothing to do with you, Leanne, he heard Katie say. The Golden Squad walked behind Katie and Leanne, listening to their voices carried by the wind to them as they increasingly became shriller and louder. They rounded a corner in the lane, sleeting coming thick and fast, blurring Harry's glasses. Just as he raised a gloved hand to wipe them, Leanne made to grab hold of the package Katie was holding. Katie tugged it back, and the package fell to the ground. Katie hurriedly crouched down to pick up the package, and at once, Katie rose into the air, suspended comically by the ankle, but gracefully, as though she was about to fly. Yet there was something wrong, something eerie. Her hair was whipped around her by the fierce wind, but her eyes were closed, and her face was quite empty of expression. Harry, Ivy, Hermione, Ron, and Leanne had all halted in their tracks, watching. Harry had finally done cleaning up his glasses, and just as he had got a clear view of the situation, he felt a grip on his shoulder and was pushed to the side and saw Quinn walk past him. Quinn. Harry heard Ivy say. There was a fear in her voice. They saw Quinn raise both his arms and jutted them forward forcefully, and as if in response, Leanne was pushed back, away from the floating Katie and fallen package. He then raised his arm above and jerked it back for the still rising Katie to be pulled back to the ground. A terrible scream from Katie pierced the cold street, and her eyes flew open with only whites visible. Whatever she was feeling was clearly causing her terrible anguish. She had just started writhing and flopping on the floor when reels of ropes broke out the snow beneath and clamped down on Katie. Her arms, legs, torso, even her head, all were bound down to the ground, forcefully stopping the girl from shaking. What are you doing? Asked Leanne, her hands clutched at her chest as she saw Quinn straddle her best friend. Quinn didn't respond and placed his hand on Katie's forehead. His jaw was set together as he felt a terrible curse coursing through Katie's body. This is a laughable design? For once, Quinn agreed with his sin voice in his mind, which, if it had been another situation, would have scared him as it was never good when his regular thoughts and sin thoughts overlapped. But right now wasn't the time to think about himself. His magic flew into Katie, and within seconds, Katie's scream subdued to groans and her violent shaking loosened in his twitching. After a few more seconds, when Quinn got up, Katie's terrible responses had gone like they had never existed, and the only thing that remained was that she was unconscious. What happened to her? Asked Ron, walking towards Katie, and his eyes dipping down to the silver necklace with glittering green opal jewels peeking out of the package. Quinn raised his hand, and Ron was sent skidding and tumbling back to the rest of the Golden Squad. He turned to the necklace, and it was pushed back into the package, and the package was secured tightly. Only then did Quinn summon the package and pocketed it. He turned to Hermione and spoke. Go to the 3 broomsticks, ask Madame Rosmerta to tune her flow to Madame Pomfrey that I'm bringing in an injured student, then call Professor McGonagall and inform her to come to the hospital wing. The Gryffindor prefect nodded and hurried off to the popular pub. Ivy stepped forward. Quinn, listen, I will listen to you later. Ivy, right now I have to get Katie to Madame Pomfrey, said Quinn. I will come with you, said Harry, the other prefect. Quinn opened his arms up, and Katie flew up into them. Sure, let's get going, he said and walked to Harry. Hand on my shoulder. Okay. Harry looked at Quinn's shoulder and saw some snow. He raised his hand to brush it off, but the second his hand touched the shoulder, both boys, along with Katie, were gone with a pop. They appeared right outside the Hogwarts gates that opened towards Hogsmeade, and accompanied by the sound of feet hitting the snow was Harry's startled screams. Could you not shout so loudly? Quinn said to Harry. It's only apparition. Tell me before you do that. Harry wasn't having it. He placed his hand over his mouth. Oh, crap. I feel like I'll puke. You take your time, I will go on, said Quinn. He lowered his hand, but Katie remained afloat and straightened out. Her unconscious body floated beside him as he looked at the castle. Ugh, this wouldn't have happened if you gave me a second to prepare myself. Harry took in a deep breath. I will come with you. Then make sure to keep up. Quinn streamed a bit of body magic and began his sprint journey to the hospital wing that he covered without breaking a sweat, though that couldn't be said about Harry. You, how do you run so fast for so long? Harry heaved on his knees and then laid down on hospital wing's floor. Madame Pomfrey. Quinn called. The matron came hurrying out from inside her office, where her flu was located, and pointed at one of the empty beds when she saw Quinn. I just got Ms. Granger's flu message, she said. Potter, lay on a bed if you want to sleep. I don't want to treat you if you got a cold from lying on the cold floor. Damn, I was slower. Ugh, slowpoke Potter screwed me over? Quinn bit the inside of his cheek to stop himself from grimacing. These petty thoughts whispered into his mind were the most annoying thing about the sin curse. They were frequent and ticked him off massively. She says Ms. Bell suddenly started to scream and writhe on the floor, but she didn't know what caused it. Did someone cast a spell? Do you know? Quinn laid Katie on the empty bed and stepped back to give the matron space to operate. It was a cursed item that Belle was carrying. She touched it just before she was levitated by her ankle and started to scream and writhe. I have secured the item in question. Pomfrey glanced up at Quinn and her gaze swept over him. I am fine, Madame Pomfrey. I didn't touch the item directly, said Quinn. As for the curse, it's a terrible yet simple one. I undid it before it did some long-term damage. She'll be back to top shape in around 1 week. Then he told her about his discoveries, which she took into consideration while treating Katie. Also, she was imperised, so please take note of that. Poppy's wand halted for a moment before she continued her treatment in silence. McGonagall came rushing into the hospital wing but came to a startled stop when she saw Harry on the floor. Her eyes popped out, and her breathing hitched before she took a closer look. "Mr. Potter, please get up from the floor. It's middle of the day and no time to sleep," she said and stepped over him to get inside the hospital wing. "What happened to Katie Bell?" asked McGonagall. "The girl's been hit by a curse from a cursed item and under the effects of Imperius," said Poppy as she replaced her wand in her holster. A wide-eyed McGonagall gasped in horror as she glanced at the sleeping Katie. Poppy continued, "Fortunately, Quinn was there to handle the situation and undid the curse before it could cause lasting damage. She'll wake up in a few hours and will be back taking hits from a bludger on the field in a week." McGonagall glanced at Quinn, who had taken a seat on a barstool beside the bed. "Excellent job, Mr. West," said McGonagall. "Where's the cursed item?" Quinn took out the brown paper package tied up with twine. "There's a necklace inside. Don't let it touch your skin, it's how the curse is transferred." McGonagall took out a thick woolen glove and placed it over her right before taking the package. "I'll have Severus take a look at it." "Where did Ms. Bell get the necklace?" "You will have to ask Leanne Page about it. She was there with Bell when it happened and before it," said Quinn, getting up from his chair. "I will," said McGonagall before sighing. "Albus would be shocked when he returns on Monday." Quinn raised an eyebrow at that. "The headmaster not in the castle?" "No, he's been out since yesterday morning." Quinn hummed nonsensically. He caught sight of the headmaster only twice over the past few weeks. He rarely appeared at meals anymore. And now McGonagall had said that Dumbledore was out overnight. He must be out there looking, he thought as his hand went his chest, feeling for the pendant piece beneath his clothes. After leaving the hospital wing, Quinn made his way to the aid office. There was no use to go back to Hogsmeade now, and spending some time in the workshop would do him good. When he reached the grand staircase to change the floors, Quinn caught the sight of Draco Malfoy on a moving staircase as he stood on another one. "Oh, it's the Junior Death Eater?" Quinn's eyes went to see if there was someone else on the grand staircase. There were only him and Draco in the grand stairwell. "There's no one here, one shot and no one will know?" His fingers resting on the railings of the staircase twitched. But then Quinn sucked in a sharp breath and looked away from Draco. "Control, Quinn, control." There were petty whispers, but then there were whispers that would, at times that would, momentarily make him take physical action. They came far in between, and Quinn had only experienced them a couple of times. "I have to find a way to make this go away, quick," Quinn thought as his hand went to feeling the pendant piece the second time in the day. At novel bin at. He arrived at the office and was thinking of cooling his mind when he saw the redhead he knew well standing outside his office. Ivy noticed when he came to a stop and pushed herself off the wall to face. "Can we talk? Can we talk?" Quinn gazed at Ivy with his peripheral vision on the wall behind which the aid office was. His destination had changed a few feet from workshop to office space. "Let's read her mind and get it over with," said his voice dripping with lethargy. "Alone in an office, maybe behind a locked door?" "Me likey," said another version of his voice, this one hoarse and throaty. Quinn shivered at the second whisper. He had sounded like the former plenty of times, but the latter one he had never sounded like, yet it sounded so much like him. At novel bin at. "Sure, let's go in and have a talk," he said, pushing past the thought. Ivy nodded. Quinn unlocked the door and entered the office, which hadn't changed much since Astoria had become part of AID. He felt she was restricting herself by not making changes till he was there, even though he had invited her to make changes to the office to make it feel like her space and not his and Luna's. "So, what do you want to talk about?" asked Quinn after they sat down. He looked at Ivy, who was shifting in her chair, clutching the bottom edge of her school sweater, and looked like she was making herself smaller. She looked more uncomfortable than he had ever seen her. About Katie and her curse," Ivy said, her voice much hurried and louder than usual, but she immediately hushed down to just above a whisper. "I didn't curse her." Quinn quirked her brow. Where did that come from, he thought. "Who said anything about you cursing her?" he asked, confused from the bottom of his mind. "The Half-Blood Prince book it was there," she said, her voice gloomy and downtrodden. Quinn's mind went into his memories of the book. Snape's copy of Advanced Potions had been there for years, collecting dust, and he had only once picked it up to glance through it. His current version of potion recipes was better than teenager Snape's. However, that book was much more than just an improved potions recipe book. It held much more than that in the form of Snape's personal collection of self-made spells. And that was when it clicked in his mind. Was there a spell like there in the book? He asked. Ivy nodded, her head down. "It's Levi Corpus. It lifts people from their ankle." Katie had been lifted up in the air by her ankle. "But I didn't cause the levitation and the screaming. That wasn't me, I promise." She threaded her fingers into her hair, grabbed her head, and hunched down. The spell became clear in his mind with its use case. It was a spell made by Severus Snape with the motive of making fun of someone, humiliating someone. Though Quinn could clearly remember from his canon memories that the spell had ended up against Snape, and that too by his worst nemesis, James Potter. "Seeing your reaction, I assume you weren't looking at anywhere but at Katie, were you?" Quinn sighed, feeling for the nervous wreck of a girl. "Belle's unfortunate situation, fortunately, wasn't caused by you." His words seemed to be an elixir to Ivy as she at once looked up at Quinn with a bright, hopeful light in her eyes, and her pale complexion regained some of its previous rossiness. Really?" Quinn nodded. "You might have missed it in the rush and suddenness of the situation, but Belle was cursed because of a cursed item she was forced to carry because of the Imperius she was under. Leanne Page, her friend, was skeptical of the package's nature and how Belle was acting and tried to pry it off her, and in the struggle, the packaging came undone, and Belle ended up touching it, which transferred the curse onto her, and you know the rest. Ivy collapsed into her chair, and the tension seemed to leave her body like a deflated balloon. I'm happy that you're responsible and conscious about what you have in the book benefits and dangers, he said, though he saw the embarrassed expression Ivy gave in response, which told him that she had done things that were not so responsible. Thank God, she said with a slow smile. When I suddenly saw you push past us, I thought you would think that I cursed Katie. I am so glad. Quinn thinned his lips. He couldn't lie that someone caring for his opinion of them didn't feel good, but especially not with the voice in his head. Now, that just made my day. She should definitely get a reward. He flexed the muscles all over his body and kept them flexed to restrain himself from getting up from his spot. His body demanded him to lose control so that he could take over control. I hope you're enjoying the Half-Blood Prince's copy. It's a great book on potions, said Quinn, modulating his voice to sound as normal as he could. It's a great book, all right. Even Mom's notes didn't have as much detail as crammed into the margins and between the lines of the book. The corrections and additions he has added to the recipes are fascinating, to say the least, Ivy said, her hands expressing her assignments. Every potion that I make using the modified recipes comes out perfect, she said, putting the P in the perfect and throwing an OK sign. Not better than mine, it's not. Did you also use Half-Blood Prince's book last year? She asked. I did not. I knew of the copy's existence from a couple years back. I prefer my own methods, Quinn said, feeling the pride bubble up. Do you know the Half-Blood Prince's identity? She asked, leaning forward and whispering as if hoping to be let in on a well-hidden secret. Quinn laughed with his hand on his chest. No, I don't. The door to the office opened up, and Ivy turned when Quinn stopped speaking and laughing. There stood by the door, Daphne looking at them. After spending so much time with her, Quinn had learned to detect emotion from Daphne's not-so-expressive face, and right now, they were screaming displeasure. Daphne's gaze sharpened like knives when she saw Quinn sitting with Ivy Potter. She silently closed the door behind her and walked towards them, passing by Ivy without looking at her, and came to a stop beside Quinn, who had to stop himself from flinching when on his shoulder. Ivy, Daphne said in her public voice, what brings you to aid at this time? I remember seeing you exiting the castle to go down to Hogsmeade yet. You are here. Ivy removed her eyes from Quinn's shoulder and Daphne's hand. She looked up at Daphne and met her cold blue eyes with her vivid viridian ones. Aren't you asking too much, Daphne? I might have been talking something private before you barged in so rudely. I doubt that you had anything private to talk with Quinn, especially not with how the two were laughing. Do share with me what's so fun. I would also love to have a laugh on this cold day, Daphne said, and Quinn became hyper-conscious of her nails that he could somehow feel through layers of clothing. Furthermore, Daphne retrieved an aid card, Quinn version black and gold, from her robes. The card isn't showing that Quinn is in for a consult, so I doubt this is anything formal, and he's very particular about these sorts of things. He might have forgotten switching it on, Ivy countered. Not likely, he never forgets this. Moreover, Quinn, right about now, should be on Hogsmeade with me. Daphne turned to Quinn to ask, so Quinn, why are you here and not in the village? Quinn looked up at Daphne and touched her hand as he spoke. Katie Bell got assaulted by a curse from a cursed item. I was fortunately there to stop the curse and had to bring her to the hospital wing. She was used, the poor girl. He made an apologetic expression. After the incident, I wasn't in the mood to have a day out in Hogsmeade. Sorry about that. Daphne grabbed Quinn's hand and side-eyed Ivy. It's okay, I heard about the incident. Weasley was spouting it in the pub. After an imperious and a cursed item, I too wouldn't have been in the mood. I'll make it up to you somehow, said Quinn. I promise. Daphne nodded with a small smile, then turned to Ivy and spoke. While our date stands cancelled, I would still like to spend some time with my boyfriend, so if you'd excuse us, Ivy, we would like to be alone. The two girls stared at each other for a few moments before Ivy stood up from her chair and turned to Quinn. I shall leave you two alone, then see you around, Quinn. Thank you for taking action so quickly. We would have been at a loss at what to do if you didn't arrive. And with one last glance to Daphne, Ivy exited the office, leaving Daphne and Quinn behind. Daphne followed Ivy with her eyes until she left before looking at Quinn, and he could tell that she was still unhappy. You could have at least sent a message to me. You very well know that I still carry my decoin at all times, she said. Quinn could only nod. The DE members still carried the coins with them, and he held one of the few master coins, which could be used to send messages to all subordinate coins or target a single one. I am sorry, I was preoccupied with my thoughts about the events, said Quinn, studying Daphne's expressions and responses. He thought she would be much angrier at him. He had ditched on their date before it had even started and was found laughing it up with Ivy, with who she didn't have a cordial relationship with. Daphne sighed, and so you came to the office. Quinn nodded, but then a smile appeared on his face. Why are you smiling? She asked. You knew that I would be at the office, said Quinn, feeling a bit giddy. You know me well. A red blush crawled up on Daphne's cheeks, and she looked away from him to avoid his gaze. How did the things with Marcus go? She asked. Quinn grinned at her attempt to change the subject. Yeah, I dropped him off with grandfather. They're probably talking now at Scrivenshaft. Ah, before I forgot, I have something that I wanted to give to you. He got up and walked into the workshop. When he came back, He had a light tan leather-bound book with him. Here you go, he said, handing the book to Daphne. Daphne gazed at the book and read the title. West's Take on Modern Potions. This she looked up at Quinn. Well, you were really pouty when Ivy beat you to the Felix Felicis. Quinn tapped his finger on the book. It took me a while to compile my research on owl and newt level potions, believe me, there was a lot of stuff, in a lot of places. I really need to better organize my stuff. Yeah, so I compiled recipes for the standard owl and newt recipes, but also went beyond to add what I think should be taught in school along with what's taught around the globe. Every country has something unique they do. This guide will help you crack Slughorn's lessons over their head with absolutely no competition. Quinn felt that he had to do it because he was partially responsible, given that he was the one who led Ivy to the Half-Blood Prince's advanced potions copy. Daphne stared at the book for a couple seconds before she grabbed Quinn's collar and walked into the workshop while pulling Quinn with her, who was both pleasantly surprised and a little worried with the voice in his mind speaking louder than ever. The advent of December shifted the weather from the damp chill that dominated the Hogwarts grounds to a more dry frost that blanketed the Highlands of Scotland. Madame Pomfrey spent her days busy brewing pepper-up potion and feeding them to the staff and students with cold, leaving them smoking at ears for several hours afterward. Ron Weasley, who had kicked his blanket off the previous night, was seen with steam pouring from under his vivid hair, giving the impression that his whole head was on fire. Snowflakes every size imaginable descended upon the grounds, visible from the castle windows for days on end. The lake's surface froze, only to be cracked by the Kraken, the flower beds turned into muddy streams, and Hagrid's pumpkins swelled to the size of garden sheds. Eddie's enthusiasm, as the Ravenclaw Quidditch captain, however, was not avalanched by the snow, which was why the Ravenclaw was regularly found flying in low visibility and running through with snow swallowing their ankles. Yeah, that must suck. Quinn cackled as he watched the Ravenclaw Quidditch team firsthand, witnessing an elevated practice program not seen in Hogwarts since the glory day of Gryffindor Taskmaster Oliver Wood. He turned away and continued along the deserted corridor when he came across somebody who looked as though they didn't have a shred of worry in their life, death unlife. Fat Friar, the ghost of Hufflepuff Tower, was staring blankly out of a window with listless eyes with his translucent ghostly body hanging eerily still in the air. Hello, Friar, said Quinn. Oh, Quinn, hello, said Friar, his body gaining some sense of motion, resuming him from the state of unnatural pause. He wore a plain, dark religious cleric robe with a braided rope going around his waist. He had a wooden mug with 2 steel bands. Quinn could see right through him to the overcast sky and persistent snowfall outside. You look lost in thought, Friar, said Quinn. The weather is indeed one of intro and retrospection. The weather is truly one that unearths out the memories, said Friar, raising his mug to take a sip of a ghostly drink. It also colors them in its melancholy. In spite of his airy tone, there was a look of great bitterness on his face. The month of December does only turn jolly in the week of Christmas, said Quinn, staring intently at Friar. The bright soul, hiding behind the shield plagued with pulsing veins in the color-tainted white space, thrummed with magic, turning brighter and gaining a shade of golden color. And Quinn's eyes, the window to his soul, reflected that golden sheen as he observed the ghost in front of him. It was different, he thought. The comparison between a genuine soul, his own soul, and a ghost was quite different. The ghost's spirit felt faded, incomplete, shallow, worn down, and chained. While he couldn't see it, there was a crystal clear sense of Friar's ethereal spirit being anchored down to the mortal plane, and for once, Quinn could feel emotion from the ghost. Quinn's eyes widened as his pupils narrowed. His entire body felt a chill different from the winter or the icy vault as the previously nowhere to be seen emotion mixed with ghostly magic influencing it, amplifying it, supporting Friar's existence. There was sorrow, regret, unwillingness, self-hatred, dullness, weariness, all hitting him in waves more powerful than even he hadn't felt emotion this strong ever. Not a single person from whom Quinn had felt emotion from had ever emanated emotion potent than Friar was doing now. He hadn't even felt emotion this strong while casting his gigantic and potent patronus or while standing in the room of requirement with dozens of people channeling emotion to release dozens of patronus. But here it was, a single entity with more emotional density and quantity than ever experienced. A sound in his ears brought Quinn's attention away from Friar. He glanced down at his chest when he could hear the thumping beat of his own heart. He gulped and immediately cut the magic to his soul, and instantly, the overwhelming wave of negative emotions vanished, lifting the claustrophobic weight of his body. He became conscious of the cold sweat sticking his inner vest to his back. That was. Quinn didn't have a word for his first time looking at a ghost spirit using soul magic. But at the same time, it made sense. Ghosts weren't genuine souls but imprints of souls possessing magic. Impressions of people who had refused to peacefully pass away because of unfinished business, whether in the form of fear, guilt, regrets or overt attachment to the material plane, refusing to move on to the next stage, continuously not wanting to pass away while sometime later, constantly regretting their decision to return to the mortal plane, to never be able to end their existence. Friar, a ghost close to 1,000 years in age, had spent every second of that harrowing time among the living, seeing them enjoy their lives in the daytime while spending time alone during nights without being able to sleep for a single second. Accumulated emotions developed over a millennium, thought Quinn with his imagination not able to capture what must Friar feel at his worst days if it was so horrifying looking from the outside. I do look forward to Christmas, said Friar, smiling brightly, showing his ghostly teeth. Quinn, are you all right? You look pale. Quinn took a deep breath and let out a shaky one before speaking. I am all right, Friar, thank you for asking. It's good that I met you here, I need to have a word with you. Oh, what can I do for you? Asked Friar, floating down to Quinn's eye level. I think it's time to call the Council of Ghosts for a meeting, said Quinn, a serious glint in his eyes. We need to talk about the cursed vaults. Scene break. The Council of Ghosts was the group of ghosts who led the ghost population in Hogwarts. They were the ones who decided who would haunt what part of the castle, what were the common areas. Even ghosts demanded some privacy. They were the ones who dealt punishment if a ghost misbehaved, organized death day parties, among other ghostly organizational duties. The members of the elite group of Hogwarts ghosts were. Why are we called here? If it is nothing of importance, I would like to return to the Ravenclaw Tower, said the beautiful woman with waist-length hair, dressed in a floor-length cloak, carrying herself with pride with a haughty expression. Helena Ravenclaw, the ghost of the Ravenclaw Tower. Oh, don't be like that, Helena, said the upbeat man with a charming smile. He wore a dashing, plumed hat on his long curly hair and a tunic with a ruff, which concealed the fact that his neck was almost completely severed. Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, the ghost of the Gryffindor Tower. The ghost, paler than the others, didn't say anything, staying silent, looking at the table between them with a dark gaze. He had wide, staring, black eyes and a gaunt face. He dressed in robes covered in silver bloodstains and carried chains in a final act of penitence. Bloody Baron, the murderer of Helena Ravenclaw, and the ghost of the Slytherin dungeons. The meeting is of importance, said the last member of the Council of Ghosts, the ghost with a soft smile, bowl-cut hair, and mild nature. Fat Friar, the ghost of the Hufflepuff dungeons. He pointed at Quinn, the only living person around the round table. Quinn has something of great importance to talk about. Helena glanced at Quinn before looking without speaking. She, however, didn't leave. Friar smiled, turned to Quinn, and gestured for him to start. Quinn nodded. I would like to thank the Council of Ghosts, all four of you, to gather here on my request. I have called for this meeting so that we can discuss the cursed vaults. The Council of Ghosts was also in charge of deciding the challenger, the one allowed to challenge the dangerous cursed vaults. For centuries they had sent challengers to the vault. Not one was able to make it past the first one, the icy vault. Not until Quinn arrived. Not only did he make it past the first one, but he also made it to the last one and walked out with various tantalizing rewards. He had sated their curiosity of the mysterious vaults where they couldn't traverse. Quinn West had crushed every past challenger's performance by such overwhelming margins that others had lost the right to hold the title. First, I would like to ask if all of you would be selecting challengers after me, asked Quinn, and further explained when he saw their confused expression. I have told you all about the cursed vaults, everything you would like to know, which was your motive behind sending people into the vaults, so I would like to know if you'd continue to issue the cursed vaults challenges. The ghosts exchanged looks with each other. In their long dead lives, they had learned to space out the interesting discussions. As such, they hadn't breached the topic of cursed vaults yet. Why does it matter to you? Asked Bloody Baron, his voice the deepest Quinn had ever heard. I have no opposition to continuing the cursed vault challenges, there's a lot to learn in there, but if you're going to continue, I think it's my responsibility to ensure the safety of the future generations of challengers, said Quinn. The dangers involved in the cursed vaults were immense. Something Quinn thought would be too much for a student, even if they were as talented as Dumbledore and Voldemort while in school, so it was imperative that some measures be put in place to protect them and at least save their lives. And how are you going to do that? Asked Helena, skepticism in her voice. Challengers come with decades in between them. How are you going to secure their safety? For one, we can alter the order of the cursed vaults, said Quinn. I have experienced every vault, so I firsthand know that the order in which I cleared the vaults didn't have an incremental increase in difficulty. Not even close. And I understand why it was so. None of you actually the actual contents of the vaults, so even your most responsible judgment wasn't enough. But now we know the contents of the vaults, so we can change the order to make it more balanced. Quinn had felt more than once the mismatch between the cursed vaults. He had faced problems with all of them, but some of the problems were much graver than others. What's the order you suggest? Asked nearly headless Nick. Do you have one in mind? We will keep that order in mind the next time we choose the challenger. I have one in mind, and I hope you'd go with this one, Quinn said. I would like the Architect's Vault, the current 5th vault, to become the first vault. It's the one with the least amount of danger. Only one part of the vault presents a life-threatening danger, which can be prevented with simple observation, planning, and a moderate amount of power. Only the tile grid with projectiles presented a danger. The ring finding, vault lock room, and the material cube rooms were pure skill-based. The only other problem with the Architect's Vault is that you can be locked into the vault with no exit in the first room, but I think anyone with a decent amount of skill who can solve the first set of mechanisms would be able to complete the rest with patience and time, finished Quinn. The next one? Asked Friar. The second would be the Aquatic Vault, Quinn said without missing a beat. I would like the Aquatic Vault to be a point at which the challenger would give up and return to their normal lives. And the Kraken would ensure that it's powerful, cares about the students, but at the same time won't let someone get into the vault without a fight. He, himself, only had semi-tricked the Kraken to get into the Aquatic Vault. He wasn't the Kraken's match, at least the first time around, and he counted the Kraken's size and strength to dissuade anyone from any further attempt. Moreover, the teleportation system in the aquatic vault ensures safety, which is why I set it on number 2. I was conflicted between the aquatic vault and the architect's vault order, but decided that the architect's vault should be put first because of the educational value of its first 2 rooms. The ghosts might not be considering the challenger's progress, but Quinn cared about it. If a challenger was to accept, then Quinn wanted them to at least gain practice of earth magic and transmutation before they decide to quit. We will keep that in mind, said Freyr. What do you suggest be the 3rd in order? The underground vault. I want that to be the 3rd and the icy vault to be the 4th in line, said Quinn before nodding he was happy with his choice. Wouldn't the vault with the ice be less dangerous than in the Forbidden Forest? Asked Helena frowning. In a way, yes, Quinn nodded, agreeing with Helena. But, the Forbidden Forest holds a certain image in Hogwarts students' hearts. The true stories of people disappearing into the forest without returning ever are well known, so I'm hoping that the challenger won't go inside. At novel bin at. Furthermore, the centaurs will know intruders in their territory, and they will also try to stop the challenger from continuing forward, which, in a way, makes it much safer for the challenger. The darkness of the Forbidden Forest was housed to species capable of tearing apart humans without even trying. If it was just a single species, then it wouldn't be a problem, but all of them together, one after another, would make the task exponentially tricky, especially if the challenger wasn't capable of hiding like Quinn. The reason I have put the icy vault on 4th is because of the protection magic. Quinn scratched his shoulder with a sigh. Let's say someone found a way to keep themselves sufficiently warm in the icy vault, but that doesn't mean they would completely escape the cold, even though, after so many years, I would feel a cool chill while in there. My problem is that in that cold, the mental capability would deteriorate if that does happen, which I think will happen, as things rarely go perfectly. When that happens, the control of magic could go astray, and then it would take seconds for a person to die from the sheer cold that leaks out of the defensive containment mechanism that guards the absolute zero. His memory of almost dying inside the icy vault was quite fresh. If it wasn't his accidental magic protecting him, he would have been long dead in his 2nd year. That leaves what you call the Sin Vault as the last one, said nearly headless Nick. The one that made you lose your magic. The information about Quinn's struggles was shared between the Council of Ghosts. Yes, the Sin Vault is to be placed at the last. Quinn's stern voice surprised the ghosts. I would say that you remove it from the challenges, but if you don't, then make sure to tell them that it's hazardous, and if they get into the vault, they would be dead, and they won't even know it. I hate the Sin Vault. I will make this clear, so there is no confusion. I don't want people going in there. I wish it never existed. I abhor it, and it's the vilest that ever exited. Quinn slammed his fist on the table, and it shook, sending an echo throughout the empty dungeon room. For a few moments, only Quinn's labored breathing was audible in the room, with the ghosts watching him in stunned silence. My apologies. I let my emotions get the best of me, said Quinn, clenching his fists and enabling his occlumency to dull his emotions a bit, which was another problem to do when the emotions came from the soul side of things. Are you all right, Quinn? Asked Fryer. Yes, sorry for worrying, said Quinn and decided to change the topic. I would also like to talk about something else. He smiled. I would like to. The sound's drums peeked through the crowd's cheers. Morning, people, said Quinn, breathing a cold cloud on the mic in front of him. It's exciting today, isn't it? It's the last game before Christmas, and who better to watch on this occasion than the bitter rivals, Gryffindor and Slytherin, 2 houses thirsty for others' blood, willing to gut stomach, break bones, and slit throats to quench that thirst. Mr. West, mind your language, please. The Reds and Golds in the Hogwarts Quidditch Stadium roared to show their support while the opposing Green and Silvers booed in response to their rivals. The energy in the stands seemed to heat the cold stadium up. Apologies, Professor, said Quinn, smiling. But it's true that this game is going to be a heated one. The Gryffindor versus Slytherin are always a spectacle and have given Hogwarts a lot of their memorable games. So to commemorate this game and bring some flavor to the commentary side of things, I will be joined by a special guest in the commentary box. Would you say hello to the spectators and introduce yourself? Quinn looked at his side and asked. How's it going, people? The guest's voice momentarily sent the crowd in silence as their eyes turned to squint at the commentary booth through their omnioculars, whereafter their eyes widened behind the lenses. You probably recognize me as the captain of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, defending champions and the future champions of this season. For those who have been living under a rock, the name's Eddie Carmichael, position chaser, the best there is outside the field. I'm an overall outstanding bloke, so yeah, happy to be here. There was a short bout of laughter from the Blue and Bronze before the other 3 drowned them out with a massive chorus of boos. Mr. Carmichael, please refrain from riling up the crowd, said McGonagall. Eddie turned to face the deputy headmistress. Can I not do that? I will go easy on Gryffindor if you just look the away and maybe pretend not to hear me. How about it? He pumped his brows with a charming smile. McGonagall's face through a journey. That go easy, you say no. Mr. Carmichael, don't try to compromise the integrity of the sport? Now, don't deliberately try to provoke the crowd, or I will be forced to kick you out. She turned to Quinn. Mr. West, please keep your friend under control. I make no promises, ma'am. Quinn laughed. The world of sports is a passionate one. Things can go off the rails in the heat of the moment. I apologize in advance for those moments. Me too. I apologize if I dropped the bitter truth more than a couple times during the game, said Eddie. McGonagall stared at the 2 commentators anxiously. She looked like she regretted giving Quinn permission to bring on Eddie as the guest commentator. Now then, let's get started, said Quinn and looked up at the blue sky with thin clouds carelessly floating. Conditions are ideal for a fantastic game. Though that can't be said about the Slytherin team, they aren't looking good going into the game. Slytherin chaser Vizzy he took a bludger in the head yesterday during their practice, and he's too sore to play. That's bad, he's Slytherin's best scorer, said Eddie, rubbing the back of his head. I once took a bludger to the back of my head, nasty business. I wasn't able to walk straight for a while even after getting healed by Madame Pomfrey. Even Slytherin chaser Draco Malfoy feeling sick, and thus won't be playing. Quinn rapped his finger on the table. Well, it seems Slytherin would be playing with 2 substitutes. That's great for Gryffindor, innit? Eddie announced. They're playing Hache in Malfoy's place, and I have seen him play. He's an idiot, to put it mildly. Mr. Carmichael. Quinn smiled back vaguely. Well, the Gryffindor doesn't look that good, Eddie continued. This year's team is really wet behind their year. The backbone of the team graduated last year, leaving behind big shoes to fill. Demelza and Faye was it those 2 the new chasers. They don't look that durable. I fear they will snap from one hit from the bludger. The teams walked onto the pitch to tumultuous roars and boos. One end of the stadium was solid red and gold, the other, a sea of green and silver. Many Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws had taken sides too. Amidst all the yelling and clapping, the roar of Luna's famous lion-topped headpiece could be heard. Ah, the captains are shaking hands, said Quinn, returning back to Quidditch. The new Slytherin captain, Urquhart, what do you think of him, Eddie? He's one crafty bastard, Eddie said and faced a shout from behind and boos from the front. He's also built like a fat cow. You can't just tip him over. I tried to crash into him last year, to push him away, but the freaking mass of meat wouldn't budge. Good thing he's slow on the broom. The whistle sounded, and the players kicked off hard from the frozen ground and launched into the air. Well, there they go, and I think we're all surprised to see the team that Potter's put together this year. Many thought, given Weasley's shit performance as keeper last year, that he might be off the team, but of course, a close personal friendship with the captain does help. These words were greeted with jeers and applause from the Slytherin end of the pitch. Even Harry, for a moment, stopped seeking for the snitch and craned on his broom to give the middle finger to the commentator's podium. Eddie grabbed the mic and spoke loudly. Potter, are you giving the finger to your mother? That's terrible manners. You're making your mum ashamed. Ouch. Professor McGonagall, did you just hit me with a pinching hex? Okay. I will tone it down. Quinn glanced behind towards the professor's section and saw Lily Potter massaging her forehead. Oh, and here comes Slytherin's first attempt on goal. It's Canot streaking down the pitch and... Quinn turned back towards Quidditch. At this rate, Eddie was going to take his job. Weasley saves it. Well, he's bound to get lucky sometimes, I suppose. With half an hour of the game gone, Gryffindor led 60 points to 0, Ron made some truly spectacular saves, and Ginny scored 4 of Gryffindor's 6 goals. Their performance was great enough for Eddie to get off their back. So, how do you think the 2 newer Weasley doing? Asked Quinn. Eddie crossed his arms, his eyes following Ginny, studying her moves. They are effective, not as efficient as the Weasley twins, but they're doing well for now. Do you now feel that this Gryffindor is one that will give Ravenclaw challenge for the Quidditch Cup this season? They look pretty good to me, Quinn said, gaining him loud support of the Gryffindor side. Pfft. Yeah, right, don't joke with me, mate, Eddie snorted. The Weasley girl is better suited as a seeker, her speed would only do her so good as a chaser, she would go flying in a chaser tussle. As for Weasley, even if he managed to turn himself in a wall from the sieve he was, I would just need to punch new holes into that wall to score. It seemed as though Gryffindor could do no wrong. Again and again they scored, and again, at the other end of the pitch, Ron saved goals with apparent ease. He was actually smiling now, and when the crowd greeted a particularly good save with a rousing chorus of cheers. And, I think Hatch of Slytherin has seen the snitch, said Quinn through his mic. Yes, Slytherin has spotted the snitch, and Potter is now on Hatch's tail. It's confirmed the snitch has been spotted. This could be it, people. If Hatch gets the snitch, he would erase his team's terrible performance and win the game in a swoop, and if he let Potter get, Gryffindor would secure a dominating win, utterly embarrassing Slytherin in doing so. Harry gained on Hatch, who purposely collided with Harry when he noticed Hooch's turned back, focused on other parts of the game, nearly knocking the Gryffindor seeker off. The Reds in the crowd shouted in anger, but by the time Hooch looked, Hatch had already sped off. It seems Slytherin is going to win a great upset, said Quinn. Harry accelerated, and at the same time, gained altitude. He arched his shoulder and bent his back forward to achieve maximum speed. Hache, who was still flying ahead with a substantial lead, was struggling with his hand outstretched, his fingers time and time again missing the agile snitch. Potter's catching up, he heard Eddie's voice in between the fluttering winds. He turned to look back, and that was his mistake as Harry zoomed past him in his momentary distraction from the snitch. Potter's got it? The son of a bitches got the snitch? Gryffindor has their victory? The game's over. As the crowd realized what had happened, a great shout went up that almost drowned the sound of the whistle that signaled the end of the game. Scene break. A day after the Quidditch game was the last day of the first term at Hogwarts and the start of the winter break. Students were looking forward to returning to their family for Christmas and New Year's, while some would remain in the castle and spend their year-end with other students. Quinn sat in his office, looking at his desk. It was empty without a single trinket on it. He would clear out his desk, his entire office and workshop whenever he went back home for the winter break, as he was going to do tomorrow, but today, this time, it was different. It was his last day at Aid. The door opened, the chime rang, and Astoria came walking into the office. "You called?" she asked, raising the black leather band with a silver chip on it, the standard issue communicator for Aid members. Quinn gestured to the seat on the other side of the table, opposite to him. "Today's the last day here," said Quinn with a small smile. "After today, when you return to Hogwarts after the break, you will be in charge. I won't be stepping inside this room if not for needing Aid's consult." As per the agreement and arrangement, Quinn was going to officially retire today. "You can still use the workshop, you know," Astoria said. "You're the one who uses it the most among the three of us." Quinn shook his head. He knew if he was inside the workshop, he would end up taking over the office again when someone came in for a consult. And if that happened, Aid wouldn't truly be Astoria's. It was better for him to cut the connection clean with a single slash. "It's fine. I have my own personal workshop where I can work in," said Quinn. He had a fully functioning workshop in his briefcase used to work on some of the more sensitive projects. "Nevertheless, it goes without saying, you can return any time," said Astoria. "Now, you said that you wanted to talk about something important. What is it?" Quinn opened the drawer and took out a large yellow envelope, and from the looks of the inflation of the envelope, there was a stack of papers inside. He pushed the envelope towards Astoria. "What's this?" she asked. "That's the document of a new vault I have opened up in Gringotts," said Quinn. "A vault to be used by Aid. Why do we need a vault?" Astoria was confused. "We have the safe in the workshop floor, and that's more than enough. Why would we need a vault in Gringotts?" "Yes, that safe is more than enough for our use," Quinn chuckled, remembering how excited he was building that safe. "But this is a different matter. Running Aid is financially tricky, Astoria. You know we don't make much, and for most of the months we are in red, only to break even before the exam season. Looking at that, I have decided to open a support fund for Aid." "A support fund?" "Yes, a fund that would be accessible by the proprietor of Aid, which is currently you, with gold in there to be used for Aid activities. You can use them for consults, replenish the workshop supplies and expansion, for promotion activities, or any other Aid-related venture you start, and more importantly, you can use it to fund your personal projects," said Quinn. "I would replenish it every month with a set amount and ask no questions on how you decide to spend it. I trust that you would use the gold responsibly. Adat novel bin adat. But why? You managed fine enough. I can do the same." Astoria pushed the envelope back towards Quinn, frowning. "I don't need this." "I understand that," said Quinn, pushing the envelope forward again, "and I'm not saying that you're not capable. It's just an incentive that I have decided to add for the proprietor of Aid. If you don't want to use the fund, then I am fine with it. Every month, the vault would be replenished to have a set amount." Astoria didn't look satisfied but nodded after a sigh. "I'll think about it," she said. "Sure, please do think about it," said Quinn and stood up to finally leave. "Now, I will take my leave." Astoria stood up and nodded. Quinn walked to the coat hanger by the door and pulled his robe off. He turned to look at his office as he put on his robe, the desk he made on his own, the paintings he bought from the non-magical world, the plants he had mutated in his herbology experiments, the glass wall, the bookshelf with some of the essential books, and the trinkets around the office which he had collected over the years. "All right, good luck, Astoria. I hope you'd change Aid so that it would become yours," he said. "Don't worry about keeping things the same because of me, and give it your own flavor." Astoria nodded. Quinn smiled and walked out of the door. Outside in the corridor, he closed the door behind him and breathed a sigh. It was over. A chapter of his life was done, a chapter he thought was very significant. He turned and saw Luna leaning against a wall. She looked up, walked over to him, and stared at him. "What is it?" he asked. "I want to eat ice cream," she said. "Walk with me to the kitchen." Quinn blinked in surprise before a smile appeared on his face. "Sure, let's go," he said. "I'm also in the mood of ice cream. I wonder what flavors do they have right now." "I want to eat eggnog flavor ice cream," she said. "Which one do you want?" Quinn put an arm around Luna as they start walking. I am in the mood for vanilla, chocolate, and butterscotch. I am going to take a big scoop of all three." "3? That's so many. Your tummy would hurt." Luna gasped. "It's okay, I'm a big boy now. I can handle it." Quinn laughed. Snow was swirling against the icy windows once more, and Quinn had made himself comfortable in the West Manners lounge, his feet folded up on the sofa with a cup of piping hot chocolate topped with roasted marshmallows on the top. 'Twas going to be a white Christmas. A book floated in front of him, and when Quinn's eyes would reach the right page's end, the page would flip by the time, and he would continue on his handless reading experience. "Are you done with your gifts?" asked Ms. Rosie, sitting in front of him with an embroidery hoop with a handkerchief that she was needling a design upon. "I hope you have already told them to everyone." "I sent them all the Christmas presents this morning," said Quinn. He glanced at the clock on the wall. Most of them probably would have reached their recipients by now. He himself had received multiple presents from his friends. Some had either sent their presents through Owl, while others had handed them theirs personally, as owls were in high demand during the Christmas season, and the possibility of delayed delivery was high and not unusual. Quinn had sent all of his through Owl as he had access to a premium Eagle mailing service, much faster than the Owl bird. "What did you get for everyone?" asked Ms. Rosie. "Let's see. I made Marcus a day planner, to-do lists, alerts, alarms, timers, and so much more in one diary-styled notebook. Moreover, it's reusable, so at the end of the year, he can wipe everything with one wave, and it would update itself to the next year's template. One of my finest works, if I was to say myself. This Marcus, he's the one who met with Georgie last month, asked Ms. Rosie. Yes, one and the same. Why? Did grandfather say something? He asked. He and Elliot were discussing about that friend of yours a couple weeks back. Ms. Rosie threaded an elegant silver thread through a carmine handkerchief. Quinn put his feet down on the ground and leaned forward. What did they talk about? He asked. Marcus was going to work for the Wests, the question was where he was going to work. I do not know. She shook her head and gently pierced the cloth. Quinn narrowed his eyes and stared at his caretaker. You know what they talked about. You were probably a part of the conversation. You just don't want to tell me, don't you? Ms. Rosie plainly nodded. Yes, your grandfather has made a decision, but he needs more time to think about it before setting it in stone. He will tell you when he feels the time is correct. Until then, you're not to ask. Quinn leaned back and sipped his hot chocolate with a hidden pout. They could just give him the straight answer. It wasn't like he was going to leak it to Marcus, whatever the thing was. What about your other friends? She asked. For Eddie, I created a charmed Quidditch pitch miniature equipped with miniature flying Quidditch players, all of the customizable in strength, speed, endurance, catching, hitting, maneuverability aspects, so he could do rough play formation, visualization, and testing to see if they work or not. Again, one of my finest handcrafted items. Since they had started the year, he had often seen Eddie buried in Quidditch tactics, planning, and plotting a playbook for the Ravenclaw. Quinn hoped that giving Eddie something for rough simulation would help his decision-making process. For Luna, I created a subsurface detector which detects if there's something buried underground. It detects everything from scrap metal to wooden chests waiting to be unearthed. She can go exploring and dig when something pops up on the detector. I can only wonder what sorts of things she would find, said Quinn, satisfied with the blatant rip-off of the metal detector. Only his was miles better as it didn't have the restriction of only finding metal. What about the Greengrass eldest daughter? What did you get for her? Asked Ms. Rosie. You know you can call her by her name, said Quinn sighing. I will do so when I get to know her and decide if she's worthy, said Ms. Rosie with a raised chin. Quinn sighed. Ms. Rosie's first reaction when he told her that he was dating Daphne was of indifference, which he thought, at that point, was expected of Ms. Rosie, but over time, he noticed she would probe him on how his relationship was going with Daphne, which was also when he noticed she refused to say her name, always referring as Greengrass eldest daughter. She wasn't like Leah's boyfriend, Abraham. But it turned out that Leah had been whispering information about Abraham into Ms. Rosie's ear even before she told George about Abraham, so when she finally revealed Abraham to the family, Ms. Rosie had already known much about the man. Why didn't I think of that? He had thought when he had asked Leah for advice, and she had revealed the secret to him. Out of everybody, he wanted Ms. Rosie to like Daphne the most. There was the option of letting Daphne spend some time with Ms. Rosie, but he wasn't ready to bring his girlfriend home just yet, as to say. Quinn sighed before moving on from his thoughts. For Daphne, I grew diamonds in my workshop. You grew a diamond? Ms. Rosie asked, her hands stopping her embroidery. People can grow diamonds. Oh yeah, diamonds can be grown. You just follow the same natural process of carbon condensation under heat and pressure, but you just speed up the process by a lot, and voila, you have a man-made diamond. Ms. Rosie blinked, and Quinn wasn't surprised at the reaction. He was sure that at least in the northern part of the continent, no magical other than him was artificially growing diamonds. He wasn't sure about the rest of the world. There might be someone somewhere who was growing diamonds. The non-magicals, of course, had been doing it for a couple decades. Diamonds, yeah, made a batch of them from scratch, different sizes, then charmed them to be able to change color at command. Then I prepared several pairs of earrings from gold, white gold, rose gold, platinum, silver, titanium, even all of them capable of shifting into several shapes. Together with the diamonds, they turn into a set of customizable earrings with several designs and diamond placements, and. What happened? Asked Ms. Rosie. Quinn looked up at her in panic. Did I overdo it? I mean, I have given her crystal jewelry before, but I diamond and all that other stuff. Arg. What was I thinking? It's okay, you didn't go overboard. I'm sure she will love it, said Ms. Rosie. Really? He asked with hope. Of course, any girl would be happy to get a present from you, said Ms. Rosie and then humphed. If that girl doesn't appreciate, she doesn't have good eyes. You're the wrong person to ask this question, aren't you? Quinn sat back on the sofa with a thump. I hope you sent something for Abraham, said Ms. Rosie. I did, said Quinn. I don't know what to get him, so I had no idea what to make him, so I just ordered a top-of-the-line whetstone set. I hope that will be enough. I would get him something Quinn made next time. That's more than enough. Ms. Rosie gave her seal of approval. For Leah, I made a wristwatch, but because I know she's mostly in offices with a lot of time spent sitting around, I added additional features into the watch. The watch can monitor her heart rate, keep a record of how many steps she took in a day, how much of sleep she got, track her mood, measure stress levels, and all sort of fitness-related features, said Quinn, once again quite happy with his Fitbit ripoff. He was going to leave it to Leah if she wanted to release the product to the public. It wasn't that difficult to make with magic, so anyone with rudimentary medical knowledge and charm skill could make it. As for Uncle Elliot, I brewed him a wide set of alchemic potions that he could use in his personal greenhouse to change the soil into practically every type he could think of and grow any plant he ever wanted to grow but couldn't because of environment restriction. Elliot was an avid home gardener who would grow all sort of things, fruits, vegetable, potion herbs, as a hobby. He was impressed with Quinn's application of alchemy in herbology, so Quinn decided to gift him alchemic potions. I also shared his personal WMFID with Madame Pomfrey, said Quinn, but that's more of a gift for her than him. What? For grandfather, I made him a very classy ice cube maker, capable of making ice cubes of various shapes and sizes, cubes, spheres, diamonds, thin cylinders, and many more. Moreover, there's an option of making clear ice without a blur of cloudiness. He will be able to enjoy his drinks with his choice of ice, said Quinn, knowing how much of a drinks guy his grandfather was. Also, everything's instant, so yeah, quite bleeding edge, top of the line, state-of-art system. Plus, there's a secret ice shaving option in there hidden which he would have to explore the appliance to find. Good, you did well, Ms. Rosie nodded, satisfied with Quinn's Christmas gifts. You don't want to know what I got for you, he asked. I will know when I open mine tomorrow morning. I don't want to know right now, she said. Quinn shrugged. Her gift was a chair that could change itself according to the user's needs with several features like temperature control, a massage feature, cushion control, memory foam, among many other things, to provide maximum comfort, aiming to get their person addicted to sitting. What don't you want to know? Quinn and Ms. Rosie looked up to see George walk into the room with a letter in his hand. We were talking about Christmas presents, said Quinn. What did you get me this year? You will know tomorrow. George sat down on a single-seater. Now, I want to talk to you about something. He raised the letter. This is an invitation for a New Year's gathering. I don't want to go, said Quinn. From Sirius Black at novel bin at. Quinn focused on George Black. Yes, Sirius Black is hosting a gathering on New Year according to the letter with the invitation. It's not a big party, only a few people. Where is it? Quinn asked nonchalantly. At his house, number 12, Grimald Place, said George, reading HT address off the invitation, thus the small gathering. Quinn went silent. Number 12, Grimald Place. He knew of the address, and not once in the last few years had he forgotten about it, meaning that building never went under the cover of Fidelius's charm, telling that the place wasn't the headquarters of the Order of Phoenix. But that wasn't what he was interested in. Do you want me to go? Quinn asked. Yes, I want you to go, said George. It will be a gathering of light faction, and meetings like those are difficult to get in. All faction gatherings are exclusive, and seeing that we received an invitation means that they are trying to gain our favor. Are you going to involve yourself with them? Quinn asked, leaning forward. It was the last thing he wanted. No. Is that even a question? George scoffed. I want you to go there to see what they have cooking there. Identify who is attending. If we are invited, some others outside the faction must be as well. So go there and see what's going on within the faction. Quinn tapped on the armrest for a while before nodding. Okay, I will attend, he said with his hand going to his chest. Quinn flew in the late evening winter sky with a bed of clouds listlessly floating above him. He kept his eyes on the streets below, teeming with non-magicals, all oblivious of the fact that there was someone flying over their head. He narrowed his eyes and suddenly took a nosedive towards the ground. He was headed towards the large collection of lights he had seen in his aerial journey yet, a huge, sprawling, crisscrossing mass, glittering in lines and grids, interspersed with patches of deep blacks. Lower and lower, he flew until Quinn could make out individual headlights and street lamps, chimneys, and television aerials. A few seconds later, he had landed. His feet touched down on the patch of unkempt grass in the middle of a small square. Looking around, he found the grimy fronts of the surrounding houses were not welcoming. Some of them had broken windows, glimmering dully in the light from the street lamps. Paint was peeling from many of the doors, and heaps of rubbish lay outside several sets of front steps. The place checked all the boxes for a locality to place a magical home without attracting too much attention. Quinn looked around and spotted a sign with a range of house numbers with an arrow below them. He turned and walked towards where the arrow commanded him to go. A muffled pounding of a stereo came from an upper window in the nearest house. A pungent smell of rotting rubbish came from the pile of bulging bin bags just inside the broken gate. He stopped and looked at the houses again. He looked to the left and saw number 11. He looked to the right and saw number 13. To his front was number 12. Quinn walked up the worn stone steps, staring at the door in front of him. Its black paint was shabby and scratched. The door had no keyhole or letterbox. The bronze door knocker was in the form of a roaring lion. He raised his hand and knocked on the door using the knocker and felt a faint wave of magic behind the door. Taking a step away from the door, Quinn placed his hands behind his back in wait. Moments later, he heard many loud, metallic clicks and what sounded like the clatter of a chain. The door swung open. Who? Quinn faintly smiled at the man behind the door. He had shoulder-length, glossy black hair framing his aristocratic face and a pair of black eyes with a roguish charm. Good evening, Auror Black, said Quinn. I hope I'm not late. Sirius opened the door fully and revealed the brightly lit hallway with beautiful interiors, mirroring the owner's personality. Quinn? So you came from the Wests. Excellent, excellent. We needed some youthful energy here with so many hags and old farts. Sirius laughed as he placed his hand on Quinn's shoulder and pulled him into the house. Though I have to say I wasn't expecting anyone to come through the main door. I mean, I haven't used the door for so long I fear that I noticed some rust on the hinges. How did you come? Did you take a car or a carriage? Quinn removed his coat and followed the sign next to what looked like a door to a closet. Throw your coats inside. He threw his coat in, and instead of falling on the floor, it flew into the room, disappearing in the racks of other coats, robes, and jackets. I flew, said Quinn in answer. Oh, a broom. Not my choice in this cold, but young UNS have a different vigor. Sirius led him inside number 12, Grimald Place. The house was filled with festive energy as Quinn could hear the voices and laughter of guests from further inside. The ebony floor beneath was sturdy and luxurious, and the bright miles were casting their white glow with a tinge of yellow on the vibrant wallpapers and moving paintings of various scenic captures, all speaking 1,000 words and then some with their magic. The inside of number 12, Grimald Place, was wildly different from the outside. It was a narrow building from the outside, but inside, it was a wide and spacious place of the size of a large bungalow. Now that you're here, enjoy yourself, have fun, and hopefully, this will be an evening to remember, said Sirius as they reached the end of the hall. Now, let's go in and get a drink in your hand. They entered through the door and stepped into another much wider lounging hall with a thriving party of people sitting, standing, moving. There were trays with hors d'oeuvres floating through the lounging hall, continuously feeding the people. Sirius picked up a shot glass from a passing-by tray and handed it to Quinn, who shook his head. I don't drink. What, really? Come on, kid, you're off age now. Indulge in some of the more fun aspects of life. Sirius downed the glass of the blue liquid, and his hair rose with electric sparks. Yeah, now that hits, he said and shook his head. The currents crackled for a few seconds before Sirius' hair were back on his shoulders, obeying the laws of gravity. There's an open bar straight and left, said Sirius, pointing. You can get the drinks of your choice from there. For now, let's have you introduced to the party. That won't be necessary, said Quinn. He looked at Sirius, who was flashing a part surprised part confused expression. I don't do parties, so it would be better for me to mingle around at my own pace. I would prefer that. If Sirius announced that Quinn was here, those who knew about the Wests would surround and hound him, and that would take up his entire evening, ruining the last day of the year. Well, if you prefer it like that, Sirius shrugged. If you need something, come looking for me, and I will sort you out. Quinn politely nodded and waited until Sirius walked away to put a shroud of magic on himself. It was subtle magic that would keep attention away from him. It wasn't as strong as to make him invisible from others' attention, but enough that if someone wasn't gazing their eyes around, they would glaze over Quinn as if he was part of the background. It was a must-have in Quinn's magical arsenal for gatherings and parties. He walked around the hall, taking in the people present at the gathering. Quinn had to say his grandfather was right. The party was light faction fest. He could spot people from the higher end of the faction like Sirius Black and his best mate James Potter to the middle end like Arthur and Molly Weasley to the lower end like Hestia Jones and Sturgis Podmar. Quinn took the opportunity to compile a list of people in the light faction, and thus a tentative list of people in Order of Phoenix. The members of the Dumbledore's Order, no matter what their standing in the faction, held special standing as Order members. His secondary motive for coming here was to complete George's task of seeing if there were faction-less people or from the Grey faction, or a rare dark faction, who were invited to the party. And while Quinn held no interest in knowing those things, his grandfather could use that information. Those people were the variables that George wanted to know, as their addition would strengthen the light faction's position. Quinn, I didn't know you were coming. Quinn turned towards the voice and saw Remus Lupin, the werewolf, standing with a beer glass in his hand. He looked comfortable in his skin and clothing, just like the last time he had seen him. Ah, Mr. Lupin, I was expecting to see you here today, he said. It has been a while. How have you been doing for the past years? How has your health been? Remus smiled softly. Fortunately, I have been healthy with only a single hiccup a month. The medicine has been a miracle for my life, he said, deliberately keeping the words out of his speech to not make his condition obvious. That's good, Quinn said. Still working with wood? Remus nodded. Work has been treating me well. Quinn nodded. Remus' work needed to be good for him to cover Wolfbane's expenses. The revolutionary symptom reliever was an expensive potion and had to be taken in multiple times to work. The accumulated costs weren't something that an unemployed person with no source of income could sustain. Which was why, in the canon timelines, Remus has agreed to join the Hogwarts faculty because Dumbledore had promised him Wolfbane potion during his tenure. The poor Remus, who would suffer every month from the lycanthropy, had jumped on the offer. You have been busy as well, said Remus. Headboy, top of your class, and the last time I heard that 8 of yours was still working. Not to mention, you really did something incredible last year, that thing with Umbridge. Sirius couldn't stop talking about it for weeks. Quinn chuckled. The last year had indeed been hectic. Remus didn't mention it, but he also had to teach dozens of students every week as part of DA. I have decided to take it easy this year, he said, chuckling. I am not doing anything grand this year. Moreover, I have retired from aid right now. I just want to enjoy my last without any worry. Let's kick back, accept the curse, and relax. I had so much fun when the curse was in full effect. Top of the world. Floating on the clouds. All-powerful. The best version of myself. Ah, I want to feel that again. Quinn chose to put on a relaxed smile. Don't say that to others at Hogwarts, okay? They throw their book at you, said Remus. At novel bin at. Why? Quinn asked. If they heard that someone was planning to take it easy during their newt year, especially a Ravenclaw, they would throw their books at you in frustration. Remus laughed loudly. I can see that, Quinn chuckled. After talking to Remus for a while, they parted, and Quinn once again returned to his partial anonymity. Quinn was looking at the people in the crowd, making notes, when he noticed something on the edge of the hall. His eyes widened for a split second before they went to normal. While keeping an eye on the crowd, he slowly inched towards the tiny shadow in the corner and followed after it through a hall's exit. When he stepped into the hallway, he was greeted by tennis ball-sized eyes. Why you stare at me, said the creature in his squeaky, hostile, and slight crazed voice. It was completely naked except for the filthy rag tied like a loincloth around its middle. It looked ancient. Its skin seemed to be several times too big for it, and though it was bald like all house elves, there was a quantity of white hair growing out of its large, bat-like ears. Its eyes were a bloodshot and watery gray, and its fleshy nose was large and rather snout-like. The elf stared at Quinn, slowly shuffling on his feet with his hand hanging limply, hunchbacked, muttering under its breath, all the while in a hoarse, deep voice like a bullfrog's. Smells like a drain and a criminal to boot, but she's no better. Nasty old blood traitor with her brats messing up my mistress's house. Oh my poor mistress, if she knew the scum they've let in her house, what would she say to old Creaker? Oh the shame of it. Mudbloods and werewolves and traitors and thieves. Poor old Creaker, what can he do? Are you Creaker? Quinn asked. The house elf froze in his tracks, stopped muttering, and then again stared at Quinn intently. Who is asking? Said the house elf. Quinn elegantly placed on his chest and introduced himself. I am Quinn from the House of West, the son of Adam West, and grandson of George West. Creaker's big eyes narrowed, and the house elf looked like it was concentrating. West. Wests are pure of blood. You pure of blood? I am. My parents, their parents, all of them are purest of blood, said Quinn. The house elf studied Quinn with a good hard eye. He then bowed, his long floppy nose touching the floor. Creaker did not recognize the esteemed young Master West. Creaker punishes himself for his mistake. It's okay, house elf, Quinn said, pulling his best Malfoy. Now that you have identified my blood, I ask for your help. Creaker's mistress has taught Creaker to serve the pure wizards. Creaker shall serve young Master West, said the black house elf. Quinn smiled regally. It was time to take care of the primary objective of his visit to number 12, Grimmauld Place. Creaker's mistress has taught Creaker to serve the pure wizards. Creaker shall serve young Master West. Creaker's words brought a smile to Quinn's face. His bid had paid off. He didn't know if using his pure blood status would make Creaker help him, but it was worth a try that he was able to convert into an opportunity. Creaker, I heard you were an important confidant to the Black Heir Regulus Black, said Quinn, choosing and placing words carefully. Creaker's old eyes shined a renewed vigor as he creakily nodded his head, his eyes slowly flopping with every nod. Young Master Regulus was the true heir. Not like the fake Master Blood Traitor meddling with Mudbloods and other blood traitors. Quinn noticed how, unlike other house elves in his position, Creaker made no attempt to punish for bad-mouthing his master. The relationship was truly broken beyond repair. Quinn sighed. Creaker was a product of his upbringing and environment, raised in a blood supremacist household to look down on anyone not pure blood. I might not have met Regulus Black, but I have heard much about him, especially from the professors at Hogwarts. They say he was a bright, talented young man, said Quinn, his eyes curved into smiles with his words mixed with admiration. Young Master Regulus was a man of different caliber. Creaker spoke with more enthusiasm than he had expressed in years. He was a pure blood among pure bloods, a true wizard truly deserving of magic. A pity he passed away before his time, said Quinn. He could have become a fine head of noble house Black. Yes, said Creaker, his matchstick body trembling with every word. He wouldn't have dragged the pure Black through the mud. I agree, that's why when I met Sirius Black for the first time, I looked into Blacks and found about Regulus Black. There I found that he was a follower of the Dark Lord, am I right? Quinn asked. Creaker's eyes took on a faraway gaze. Quinn waited for Creaker to return to the present, but it seems that the house elf's old age had been affecting him, as even after waiting, Creaker didn't return from his memory zone out. Creaker. Yes, said Creaker. Quinn didn't know if Creaker was answering his previous question or responding to his call, but it didn't matter. It was time to move into the main act. Creaker. I know how Regulus really died, he said. He didn't die as everyone thought he died. The official story was that Regulus died by Voldemort's hands, or at least by his order. That Regulus had gotten far into the organization, then panicked about what he was being asked to do and tried to back out. However, one couldn't just walk in and hand in their resignation to Voldemort once marked. A person was Death Eater for life with only one option of escape: death. Creaker's body trembled at his words. Quinn's pupils narrowed a fraction, his hands behind his back clenched as he felt a flare of magic from the house elf. I do not know what you're talking about, said Creaker, clutching the front of his pillowcase rag. Young Master West must not believe in such absurd rumors. I understand why you would want to hide the truth, but there's no need when I know it. I know that Regulus died because of stealing from the Dark Lord, said Quinn, revealing about the truth only known to Creaker. He died in that cave, where the Dark Lord placed his treasure for safekeeping. Creaker looked up at Quinn with shocked eyes. Accompanying the shock was a muddling craze in the background. Good, thought Quinn, noticing Creaker's current state. It would be much easier for him to control the house elf with just the right words if he was slightly unstable. How? The question of how is not of importance, Kriaker, he said to Kriaker. What's important is if that thing that was taken from the cave was destroyed or not. I hope it was disposed of, Kriaker. Tell me that your master's sacrifice was not in vain. That the Dark Lord's treasure that he so carefully wanted to be hidden has perished. However, Quinn knew that it still existed. He wanted to know if it was still in this home. Kriaker suddenly crouched down on the floor, curled into a ball, placed his wet face between his knees, and began to rock backward and forward. When he spoke, his voice was muffled but quite distinct in the silent, echoing kitchen. Master Sirius ran away, good riddance, for he was a bad boy and broke my mistress's heart with his lawless ways. But Master Regulus had proper pride. He knew what was due to the name of Black and the dignity of his pure blood. For years he talked of the Dark Lord, who was going to bring the wizards out of hiding to rule the Muggles and the Muggleborns, and when he was 16 years old, Master Regulus joined the Dark Lord. So proud, so happy to serve. And one day, a year after he had joined, Master Regulus came down to the kitchen to see Kriaker. Master Regulus always liked Kriaker. And Master Regulus said he said. The old elf rocked faster than ever. He said that the Dark Lord required an elf. And Master Regulus had volunteered Kriaker. It was an honor, said Master Regulus, an honor for him and for Kriaker, who must be sure to do whatever the Dark Lord ordered him to do and then to see come home. Kriaker rocked still faster, his breath coming in sobs. So Kriaker went to the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord did not tell Kriaker what they were to do, but took Kriaker with him to a cave beside the sea. And beyond the cave, there was a cavern, and in the cavern was a great black lake. There was a boat. There was a bee basin full of potion on the island. The Dark Lord made Kriaker drink it. The elf quaked from head to foot. Kriaker drank, and as he drank, he saw terrible things. Kriaker's insides burned. Kriaker cried for Master Regulus to save him. He cried for his mistress Black, but the Dark Lord only laughed. He made Kriaker drink all the potion. He dropped a locket into the empty basin. He filled it with more potion. And then the Dark Lord sailed away, leaving Kriaker on the island. The locket, thought Quinn. Kriaker needed water. He crawled to the island's edge, and he drank from the black lake, and hands, dead hands, came out of the water and dragged Kriaker under the surface. Then Kriaker's voice turned momentarily hopeful. Master Regulus told Kriaker to come back. Voldemort's folly, Quinn scoffed. The Dark Lord didn't take the supposedly lower house elf species into consideration, allowing them to apparate out of the cave. Master Regulus was very worried, croaked Kriaker. Master Regulus told Kriaker to stay hidden and not to leave the house. And then it was a little while later. Master Regulus came to find Kriaker in his cupboard one night, and Master Regulus was strange, not as he usually was, disturbed in his mind. Kriaker could tell, and he asked Kriaker to take him to the cave where Kriaker had gone with the Dark Lord. And so they had set off. Kriaker knew how to open the concealed entrance to the underground cavern, knew how to raise the tiny boat. This time it was Regulus who sailed with him to the island with its basin of poison. Kriaker shook his head and wept. Quinn sighed. He knew what happened next. Master Regulus took from his pocket a locket like the one the Dark Lord had, said Kriaker, tears pouring down either side of his snout-like nose. And he told Kriaker to take it and, when the basin was empty, to switch the lockets. Kriaker's sobs came in great rasps now. Quinn had to concentrate hard to understand him. And he ordered Kriaker to leave without him. And he told Kriaker to go home and never to tell my mistress what he had done but to destroy the first locket. And he drank all the potion, and Kriaker swapped the lockets and watched as Master Regulus was dragged beneath the water, and the elf lay on the floor, panting and shivering, green mucus glistening around his snout, his eyes swollen and bloodshot and swimming in tears. Quinn had never seen anything so pitiful. So you brought the locket home, he said, his tone not changing from before. And you tried to destroy it. Nothing Kriaker did made any mark upon it, moaned the elf. Kriaker tried everything he knew, but nothing would work. So many powerful spells upon the casing. Kriaker was sure the way to destroy it was to get inside it, but it would not open. Kriaker punished himself. He tried again. He punished himself. He tried again. Kriaker failed to obey orders. Kriaker could not destroy the locket, and his mistress was mad with grief, because Master Regulus had disappeared, and Kriaker could not tell her what had happened. No, because Master Regulus had forbidden him to tell any of the family what happened in the sea cave. He, however, wasn't family, Quinn thought, as he watched Kriaker sobbing on the floor. Kriaker, Quinn said, his voice laced with heavy magic, please get up and act like a house elf of noble house. Kriaker hiccuped himself into silence. Then he pushed himself into a sitting position again, rubbing his knuckles into his eyes like a small child. Now, I'm going to ask you this, Kriaker, said Quinn. He stared into the house elf's eyes. I need you to get me that locket. It's of importance that I obtain that locket. For I can make your master's dying wish come true. Kriaker matched eyes with Quinn, unblinking, frozen. I can destroy the locket for you, Kriaker, said Quinn. It's imperative, and while completing that, I can finish the work Regulus started and ensure that he didn't die in vain. Do you think you can do that for me? You can really destroy the Dark Lord's locket? Kriaker asked. Absolutely, Quinn nodded, exerting confidence through his voice and magic. I shall destroy them without fail. Kriaker nodded and got to his feet. He popped away. When he returned, he had a locket in his hands. Here, have it, Kriaker said, all but throwing the locket at Quinn. At novel bin at. Quinn caught the locket, not thinking Kriaker's behavior as strange. The locket had been nothing but trouble for the house elf. It was a painful reminder of his failure. He looked at the serpentine S, inlaid with glittering, green stones. It felt heavy in his hands, the metal feeling cold against his touch. It was Salazar Slytherin's locket. It was a Horcrux. Thank you, Kriaker, said Quinn with a comforting smile. I will complete what Regulus Black set out to do. Kriaker bowed heavily, and Quinn could see tears dropping on the floor below Kriaker's head. Quinn sighed and could only nod with a composed smile when Kriaker raised his head. He raised his hand and pointed it at Kriaker, or rather at the house elf's head. Now, but before he could proceed, his ears picked up the sound of the door creaking open. Quinn, what are you doing here? Quinn's lip thinned into a white line. This was number 12, Grimald Place, the home of Sirius Black, a part of the Light faction, so it was obvious that Sirius' favorite family would be here. He looked at Kriaker and mouthed the words, go, as the locket flew into his suit's inner breast pocket. Kriaker peeked behind Quinn, scowled, and then popped away with a loud bang. He turned and greeted. Harry, Happy New Year. Quinn, what are you doing here? Harry, Happy New Year. There was a loud crack before Harry saw Quinn turn with a smile on his face. Was that an apparition crack I heard? He asked, peeking behind Quinn. Was that Kriaker you were talking to? Indeed, that was Kriaker. I was having a little chat with him. Quinn stared into Harry's green eyes before his smile widened. The boy who lived's mental shields were quite decent. It was no wonder he was able to block his connection with Voldemort established through the Horcrux. They weren't strong enough to keep him out, but enough to keep the Dark Lord, who was operating through a connection that he had no knowledge of about its true nature. Was he being nasty with you? Harry frowned. If he was, don't worry about it. He's like that with everyone. I haven't been able to talk properly to him ever since I was a child. He's always calling me blood traitor and mum the M word. He spat. I did get that from the little chat, said Quinn, but Harry, I am a pure blood. Kriaker was perfectly civil with me. Why are you even here? Harry looked at the hallway. The party's out there. Quinn shrugged. I saw him standing at the corner of the main hall and got curious. I don't enjoy parties, and he seems like a good conversation. Come on, let's go out. Quinn and Harry exited through the hallway door into the hall and greeted the chorus of the party. So what did Kriaker tell you? Asked Harry. Blood status, pure supremacy, blood traitor, the glory of blacks, said Quinn, walking towards the bar in the hall. He ordered himself a drink and then turned to Harry. Nothing special, you know, though it was interesting to see a house elf who showed visible contempt towards their master. Black and Kriaker must not really get along. No, they don't, Harry scoffed. Kriaker wasn't kind to Sirius when he was young, and Sirius isn't a fan of Kriaker. Quinn was well aware of the history of the Black. So who did you come here with today? Asked Harry. I came alone, said Quinn, getting his drink from the bartender. None of them wanted to get out home at New Year, preferred to laze around while leaving the work to the poor old me. You sound like you don't want to be here, asked Harry, picking himself a glass of butterbeer. Quinn laughed. Far from that, my dear boy who lived. I'm ecstatic about being here, always wanted to see the Black family's residence. He looked around the hall, and have to say, he has done a great in the upkeep. Actually, Mom's the one who a lot of this, said Harry, puffing his chest. It wasn't like this before, or at least they say so. It was grim and dark. They say Sirius didn't like it and wanted to do a complete overhaul. He chuckled, wanting to build his ultimate bachelor pad. Sirius wanted to hire someone to do that, but then Mum volunteered to do it. Blacks were a dark family, you know, so they had a lot of dangerous stuff, things lying around in the house, items, books, and who knows what, and Mum thought it would be better if she would take care of that stuff, instead of someone whose job was to interior design and not handling dark magical items. They could get seriously injured or worse. After she was done, Mum decided to try her hand at designing, and well, you can see the result. Quinn nodded. The interior was tasteful, and he could see designs here and there, which he thought looked familiar to Hogwarts. Lily had spent a lot of her time at the castle. So what happened to all the books? He asked. Harry quirked his brow at Quinn with his butterbeer bottle at his mouth. Why? Harry asked. You know, you sound like Ivy. Oh, how? Quinn asked, curious. Ivy asked the same thing, said Harry. I asked what? Both boys turned to the voice and saw Ivy standing there gazing at them. She was dressed in a stunning red dress with a little plate of food in her hands. Oh, this and that, said Harry. Talking about Sirius bachelor pad. Boys, said Ivy, somehow imitating the rolling eyes with her tone. So Quinn, I didn't know you were coming here today. She glanced away to where Sirius was standing with a glare, but glad to see you here. I know you don't like parties. Dot? That I don't, said Quinn, looking at the people in the party. He didn't know 90% of people here, and even those he knew, he could only bear to talk to a few of them. So New Year, huh? Any special things both of you want to do this year? Quinn looked at both of them and noticed the slight change of expressions on both of their faces, more on Harry's face than Ivy's. He wondered what they were thinking. He could guess he knew what they were thinking. Before the winter break, Quinn had noticed that Harry's interaction had finally gone way beyond what it was already was. The headmaster had finally started to reveal things to Harry, and he could tell from Harry's behavior, which Quinn had been observing, that this version of Harry Potter was feeling the pressure. The malleable martyr isn't here after all, he thought. The upbringing was different. This Harry Potter was able to think about himself, and while Quinn didn't know what exactly he was thinking, from the rolling waves of emotions, he could feel the muddle of contradicting emotions whenever Quinn peeked into Harry's mind. Duty, pressure, reluctance, willingness, fear, courage. It's quite ironic, isn't it? Quinn thought to himself. He had felt the same emotions from Draco Malfoy this year. Quinn glanced at the girl twins. He had tried not to peek at her emotions whenever he was near her this year. He had tried, and the feelings that he had felt weren't something he wanted to witness. They just brought out memories that pinged guilt inside of him. And that was just before he had been plagued with the sin curse. After that, it didn't matter if he peeked or not. Anytime he was near her, his own voice would tempt him in whispers. The voices rose to strengthen to the levels of greed and pride, the two voices that bothered him the most. Greed and pride. Both of those voices were strong because they aligned with his untainted thought the most. He felt greed for knowledge frequently, and with greed in the back of his mind, every time he would as much as pick up a book, it would rear its ugly head and constantly whisper, "Learning is easy, but attaining more magic is difficult. If I let the curse take over, I would not only gain a singular focus towards knowledge. I mean, come on, I have picked up distractions. But I would also gain so much power." It was just like the last time. Quinn knew what it felt like, making it more challenging to avoid. Then came pride. He didn't know why, but every time he saw anyone doing anything remotely interesting, a twisted sense of pride would come up, and he would start comparing himself to them. He hated that feeling so much. Look at all these people, trying so hard to impress people, yet their contributions amount to nothing. Ah, the kids, they don't know the magnanimity of the outside world. Huh? Trying to impress the teachers. Kids do stupid shit and think it's cool, so pitiful? It wasn't like him, yet it felt so natural. Quinn broke out of his thoughts and looked at the Potter twins. "My apologies. I was thinking about what I wanted to do this year," Quinn said. "And?" asked Ivy. "Well, there's still something I have to do at Hogwarts before I leave once and for all," said Quinn, thinking of a couple things he had going. One of them was literally ticking in the back of his mind. "Then I need to finally choose what I'm going to write after Hogwarts, because there are a few things I can do, and believe me, I have no idea which one to choose," he continued. There was an apprenticeship with Alan, but that would mean that he would be tied up until his master was satisfied with his progress, which Quinn was sure would happen with the way the old man was. Then there was the option of not committing himself to a formal apprenticeship and pursuing whatever he wanted on his own, which itself was a problem, as then he would have to choose what he wanted to concentrate on. Doing tons of things at the same time wasn't going to work at a higher level. A couple of things, sure, he could handle it, but not everything like he was doing right now. He would have to stick to a couple fields for a year or two before and progress before switching. "Well, whatever I do," said Quinn, shrugging, "I am going to drag Eddie and Marcus along with me to a grand trip for a month. It will be crazy, yeah." Leah had done so after her Beauxbatons day, took a trip with her friends. Quinn wanted to do the same with his. "Where will you go?" asked Harry. "No clue," said Quinn. "I'm guessing that I would put a bunch of destination names in a bowl, make someone pick one, and then get a portkaya there. The best part? We don't know the place until we get there. I mean, just imagine the thrill of dropping into one place without knowing if we would even know the language. It would be so fun." "That," Harry started, "sounds terrible." "Really?" Ivy looked at her brother in surprise, making him look at her surprise. "I mean, a trip without planning. While I wouldn't want to do it every time, doing it once sounds exciting." Quinn pointed at Ivy. "Harry, I know you have listened to it from Eddie a lot, but I have to say, Girl Potter is the better Potter. I mean, was that ever a point of doubt?" Ivy said, crossing her arms. "Oh, shut it," said Harry. Quinn leaned back on the bar counter and raised his glass to take a sip as he watched the twins bicker with each other. For the last day of the year, this is half decent, he thought. And it would have been perfect if not for the voice in the back of his mind. At novel bin at. Soon after, Quinn thought he had spent enough time at the party, so he went to Sirius and said his goodbyes to the host and left with much time remaining to midnight. Outside the steps of number 12, Grimmauld Place, he reached into his suit coat, pulled out the chain with the Horcrux hanging on it. He stared at it for long in silence with unblinking half-lidded eyes. "I'm tired," he thought. There was another thing he wanted to do this year, and that was to finish this so that he could move on. Under the dictatorship of Madame Irma Pants, silence reigned supreme in the Hogwarts library. In one of those silent corners, 3 seventh-year Ravenclaws sat together on a table with books, parchment, paper, ink, quills, and fountain pen on the table. Eddie's quill scribbled on the parchment rapidly, transferring the words from his brain to the parchment. At the end of a sentence, he placed a period and pressed the nib hard into the parchment. He watched as the point of ink grew into a blot before taking the nib off and pumping his left hand beside himself. He breathed out as he stared at the lengthy roll of parchment unrolled on the table with the other end flowing off the other end. He looked around before withdrawing his wand. The tip of the blackthorn wand was placed on the parchment, and the next second, the parchment roll split into multiple page-sized sections. He summoned the pages to himself, straightened them out with another swish, marked them with page numbers, and bound them from the top breadth side to make a flippable thin assignment notebook. He looked at the assignment, nodded in satisfaction, and flicked it on the table. He leaned, half-slumped, into the chair and gazed at his friends. Marcus was busying himself with an assignment. Eddie squinted and saw numbers and recognized arithmancy formulas. He turned to his other friend, and his brows quirked up when he saw empty hands, twiddling thumbs, and a closed book sitting inches away from the hands. Eddie observed Quinn and watched as his eyes followed people walking past their table, the flickering flames of the candles, and for some reason, a lot of squinting at the spines of the books on the shelves at a distance opposite Quinn. Eddie glanced down at Quinn's hands, and the fingers had joined the thumbs in their nervous activity. Eddie raised his wand and spun out a magic. That got Quinn's attention, and his eyes shifted from the books to Eddie with a question in his eyes. "I'm done with my assignment," said Eddie. "Oh, well done," said Quinn. Eddie once again looked at Quinn's hand, and now they were flat, palm side down on the table with the fingers silently drumming against the wood. "I'm done," Eddie said again, "so I will listen to you. What's bothering you?" "What do you mean?" Quinn furrowed his brows, wondering where did that come from. "There's nothing bothering me." "I don't buy it," said Eddie, pointing at Quinn's hands. "You don't play with your hands if not for doing the muggle magic tricks, and I can see no cards, coins, or any other weird shit. Ergo, something's bothering you. Clearly, something's bothering you. So, be a dear and tell Big Daddy what's wrong." "Like I said, nothing's bothering me," said Quinn, waving Eddie off. "I am just relaxing. It's one of the things I want to do more this year. You know, a New Year's resolution. I am starting strong." "He doesn't know what to do," said Marcus without looking up from his parchment. "Usually this time, he's in his office, doing stuff, but now that's out of his routine. This guy doesn't know what to do at this part of the day." Quinn turned to Marcus. "What are you, my psychiatrist?" "What's a psychiatrist?" asked Marcus. He scrunched his nose as he stared at his parchment. "Ah crap, I wrote down psychiatrist." Quinn sighed. His exit from aid was turning out to be more difficult than he thought. He had no idea what to do during the 1 to 2 hours of the evening as they were usually scheduled for aid, and the sudden absence had thrown a temporary hole in his day, and it was a bit restless for him. "Then what do you do at this time when you're at home?" said Eddie. "Just do that while you get used to it. By this time, I'm either sitting with Ms. Rosie or down at the Muggle world wandering around." "Can't do any of those here," said Quinn. He could sneak out of Hogwarts and then apparate home, but that would get him a scolding. "Wanna go play Quidditch?" asked Eddie. "I can put you with the little ones, and you can mess with them. Or you can go round the castle and dish out detentions." "Yeah, I would do that if I was you." "Maybe I should go around the castle," said Quinn, making Marcus finally look up from his assignment. "You're going to give out detentions?" Marcus asked. "Huh? No, not that," said Quinn, getting up from his chair. "A little walk would be good for me to clear my mind." At novel bin at. January, the peak of winter, was cold, making the hallways lonely. Quinn walked through the hallways, wondering what he should do. There were apparent options like reading about magic, practicing magic in Roar, workout in Roar. Then there was the most obvious option of working out a solution for the sin curse trying to infect his soul. He could feel the pendant's metal against his skin ever since fashioning it. He had yet to remove it from his around his neck. But he was already putting a big chunk of his time into solving the curse and thought putting in more would be more detrimental. Why not just let it slip? Maybe the lack of ego will reveal something. "I did accomplish a whole lot the last time around. All of this such a bother." Sigh. "Even though there's such an easy way to end it?" Quinn groaned, with sloth drawling in his mind. He had raised his hands to cover his face and rubbed his eyes when Quinn felt someone crash into his body, followed by a thump. Before he could open his eyes, he heard an oof, and the sound of someone falling to the floor. "Hey, you worthless piece." Quinn opened his eyes and saw Draco on the floor, looking up at him. The Slytherin's expression went from hot anger to a screeching silence. "Malfoy," Quinn said in greeting. Draco hurriedly got up from the floor and dusted his clothes without looking at Quinn. Immediately after, he turned and started walking the other way. "Malfoy," called Quinn, "are you going to ignore my greeting, especially when you walked into me so rudely?" "Little shit. He fucking dares to ignore me? I should curse him off his magic, that would teach him. I want to see how he would react when I turn him into a non-magical he despises." "I can see the headline Malfoy heir, squib." Draco stopped, and Quinn could see his fists clenching before facing him. "Sorry about that, I wasn't looking where I was walking," said Draco, his face twitching. "I again apologize, but I am in a hurry. I will see you around." At once, Draco turned away and took steps faster than before. "Malfoy," Quinn called out again, "did I say you could leave?" Draco came to a halt and turned to him with an irritated face. Quinn noticed that his face was paler than usual, and there were even faint bags beneath his eyes. "What do you want?" he asked, seemingly trying to keep his voice in check. "Take a walk with me," said Quinn. Draco's frown deepened as he looked at Quinn. "Huh? Why? Didn't I say I was busy? "Because I am saying so," said Quinn, cutting off Draco. "You will give me company, Malfoy. Now be sensible, and do as I am asking you." Draco was about to shout in protest, but his jaw set when he saw Quinn's expression. He couldn't see a smile on his face or even a relaxed expression. The expression screamed that Quinn wasn't going to take no for an answer. It wasn't a request. It was an order. Draco stared at Quinn, who had already turned and started walking. He gritted his teeth and followed after, falling in step with him. The two walked in the hallways among the portraits, who were still coming off their holiday spirit. Draco kept his head down to hide his expression and walked with Quinn in silence. He waited for Quinn to start the conversation. He waited, but Quinn stayed silent. What do you want? Draco asked, his speech fast and irritated. You don't look good, Malfoy, said Quinn, again cutting Draco off. You have done a decent job of hiding it, but I can see it. He looked at Draco. You're not getting much sleep. Or maybe you're not able to sleep. Draco's eyes widened as he stopped himself from breathing faster. I have been busy, he said. Assignments and all. All professors, out nowhere, are suddenly assigning them, telling us that we're new students now. I have been staying up late to complete them, that's all. I see, Quinn hummed. Draco suddenly felt his mouth dry up, and he could feel a sweat trickle down his temple. His hand closed on his side, and his finger twitched, slowly going inside his robe to his side where his holster sat. But when Draco looked at Quinn, he saw Quinn staring at him. He immediately pulled his hand away. So, Malfoy, how are things going at home? Asked Quinn. Your father must be happy with the Dark Lord back up and running. My father was imperised. He was cleared by Wizengamot, said Draco the very next second. I never said anything about your father being a Death Eater, though, said Quinn with a smile when he saw Draco jolt. He had been hasty in his answer. Even without that, I'm sure he's happy that the Dark Lord is back. I'm sure the Dark Lord is going to pick up where he left. I wouldn't know about that. Draco reached to his collar and loosened his tie slightly as his eyes darted around the hallway. It sounds like you don't keep in touch with what's going on with the Dark Lord and his Death Eaters, asked Quinn. No, I don't, said Draco. I have an opinion on Dark Lord's return. Oh, really, said Quinn. From what I saw and heard in the prefect's compartment back at the start of the new session, you sounded mighty happy with the Dark Lord coming back, laughing about how the Dark Lord's going to kill Potter. That. It sure sounded like you were in support of the Dark Lord, Malfoy, said Quinn, pressing. Am I right, Malfoy? And no, as I said, I don't care about the Dark Lord. Well, you should. It's sort of a big deal. A megalomaniac mass murder with devoted followers who will follow his every command is out in the open, so I think you should be somewhat concerned. What if he comes after your family? Quinn stopped walking when he saw that Draco was no longer beside him and turned to see him standing a few steps away, his head down. Quinn clenched his hands tight. He closed his eyes for a moment before walking to Draco. He took out a royal blue card with gold lettering. Here, have this, he said to Draco, handing him the card when he looked up. What is this? Draco asked weakly. The card wasn't an aid card that Quinn handed out to everyone. This is my personal card, Malfoy. It has my personal WMFID on it, said Quinn, staring at Draco. If you ever need my help, reach out to me. He patted Draco's shoulder and ignored the flinch. Now, I'm sure you were busy before I asked for this walk, so I will let you return to whatever you were doing. Draco looked at Quinn for a second before immediately turning away to walk away with the card in hand. Malfoy, Quinn called out. Draco once again came to a halting stop. He choppily turned to face Quinn. I can help you so much, Malfoy, said Quinn, so, whatever you do, don't screw it up too much. There were no words exchanged, and the two men parted for their own ways. Quinn turned the corner, raised his hand, and slammed it sideways hard into the wall. Shit. Quinn opened his eyes and stared at the painting of a deer nibbling on lush green grass with stretches of green land in the backdrop. The deer seemed to notice his gaze. It looked up at it with its doe eyes, staring at him as he gazed at it. The deer dipped its head again to nibble at the grass with its eyes still at Quinn, who cracked his neck. That seemed to scare the deer as it ran away deeper into the painting, eventually taking a turn and disappearing into the frame. Quinn chuckled. The painting was one of his creations, the only magical painting he had placed in his personal dwellings, dorm, aide office, bedroom at the West Manor, and the head boy suite. He had made it one Sunday as a way to spend his afternoon, and ever since fateful day years ago, the nibbling deer would run away when he would make any movements. He took a deep breath and looked down. He was sitting down on his bed, had no shirt on, and could feel the dampness on his skin. He stared at his hands, resting on his crossed legs, and there sat the resurrection stone floating in the space between two hands. The only root of the stone's origins was found in the fable of the tale of the three brothers. There were once three brothers who were traveling along with a lonely, the winding road at twilight. In time, the brothers reached a river too deep to wade through and too dangerous to swim across. However, these brothers were learned in the magical arts, and so they simply waved their wands and made a bridge appear across the treacherous water. They were halfway across it when they found their path blocked by a hooded figure. 'Twas Death itself. And Death spoke them. He was angry that he had been cheated out of 3 new victims, for travelers usually drowned in the river. But Death was cunning. He pretended to congratulate the 3 brothers upon their magic and said that each had earned a prize for being clever enough to evade him. So the oldest brother, who was a combative man, asked for a wand more powerful than any in existence, a wand that must always win duels for its owner, a wand worthy of a wizard who had conquered death. So Death crossed to an elder tree on the banks of the river, fashioned a wand from a branch that hung there, and gave it to the oldest brother. And so was born the Death Stick, the elder wand, the strongest wand known to humanity. Then the second brother, who was an arrogant man, decided that he wanted to humiliate Death still further and asked for the power to recall others from death. So Death picked up a stone from the riverbank and gave it to the second brother and told him that the stone would have the power to bring back the dead. So came into existence the soul conduit, the resurrection stone, an artifact capable of channeling souls back to the mortal plane. And then Death asked the third and youngest brother what he would like. The youngest brother was the humblest and also the wisest of the brothers, and he did not trust death. So he asked for something that would enable him to go forth from that place without being followed by death. And Death, most unwillingly, handed over his own cloak of invisibility. Then Death stood aside and allowed the three brothers to continue on their way, and they did so, talking with wonder of the adventure they had, and admiring Death's gifts. In due course, the brothers separated, each for his own destination. The first brother traveled on for a week or more, and reaching a distant village, sought out a fellow wizard with whom he had a quarrel. Naturally, with the elder wand as his weapon, he could not fail to win the duel that followed. Leaving his enemy dead upon the floor, the oldest brother proceeded to an inn, where he boasted loudly of the powerful wand he had snatched from Death himself, and of how it made him invincible. That very night, another wizard crept upon the oldest brother as he lay, wine-sodden, upon his bed. The thief took the wand and, for good measure, slit the oldest brother's throat. And so Death took the first brother for his own. Meanwhile, the second brother journeyed to his own home, where he lived alone. Here he took out the stone that had the power to recall the dead, and turned it thrice in his hand. To his amazement and his delight, the figure of the girl he had once hoped to marry, before her untimely death, appeared at once before him. Yet she was sad and cold, separated from him as by a veil. Though she had returned to the mortal world, she did not truly belong there and suffered. Finally, the second brother, driven mad with hopeless longing, killed himself so as truly to join her. And so Death took the second brother for his own. But though Death searched for the third brother for many years, he could never find him. It was only when he had attained a great age that the youngest brother finally took off the cloak of invisibility and gave it to his son. And then he greeted Death as an old friend and went with him gladly, and, equals, they departed this life. Quinn had the wording memorized by heart. He believed the fable to be what it was, a fairy tale for children, crafted to be told to children to make them sleep at night, scaring them to be up at night. But where there was smoke, there was a fire. If the fable was the smoke, then the existence of the three Death Hallows was the fire, a blazing hot fire. The existence of the Elder Wand, Resurrection Stone, and the Cloak of Invisibility gave the fable a very real origin. Moreover, the Peveril brothers were real and had legacies living through the ages to this very day. Antioch Peveril, the eldest of the three Peveril brothers, the owner of the Elder Wand, had died and had left no children to succeed him. But his brothers, Cadmus, the second brother, and Ignotus, the third brother, did leave children behind, who had children of their own, so on and so on. Cadmus Peveril, the owner of the Resurrection Stone, left behind his legacy in the form of Gaunts. The Gaunts, through their daughter, Maripe Gaunt, brought to life Tom Marvalo Riddle, popularly known as Dark Lord Voldemort. Ignotus Peveril, the owner of the Cloak of Invisibility, left behind his legacy in the form of the long-living family of Potters, with the latest installment in the form of the twins, Harry and Ivy Potter. As such, Quinn had come to believe that the three Deathly Hallows were creations of the three exceptionally magically talented Peveril brothers. He believed that Antioch was a wand maker, crafting the world's most potent wand-type magical focus. Ignotus, Quinn, believed, was the least talented of the brotherly bunch and created which, in Quinn's eye, was a spectacular piece of magic. It was challenging to craft artifacts that lasted 1 or 2 decades, much less centuries, and in the case of Cloak of Invisibility, more than a millennium, which was even more impressive as Cloaks of Invisibilities were always working their magic of invisibility, making the wear and tear much worse than artifacts, who didn't see continuous use. And finally, there was Cadmus, who Quinn believed was the most magically inclined. The man had worked with soul magic and had created an artifact that could call upon the souls of the dead. But the Resurrection Stone was strange. Cadmus had taken his life, driven into insanity. Quinn didn't know the exact reason behind the insanity. It could be because of a mental imbalance from having his wife so close to him, yet out of his reach, suffering by being in the mortal world, or it could have been that Cadmus was drawn insane from the use of the Resurrection Stone that accomplished something not natural. Maybe there was a price for summoning the soul of dead. For why Cadmus, who loved his wife, would keep her in the mortal world even though he could see her suffering? Quinn didn't know if this had actually happened or if it was just part of the fable, but he couldn't take the risk, especially not with the sin curse's grip around his soul. So he had withheld from summoning a soul and only had studied the magic that had been cast on it, feeling it through his soul, understanding its intricacies, figuring out the fundamentals behind what made the Resurrection Stone. It was, "Man, this is tough," he said. The Resurrection Stone was a complex artifact. From the time he had obtained it to when he had arrived at Hogwarts, he hadn't been able to sense any openings that would tell him how it was made. Only that thing he could feel was that a bit of magic and some imagination of the dead person would summon the soul. It was only after hours on end, day after day of strenuous work with the stone, that he was finally able to sense something of use. His reaction? Souls are interesting things. And yet it was so intricate that every step he made needed to be taken with precaution. Every time he implemented something he learned, he had to question his decision to the point of paranoia. His soul had gotten stronger than before. It wasn't much, but he could feel that his connection to magic had improved. It felt more smidge reactive to his wishes. However, to this day, he had no idea how to get rid of the curse, but that didn't mean he had no progress. "Of course, I am the best?" Quinn smiled. He had found a way to snuff the voice out. After the Draco Malfoy incident, he had started to put his time into the Resurrection Stone and figuring out soul magic, which had frighteningly low magic books he could only get his hands on too. and he had tons of books on every subject. The 2 books he had weren't that useful and were full of vague stuff, spiritual bullshit, and religious jargon, trying to get him to adopt their ways. The only option he had left was to pioneer his way into soul magic, and the resurrection stone was a valuable yet potentially risky asset. Quinn cupped his hands, and the cold resurrection stone fell into his hands. He took the deathly hallow pendant piece in one hand and touched the stone to the pendant for it to disappear. He got up from his bed, and the sheen of sweat over his body vanished like a puddle of water under the summer sun. Soul magic, for some reason, was tough on the body. He felt tired. Well, Uglymore turned progressively ugly when he messed with his soul, he chuckled. At it novel bin at. He must know a lot about soul magic. I wonder if I let the curs? Quinn pulled a black shirt from the hanger and buttoned himself up. I'm hungry yet, yeah, I know, hungry, gluttony shush. Quinn snapped his finger, and the voices quieted down. He looked at the clock, it was almost dinner time soon, so there was no need to go poaching in the kitchen. I wonder what Marcus has in his stash, he muttered and was about to leave when something caught his eyes. Is that a man? He moved to the nibbling deer portrait, and his doubtful surprise turned into a smile when he carefully observed the painting. Oh my, got bored with the grass, huh? It wasn't a man, but the deer standing on its hind legs with his forelegs on the trunk of a small tree reaching for a low-hanging lush red apple, trying to crunch on it with its exposed bite. You got it, come on, get the apple, said Quinn in anticipation. It's quite tasty, so don't give up. The deer jumped and successfully snatched the apple. Yes? Well, done. Quinn clapped once, ecstatic. Now, enjoy the fruit of your labor and indulge in something of the next level. He watched with a grin as the deer hungrily chomped down the apple in 2 bites. Oh boy, now, I'm getting hungrier. He turned, picked up his outer robe, and walked out of the room. The deer's eyes turned to gaze outside the frame before it looked away and went prancing across the painted lands. Quinn came out of a hallway and patted his robes for clouds of dust to puff up around him. He sighed as he waved his hand over himself, and immediately all the dust vanished, leaving his clothes cleaner. He looked to left and right. As he had seen in recon, the hallways were empty. Quinn began his walk towards the headboy suite. He seriously wanted to hop under a shower. Heavy-duty work, even with magic, was tiring to do when one kept at it for a long time. He stepped onto one of the secret internal passages built within the castle's walls and stepped out onto the 4th floor. There were dozens of them throughout the castle and regularly used by Quinn to traverse through the castle. Ah, Mr. West, said a voice behind Quinn's back. Fancy seeing you here. Ah, my hot shower? Quinn cracked his neck and turned to face the headmaster sporting his glorious white beard and long flowing beard, his crystal blue eyes peering at him through the half-moon glasses that hung of the bridge of his long nose. Professor Dumbledore, said Quinn as Dumbledore walked his way to him. This is the 4th floor, and I live in the headboy suite, so I should be the one to say fancy seeing you here. I have been known to take a walk or two clear my mind. Mr. West, Dumbledore joined Quinn as they slowly began walking in the hallways. And, I'm sure you have all would understand that the hallways of Hogwarts work wonders when one wants to clear their minds. Quinn laughed. I'm not sure what you mean, Professor. Oh, I'm sure you can confess to it now that you're the headboy in the final year, chuckled Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling in a playful light. I'm sure you have your own big enough share of late night, after curfew, strolls. Who knows, Professor, maybe I did, or maybe I didn't, Quinn shrugged with a smile. And if I did, you know what they say, a secret is strongest when only known to one person. Who says that? I, for one, think it's a fantastic saying, so at least one person says it. Quinn pointed at himself. That means you have secrets, do you, Mr. West? Asked Dumbledore. Who doesn't have secrets, Headmaster? Said Quinn. Everyone has a little or two secrets, sitting here and there. He heard no reply from Dumbledore, and for a second, the conversation died down into silence. Both of them had secrets of their own, a more than fair share of secrets. So, you're out here on a walk to clear your mind, Quinn said to Dumbledore. Tell me, Professor, what are you trying to clear your head off? It was a casual question asked in a casual tone to continue the casual conversation between the headmaster and headboy as they walked. However, the intention behind it was anything but casual, and while the conversation proceeded casually, what lingered between the lines was anything but casual. The current times have been tough, Dumbledore hummed. The Dark Lord and his Death Eaters have been quite active with their work. Ah, you mean the break-in, assaults, and building decimations, Quinn said with a lit light bulb expression. There had been many all sorts of criminal activities around the country, magical and non-magical kind both. However, the curious thing was that all of those various activities followed the same modus operandi as a particular Dark Lord following group of loyal blood supremacists, but all of them lacked one important defining part. They lacked the dark mark from the spell Morsmordre. The Death Eaters, in the war, were regularly known to release the Morsmordre dark mark into the air above their victims' sight, burning buildings, murders, ravaged businesses, beaten opposers, whatever heinous crime the Death Eaters did, they would leave behind the dark mark. But this time around, there was nothing of that. Dumbledore glanced at Quinn. His expression didn't have surprise on it. You believe the things that have been happening are Death Eaters' fault. The media was divided into two. One side believed that what was happening was indeed Death Eaters' doing. But the other side believed that those blaming it on Death Eaters were trying to sow the seeds of chaos in the minds of the people. Of course, it's quite clear, isn't it? Quinn said. While the absence of the dark marks is there, but everything else is Death Eater-esque. Yes, they have done a good job of hiding their operations, and yes, I believe this is an attempt to throw the public into chaos. But the ones causing chaos aren't the ones blaming the accidents and events on the Death Eaters. It's the Death Eaters themselves who are actively aiming to throw people into turmoil. It's quite clear that Death Eaters are manipulating the media to plant doubt in the minds of people, make them think if the Dark Lord is back or not. Yes, even though the Dark Lord had shown himself in the Ministry, the only ones who had seen him were Dumbledore and select Ministry employees. The number of people who had seen the Dark Lord was worryingly low, and it didn't help that Fudge's effort to deny the return had done damage, which again did more damage when he in his last days as the minister went around saying yes, you know who is back. The people don't know who to believe, continued Quinn. The Ministry, which had been adamant about refusing the Dark Lord's return now, the same Ministry was actively propagating that his return is indeed true. And from what I have read, in the war, the Dark Lord went out on the raids and assaults, with his lackeys, quite a few times, but now he's nowhere to be seen, so the people who had gone through the war, those who fear him, dread his actions, are now confused, wondering why the all-powerful Dark Lord would hide himself. The Dark Lord's action had been quite clever in Quinn's eyes. After his murder attempt at Amelia Bones, he had grounded himself, shielded away from every peering eye. The Death Eaters, which had acted semi-openly before, were now working entirely in stealth. They left behind no marks that would the blame at them, and barely any witnesses were found. This course of action only further confused the public. For why, the Dark Lord, who had been so close to killing the soon-to-be minister, then head of DMLE, would suddenly go into hiding. The Dark Lord had shown his might and had reached the throat of the person who had access to all the Aurors and hit wizards, so then why all of this sneaking behind? It wasn't the Dark Lord's style. The public were all the people. The public were the Aurors, street-side stall owners, solicitors, salaried workers, ministry employees, construction workers, the rich and the poor, the young and the old. Everyone had doubts in their minds. Was the Dark Lord alive, or was he dead? Who was telling the truth, and who was threading a web of lies? What were the facts, and what was hogwash? The Dark Lord had launched a perfect scheme. There isn't any photo evidence of Death Eaters, said Quinn before he chuckled. That made Dumbledore tilt his head. What is it? He asked. The failed assault on the Floor Authority head Weston's home, said Quinn. That plan was brilliantly planned, even if it did fail. Dumbledore didn't need to ask. He instantly understood exactly why Quinn had said do. You mean because of the trials? Yes, the trials, said Quinn, snapping his fingers. Augustus Rookwood and Rivers Locke fled from the scene, escaping the Aurors. But they left behind their companions. He looked at Dumbledore, all of them dressed in Death Eater attire. Alas. Dumbledore sighed. Alas, they were all previous Novellus Oxionite members. Yes, they were Novellus Oxionite members, young people who didn't have the dark mark on their forearms, and Rivers Locke was there. Quinn smiled deeply. The narrative that came out of it, I wasn't expecting. A lot of people ended up believing that the escaped Death Eaters from the Azkaban breakout assimilated and led the Novellus Oxionites. They took in the new blood and infused it into the time-ravaged Death Eater organization. And that they did it alone, that it was the escapees who were trying to use the dead Dark Lord's image to build themselves. Dumbledore breathed a weary sigh. The Dark Lord has many affluent people under his command, those who have their reaches in high places of society. They are pulling their strings from the shadows, setting people's minds into disarray. But not all is bad. Dumbledore smiled beneath his beard as well, his eyes at Quinn. Your family's Aegis warding business is spreading through homes and businesses as a fiend fire, especially homes of Muggleborn. I have heard from Ms. Granger that a lot of Muggleborns have been employing your services and that it has thwarted a number of attacks, saved more lives. Fiend fire, Professor, really, chuckled Quinn. That's not a positive connotation, now is it? But I like it. Fiend fire does sound apt. Aegis had been going quite well. It's cheaper than Goblin's ward. Prices had attracted people, and the customer service had converted them into paying customers. The non-magical customers loved because the representatives understood them and didn't come from a society so cut off from them, while the magical customers had started buying their services because of the collaboration with DMLE. However, I'm impressed by another business that I have been hearing about recently, said Dumbledore. I don't know if you have heard of it, but it's known as the Labyrinth. Quinn didn't show any unusual reaction to the name. He kept himself calm and looked up at Dumbledore. I have indeed heard about it, sir. Quite fascinating, I must say. Passages that would help one escape to a random place in the country far away from their assaulters. Yes, it's fascinating. It's clearly a take on the vanishing cabinets of old, and the Dumbledore nodded in agreement. However, I'm curious on who is behind Labyrinth. Their way of operation is intriguing. They send letters to people's doors and through your family's Magi fax. I have read a version of those letters. They simply state their services, to the point and bluntly. And when you pay, they send you the door, which opens up to a deserted place somewhere in the country. That made the people spread the news through word of mouth, Quinn continued from Dumbledore. Soon, the letters changed, and people could order for other people, and then it doesn't matter if you have the letter or not, people pay and get their door. There wasn't a single person associated with Labyrinth. No one knew where the letters came from or who dropped off the doors. Only instructions on how to install and customize the door in their homes. When it was done, the doors worked, and people had a way to escape. Who do you think is behind Labyrinth, Mr. West? Asked Dumbledore. I don't know, Professor, said Quinn as they reached the head boy's suite. Whoever it is clearly doesn't want to be known. I don't know if that's a good thing or not, but currently, from what I have seen the labyrinth do, I can only say that they're doing one heck of a job. Now, Professor, I would like to take my leave. I enjoyed this little talk of ours, he said. Of course, Mr. West, said Dumbledore and gestured for Quinn to enter his room. I too enjoyed this talk of ours, he beamed. It did clear my mind of something. Do you mean the Horcruxes, thought Quinn. Because I'm way ahead of you on that? Oh boy, that synced in so smooth. Quinn shivered a little internally. Glad I could be helpful, smiled Quinn. The two players on the field parted without revealing their intentions to each other. His talk with Dumbledore made Quinn feel a sense of urgency. The Dark Lord was spreading his web of lies and deception through the countries, and it made Quinn think that it would be wise to secure another piece of the Dark Lord. He finished dinner, hung out with his friends, returned to his room, and after loading his pockets with the necessary equipment, he threw himself out of the Headboy Suite's portrait door and walked to the 7th floor under the careful guise of an invisibility spell. His feet came to a halt beside the tapestry of dancing trolls, closed his eyes, and began to walk. I need a room full of hidden things. I need a room full of hidden things. I need a room full of hidden things. 3 times he walked up and down in front of the stretch of the blank wall. When he opened his eyes, there it was at last, the door to the room of requirement, though these doors were different from the usual ones. Quinn wrenched the heavy doors, walked himself inside, and shut the doors behind him shut, leaving the blank wall to stare at the silent hallway. He sighed. It had been a while since he had arrived in the room. He had only come into this room a handful number of times, mostly for salvaging broken / out of order things and using them inside his office and workshop after refurbishing or transforming them, and even then, he could not help but be overawed by what he was looking at. He was standing in a room the size of a large cathedral, whose high windows were sending shafts of light down upon what looked like a city with towering walls, built of what Quinn knew were objects hidden by generations of Hogwarts inhabitants. There were alleyways and roads bordered by teetering piles of broken and damaged furniture, stowed away, perhaps, to hide the evidence of mishandled magic, or else hidden by castle-proud house elves. There were thousands and thousands of books, no doubt banned, graffitied, or stolen. There were winged catapults and fanged frisbees, some still with enough life in them to hover half-heartedly over the mountains of other forbidden items. There were chipped bottles of congealed potions, hats, jewels, cloaks. There were what looked like dragon eggshells, corked bottles whose contents still shimmered evilly, several rusting swords, and a heavy, blood-stained axe. Quinn calmly walked forward into one of the many alleyways between all this hidden treasure. He turned right past an enormous stuffed troll, ran on a short way, and came to a stop at the broken vanishing cabinet. And he could see that it was being worked at. The signs of repair were evident. He stared at the vanishing cabinet for a few moments before he stepped near it while removing the glove off his hand. After a minute, Quinn had the glove back on his hand. He took a left at the broken vanishing cabinet and started his search inside the room of hidden things. The room, as he knew and experienced, was spelled with an anti-oxio spell. If one wanted to find things in the room of hidden things, they have to do it the old-fashioned way, by traversing the mounds of abandoned stuff and hoping to have the eye catch the sight of the item or items in question. He paused beside a large cupboard that seemed to have had acid thrown at its blistered surface. He opened one of the cupboard's creaking doors. It had already been used as a hiding place for something in a cage that had long since died. Its skeleton had 5 legs. It intrigued him for a while before he shut it close and let the bones rest in their resting place. He walked again for a while before he found himself in a place with alleyways on all 4 sides and the mounds looking quite similar to each other. How embarrassing. I got lost, he said to himself, turning his body to look in all directions. Deeper and deeper into the labyrinth he went, looking for objects he recognized from his previous trips into the room. The room was quiet enough for him to hear his own breathing and his footsteps echoing through the towering piles of junk, of bottles, hats, crates, chairs, books, weapons, broomsticks, bats. Quinn joined his hands behind his back, and soon, the heel of his shoes left the ground, followed by the balls of his feet and then his toes. A gentle yet powerful gust of wind raised him into the air as he raised to the ceiling above the mounds, overlooking the garbage skyline. Now, that's more like it. He smiled and continued his traversal search. Just instead of foot, he was now on air. Damn, isn't this tougher? He muttered, shuffling through the stuff on the top of the mound. Previously he was just digging through the lower pile, but now being in the air, he had ended up increasing the area of search by an entire dimension. He paused for a moment, hovering in the air, gazing around at all the clutter. Would he be able to find it amidst all this junk? Was finding it based on luck? Or was there a way to find it using something else? Wait a minute. I can try to use my soul to find it. Quinn folded his feet high in the air. He assumed a lotus position. Now, let's see if this bargain pays off. Beneath the shield pulsing with multicolored veins, sometimes sizzling, the shimmering gold soul thrummed, expanded, and contracted. Upon Quinn's command, a bright light burst out from the soul and reached every corner of the previous pristine white space marred with muddled 7-colored blotches. Outside, Quinn closed his eyes and felt his senses expand like a ripple in the water. He couldn't feel a single thing even though his senses seemed to grow. Everything was dense and dull, seemingly melding into the floor and into each other. But then suddenly, in the dull world, a bright light appeared. Found it. Quinn stared at the bright light, but it wasn't a pleasant brightness. It was muddled in its light, emanating a scent of death. It was completely opposite to his own soul. Suddenly, the corrupt light jumped and attacked Quinn's expanded senses, and in real time, Quinn could see the corruption trying to infect his soul through the expanded senses achieved through the soul. He immediately cut off his senses and the soul in the soul space. Well, it's a Horcrux, after all, Quinn said after opening his eyes. He flew down to the floor and landed in front of a mound that looked exactly like the dozens of others of its kind. Sticking out the pile was a bust. Seizing the chipped bust of an ugly old warlock from on top of a nearby crate, he stood it on top of a wooden crate. Quinn took a deep breath. There is it, damn, I knew it would be like that. A wrinkle and scrunched up nose marred his face. On the chipped bust perched a dusty old wig and a tarnished tiara on the statue's head, making it look more distinctive. The tiara, or to be more precisely, it was a diadem. It was Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem. The Founder's artifact was chosen by the Dark Lord to make it the vessel for his soul fragment. The soul fragment tarnished it. Quinn raised his hand with a painful frown but stopped himself from touching it. The shines of the blue sapphire jewel seemed to be dull and seemed like they had been burned at the base. The shimmer of precious platinum that was charmed not to rust was muddled with black rust. Why couldn't he take care of the artifacts better or maybe choose something else? He sighed. Well, it doesn't matter, does it? Quinn produced a cuboidal container purely made from cloudy panes of glass. He raised his hand, and the Ravenclaw's diadem gently dislodged from the bust, taking the wig with it. Quinn blew on it, and the dust wig fell off, and the diadem was gently placed into the box. Wearing it for a minute won't hurt, right? Let's try it. Quinn immediately placed the glass lid on the box, and the edges melded with other edges, sealing the glass box shut. Oh, boy, that was close, Quinn breathed a sigh. He didn't know what curse did the Dark Lord had placed on the diadem, but whatever it was, Quinn was sure, it would make him wear it, and who knew if it was anything like the diary, it would take over him, or maybe it would melt his brain, or who knows what kind of horrifying things. And currently, even with him being able to snuff out the sin voices, Quinn wasn't completely free of their control. Every time his own thoughts would flow in the same line as the sin voice, those moments would allow the voices to come out louder and longer than before. Well, that the last I can get my hands on without trouble. Quinn ruffled his hair, his eyes fixed on the floating box. But, I guess, now that this is over, I can focus on myself. His progress with the soul and the sin curse had dwindled down to a halt, and he hadn't made any progress on how to actually expel the curse from his body. I guess I have no other choice. I will need to go home this Easter. Hogwarts students saw 3 breaks in 1 year. After the school year ended, the students would see a summer break of 2 months, the longest break of the year. Then when people returned to school, the next vacation was during the Christmas season and lasted till after the New Year. And then the third break was the Easter break of 2 weeks, and the dates differed every year. He never returned home on Easter, but there was nothing more he was able to do in Hogwarts. He needed external stimulus to kick his brain cells into action and made some progress. I would need to make some calls, said Quinn. He looked at the box with diadem and sighed. I need to take care of this before that. He knocked on the glass. Come on, buddy, let's get you settled in. The third hunt had come to an end. Scene break. Time passed, and the Easter break arrived. Quinn was back at home. He knocked on the door and waited for the response. Come in, the voice came, and Quinn entered the study room. Grandfather. George looked up from his book. Yes, Quinn, he asked. Quinn sat down in front of him and started without delay. I'm going to the U of the S of the A in a couple days. Why do you want to go to America, child? Asked George, flipping a page. I have some work that I want to take care of in New York, said Quinn. What work? George asked, quirking a brow. There's this bookstore there with a book that I really want. We can have it delivered to our home. There's no need to travel. I know that, grandfather, but I came home this time, so I could go there, reasoned Quinn. The book's a great deal and I want to do some sightseeing. George looked up and stared at Quinn intently. Is that all the reason? Well, Quinn chuckled and shrugged. I guess I am going to see how my investment in New York is turning out. I mean, I have to make sure that my tenant is capable of paying rent. 'Twas the time to go to the USA, the United States of America, the land of opportunity to the non-magical world, where any dream could come true, and everyone seems to be pursuing the American dream. But in the magical world, it had a different, peculiar reputation of being controlling and buried in strict mandates that exercised excessive control over its magical residents and those who visited the country. The country's magical culture was shaped through its history that included the horrifying Salem's witch trials and nationwide hunt for magical kind, labeling them as against nature and dangerous, not to be allowed to exist, and executing them through the cruel method of burning them on stakes. 1. The Magical Congress had strict rules regarding magicals entering the country through non-magical means. They had methods of detection on every airport, waterway, and major roadway border for magical detection, and would be interviewed without fail. On the magical side of travel, port keys to enter the country were heavily monitored and required a secure process to procure. If found that one had entered the country through an unauthorized port key, the person would be charged within the country and put in prison, and Magical America's stance on negotiations on such cases was infamous for being unyielding. Business or pleasure? Quinn looked at the man sitting in front of him. The man was a MACUSA official, one employed in the tourism department, supposedly responsible for interviewing those who arrived in the country through a port key. This was a first for Quinn in his recent travels, though the influence of West's, he had obtained port keys directly at his destinations without going through customs. Even when he had traveled to America during the world tour with George, he had never sat in an interview because of his young age. Quinn stared at the man, wondering if his grandfather wanted him to experience this because he for sure knew that with the West's influence, he could dance into the country naked, and no one would question his intentions. Well, at least, he was in a private room and not in a queue. Both, he replied to the official. The official looked up from the documents and furrowed his brows. Both. Would you care to explain? Well, I have business to take care of, asked Quinn. But I am also looking forward to seeing some popular public spaces. I would like to have numerous New York slices. I have heard a lot about pizza here. Do you have any suggestions for me? Where should I go to get the best pizza? Give me the keys to the motherlode, if you know what I mean. I do not, said the official plainly. Quinn shrugged. So much for the hospitality. How long are you here in the country? Asked the official. Less than 2 weeks. Please give me a specific date. What day does your portfolio return back home? Quinn took out a palm-sized square tile from his pocket and placed it on the table between them. I was provided with a custom portfolio that I can use anytime I like to return home. The reason I say I'm here for 2 weeks is that that's the maximum duration I'm personally planning to stay in the country, but if I were to answer with respect the portfolio, I can stay here in the country as long as I want. Such was the power of West's. What? The official picked the portfolio tile off the table and pointed his wand at it while looking at Quinn and suspicion. His expression changed to shock as the spell gave back the result. It's really a custom portfolio. Yes, as I told you earlier, Quinn took his return portfolio back from the official. It would be a while before I can apparate intercontinent, he thought. Cross-country apparition was easy for Quinn, and he could even skip to neighboring countries with no problem, but cross-continent and intercontinent travel of humongous distance was still impossible for him. At novel bin at. It's possible if I let the curse? Where would you be staying? I have a place in Manhattan. That would be my place of residence for my stay here. And by that, Quinn meant there was a West-owned property that was going to use. The official stayed silent as he picked up his quill and wrote on Quinn's form. When he was done, he put down his quill, pushed his chair back, and pressed a button on a golden appliance sitting on a shelf behind him. He turned to Quinn and raised his hand towards. Your wand, please. We need to register it in our records. Quinn thought for a moment, wondered about his choices before he spoke. I don't use a wand. Wait, what? I do not use a wand, said Quinn. He pointed at the pot of ink on the table, and the black liquid rose out and levitated in midair. The American official started at the floating ink before turning to Quinn for a while. You're British, correct? Do you use another form of focus? We also need to record other foci. No, I don't use any form of magical focus, said Quinn. The official's eyes remained fixed on Quinn for a while before he sighed and looked at the form as his hand went to his temple, his fingers rubbing it. There was a minute of silence in the room as the official contemplated, and Quinn sat in front of him with a smile. Are you sure you don't have a wand? Asked the official. That if we check your belongings, we won't find a wand or other form of foci. No, you won't be finding anything in luggage, said Quinn. They wouldn't find anything in his briefcase. It was, after all, charmed to hide the expanded space, and over the years, Quinn had added his own additions to it, making it extra secure. All right, but if we find that you're lying and you're caught with a focus, then you'd be immediately arrested and tried in the court of law here in the country. I'm fine with that, said Quinn. The official nodded, placed his hand on the hefty stamp on the table, and brought it down on the form with catching, leaving behind a green approved mark on the paper. Welcome to the United States of America. Scene break. New York, the city that never slept, the Big Apple, was a fascinating city. For Quinn, who spent most of his year in a big castle with not enough people to occupy it, the most populous city in the entire of America, was too much of people. Standing in Times Square, he felt like he was standing still in the sea of people even though he was walking. The buildings were so tall that he had to crane his neck up to look at the top, and everything was shiny, throwing their billboard lights on him. Quinn, who was now of age, didn't require a chaperone to accompany him on his trips aboard. As such, for the first time on his solo trip, he was alone. George had tried to stick to someone with him for protection, but Quinn had bluntly refused. Man, there sure are many tourists here. Quinn chuckled as he saw myriads of visually notable people who clearly looked like visiting tourists with their fanny packs and backpacks traveling in hordes with their travel guides, pointing their lenses at the sights. Quinn raised his camera, pointed his camera at the Times Square site, and clicked a picture from an angle that was pro-approved as there were a bunch of people with professional gear standing around him, doing their own photography. Hey, what's that camera? One of the professional photographers. Quinn looked at the non-magical person and the Nikon camera in their hands and then looked at the camera in his hand. It was around the same size, similarly black in color, and the design did follow the current template of SLR cameras. But there was one glaring issue with the camera. This is from a company called Quintac, said Quinn with a shameless smile. The man stared at the camera. Man, that's one good-looking screen. Your camera doesn't look like a digital camera. Yes, the SLR cameras lacked screens on their backsides. There were viewfinders through which you could look at your framing, but no screens. A screen in a camera hit the consumer market in the mid-90s in the form of a digital camera, but even then, those screens were just for framing shots and lacked eyeballing exposure or the entire live image package. But Quinn's camera, which worked on magic, had a screen with stellar image quality, showing the frame that the dynamic lens in front was catching. Oh yeah, it's a great screen. It shows a live image, meaning the image on the screen is exactly what will come out when printing. I can even mess with the aperture, shutter, ISO, and all the works right from here and see the results on the big screen. Though this model still needs work on stability, though, he said. The dynamic lens utilized transmutation to change lens type, making it a one-lens camera. See, can I see it for a minute? The man had a hungry look in his eyes, just for a little while, man. Yeah, about that. How about no? Quinn moved his camera holding hand away. Come on, man, just for a minute. Nope, said Quinn and waved snapped his fingers. The man's eyes blurred for a moment before he backed up and walked off to what he was doing before spotting Quinn's camera. Using magic in public in the middle of the Times Square? Man, if Makusa is going to throw me in prison if they caught me, Quinn chuckled. After being happy with his photo collection and sightseeing around Midtown Manhattan, Quinn went around asking New York residents about their favorite pizza places, and his accent and clean and classy appearance worked wonders as he was able to find many good recommendations, which he compiled and went to the most recommended one. I wonder if it's different in Brooklyn. Quinn patted his belly with a toothpick in his mouth. He spat it out, and the pick turned to wood dust before it hit the ground. He looked at the nondescript multi-storied building in Upper Manhattan, and from the outside, it didn't look much except a lot of blacked-out windows, though Quinn noticed that it appropriately matched the buildings in the surrounding. Its front door was closed with a black inner shutter from the inside, and it didn't look like the building was occupied. Quinn looked at the side of the building and saw an alleyway. The alleyway was deserted and surprisingly clean. However, more importantly, he felt the presence of a ward as he stepped inside. So, that's the entrance. There was a side double-doored entrance opening up to the alleyway, though it was chained up with a chunky lock with charms laid every from chain links to door hinges to the lock itself. It made it clear that the occupants didn't want people entering from the doors to the building. Whatever, Quinn waved his hand, and the lock snapped open with the chain slipping down to the floor. The door opened, and Quinn stepped inside. The door immediately closed, and the lock and chain were back up again with the charms recast, just much stronger. The building was abandoned, or it seemed like it. Not a single soul could be seen in the hallways, however, they were spotless with a spot of dust, and because of the blocked windows, the lights were on. And Quinn could tell that the light panels fitted in the ceilings were miles in disguise and that, like every other magical building, this one didn't have any electricity running through it. The building, as Quinn was informed about, was a residential building, and because of its location in a non-magical dense area, the building indeed had actual two-bedroom apartments. However, there wasn't a single non-magical soul in the building, and none of the apartments were occupied by anyone. In actuality, the building wasn't a residential building but a commercial building for the magical population of New York. Besides, every apartment's door was a magical door hidden with charms, and those were the actual rooms of the building, and behind those doors was a business owned by several people who leased the space from the building owner. Quinn arrived at the 9th floor of the building, and he could see a set of apartment doors and a complementary set of hidden doors. Those two sets of doors had something in common, which was that all of them were locked apartment buildings locked with simple locks, while the hidden doors were locked with strong magical charms. Every single hidden door was locked, just like the front door of the building, which Quinn thought was very American because, in Britain, the magical buildings had anti-muggle charms on the front, which did a more than enough job of keeping the non-magical outside, but the front doors were rarely magical shut close with strong magic. Quinn finally reached a hidden door and waved his hand for it to click open, instantly disabling the locking magic on it. He pushed it open and stepped inside. Immediately, he had left the dark hallway and entered a place with a very high-end vibe to it. From the royal red walls and the lush carpet beneath his feet, he could tell that some good work was done in the space. He has done a good job, said Quinn, looking around. Walking deeper into the space and exiting the entrance hall to find himself in a small dining area with tables and chairs stacked to the side, and as he was looking at the painting on the walls, he heard footsteps, and before he could turn to face them, he heard, "Don't move. Who are you? How did you enter? What?" The voice halted when Quinn fully turned. He smiled and greeted the man who owned the restaurant. "Hello, Abraham," said Quinn to the shocked man. Surprise. "Don't move. Who are you? How did you enter? What?" "Hello, Abraham." Surprise. Quinn and Abraham stared at each other as they stood in Abraham's restaurant. Abraham's jaw was slightly ajar as his hand raised, froze with a wand pointed at Quinn. Quinn, what are you doing here?" Abraham asked, seemingly trying to figure out what was happening here. How did you get here? The flu's not lit yet, and you can't apparate in here." Quinn raised his hand to the front and gently lowered it. On Abraham's end, he felt his wand hand being pushed down. "Let's get that wand not pointing, shall we?" said Quinn. "As for answering your question, I didn't come through the flue, nor did I apparate here." He pointed at the corridor that he had used to enter the dining area. "I came through the front door like a normal person, opened it and walked inside. Don't worry though, I locked it after me." "So, how are you, Abraham?" he asked. No, Abraham raised his other hand up, showing Quinn his open palm. "You have to answer me why you're here first." Isn't that obvious? I came here to meet you." "To New York?" "From Herefordshire. It's not that far, It's just over the pond, as they say, and I didn't even take a boat, popped up using a portkaya and took flew to a node in New York, then wandered my way here to the building. Even had a fair share of pizza on my way. Abraham stared at Quinn, his face still showing disbelief. Quinn realized what the man was thinking. It was, after all, very creepy and crazy to pop up at someone's workplace without notifying them, especially when that space was closed off from outside entry. Whatever, I own the place, he thought, ignoring that it wasn't okay, even for the landlord to enter a tenant's place without their permission. I assume Leah doesn't know you're coming here, asked Abraham, sighing. Nope, I didn't tell her. Quinn exchanged Magi facts with Leah every week, and she was clueless about his visit to America and that Quinn was visiting Abraham. If I told her that I was coming here, she would have tried to stop me, or told you I was coming, or be here in person to breath down my neck. I'm taller than her, though. That does sound like her. Abraham once again breathed a long sigh. Then may I ask why you're actually here? I'm in New York for some work, said Quinn, pulling a table and 2 chairs from the corner with a wave of his hand. As for why I'm here specifically, I wanted to see how my lessee was doing. Need to know if you will be able to make rent this month. Wait, what? Lessee, what do you mean? Abraham asked Quinn, who sat down by the table. I own the place, Abraham. You signed a lease to use this space, making me your landlord. What? I didn't know that. Abraham, who had sat down on his chair, immediately stood back up, pushing his chair back. Quinn glanced at the falling chair, and it stopped falling and stood straight up. Of course, you wouldn't know. I wasn't the owner when you leased this place. I only recently acquired it as part of one of my few investments here in America. Did you buy it because I have my restaurant here? Abraham asked. Partially, yes. It was one of the reasons behind why I bought this place. He had bought it from Leah after all. The other reason is the prime real estate this space is. Upper Manhattan, especially a magical building, is just a great investment. I'm impressed that you're doing well enough to pay rent for this place. It's really, really high. Abraham sank back down on the chair, his shoulders slumping. Don't feel down, nothing's going to change, said Quinn, chuckling. I don't have the time or motivation to directly take care of rent and other things here. You'll be interacting with whomever you have been interacting with, and things will remain the same. I don't know what to say, Abraham sighed. I don't know how I should feel about you owning the space for my restaurant. Restaurant? No, my dear Abraham. Quinn raised his finger and waved it around. I own this entire building. Leah had only owned Abraham's building, and she had only sold that to Quinn. But after that, Quinn had gone out of his way to buy the entire building from all the individual owners to obtain the ownership of the entire building. The entire building. Abraham all but yelled. Oh my God, so much rent. Quinn laughed. 80% of the lots in the building were occupied, and Quinn was receiving rent from them every month, and he was sure that in coming times, the management agency handling the building would have it running at its full capacity. So when do you open? Quinn asked. Dinner service starts at 5, said Abraham. Quinn looked at the time, and it was 3. He looked around the restaurant, and it looked deserted. You have employees, right? Where are they? They're out for lunch. I think they're about to return. You don't have a staff meal. We don't do staff lunch usually. My staff likes to go out after prep work and before the dinner service starts. They're about to return. Quinn looked around the restaurant, and Abraham noticed the gaze. Do you have any questions? He asked. Yeah, how many people do you serve here? Quinn asked. I ask this because I'm presuming this is the dining area. The dining area, as far as restaurants were concerned, was small from what Quinn could tell. It was barely big enough to fit 2 to 3 tables. Quinn had been quite a few of them, magical and non-magical, low-end to high-end, street food to fine dining. We serve 15 reservations daily. Abraham glanced around his workplace. Each party can be anywhere from a single patron to a party of 10, and we will prepare accordingly. Quinn nodded, recalling going to numerous restaurants with the model Abraham used. They were high-end and exclusive, aiming to provide the best experience with a very personal touch to the guests. And from what Quinn could put together with the rent and the number of people Abraham served, he could tell that the restaurant was high-end with a niche clientele. Abraham pointed around the small room. This is just one of the 15 rooms in the restaurant. Our guests require privacy, and luckily America is famous for its spatial magic services, so we stretched the space as widely as possible and divided it into these 15 rooms along with our other requirements. Quinn glanced at the wall behind Abraham and sent out a pulse of magic. Ah, it's indeed stretched out with spatial magic, he thought, sensing the magic all around the room. He knew that America was known for its spatial magic. Leah had commissioned the briefcase that she had gifted him from an American craftsman. That briefcase had become home to what could be arguably said to be his entire life. You must see a lot of politicians as patrons, said Quinn. Having a place in New York, especially in Manhattan, does make the guests who run in political circles. Manhattan was the home to the headquarters of the Magical Congress of the United States of America, MACUSA, making it the hub for magical American politicians and big shots who were related to bureaucracy and politics. What do you guys serve? French cuisine, as that was what I was trained in, Abraham said with pride. We, however, don't provide a menu. We provide a set menu that changes regularly as we experiment and learn with our craft. Guests, however, can tell us in advance what they want to eat, and we will prepare it for them. We keep records of all our guests. For example, if you eat here, then we will keep a record of what you ate, and the next time you visit us, we can customize your menu. If you want to eat something from a previous visit, we can provide that, or if you desire to eat something new, we can make sure none of the dishes you ate the last time repeat. We also take feedback from our guests to learn their tastes and preferences to provide a personal experience. The more you visit, the better we would know you, and thus get a better experience than the last time. Quinn stared at Abraham with slightly raised brows, impressed with what he heard. He knew that selling an experience was a good business model, and in his view, Abraham's restaurant was implementing an innovative version of that. Wow, he uttered, clapping soundlessly. When Leah introduced you as a restaurateur, she wasn't lifting you up, was she? You said that you worked in a place much different from this one. You must have thought a lot about this. Abraham nodded. I left a great job that I was very comfortable with to start my own restaurant, so I had to be sure that I was going to do something that would be successful. I thought about it for an entire year before spelling the charm. He then smiled. Leah helped me a lot when I was thinking on how to do things. Ah, I can feel the love, Quinn said with exaggeration. He then paused and leaned forward to ask seriously. Leah's not going to come here today, is she? Leah? No, we aren't set to meet for a couple more days. Leah, with her responsibilities, was a busy person, and with her job that took her all over the globe, she couldn't stay in a single country like an average person. Abraham, in his job as the head chef and owner, too was a busy individual. It took a lot of research and experimentation to run a place like he wanted to run, and to keep guests happy, he had to be constantly doing something new, which took time to do with the level of service that was promised. As such, from Quinn knew, his sister and her boyfriend didn't have a relationship that looked like the ones that many others their age had. When do you two spend time together, if you don't mind me asking? Asked Quinn. It's difficult for a non-resident to come in American with a portkaya, started Abraham and shook his head with a wry smile. But apparently, it's not a big deal for your sister. She said she can portkaya here every day without any problem, so we did contemplate that but decided against it. I start my day late and work till late, whereas Leah starts her days early and works till evening, so our times don't match for us to meet every day. Moreover, I'm busy at weekends, so we decided to spend time together on Wednesdays and Thursdays. She comes here, and I leave the kitchen to my second-in-command and partner on those 2 days. I'm lucky to have a great staff. Well, as long as they're happy with their relationship, thought Quinn and then asked, do you have a room here in the restaurant where I can rest for a while? Yeah, Abraham looked towards a corridor leading out of the dining. We have a room in the back, but are you sure that you don't want to go rest wherever you're staying? I'll go there after I return from my outing during the late night. Right now, I would like if I could just jump up from here, because if I go there, I would need to meet up with a bunch of people waiting for me and sit down with them for a while. Quinn sighed. His living arrangements here were handled by the people employed by West's, which meant even though this was a personal trip, there were people who knew Quinn was visiting. That meant there were going to be West executives who would like to meet the grandson of George West and do some bootlicking and get acquainted. So if he went at night, he wouldn't have to deal with those people until tomorrow, or never in his trip if he went out early and returned late. I have no problem with that, Abraham said. You can rest in the back room. I will ask my staff to stay away from the room. Thank you, that'd be much appreciated. Scene break. That ends today's briefing, said Abraham looking at his staff. I hope everyone's clear with their tasks and today's profile. Yes, chef, replied the staff of Restaurant Austere. Abraham closed his notes for the day and smiled as his employees, but then noticed that suddenly their eyes strayed to the side, looking behind him. He turned and saw Quinn standing at the kitchen door, dressed in a suit that was different from the casual jacket he wore before. Quinn, he called. Is it time for you to go out? At novel bin at. Quinn shook his head before waving towards the staff with a charming smile. He stepped forward, retrieved an envelope from his pocket, and handed it to Abraham, who looked at the familiar envelope with wide eyes. You have a reservation for today, Abraham said, raising the reservation invitation letter that Restaurant Austere sent to its guests. Yes, I'm booked under the name Balbite East. Quinn pointed at the letter card and then grinned. Surprise. Abraham's eyes went down to the letter card and then up to Quinn, and as he did that, he couldn't help but think how similar Quinn was to Leah in some aspects, and more importantly, he made a note not to spend an evening with both of the West siblings together. I will show you to your seat, said Abraham. They exited and followed along a corridor with 15 doors in it. They stopped in front of door number 4, and Abraham opened it up for Quinn to step inside. The dining room was decor-rich, yet it was simple. Quinn could see a lot of things like a magical gramophone and walls with paint that seemed to move slowly to change patterns over time. In the middle of the room sat an ornate table with 2 chairs. Room 4, from what I remember, has a reservation for 2 guests. Abraham frowned as he read the reservation letter card, then looked up at Quinn. Someone else will be eating with you. Quinn looked away from the room and nodded. Yes, I'm meeting with someone here. He took out his pocket watch to check the time. They like to be on time, so I guess they're about to arrive. As soon as Quinn said that, a hemispherical glass globe on a wall, which had been empty, suddenly lit up with a flare of green flames rushing under the glass. What is that? Quinn asked. It seems you were right about them being on time, said Abraham. Your guest has arrived at the flue in the reception room. Quinn glanced down on his clothes, and they straightened up. He held his hand behind his back and positioned himself so he was looking away from the door. Soon he heard a jolly yet old voice. Thank you, little lady, said the voice. Good evening, sir. Abraham greeted the smiling old man with eyes that seemed to shine with an eye-catching light. I'm Abraham Ostier, the head chef of restaurant Ostier. I'll be preparing your courses this evening. Ho ho, I'm looking forward to it, Abraham. I don't usually come to establishments like these. Please look forward to an enjoyable time, sir, said Abraham. Please enter, sir, your companion has already arrived. Oh, the old voice chuckled sounds of footsteps. Quinn, oh my, haven't you grown tall? Quinn, who was acting as if he didn't know about the arrival, turned to gaze upon the old man with a smile. And you have grown older, Mr. Allen. Allen D. Baddeley's already wide smile stretched wider, accentuating his smile wrinkles on the side of his eyes. That happens with time, my dear child. The master and student had reunited. Abraham wondered why, that for some reason, Quinn West looked more similar to Allen D. Baddeley than he looked to his sister or grandfather. He looked between the young and the old and tried to see why was it so. At novel bin at. Then it dawned on him. Their smiles are the same, thought Abraham, watching the two unfettered smiles. Here, I thought you forgot the poor old me, said Allen as he sat down in front of Quinn. How could I? Quinn chuckled. I'm not going to forget you, at least until the day when I'm able to break into that disgusting lockbox of a mind. When your defenses are in shambles, then you have my permission to die. So before that, don't kick the can, all right? That might be a problem, my dear student, Allen laughed with his eyes closing. Oh, why may I ask? You'll be dead before you or anyone else is able to peek into the beautiful masterpiece what is unanimously considered to be the best mind in the world. Quinn laughed. Don't count on that, old man. I'm going to do that apprenticeship under you, learn everything you have to teach, learn about your mind inside out, and before you know it, I would be looking at your most embarrassing of memories. You're welcome to try, but you're naive to think that I won't study your mind as you study mine, and unlike you, I'm spectacular at what I do. You will be attacking my mind without having a clue that I have been sitting in the core of your mind, seeing your moves before you know you're making them. The master and student, both prideful about their abilities, neither willing to concede that they would be on the losing end. One was the premier mind specialist, the best of all time, as the man liked to declare about himself, while the other one was a rising star, the fastest growing magical in the world, the strongest and most knowledgeable someone ever was when they were at his age. It's delightful meeting you after so long, Quinn, said Allen earnestly. I feel the same, Mr. Allen, though I have to say before you finally agreed to get a Magi fax last year, it was tough to get the hang of you if you only listened to me and let me set up a WMFID for you. I have already said this to you, but, at that time, I didn't see any use for it. Even now, I don't use it as much as a lot of people I know do. Though I have to say, it is a very intriguing and useful implementation of magic. I have many a conversation with many magic researchers about how it works and the implications that Magifax has in the world. Your family did a good job creating Magifax, said Allen. Quinn smiled. He had created Magifax in his earlier Hogwarts days, a couple years after he and Allen had parted. Then the last time both had met, Allen had restricted, quite in a bit in Allen's skewed standards, and didn't enter the part of Quinn's mind that he didn't want to be seen. Though Quinn was expecting that Allen would know about Magifax's origins, seeing that he didn't was surprising. Oh, I'm thinking about it now, maybe he knows now, Quinn thought, staring at Allen, who noticed his gaze and chuckled. Quinn tilted his head and asked, what's funny? Oh, nothing, Allen chuckled more. You were testing if I was reading your mind, weren't you? Are you? No, I'm not. I will take residence in your mind when you come apprentice under me, said Allen, picking up his glass of seltzer. Though I could be lying, and I'm already in your mind, which, for you, would mean that I'm still absolutely superior and you're still another lifetime or two behind before you finally catch up to me, if that's even possible. How can you say that? You don't know what I have going on in my mind. I might have created something that even you would have a difficult time entering. Quinn crossed his arms. Should we try it then? Asked Allen. No. Their meal soon started, and because of a multi-course meal, Quinn cast a sound spell of his own creation that would make him and Allen communicate even with the servers going in and out of the room. The spell ensured that Allen's words addressed to Quinn would only be audible to Quinn and vice versa. The server would only hear their voice if Allen and Quinn said words addressing the server. Your skills with casting magic without a focus must have improved since the last time we met, said Allen when Quinn cast the sound magic. The last time Allen and Quinn had parted, Quinn had just finished rebuilding his natural focus ability back from scratch. It has gotten better. I mean, I'm still in the growth period, so even if I don't do anything, it would still improve, said Quinn followed by a sigh. This is the last year of my growth period. After this, my progress would considerably. You are the only person who doesn't deserve to say that with a sigh, Allen said, looking at his student incredulously. I reckon you have more magic than any human on the planet, Quinn. People don't spend their teenage years exhausting their magic every day. They go out and play with their friends, have fun with their lives. I don't believe that there are many people who followed a milder version of what you did, much less the intensity you follow. And even those who did spend magic daily, most of them didn't do it voluntarily. A child doing what their parents force them to do doesn't make for fantastic motivation after all, said Allen, laying a napkin on his lap. Still, you know, I end up feeling like I could have done to supplement my growth, that there was a method other than magical exhaustion every day that could have yielded more results, said Quinn, wiping the silver soup spoon with a napkin cloth. You're overthinking this matter, Allen waved his hand in dismissal. Sure, there are potions you can take and rituals one can undergo, but you know how they can turn out. If you don't know exactly what you're trying to do, messing with your natural physique can end up doing more harm than good, especially in the long run. Quinn conceded the point. Rituals were high-risk magic without knowledge, which Quinn didn't have, at least not yet. Potions were temporary and were a viable option to supplement their growth, but the returns weren't worth it with what was put in. Finally, there was the option of body magic. What he did currently was a temporary boost, but as one dove deeper into body magic, permanent and more importantly, stable augmentations were possible. But those weren't in the near future, at least not for another 9 years to a decade. So, tell me, what have you been for the past few years? Asked Alan. You're young, you must have gotten a girlfriend or two by now. What about the girls I saw in your memories? What was their names? Daphne, Tracy, Luna, Hermione, Ivy, or was there someone else that came along? Come on, tell me. Quinn suddenly slammed his palm lightly on the table. You dare ask me that after sending me that sort of gift on birthday? What are you talking about? I think it was a great gift. You gave me a book on Kama Sutra, for crying out loud. Quinn said loud, why, recalling the morning of his birthday last year when he found a package from Alan in the lounge. He was excited when he saw that the package was clearly in the shape of a book, thinking that maybe it was a new version of Alan's books, but when Quinn opened it in the lounge, with George, Leah, Ms. Rosie, and Elliot, all sitting nearby, he found the book titled Kama Sutra. He had never mended anything faster than he did the ripped up wrapping paper. Yay, and that's what makes it such a great gift, Alan said proudly. And it was the real deal, you know, it's one of the good versions that I got straight from India with all the right spells and magic to elevate the experience. You didn't throw it away, did you? Did you? Quinn picked up some of the soup in his spoon but couldn't bring it to his mouth under the intense gaze of Alan. All right, I still have it, I didn't throw it away. It's somewhere in my library. Did you read it? No, so you did read it, nice. Alan clapped happily. Quinn groaned. He had read the book Professional Curiosity. It was a type of body magic, after all. Yeah. Did you read about the chapter on first times? Said Alan, enthusiastically, because if you use the magic, they can make it painless. All right, stop with that already. Alan laughed at the sight of Quinn groaning. It was surprising that you caught when I was in America, said Alan, spooning some of the soup in front of him. I'm here for another week before going back home to New Zealand for a year. If you called me after another week or so, you could have been able to see my house by the beach at Paha. But I guess it can't be helped. From what I can recall, this is the time when your school goes into Easter break. Quinn didn't comment on Alan's perfect memory. I will see your home when I apprentice under you, he said. Alan looked up from his code and said, it seems you have made your mind about apprentice under me. Yeah, I think starting it off with mind magic under you is going to be a good starting point. I plan to learn from you and devote a majority of my time to what you're going to teach me. I won't be stopping my other pursuits, however. I will be going back to the basics and fundamentals, understanding them at a much deeper level, so that when I leave you and start with others, I would have a base of knowledge acting as a springboard for me to start on. Quinn had been juggling numerous things for the past couple of years that it had got hectic for him, and it was becoming difficult for him to juggle all those things as the complexity of things started to ramp up. So he decided that he would be going back to the good old basics while following whatever Alan wanted him to do. Are you sure? Asked Alan. Your apprenticeship under me might go on for 5 years or even longer. That's a long time, Mr. Allen, said Quinn, chuckling. I speculate, I would be out after year 3, and even if it does take 5 years, I'm fine with it. I'm in no hurry, I have a lot of time on my hands. I see. So, what do you want to talk to me about? Asked Alan. I'm quite certain that you didn't call me all of a sudden to catch up, did you? So tell me, what is today's agenda? Quinn let the soup spoon sit in the bowl and gazed up at Alan, who sat up a straighter, seeing the expression on Quinn's face. Do you remember what I told you about the curse that took away my natural ability to focus magic? Quinn asked. Yes, of course, obviously, said Alan. You called it the sin curse. Yes, the sin curse. Alan gazed at Quinn, waiting for him to continue, but Quinn looked up at him with pursed lips and then shrugged. Alan's eyes widened as it dawned on him. You caught it again. Alan leaned forward and spoke with shock in his voice. Well, technically. Quinn sighed and then nodded. Yes, I got it again. His face scrunched up, and Mr. Allen, you have got to help me out. What were you thinking? Quinn pursed his lips and held back the groan. Alan wasn't the scolding type and preferred to mock instead to get his point across, so seeing him raise his voice made Quinn squirmy. He didn't dare meet eyes with Alan, choosing to maintain eye contact and instead focus on Alan's hands. Why in the name of basic sanity would you go back there? Alan chastised. Did you forget what you went through the last time you lost control over your magic? If you did somehow forget, if you hadn't been able to regain the focus back, we would have to seal your magic so that it wouldn't kill you? Sealing your magic, Quinn? Do you know what that entails? It's not natural. Your body would reject the procedure done to seal the magic, and in the history of sealing magic, every single case, without exception, had seen complications with health for the rest of their lives, and that's when the procedure is successful. The abominable procedure has a high mortality rate, and someone like you with so much magic might just have died because of it. Quinn chose not to reply to that, more like he couldn't respond to that. Described as a dark and parasitic force, an obscurus was created when the wizard child in question consciously attempted to repress their magical abilities or were forced to do so through physical or psychological abuse. This energy could manifest itself as a separate entity erupting in violent, destructive fury. The point to notice about obscurus was the repression of magic. The medical procedure Alan talked about held a similar danger to the mysterious obscurus, as in undergoing the procedure meant unnaturally repressing or sealing magic, which while didn't result in the patient becoming obscurus, did hold other complications like a lifelong degradation of health and a high chance of death while undergoing the procedure. All those years ago, if Quinn hadn't regained his magic, he would have to go under the procedure to give himself a living chance against his own constantly rampaging magic. The magic sealing procedure was one of the primary motivations for him to regain his focus as soon as possible, the desperation pushing him harder and harder to achieve more in lesser time. I thought I would be able to handle it this time around, said Quinn, massaging his temple. Obviously, it hadn't gone as he wished it would have been. Things rarely went his way when it came to the cursed vaults. And do tell, what made you think that you would be able to handle a curse with a design that targets the soul? Alan said in a rare no-nonsense tone. Quinn looked at Alan. He slipped his hand into the breast pocket of his coat, where he usually fixed his expanded pockets, and took a hardback book. What is this? Alan asked as he looked at the book that Quinn had handed him. The Tales of Beetle the Bard. He gazed at the cover art painted in shades and hues of green and black. What is this, a fairy tale collection? What does a children's fiction have to do with any of this? Read the work titled, The Tale of Three Brothers, said Quinn. It wasn't surprising that Alan didn't know of the book. It was a British special while Alan was a New Zealander. Alan furrowed his brows and peered at Quinn, asking for a direct answer, but Quinn pointed at the book. Alan glanced down and opened the book with skepticism. He flipped through the pages, looking for the story. He found and started reading the semi-poetic words written between illustrations depicting the story. The art moved. The robes of three brothers fluttered in the wind while Death's robe remained still like death itself. By the time Alan was done, the course on the table had changed. Gone was the soup, replaced by a tantalizing appetizer, only neither were particularly in the mood of enjoying it. I read it, said Alan, closing the book. Now what? I still don't see how any of this related to your current situation. Quinn snapped his fingers, and the wisp of flame appeared on the top of his index fingertip. As you can see, I am still able to use magic, and I'm not using occlumency to hold it back, said Quinn. The situation isn't as dire as it was the last time. Alan blinked. It seemed that he had missed that Quinn could still use his magic and, from the looks of it, without any difficulty. What do you think of the three artifacts in the tale, the Deathly Hallows? He asked. What do I think of them? I think nothing of them. They're fictional. Where are you going with this? Come to the point. Quinn stared at Alan for a while before he raised a finger on the hand that rested palm flat on the table. The platinum chain around Quinn's neck wiggled out from within his collar and levitated out, with the pendant piece acting as the flying anchor. Quinn grabbed the pendant piece, and when he opened his fist, a black stone sat on his palm. See this and tell me if it reminds you of something, said Quinn as he removed his palm beneath the stone, leaving it suspended in the air. He touched it with his finger and slowly drifted to Alan. Alan observed the black gemstone as it came to a stop in front of him. It slowly gyrated, showing its different polyhedral sides. As the stone gyrated, Alan caught the sight of something, and he squinted his eyes, waiting for it to return to the front, and when it did, his eyes went wide. This. Alan immediately waved his bracelet-styled magical focus blade in hand, sending the pages flipping over till the book was open to the last page of the Tales of Three Brother story, and saw the sign made up from a triangle, circle, and a line. Is this real? Quinn nodded. That's the resurrection stone mentioned in the story, the real deal. Alan stared at the stone, his face painted in shock. He reached out to the stone and clasped the stone between his fingers. He raised it above to his eyes and peered at it. This stone can summon soul. It can, said Quinn, but don't try to use it. Alan frowned and looked up at Quinn. Why? It's calling a dead soul back into the world of the living. That's unnatural. I don't know if there's a cost to the summoning of a dead soul. Cadmus, in the story, was driven mad. Then how do you know if it works? Try channeling some magic into it, you'll get the feel of it, and know that just with one more step, a soul of your choice will descend into the mortal world. Alan looked at the stone, and the magic flowed into his bracelet focus and then into the stone. Ah yes, it seems you're right. I can feel it, one command, and I'll have soul here in this room. Quinn snapped his finger, and the stone wiggled out of Alan's hand and zoomed back into Quinn's. Yeah, and that is why I dared to go back and give the Sin Vault another try. I studied the stone for a while before I went diving back into the vault. Alas, Quinn sighed, it didn't work as I expected it to. Alan nodded, but Quinn could see from his face that Alan was thinking about something else. What? He asked. Where did you get this? Alan asked. About that, let's just say I borrowed it from a man who didn't need it, did him a favor by taking it out his hand. Yeah, totally, said Quinn. What about the other two Deathly Hallows? Was it the wand and the cloak? Do you know where they are? I mean, if you were able to find the stone, then the other two Hallows are in possession of other people, said Quinn. You know Albus Dumbledore? Dumbledore? Your headmaster, correct? I remember him. He was Flamel's apprentice, wasn't he? I think I met him once when I was helping Flamels with some of his memory problems. The alchemist and wife's minds were fascinating ones. Both of them had been alive for so long that their minds were all cluttered. It is good that they called me in, or they might have had problems in the 70s. Ah, that was a good time. Not only did I get to study two unique minds being held up by the elixir of life, I also got to consume a dose of the infamous elixir. Wait, seriously? You drank the elixir of life? I did, Alan said proudly. Felt really young for a month. Hadn't felt like that in a century. Wow, so lucky. I sure was, Alan nodded. So what about Dumbledore? Ah yes, Dumbledore. He has the Elder Wand, the Death Stick. Oh, another Deathly Hallow so close to you. Now that's lucky. Quinn chuckled. The Cloak of Invisibility resides in the hands of the Potter family. They're the descendants of Ignotus Peveril. It's a Potter family heirloom. Just like Dumbledore, Quinn knew that Alan would know the Potter from his memories. Oh my, all three so near to each other, said Alan with surprise. It must be fate. Quinn made a scrunched up face. What? Why is your face doing that? Asked Alan. I don't like that word, said Quinn. What word? Fate? Quinn spat. Come on, let's get back to the matter at hand. Ah, yes, the curse. So you decided to give the Sin Vault another try because you had the Resurrection Stone with you, which is clearly a soul artifact, giving you an insight into the soul. Alan then stared deeply at Quinn, which also means that you have started soul magic. You have used magic on your soul. Quinn nodded, understanding the severity of Alan's gaze. Soul magic was one of the most dangerous, if not the most dangerous magic to its user. One mistake was all it took for one to bring ruin to the user's soul, and soul magic was a mythical level practice on Earth, meaning there weren't many who dwelled into soul magic, which made it difficult to cure any damage to the soul. Quinn was lucky that the sin curse hadn't done any damage to his soul in the original cursing and had only manipulated it while keeping pristine. After all, as far as Quinn and Alan could tell, the Sin Vault was an experiment to push the limits of magic in humans through soul manipulation. Be careful, Quinn, said Alan. Soul magic is perilous. Any mistake, and you'll be in deep trouble. It took me a long time to even start contemplating about diving into soul magic. I was already much older than you when I started you. I don't even think you should be going into soul magic so young. Quinn shrugged. He had started and was already deep because of Sin Vault and curse. Also, the Resurrection Stone in his grasp was too much of a temptation for him let go. You seem to be able to use magic without any problems, said Alan. Which means that there must be something different this time around. Your work with soul magic must have done some good. At novel bin at. Yes, something is very different. Last time, all you were able to work with was the aftermath. The curse was already out of me before you examined me. Quinn chuckled as he pointed at himself. This time around, I brought the actual curse along with me. Alan's eyes widened as he looked at Quinn's chest, his eyes turning gold. This time, I brought the curse along with me. Alan's eye took over a golden hue as he channeled soul magic and gazed deeply at Quinn. The first thing that entered Alan's mind as he looked at Quinn's soulscape and his soul was that Quinn had indeed made some impressive progress. It wasn't groundbreaking, and Alan had seen this level of achievement by many those he knew dabbled in soul magic, but all of them were closer to his age than they were to Quinn's. Alan frowned. What is this? Quinn had no cover that allowed him to hide his soulscape and soul, allowing Alan to peer right in. Not many had them, as the number of people practicing soul magic were few in between. As such, time and energy devoted to the dangerous soul magic were much better utilized in other useful things, such as strengthening the soul's connection to magic, enabling better natural focus and thus better magical control with a magical focus wand. But, even without a cover over the soulscape, Alan couldn't peer into Quinn's soul. He could feel it and knew a soul was present in front of him but couldn't see it. Is that because of the sin curse? That was the opacity that hindered his sight. The entire soulscape was covered with shades of black. There were blotches of pitch black, while there were other spreads of lighter blacks that were letting out some light. Why can't I look into your soulscape? He asked. There's a lot black blocking my view. The curse is acting as a parasite, and even though I have stopped it from reaching the stage it had done the last time, the curse still has its hooks sunk in me, said Quinn before asking. And what do you mean by black? Isn't it 7-colored? 7-colored? No, all I can see are shades of black. Now that I see it, yet, there's 7 shades of black. Quinn tilted his head. He dove into his soulscape, and the pristine was entirely stained with 7 colors. It was one of the reasons Quinn had decided to ask for Alan's help. Even though he had stopped the mind whispers, the progression of the curse had continued to take over his soulscape, with only his soul being safe because of his shield. Show it to me, said Quinn. Come in, then, said Alan, smiling. Quinn looked into Alan's eyes, which went back to their normal blue color, and reached out with his legilimency. He found himself standing within the dense white fog the next second, limiting his visibility down to a few feet. He waited for the haze to clear, but seconds passed, and the fog didn't let up. All right, very fun, haha. Quinn can't see anything, he said. Come on, get this out of my face. He heard a peal of laughter booming from everywhere as the haze cleared, and came into his vision was a ginormous blood-red sphere of liquid with surface rippling every other second, colliding with other ripples and making other sub-ripples. Quinn sucked in a breath. It had been years since the last time he had seen this sight. Alan's occlumency defense, built on another system of defense, one more advanced than Quinn could even imagine. Quinn was sure that Alan was so beyond everyone that if he turned back to see where the seconds stood, he wouldn't be able to see them. a dual natural Eclumens and Legilimens, who worked hard to perfect his craft, was an absolutely terrifying being. Quinn had no idea how the blood-red sphere worked or how to even avoid the fog. He could spend his life wandering in the mind fog and get nowhere. He watched as a point in the red liquid bubbled before a letter envelope came out, flying to him. Like Quinn used memory books to store his memories, Alan used memory envelopes to form his storage. According to Alan, his mother used to send him a letter every week when he was away from home at school and was a big part of Alan's formative years, and when he formally started learning Eclumency, he used those letters as the model. Quinn grabbed the envelope and turned it bottom side up. He slipped his finger inside the lip, flicked it open, and that's when Alan's memory of peering at Quinn's soulscape flooded into his mind. Once again, he was made to realize how brilliant Alan was at mind magic. He had landed in the memory inside Alan's perspective. Quinn looked around and even turned back to see what was behind. Usually, it would be a blurry mess of colors, but Alan, who had developed a perfect memory, knew precisely what was behind him as he had seen it when he entered the room and composite that image in the current memory, which lacked that information. I can also do it, thought Quinn, and it was true. It wasn't that difficult when you had ample immersion in the memory, but I can't do it in seconds like him. Compositing memories like that was an easy yet time-consuming process and could anywhere from a few minutes to several hours or even multiple days. He stood up from Alan's chair and walked to memory. Quinn. So this is what you're talking about, huh? Muttered Quinn, looking at the black covering his soulscape. Well, it looks real colorful from the inside. Instantly, he was yanked out the memory and thrown out Alan's mindscape as the haze again populated the blank black space. All right, now my turn, said Alan. I'm going enter your soulscape and take a good look at the problem. Not going to lie, but I'm excited to see what exactly is happening inside of you. I wonder if I would be able to learn something. It has been a while. I have made some delicious progress on soul magic. Quinn couldn't even rebuke. After all, if he was in Alan's shoes, he would have the same reaction. How are you going to enter my soulscape? Asked Quinn. I presume entering on your own would not be ideal. Yes, can't be doing that. So you're going to take me inside on your own. Violation, said Alan. Quinn shrugged. It was dangerous to let an external soul near one's own, as it was one of the most significant vulnerabilities of a being. But here, it wasn't even a question for Quinn. All right, let's get started. I want to get this out of me. But before they did that, Alan and Quinn completed and enjoyed their meal. They knew that it was going to take some time for Alan to observe and take in the situation, then analyze it before he could give a conclusion, and that couldn't be done while a server was coming and going between courses. After they were done, they asked Abraham if they could use the room. Abraham had no problems with it as he served 15 parties and had 15 rooms. A party could stay as long as they wanted, given that they left before the restaurant closed. Quinn and Alan locked the room and told Abraham that no one was to disturb them and got to work. Give me your hand, said Alan, setting his hand forward on the table. Quinn grabbed Alan's hands, and after an intimation, Quinn felt Alan's magic flow, and he too closed his eyes to allow the entry to guide Alan into the soulscape. It was a strange feeling. He could feel fear from the bottom of his heart, screaming at him to throw Alan out, but ignored the basic instinct, which was overwhelming when the very essence of his being was in question. You look, but please hurry, said Quinn. Alan nodded. He knew how Quinn must be feeling right now. He immediately got to work and started to work quickly. It really is colorful, said Alan, looking around Quinn's soulscape. The colors had entirely covered the white of the soulscape. He then turned his vision to the soul in the center, and he couldn't see it with a thick, bubbling, thumping cocoon which looked like it had veins all over it. That doesn't look good, Alan said. Quinn remained silent, keeping his instincts down. Alan continued to watch the soulscape. He observed the blotches on the walls of the soulscape and the cocoon built upon Quinn's shield that was protecting his soul. What does it feel like right now? Asked Alan. There must be some effect on you with your soulscape like this. I refuse to believe that you aren't feeling anything. There are voices in my head, said Quinn quickly. They are my own voices, each tainted with a certain sin. They pop up when I'm feeling strongly about something, or even when there's a potential that I could be tempted to fall for the curse, and other times that I don't know why they pop up. Show me those memories later. I hope you have a compilation ready for me to look at. Yes. It wasn't even a question. It was one of the first things Quinn had started upon when he thought of going to Alan. After a while, Alan was satisfied with his observations and got out of the soulscape. Quinn slumped into his chair and breathed a long sigh with a sheen of sweat on his skin. Show me the memories, Alan said, ignoring Quinn's appearance. Quinn grunted. Alan took that as an invitation and instantly entered Quinn's mind. Oh, what's this? Alan said, his voice rising in interest. You have made some exciting additions to your defenses, child. What is this thing I am feeling emitting from defenses? It feels dangerous. Every point on the hexagon grid was emitting something Alan couldn't see, but he could clearly feel them with his god-tier legilimency skills. They were everywhere and were being produced by Quinn's defenses constantly. It's an invisible matter, a creation of mine, said Quinn, his tone flat. What does it do? It will degrade legilimency probes and mental attacks as they try to break through, said Alan. They are being emitted by the layers of defenses, and because there's an elastic type layer stretched over every hexagon, the probes slow down and keep getting radiated with the matter, continuing to degrade. If a probe somehow gets past the shields and enters the mindscape, they would be greeted by a concentrated version of the same matter woven into the very essence of my mindscape. Probes will be snuffed before they get to my mind structures. And you aren't supposed to know that they are there, they're supposed to be completely invisible. Now that's sneaky, smiled Alan. If they don't know it is there, they won't act against it. Yes, that was the motive behind it. The place in front of Alan rippled, and a memory book manifested. It was the compilation for when the voices spoke to him. The book had every single whisper, hundreds of them, all recorded. Alan grabbed the book, and the memories flowed. He instantly frowned, not because of the voices, but because the first memory wasn't about the voices, but a place he recognized from Quinn's memories that he had shown to his years ago. The Sin Vault. Yes, said Quinn. I was awake this time around. See if something in the room helps you. Alan resumed the memory and watched with intense concentration. He saw how the vault tried to knock Quinn out, how he resisted, how the runes appeared on the wall, and how they shot beams, which Alan was sure were laden with curses. After he was done with vault memory, he moved on to the sin voices. You have grown, said Alan with a smirk as he watched the memories. Oh ho 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 dot. Quinn furrowed his brows, confused. I'm done, said Alan, retreating out of Quinn's mind. And, asked Quinn, hopefully. Alan shook his head, and Quinn felt his heart drop. I can't help you. I can't help you. Silence dominated the room, but Quinn's devastated expression spoke volumes to Alan, who sat opposite him with an expression of regret mixed with pity. Quinn placed his elbows on the desk and clutched his head between his hands, his eyes scrunched closed tight, his deep breaths audible in the room. He had come to America to meet Alan because he had run out of options to try out and couldn't find a road to progress. His hope was his master, who Quinn knew had dabbled into soul magic, yet here he was, hearing the words he didn't want to hear. If he can't help me, then I have no choice but to let the curse take over. Maybe this time I'll let it run longer, extract more benefits, more magic, more power, more magic, more power, more magic, more power, magic, power, magic, power, magic, power, magic, power. Do it? What are you thinking right now? Asked Alan. From within his hands, Quinn spoke in a scratchy voice. That I don't know what to do, that I don't want to think about anything right now, that I... Quinn's voice faded with a sigh, his head still buried between his hands. Quite the standard reaction, said Alan, and while I'll like to give you some time, I know you'd prefer to hear what I want to say as soon as possible. What? Quinn asked, shifting his head in his hands, giving Alan a look from his half-lidded eyes. Even though I said I can't help you, that doesn't mean I haven't found some things that'd be useful to you. I have found some interesting things about the sin curse. Would you like to know? Quinn's eyes widened as he sat up straight and intently stared at Alan with reinvigorated light. Alan smiled. Now that I have gotten you interested, there are a few things I noticed from your memories and your soulscape, said Alan. What sort of things? Well, let's get the disappointing stuff out of the way. I have zero clue about the runes that struck you in the Sin Vault. I'm not an expert in rune. After all, you probably are already much more knowledgeable about the subject than I am. So both of us combined have no clue about the source of the curse. Alan looked surprised as he raised his brows. You two don't have any idea about the runes? That's surprising. Adat novel bin adat. Believe me, I tried to find how those runes work, studied a lot on the individual runic languages that the rune clusters were constructed with, tried to find similar patterns in historic records and tomes, but there was nothing, not a single line of text I could find that would help me in the slightest. That is too bad. It could have helped us much. Yes, it could have, said Quinn with a frustrated tone. The amount of time he had spent in studying for the vault's runes hadn't paid out one bit. That was the disappointing news. Now, let's move on to the next part, Alan said, folding his hand on the table. Even with you, bring the curse along with you, allowing me to enter your soulscape and let me look through your memories. I'm not able to understand how the curse works or how it has taken a grip on you. Alan sighed as he continued. You overestimate my capabilities, child. What do you mean? Asked Quinn. While I've dabbled in soul magic, it is nowhere near the level of my mind magic, said Alan with a half-wry smile. I'm a dual natural with occlumency and legilimency, and that's a big reason behind me reaching where I'm today with mind magic, but that level of progress doesn't convert into soul magic. Not only is soul magic much more touchy, it is also quite volatile. I had to move very carefully, which translated into a safe yet low return. I had told you about this one when we last met, but I picked up soul magic so that I could diversify and spend some time away from mind magic, to give myself a break, and well, while I'm at a respectable level, it seems that the curse is not something my level can decipher and decode completely. Completely, you say, said Quinn. That means there's something you did find. I did, said Alan, sounding happy. I think I was able to find a way for you to get rid of the curse. What? You did? Tell me. Now, calm down your hippogriffs, said Alan, motioning Quinn to calm down. Yes, I might have found a way, but you might not like. Why wouldn't I like a way to get rid of this damned curse? Because it is not exactly pleasant, Alan sighed. Tell me, Quinn asked impatiently, leaning forwards, his hands joined together in a tight grip. Quinn, you need to pull down the shield around your soul and let the curse in. Quinn blinked once, then twice, and thrice. Did you somehow got the curse while inside my soul space? He put his hands forward on the table. Come on, let me take a look. It will be bad if both of us got the curse. If you really did catch the curse, then I'll have to teach you how to suppress the voices until we figure out how to get rid of the curse. There's nothing wrong. I haven't caught the curse, said Alan, but you indeed need to let the curse in. But, why? Think about it. The last time around, what was the thing that triggered the expulsion of the curse from your soul? Quinn jerked back in his chair as the memory came up to the surface. He pursed his lips and bit the inside of his cheeks. I was going to attack some students for bullying my friend. Yes, that is true, but that's not what I'm talking about. Then what? Quinn furrowed his brows before they rose up. You mean? Yes. I used my wand, and that was the catalyst which made me snap out it, said Quinn. But what does that has to do here? From what I was able to judge from your memories last time around, in which you included a level your emotion that was a great thing you did, I found out that you attempted to perform an action you hated so much, something that you would never want to do, that your soul snapped back at the curse and expunged the curse and you want me to do the same this time around, said Quinn, understanding dawning upon him. Yes, said Alan, you need to find something that you wouldn't want to do at any cost and well do it. And right now, what's the last things you want to do? I don't want to let the curse take over my soul, Quinn forced the words out with incredible difficulty. But what if it takes over and I am not able to escape it? Wouldn't that be worse? Quinn, have you noticed the state of your soulscape? It had started with a few blotches on the soulscape's walls and thin veins on your shield, but now they have grown to the white walls covered thoroughly, and the shield has become the base to a thick cocoon. Even if you don't voluntarily let the curse get a chance at your soul, it will continue to grow stronger, and eventually, it will break through. Quinn had no reply. There were multiple reasons he had decided to be not at Hogwarts during Easter for the first time since he had started school. He had noticed that the curse was progressing to spread across his soulscape, and him snuffing the sin voices was just treating the symptoms while ignoring the root problem. I won't tell you to do it immediately, said Alan. You have to do it when you're ready. I won't be able to help you because you know how it feels to have an external soul inside your soulscape. What I can do for you is stay with you here before you have to go back home and help you prepare. We probably won't make any progress on your soul magic, but I can share my experience with you, and that might raise your chances to succeed. After a pause, Quinn said, let's say that I let the curse in by disabling the shield, and my soul struggles back with the curse. Then what should I do afterward? I don't want to leave the chances of my soul coming out on top to luck. Yes, his soul was stronger than before, but so was the curse, which had been growing inside his soulscape. He had no way to measure the chances of his success. If I fail, then I don't know how long I would be out, said Quinn. I don't know how long it will take for me to do something that would expunge the curse, not to mention, I would be under the influence in the period between which, believe me, I don't want to be in. It's a risk that you'll have to take, said Alan. It's clear that the curse is growing faster than you're growing your soul magic, so you can only hold it back for only so long. I know, Quinn grumbled, scratching his hair. Alan stared at Quinn for a while before he said bluntly, you messed up. Quinn looked at Alan, startled. You made a mistake going inside the sin vault the second time. You did it because of asinine pride and an inflated ego. You had the resurrection stone, and if you continued to work with it without going to the sin vault, your soul magic would have slowly built it up, but you got greedy and decided to go in there looking for a treasure. You had no way of knowing if you'd be able to dodge the curse, yet you still went in there. I know this isn't what you want to hear, but it is the truth. So make up your mind, make a plan, and follow it until you have the curse out. That's all there is to it. Quinn leaned into his chair and stared at the ceiling. It was as Alan said, pride and greed were his weaknesses. He had become greedy that with only 1 year remaining at Hogwarts, he only had 1 year to clear the sin vault. And his pride didn't allow him to be defeated by a mere vault. He had conquered all others in a single year. Why should the sin vault be any different? Resurrection stone was just the justification that he needed for allowing himself into the vault. He removed his eyes from the ceiling and looked at Alan. All right. I'll let the curse in, but I'll do it on my own time. For now, I request that you help me. The option of letting in the curse in America was not a choice. If he fell to the curse in America, he wouldn't be able to go back to Hogwarts, and that wasn't an option as he had some important work to do that if he missed, he would never get the chance to do again. Well then, it is decided, Alan smiled widely. We're staying America. Now, let's come to the more important thing. What is it? Asked Quinn. There was something more important. The owner of this place is your sister's boyfriend, right? Do you think he will let us come here every day? This is it, Alan asked, looking at a couple of books sitting on the table in front of them. This is all you have got in the name of soul magic? Quinn nodded. He looked down at his hands resting on his lap. For the first time in a decade, Quinn felt embarrassed because of books. Ever since he had gone on the world tour, he never had a shortage of books. He would say the word, and George would have all the books from their destination in front of him the next day. Even after Quinn started attending Hogwarts, he would regularly get pamphlets from all over the world listing the new books and research journals that would give him papers on the latest advancement in magic. And then he had added a lot of lost magic into his collection from the Room of Requirement, thus dubbing his library as Babel. But if there was something his vast collection that he felt the most pride about, was books and tomes on soul magic. It was ridiculously hard to get anything related to soul magic, and only those who have an in the exclusive circles would be able to get something, and unfortunately, Quinn wasn't in those circles. Yes, this is all I got. This is quite dismal, said Alan, not munching his words. I mean, one of them is just completely useless. It's spiritual mumbo-jumbo. He looked up at Quinn. You must have had it rough, child. You had no help, didn't you? They were in Quinn's temporary residence in New York, owned by the Wests. It was a gorgeous penthouse suite too big for the 5 people living in the place. Quinn, Alan, who Quinn had invited to live with him, and the 3 staff members to take care of Quinn's needs while he was in New York. Do you have some books? Asked Quinn. I do, said Alan, making Quinn's heart soar, but they're back at home unlike you. I don't make it a habit of carrying my entire library with me. Quinn deflated in his chair. He had the Babel copier he had used in the room of requirements in his briefcase. If Alan had the books with him, Quinn would have created permanent copies for himself. Don't make that face. I'll send copies of the books I have when I get home. Then what should we do? Asked Quinn, smiling delighted by the promise. How about we do an activity? Alan put down his teacup. What activity? A little activity involving souls. But before we start, can you extend your senses through your soul? Because without that, we won't be able to do this activity. Ah, I can do that, sure, said Quinn. That's how he had found the Ravenclaw's diadem in the piles of trash. Excellent, excellent. I was expecting that I'd have to teach it to you, but as expected, you're prepared. Now, pay attention with your soul sense, okay? I'm not going to tell what I'm doing, but you tell me what you can feel. Quinn closed his eyes and tried to spread out his soul sense. It wasn't an easy process, and he couldn't trigger the state on the fly. Soul didn't want to exit the vessel called the body. It was the housing that kept the soul safe, away from harm. His brows mashed together as the soul sense flickered, collapsing inches outside his body, but then Quinn got the correct feel, and it spread like a swift ripple. He could feel everything in the penthouse. In the distance, he could feel 3 souls belonging to the staff, moving around. But he frowned because the 3 faraway souls shouldn't have registered first when a stronger soul was sitting feet away from him. His senses zoned in on Alan's position and his soul was there, but it wasn't pinging like 3 had done. Why is your soul like that? Why is it dimmed and blurred? If we can hide your mindscape away, then why can't we do the same with soul, said Alan. I haven't reached a level where I can completely hide my soul, or even seen someone who has reached that level, but theoretically, it is possible to hide a soul completely. But that's not the point here. I'm sure you'll be able to do it someday if you don't mess up. What we will be doing for our time together is you trying to alleviate the dimness and remove the blurring. Quinn, who had his eyes closed and focused on the soul sense, nodded. Alan was right in front of him, and it wasn't like he was completely invisible. He would have the soul and bright and sparkly by the time he had to return home. But why are we doing this? He asked. One of the most difficult to do in soul magic is to raise a soul's strength, answered Alan, and in the short time we have, doing that is not possible. If we could do that, then it would have been remarkable for you to resist the curse when the time comes. So we move to a different aspect of the soul, which is sensitivity. If you're more sensitive, you're able to feel more, able to feel earlier, and even become more sensitive to magic, thus increasing your natural focus ability. If you're able to see through my shroud, then that'd mean that your sensitivity has increased, and that would be essential for you to react faster and better to the curse's assault, increasing your chances of triumph. Quinn nodded. Anything to hedge the odds in his favor. Scene break. All work, no play makes Quinn a dull boy, said Alan with rumbustious laughter. Don't replace my name into the saying. I'm anything but dull, said the not-so-dull boy. You say that, but you got frustrated when you weren't able to make any progress. I did not make no progress. I made some progress. It has been a couple of days since they had been doing the sensitivity exercise, but soul magic, as both of them knew, was a tricky maiden. Quinn's soul senses still showed Alan's soul just as blurry and dim, albeit just slight improvements. Quinn looked at Alan with a side-eye. Quinn didn't know if it was because they had met after such a long time or because he was older now, but Alan had been teasing him a lot, much more than before when he was a child or when he was sick. At novel bin at. So, where are we going today? Asked Alan. Quinn threw the flue powder into the fireplace, making the flames roar green. We are going to a special store today. Even if I didn't come to meet you because of the curse, I would have definitely come to America to visit this store. Special? How? You know about my briefcase, right? Yes, it's expanded. While Alan hadn't been inside, Quinn had told him all about it, especially how big and spacious it was. And even Alan had been surprised by the size that Quinn had described. We are going to visit the store which made it. Quinn waved his hand, and a handful of flue powder went into the fire, making it roar. He stepped in with a smile and spoke loudly. The Clinker's room. When Quinn stepped out from the other side, he found himself in a small room, small enough that it would only take 2 of his wingspans to measure one wall to the other. Quinn saw the room glow in green light with the fire roaring, so he stepped aside to allow Alan to step through. Oh my, this is the place you wanted to visit, Alan said, looking around. Doesn't look like much of a store. Quinn ignored Alan and looked around the room excitedly. In the small empty room, 3 things drew his attention: the fireplace behind him, the silver door in front of him, and the thin podium in the dead center of the room. Come here. Quinn beckoned Alan to the podium. What is this? Asked Alan, looking at the podium with mild interest. Quinn pointed at the indigo button in the middle of the podium's top and said, press it. What does it do? Something interesting. Say no more. Alan slapped his palm on the button, and instantly the walls, floors, and ceiling of the room disappeared into nothingness. What? Alan stuttered a little as he looked around, flustered at the sudden change. Especially when he looked down and saw the absence of the floor just like the walls and ceilings, leaving only the fireplace, podium, and the podium visible. They were high above in the air, looking down at the New York skyscrapers and buildings with roads dotted with people and cars, all looking like ants from their height. Oh, it's just as Leah said. Quinn walked to a wall and touched it, and he could feel that there was something there. What is this place? Asked Alan, also touching another wall, grabbing it as he looked down a few hundred feet with apprehension. This is Quinn paused when he saw something and pointed at it excitedly. Maybe this will help you figure it out. Alan turned and immediately saw a flock of birds flying towards them. He raised his hand with the bracelet, and immediately a shield appeared around him. But then something unexpected happened. The birds that were flying towards them like they never existed. Look. Before surprise could even register on Alan's face, he followed Quinn's voice and saw him pointing outside the room. Alan's eyes widened as he saw the same flock of birds flying away as if they had never met a room in their path. What happened? Alan asked, surprise finally catching up. Why didn't they collide with the room? America is famous for their spatial magic, said Quinn and raised his briefcase that he had been holding. My briefcase, as I said before, is American-made. He pointed around the room, and this room is an application of spatial magic, and that's why we are hanging so high in the sky. This room, said Quinn excitedly, is fixed in a certain point in relative space. Now, this is just my assumption, but the creator has fixed the room relative to the buildings below, which means, as the earth rotates and revolves, this room will move along the buildings, thus staying fixed above this part of New York, or maybe the creator fixed it with relation to the earth itself. That would be so interesting. Alan stared at Quinn, looking like Quinn's rapid and excited babble had flowed over his head. What happens if we fall? We can't fall, said Quinn. He pointed at the spot where the walls were. The walls of the room didn't turn invisible, they have completely disappeared, they're not here. He stumped on the floor. What we are standing currently is solidified space, and until the spells don't release the space to its natural state, we won't fall. And as to answer your initial question as for why the birds didn't collide with us, Quinn pointed around the room. This place is a dot-sized point in space expanded to its current size. As long as the birds or anything doesn't run into the tiny point, they can go ahead unhindered. And what if they do run into this point? Then it would feel like they have collided into something solid, most possibly getting injured. The faster they come in, the more damage they would suffer. Is that dangerous? One of those flying non-magi things collide into this room? That'd be terrible, especially with Macusa laws. I have the same question, said Quinn, but there's something they're stopping that, because Leah told me about this place years ago, and given that it is still here, there must be some magic that prevents any collision. As for what magic, I'll get it from the creator. Quinn pointed at the door in the room, to the Clinker's shop.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.